Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The first game is complete. Midnight's voice rings out across the stadium. The top 42 competitors will advance to the next round. But don't worry if you didn't make it. There'll be other chances for you to shine. Among the sea of students, Horizon stands silently beside his class. He doesn't flinch under the dozens of curious and uneasy gazes locked onto him. Present Mix announcement had its desired effect. All eyes were drawn to the warping prodigy. The tension was thick, especially among the Hero Course students. They'd spent weeks wondering, how do you beat someone who warps? The results of their speculation, so far, still inconclusive. As the next event is being prepared, Horizon casually scans the leaderboard. Familiar names. Every student from Class 1A and 1B had qualified. Even Midoriya scraped in at 23rd place. Aoyama barely made the cut at 42nd. And the purple-haired mind control guy, 30th. Nothing too special, Horizon thinks. And in first place, unsurprisingly, our warping doctor, Horizon. Midnight grins as his name appears at the top of the board. But don't get too comfortable. Staying on top at UA takes more than talent. She adds, her tone playful, almost predatory. Because next up is the cavalry battle. Gasps ripple through the crowd. The students begin whispering frantically. Midnight raises a hand for silence and continues. Form teams of up to 5. You have 15 minutes. Each student is assigned a point value based on their obstacle race ranking. The 42nd place is worth 5 points, 41st worth 10, and so on in increments of 5. And at the top, she points to Horizon with a wicked grin. First place is worth 10 million points. A collective hush falls over the arena as all eyes once again shift to Horizon. He calmly raises his hand. Yes. Midnight says, I'll play solo, Horizon announces. Midnight blinks, frowning. That's not how. She pauses, touching her earpiece, then sighs. The judges say it's allowed, but only if you stay off the ground. Are you sure? Allies are crucial in this event. I'm Horizon, he says flatly. That's enough. Midnight chuckles. That kind of arrogance is dangerous, but damn if it isn't exciting. Horizon will compete alone. The scoreboard updates. Horizon, 10 million points, solo. As the other students scramble to form teams, Midnight looks up to Nizu's private booth and shakes her head. You're not even hiding your favoritism anymore. Looks like Horizon is going solo, folks. Mike announces with glee. Let's see what his teacher thinks. In the commentary box, Aizawa sighs. He's always had this issue. It showed during training and at USJ. He refuses help because so far he's never needed it. And the day that changes, he dies. Whoa, heavy stuff. Mike laughs nervously. But hey, what are his odds of winning this game? If the objective is collecting an item, he'll win, Aizawa says bluntly. Everyone else is just fighting for second place. 15 minutes later, the teams are set. Students take their places across the battlefield. 1 minute to mount up. Midnight calls out. At the far end, Horizon adjusts his 10 million point headband. Ignoring the stares, he turns away and raises his hand. TAKT, a 2-meter stone cube, rises from the floor, floating steadily above the ground. Horizon steps onto it. Telekinesis. Mike shouts. No, Horizon replies, his voice amplified throughout the arena. I command the world to move, and it obeys. From his costume, he summons a card and swaps it for a chair, settling into it atop the floating cube. Is that even allowed? Mike asks. It's legal, Midnight replies. Warped items are fair game after the game starts. The crowd murmurs. Horizon opens a game on his phone. If he holds that for 15 minutes, it might work, Mike muses. I've seen him rip roofs off buildings, Aizawa mutters. He'll be fine. Besides, no one will go near him. Begin. Midnight shouts. Chaos erupts. Quirks clash. Explosions thunder. Ice shoots across the arena. Students scream. But nobody touches Horizon. 5 minutes in, he hasn't moved. Still playing his game. Still untouched. Are they scared of him? Mike asks. They're being smart, Aizawa explains. If you attack him, he warps you across the field. Even if you steal the headband, he can warp it back. It's more efficient to ignore him and aim for lower point targets. The audience listens, mesmerized. He's not just talented, Aizawa continues. He's trained for this. Licensed doctor at 15. Fought the strongest villain at USJ while defending the others. He talks like a cocky brat, but he backs it up every time. He isn't just powerful, he's relentless. And that's what scares his classmates. Mike whistles. So you do have a favorite? I don't, Aizawa deadpants. Heroes should learn to work in teams. He glares at Horizon, still lounging in his floating chair, phone in hand. 1 minute remaining, still reclined. Horizon finishes another phone race with a sigh. Then, without looking, he reaches to the side and grabs Jiro's earphone jacks. All cameras turn to them. Jiro struggles, unable to pull away. Someone finally attacked Horizon. Mike shouts. Horizon slowly turns his chair. Jiro stands as the front, with Sato and Koda behind, and Toru invisible above. No headband. 0 points. Really, he asks. Jiro chuckles nervously. Desperate times, right? He sets his phone down. Blue electricity crackles in his hand. I don't have Kaminari's output, he says, bringing the sparks closer to her earphone jacks. But my control is better. Wait, not on a no-no. Countershock. The entire team collapses, unconscious. He can use electricity too? Mike screams. The crowd erupts. Across the arena, Kaminari sulks. That's my thing. Time's up. Midnight announces. First place, no surprise, Horizon. Mike yells. The screens show a slow-motion replay of the countershock, followed by Horizon sitting back in his chair, completely unbothered. Second place, Team Bakugo. Third, Team Monoma. Class 1B came a play. Fourth, Team Todoroki. Fifth, Team Midoriya edging out Team Shinso. 16 competitors will move on to the tournament stage. But first, a 1-hour lunch break. Tournament Round 1 matchups. Horizon versus Monoma. Shinso versus Zero. Midoriya versus Todoroki. Hatsum versus Kaminari. Awaze versus Bakugo. Ida versus Kirishima. Tokoyami versus Uraraka. Momo versus Juzo. As Horizon walks toward the cafeteria, he sees Jiro's team being carted off to Recovery Girl. He glances up at the board. Monoma, copied Juzo earlier. Needs physical contact. Interesting. Hey, a voice calls beside him. It's Monoma. Looks like we're up first. Looks like it, Horizon replies. Trying to guess what quirks I'll borrow? Monoma smirks. We can't all be born lucky. Tetsu said you were super manly. He chuckles. I think you're just cool. Let's have a good match. I hope to learn something from it, Horizon says before they split off, two tacticians preparing for a duel of power, pride, and unpredictability. 12 million and counting, Horizon mutters, casually scrolling through his phone. He admires the latest picture he posted outside the stadium. Himself flanked by Death Arms, Kimmy Woods, and MT Lady. I've already passed their combined follower count. Sheep really do flock to power, he mutters with a smirk. Suddenly, and now for the first match. Midnight's voice booms through the stadium. Horizon's head snaps up. He quickly pockets his phone, his relaxed posture sharpening with purpose. Standing in a shadowed tunnel, he sees the freshly constructed cement stage, Cementas's work. The crowd is a roaring sea of excitement. The 1v1 tournament has begun. Let's kick things off with a bang. Midnight announces. Representing Class 1A, the prodigy among prodigies, Horizon. He steps into the light, dressed in full PE uniform. His shirt unbuttoned just enough to reveal the body glove beneath. White with a blue insignia etched over his chest, its clingy fabric outlining every carved muscle. The same mark is printed in black across the back of his uniform, for his opponent to remember. As the audience erupts, Midnight introduces his opponent. And going up against him, from Class 1B, the copycat strategist himself, Nito Monoma. The cheers are slightly muted, but still loud as Monoma struts out confidently. The two boys meet center stage, the size difference immediately striking. Horizon towering nearly 20 centimeters over Monoma, his lean muscle making Monoma look practically wayfish by comparison. Are both of you ready? Midnight asks, eyes sharp. Monoma nods, but Horizon raises a hand. Actually, before we start, he turns to Monoma. Since your quirk is copy, I assume you've prepped something, but tell me, do you want to copy my quirk? The audience goes dead silent. Even Monoma's brows shoot up in surprise. You're just offering it. Like that? Monoma asks, skeptical. You'd hand me your quirk? I'm curious, Horizon shrugs. I want to see what happens when someone like you tries to use the most powerful quirk in the world. Gasps ripple through the stadium. Even Midnight does a double take. Well, Monoma smirks. You're the main character here. Might as well see how the story ends. Horizon pulls up his sleeve and peels back the body glove, exposing his inner forearm, bare, no tattoos. Go ahead. Monoma steps forward, noting the glint of a luxury watch. You wore a Rolex in a battle? The USJ Nomu couldn't scratch me. You think any of you could break this? Rolling his eyes, Monoma places his fingers against Horizon's skin. A brief tingle passes through both of them. Huh, I felt it, Monoma frowns. But it didn't work. I rejected your quirk, Horizon says coolly. Just wanted to see if I could. You rejected it? Monoma blinks. For real this time, Horizon offers his arm again. No tricks. Monoma hesitates. He's clearly annoyed, but also intrigued. He reaches forward, and this time it works. Monoma jolts like electricity hit him. His body trembles, his pupils dilate. He starts to laugh. I feel amazing, he says breathlessly. Is this what you feel like all the time? I could run a marathon. I could fight Endeavor. What does this even do? Everything is tingling. Horizon's voice turns serious. Monoma, listen to me very carefully. He raises his hands calmly. You need to cancel the copy. Right now. And do not try to activate it. Midnight tenses and moves closer, ready to intervene. Monoma frowns, paranoid energy overtaking him. This is a bluff. You don't want me to win, but I can. I will. He throws his hand forward. War. No. Horizon growls. Monoma freezes mid-motion. Blood bursts from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Monoma. Midnight yells in horror. Horizon catches him before he falls, gently lowering him to the ground. Blue energy glows in his palm as he presses it to Monoma's forehead. Is he? He'll live, Horizon mutters, his voice steady. But barely. Midnight kneels beside him. What happened? My quirk requires a superhuman host, physical energy and mental bandwidth. His body tried to increase its energy capacity, hence the sugar rush. But his brain couldn't handle the data processing, so it overloaded. His body rerouted energy from his organs to his brain to compensate, nearly shut everything else down. His brain tried to evolve and tore itself apart. Midnight whispers, horrified. That's insane. What kind of quirk does that? The kind that doesn't come with training wheels, Horizon says grimly. I didn't think he could even copy it. But he did. Just couldn't handle it. Medical robots arrive with a stretcher. Horizon rises to his feet. He'll sleep it off, he says. Might not remember much, though. As Monoma is carried away, Midnight and Horizon remain on stage. That's some quirk you've got, she mutters, visibly shaken. Yeah, not meant for civilians. He glances toward the retreating stretcher. So, I win, right? Midnight forces a smile. Horizon advances to the next round. The crowd erupts again, as if a near death wasn't part of the show. Didn't even throw a punch. Horizon sighs, walking off. Pretty easy. Try not to kill your opponents next time. Midnight calls after him. This is hero training, not Mortal Kombat. Wasn't intentional. Which is exactly why you're not disqualified, she scolds. Do it again, and you're out. Got it. Back in the stands, Horizon makes his way to Class 1 as seats. Momo waves him over. He sits beside her and across from Jiro. So, Jiro says flatly, you always put people in the infirmary? Horizon tilts his head. You attacked me. And he, Try to copy a quirk meant for gods. Momo stifles a laugh, while Jiro scowls. Mortals and divinity, Horizon continues with a shrug, have a terrible track record when they...
The first game is complete. Midnight announces. The top 42 competitors will be advancing into the next round. Don't worry if you didn't make the cut, we've got other opportunities later for you to shine. Standing with his class, Horizon doesn't react, even to all the clearly worried gazes befalling him. Mick's announcement had the desired effect at least, all eyes were on him. The tension was palpable, everyone wondering how they could beat someone that warps, but his classmates have been considering this for the past month. Results? Inconclusive. Looking around as the second game was being decided, Horizon recognized most of the people who qualified, including everyone from 1B, some of which were not present when he first met them. So everyone from the hero course got this far, even Deku managed to get 23rd, Aoyama somehow got 42nd, barely making it in, and the purple-haired guy from yesterday got 30th, nothing special I guess. He concludes. In first place of course we've got our resident warping doctor, Horizon. Midnight announces as his name appears on the board in first place. But remaining on top takes a lot of skill, especially at UA, she licks her lips lecherously. And in the next game that'll be even more difficult, cavalry battle. Everyone begins murmuring but she quickly silences them and begins explaining. You'll all have 15 minutes to break into teams of up to 5 people, you've each been assigned a point value based on your ranking in the obstacle race. The points start at 5 points for 42nd place, 10 for 41st, and it keeps increasing by 5 until you get to Bakugo in 2nd place. The point total will be worn above the shoulder on one headband by the rider and will represent the entire team. The teams with the most points at the end of the 15 minutes get into the final stage. And at the very top, the first place holder is worth. She points at Horizon. 10 million. All eyes once again fell to Horizon, and he immediately raised his hand. Yes. Midnight asks. Since I don't need any ragtag team, I'll be playing solo, Horizon says. Midnight frowns at that. Well I don't. She stops talking and raises a hand to her earpiece, then she just frowns. The judges say it's allowed if you can stay off the ground, but are you sure? Allies will play a huge part in this. I'm Horizon, he says. That's enough. Midnight gives a vicious smile, that kind of bold and confident talk is a real turn on. Horizon will be playing solo. The hologram shifts to place Horizon 10 million points in the top spot. Everyone else, you've got 15 minutes. As everyone is scrambling to make their teams, Midnight looks up to where Nizu was sitting, shaking her head. You're making your favoritism of this boy too damn obvious, Nizu. Looks like Horizon is playing solo, folks. Mike announces. Let's see what his homeroom teacher has to say about that. Eraser sighs and shakes his head. Horizon has a habit of thinking he doesn't need any help. It showed itself in training and during USJ. Fortunately, both times he was enough to overcome anything that was thrown at him. But even if he manages to win this, it's a horrible habit for any hero to have, because the one time you aren't enough, you'll die. Excellent insight. Mike cheers on his friend. But what do you say his chances are of winning this game? If the objective is collecting an item, he'll win, Eraser says flatly. This is more of a battle for second place, but that doesn't mean everyone else won't be giving it their all. Well, there you have it, folks. Unshakable confidence from his homeroom teacher. Looks like Eraserhead has a favorite. What? I don't. The mic cuts off as they both begin bickering. 15 minutes later. All the teams were decided and everyone took their positions. Alright, the countdown starts now. 1 minute to mount up. Midnight says. As everyone gets their riders into position, Horizon notices all eyes flicker over to him, standing at the far end of the arena. With his 10 million point headband around his neck, he turns his back to them and lifts his hand, flicking a finger upward. TAKT? A 2-meter cube of rock is pulled out of the floor and he steps onto it before it fully rises to float a meter above the ground. Telekinesis. Mike shouts. It's not telekinesis, Horizon says, the mic's in the arena transferring his voice across the stadium. I command the world to move, and it moves, that's all. He raises one hand and summons his cards from his hero costume, then swaps one for the chair at his desk and takes a seat, still floating on the cube above the floor. Is that even allowed? Mike asks. It's completely legal. Midnight says. Warping items is fine once it's done after the game starts. As the viewers and people outside of their class are surprised, present Mike continues talking. If he can keep that up for 15 minutes, then I guess he could be fine. If he can defend his headband for 15 minutes, that is. I've seen him rip the tops off buildings, Eraser says in a tired voice. He'll be fine. Besides, I doubt anyone will attack him. Begin. Midnight yells, and everyone bursts into action. All teams rushing each other, explosions and ice flying about, yelling and all types of quirks being fired left and right, yet nobody even bothered Horizon, leaving him to sit with his 10 million point headband and play a game on his phone. After 5 minutes of intense fighting, still nobody even bothered to go near Horizon. Are they afraid of him? Mike asks, clearly confused as Horizon just sits there on his phone, floating on the rock. It's because they understand, Eraser says. They know that if they get close he'll just send them to the other side of the arena, and even if they manage to get his headband, they can't stop him from getting it back. He'd warp it back to him before the game is done and get first place. The logical thing to do is focus your energy on headbands that don't threaten his position, that way he ignores you and you get to keep your points. No wonder he's so cocky. With a quirk like that anyone would be. Mike says. The audience begins muttering at the revelation. It's not baseless confidence, Eraser says, and the crowd focuses more on his words than the ongoing fights, excited to hear anything about this new rising star. At first I assumed he was another arrogant brat who'd either wash out of UA or I'd expel, but every time I see him in action I realize more and more how wrong that assumption was. He can always back up his talk, and when it's time to really rise to the challenge he crushes the competition. Even when the villains attacked he took on by far the strongest villain while protecting everyone from Kurogiri. He's not all talk and baseless confidence. And he isn't one of those people born with a godly quirk and simply using that to get an easy life. Behind everything he says and does is over a decade of relentless training. He's the rarity of someone born at the top with a godly quirk, yet instilled with a monstrous work ethic, constantly pushing himself over and over to bring out his absolute best self. That's how you become a licensed doctor at 15. That's how you stand up to a villain most pros can't last seconds again. Even his classmates have noticed that. His blunt and matter-of-fact way of speaking doesn't push them away anymore, because they know it's just how he truly sees things, the most effective way possible, and that's why they don't even bother to approach him. Because they know he won't hesitate to show them exactly how far ahead he is, and they understand how far they have to go. It's also what makes that fire in them rage, because when you're sitting in a classroom with someone like that, you either crumble under the pressure, or rise to the challenge. Wow, you sure you don't have a favorite? Mike asks jokingly as the crowd just stares at Horizon in a new light. Eraser elbows him in the head. I don't, and it wouldn't be him of all people. Heroes should at least try to be team players, he says while glaring down at Horizon, sitting comfortably in his chair and playing his game while everyone else is fighting, giving their all. 1 minute remaining. Sitting comfortable and finishing up another race on his phone, Horizon sighs loudly and reaches out to his side with his right hand, grabbing Jiro's earphone jacks. All the cameras turn to them as she tries and fails to pull them out of his grip. Someone finally attacked Horizon. Mike announces, causing all the teams to spare just a glance in his direction. What are you trying to do here? He swivels around in his chair to look at Jiro, her as the front horse with Sato and Koda at the back, Toru completely naked on their shoulders, no headband, 0 points. Jiro chuckles, nervous and scared. Desperate times and all that. I see. Horizon rests down his phone, noticing all cameras facing him. I don't have a massive power output like Kaminari, but he sparks up some blue electricity in his left hand, inching it closer to her earphone jacks. My control is a lot better. Wait, no. Jiro screams. Counter-skok. Erg. Her entire team screams as they collapse to the floor, completely unconscious. He can use electricity too. Mike screams, riling up the crowd. Across the arena Kaminari pouts, come on man, I've only got the one thing and you had to steal it. Time is up. Midnight yells, ending the game. In first place, no surprise here, Horizon. Mike announces, the massive screens replaying the moment he fried Jiro's team before showing him still sitting casually in his chair. In second place, Team Bakugo. In third place is Team Monoma. Class 1B came out to represent. In fourth, we've got Team Todoroki, followed by Team Midoriya barely edging out Team Shinso for fifth place. 16 people from these teams will be going on to the tournament stage, but first, a 1-hour lunch break. Mike announces. After sorting out who gets to compete from the bottom teams, and some people opting out, all the names immediately appear on the board, already lined up in their brackets for the tournament. Tournament Round 1. Horizon vs Monoma. Shiso vs Zero. Midoriya vs Todoroki. Hatsum vs Kaminari. Aways vs Bakugo. Aitsa vs Kirishima. Tokoyami vs Yuruka. Momo vs Juzo. Looking up at the board, Horizon immediately begins walking away toward the cafeteria, seeing Jiro and her team being carted off to Recovery Girl in the distance. Monoma, I saw him copy Juzo's quirk earlier, looked like he needed to touch the person, this could be interesting. Horizon, Monoma says, causing Horizon to look over at him as he approaches. Hey, I'm Monoma, guess you and I are up first huh? He falls into step walking to the cafeteria. Looks like it, so I'm guessing you're trying to figure out what quirks you can copy from your friends to use against me, right? Monoma chuckles, naturally, I need to prepare before the battle, we can't all have built-in power like you. But Tetsu told me you're pretty cool. Well, he said super manly, but it's the same thing, I hope we have a good match. Sure, I hope to learn a lot from it. Horizon says as they enter the cafeteria, going their separate ways until the gruesome and bloody match begins. 12 million and counting, Horizon says while scrolling on his phone, looking at the picture he just took and posted outside the stadium. He, Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and MT Lady. I've already got more followers than those three put together. They really don't know how to work the sheep, he mutters. And now for the first match, Midnight announces. His head snaps up and away from his phone, quickly putting it in his pocket. Standing in the dark tunnel leading into the arena, he sees the now constructed cement stage built by Cementos. The crowd is going crazy as the first round of the 1vs1 tournament begins. Let's start big, with 1A's class rep, already showing that he's a prodigy even among all our genius aspiring heroes, Horizon. Horizon steps out of the tunnel, full PE uniform on, the shirt unbuttoned for everyone to see the body glove on his chest, his logo in blue atop the white fabric, just barely distracting people from how the fabric clings to his chiseled body and exposes his muscles. The same symbol is in black across the back of his PE uniform for the competition to see. He takes his time walking up to the stage as Midnight announces Monoma, stirring the crowd into a smaller but still absurd wave of chaos. Eventually both students are standing opposite each other on the stage, looking around to see all eyes on them. One-on-one Horizon's size shows, standing 20 centimeters 8 in taller than Monoma, the much thinner and lankier blonde contrasting greatly to Horizon's now bulkier build, still lean but muscles clearly making themselves known through his uniform. Are both of you ready? Midnight asks. Monoma nods. Actually, Horizon speaks up, surprising everyone. Since your quirk is copy, I'm sure you've prepared something for me, but I'm curious, would you like to copy my quirk? You would let me just copy your quirk? Just like that? Monoma asks skeptically. I'm curious about what happens if a regular person tries it, since it is the most powerful quirk in the world. Horizon shrugs as everyone just stares in surprise, never expecting such a blatant and seemingly outlandish boast. Well, if you insist, Monoma smiles sinisterly. Since you're the main character here, I'm sure I can use that power to win this match. Horizon chuckles and pulls up the sleeve on his left hand, separating the glove and sleeve of his body glove to expose the inner forearm of his left hand, where there were no tattoos, gesturing for Monoma to make contact. The audience is at the edge of their seat to see what happens. Monoma raises a brow at the sight of Horizon's watch. You brought a Rolex to a battle? That seems rather careless. Oh please, the USJ Nomu couldn't even hit me. How would any of you ever manage to break it? Monoma narrows his eyes at him and reaches out, touching Horizon's skin with his fingers. Horizon feels a tingling at the back of his mind and shrugs it off. That's odd, Monoma says. I felt it, but it didn't let me copy it. I rejected your quirk, I just wanted to see if I could. For real this time, Horizon once again presents his arm, no tricks. Monoma looks equal parts annoyed and impressed, but can't pass up the chance to become the main character for a short while. Without hesitation he reaches out, and immediately feels his entire body tingling as the quirk manifests within him. With ring above Nuo. Monoma shakes his head a bit and stumbles back, a wide smile on his face as he giggles like a madman. You okay? Horizon asks, slight concern in his voice as he and Midnight watch Monoma begin to hop in place. I feel great. Like I could run a marathon. It's like a sugar rush. Is this how you always feel? It's incredible. What does your quirk do anyway? Man, this is great. Everything is all tingly. Monoma breaks out in another fit of giggles. Oh no, Horizon says, earning concerned looks from Midnight and the audience. Okay Monoma, listen very carefully to me. He raises his hands gently to keep Monoma calm. You need to cancel copy on my quirk, and no matter what, don't try to activate it, alright? Midnight immediately walks over to Horizon, ready to rip her costume to sedate Monoma. Monoma looks confused, then with all the energy in his body, his fight or flight response kicks into overdrive. Why would I do that? This is a trick, isn't it? You don't want me to win? But I can feel it. I can win. This feels great. He raises a hand and swings it at Horizon. Warp away. Oh crap. I didn't think his body would react like this, Horizon says, and everyone hears through Midnight's mic. Like what? She asks, now seeing Monoma frozen in place, blood quickly flowing from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Monoma. It's fine, kinda, Horizon says, holding her back from rushing forward and approaching Monoma. It's just my quirk. The entire arena is deathly silent as the scene unfolds. Monoma collapses into Horizon's arms and he gently places him on the ground, immediately summoning his healing energy into his palm and placing it on the unconscious Monoma's head. Your quirk. He tried to activate it, so it started killing him, Horizon says. My quirk requires the user to essentially be superhuman in terms of how much energy is in your body and how much information your brain can process. His body tried to rapidly increase the energy capacity within it, hence the sugar rush, and his brain tried to expand, tearing itself apart, hence the bleeding. But that isn't enough for my quirk. You also need to be able to comprehend what you process, meaning he literally wasn't smart enough to sort and apply the sudden influx of information my quirk caused. His body tried to adapt by ripping energy away from anything that wasn't his brain to force more growth. It tried to make his organs fail. Midnight mutters out in shock and horror. What kind of quirk does such a thing? How is that even possible? My quirk ignored the safeguards that copy has built into it. I didn't even think he'd be able to copy my quirk. Figured it'd be a dud. He's a lot better than I thought. But he just isn't built like me to handle this kind of situation. Superhuman, Midnight says, recalling what Horizon just said. Will he be okay? Horizon takes his hand away from Monoma, standing as the medical robots bring a stretcher into the arena. He just needs some drips and sleep. He'll be fine in a few hours, but I doubt he'd remember any of this. He shrugs. As the robots load Monoma onto the stretcher and haul him away, only Horizon and Midnight are left in the arena. That's some quirk you've got there, she says awkwardly, trying to get the atmosphere back in a good mood. Yeah, but it's not meant for regular humans. Anyway, I guess this means I win, right? Midnight nods. Horizon moves on to the next round. The crowd goes wild once again, as if they didn't see a teenager almost die in front of them. Didn't even have to throw a punch or get him out of bounds. Pretty easy. Midnight rolls her eyes. Try not to do things like that to all your opponents, please. You're not supposed to kill your opponent. You're training to be a hero, remember? She warns him. Hey, I didn't know that would happen. which is the only reason you aren't disqualified, but don't pull a stunt like that again. She glares at him. Gotcha, he says before walking off the stage. Making his way back to his class's seats, he sees Momo wave for him to sit with her and Jiro. So you always put people in the infirmary? Jiro asks with a bit of edge to her voice as he sits on the other side of Momo. I just got out of there after you tried to fry my brain, and now Monoma's in there for pretty much the same reason. Hey, you attacked me, and as for him, it's not my fault. He isn't built to handle my power, but it's not surprising. Mortals and divinity have a terrible track record when they meet. Did anyone see that guy use his quirk? Horizon asks, sitting at the end of the front row in a seating area above the arena. With Momo to his left, Jiro beside her, Tokoyami just behind him with Tsu, the other students scattered about chatting quietly. I don't recall him using it in the previous events, Momo says, all their eyes falling to Shinso as he enters the arena, Siro standing happily across from him. Well, if he wins he'll be against me next, so it doesn't really matter, Horizon shrugs. You could at least pretend to be a bit apprehensive to the challenge, Momo says. Some would say it's unsportsmanlike to speak in such a way of your competition, even if it is true. That cocky attitude is gonna bite you in the ass someday, Jiro mutters, earphone jacks still bandaged from the electrical burns. I doubt that, but even if it does, it won't be in a tournament like this, Horizon says. This event has a clear out-of-bounds rule, so I can honestly win whenever I want. That's the same rule that gives other people a chance but limits others simply based on the matchup, but even if it were to the death I'd still easily win. What do you mean? Tsu asks from behind him. Well, take Tokoyami vs Yuruka for example. Her quirk requires something to activate it on, make a car weightless, then throw it and deactivate her quirk at the last moment for maximum damage. But here she doesn't have any items aside from her clothes and herself. If she makes herself weightless, Dark Shadow will swat her away and she can't adjust her trajectory in the air. And she'd have to get close or touch Dark Shadow to make Tokoyami weightless and throw him away. Well, yes, but then she can toss him out of bounds and win, right? Momo asks. Nope, not a chance in hell, Horizon says. At least not if Tokoyami has a brain. I do, Tokoyami says behind them. See, easy win, Horizon explains. If she touches him and removes gravity from him and Dark Shadow, since they are one being, then she'll try to throw him out of the arena, but he can just anchor himself by having Dark Shadow dig into the floor, and since she's tiny and Dark Shadow has some muscle to it, he'll throw her out instead. Momo says, I see, I hadn't considered that people can anchor themselves. Same thing Kirishima would do with some hardening on his fingers, use them like spears, Horizon shrugs. This is a shitty setting for zero gravity, either she throws them before they anchor, or she somehow overpowers them. Both situations are basically impossible. And a lot of people like Bakugo, and I don't even care if she makes us float because we have either aerial or instant mobility. I will admit I came to the same conclusion, Tokoyami says, but I didn't want to speak down on my classmates' chances in such a way. It is what it is, some people just aren't meant to fight in a setting like this. I failed to consider the matchups and environment properly, Momo quietly admits. I have much to learn. Same here, Jiro says, but at least your quirk can be useful in an event like this. I'd probably just get my earphone jacks pulled out of the air, and then they'd toss me out of the arena. Probably, Horizon says. You'll notice all the one-trick pony style quirks getting taken out quickly, assuming they even made it this far. Honestly, I would have bet on Tokoyami meeting me in the finals if so many people didn't have a direct counter to him. Likewise, Tokoyami says, surprising all of them. They'd never expected Horizon of all people to speak favorable to his quirk, and for him to agree as well. These conditions are among the worst for Dark Shadow. Let the second match begin. Midnight yells, causing the crowd to erupt in noise. Siro immediately fires off 2 lines of tape, trapping Shinso as they wrap around his arms and torso. As he's being dragged to the edge of the stage, Shinso yells, obviously panicked, not expecting the instant attack. Do you really think people will ever let someone with such freaky elbows become a hero? NOS. Yes, Siro froze, eyes going dull and arms falling to his side. Good, now walk off the stage, Shinso commands, and Siro does exactly that. The audience was able to hear everything thanks to the mics, and Eraser immediately gave an explanation. Hitachi Shinso, quirk, brainwashing. He can control people who respond to him. It requires him to activate it, so it's only when he wants. A perfect quirk for dealing with hostage situations and most villains. But because UA makes students wanting to enter the hero course fight robots, he couldn't even use it. A clear oversight on our part, he says in a tired voice. As Shinso and Siro clear the stage, Momo turns to Horizon. Looks like all you have to do is not speak and you'll win. I guess you're practically in the semifinals already. Horizon sighs, honestly I was hoping to at least have some fun, but I guess it's just a bunch of easy fights. You know you'd be a lot cooler if you were nice to people, Jiro says. Like heroes are expected to be, like All Might, Momo adds. Yeah, and I'd always be exhausted from that crap. I already have to act like these people are worth saving to their faces. He gestures to the cheering crowd as Deko and Todoroki take the stage. I'm not doing that shit around all of you two. If you don't care about people, why are you here? Tsu asks. Because being a hero is just another job. The reason doesn't matter, just do it the best you can, no matter what. Does it matter if I'm not some bleeding heart moron like All Might if I save just as many people? They think about it for a moment, then Momo nods in agreement. Well, I guess it doesn't. Exactly, all that matters is whatever the reward is. I think it's worth risking my life and the life of everyone I care about, at least if I was showing my face and using my name like you people. Before anyone can even question what he means, a gust of cold wind blasts the crowd. He's breaking fingers, Horizon says as he notices what just happened. Deku did a super strong flick to shatter Todoroki's ice attack. Such power, both of them. Tokoyami yells. If Todoroki has a brain, he wins in the next attack, Horizon says, causing everyone to glance at him before setting their eyes back to the stage. Another clash, Deku breaks a second finger to counter Todoroki's ice, keeping them at a stalemate. Horizon leans back in his seat, obviously disappointed. Never mind, I guess, should have expected this when two of the most pathetic levels of quirk mastery in our class are put together. Freaking meatheads, I at least expected more from Endeavor's kid, he grumbles. They all keep those words at the back of their mind, not quite understanding them, and certainly not willing to ask him directly, knowing he'd likely verbally rip them apart for even doing that. What are they even talking about? Horizon questions aloud as the battle rages on. Feelings. It's your power? Did I miss something, or are they just as emotional and stupid as I thought? Both, Sue says. Todoroki declared war on Midoriya while you were off talking to Midnight and the other class representatives. On Deku? Talk about punching down, but not by much honestly. You truly think them that similar? Momo asks, her invincible image of Todoroki long since shattered and replaced with Horizon. Well, they're both meatheads flailing at each other screaming about feelings, aren't they? He gestures to the arena where the fight kept going. You tell me. Right, she nods along. I also saw them speaking privately while we all went for lunch. Maybe something happened that we missed. Whatever it is, it's brought out quite incredible power from both of them, Jiro says. Powerful doesn't mean good, or useful, Horizon says as the fight continues. Eventually, after a lot more broken bones, screaming, and tears, the final clash ends with Todoroki activating his fire for the first time since joining UA. Everyone hears Endeavor yelling, but pays him no mind, and an explosion rocks the arena. Cementos erects soft walls to ease the damage. And when the mist and dust clear, Deku is crumpled against the far wall while Todoroki is cushioned by his ice. Todoroki wins. Midnight announces. Looks like the pennies are adding up, Horizon says, looking at Deku's mangled arm and fingers, dark purple and torn up as he gets hauled off to Recovery Girl. Will he be able to move his arm again? Momo asks, clear concern in her voice. Yeah, but regular healing quirks can't fix that. He'll have serious lasting damage this time. The damage is adding up more and more with each use. Best guess, 1 or 2 more injuries like that and he's out of the hero course. Unless you heal him, Momo says. The only way that's happening is if he can afford to outbid my other clients, which he can't dash, and I'd need to somehow agree to heal someone that will certainly hurt themselves again. I've only ever made one exception for a person like that. I'm not making it a habit. Well, what if I were to bid for him? Momo asks. It would be a shame for someone with such a heroic spirit not to see their dreams become real. Just think about all the people he can save. I don't think your allowance is gonna cut it. Actually, I don't think your family can afford it, Horizon says. What if it does? Horizon chuckles. Of course the rich girl doesn't know the cost of anything. Minimum bid is 50 million, and let's just say the leading bid for my next operation is a lot higher than that. Even you can't afford me. Momo looks genuinely confused, while everyone who knows the actual value of money looks horrified. People pay that much for healthcare? Momo asks. No, I don't sell healthcare. I deal in time, Horizon corrects her. I can give and take time with the people you love, so tell me, is there anything you wouldn't pay if I'm the only person in the world that can give you time with your loved ones? Nobody responds to that for a long tense moment until Tsu speaks up. You really can charge whatever you want. More than that, I can do whatever I want, because I'm Horizon. Everyone wants a piece of me. I'm a walking miracle. Do you honestly think any politician is gonna risk moving against me now that the word is out that I can practically heal anything? He chuckles darkly, knowing the media was already devouring that anonymous information they received earlier. If Recovery Girl decided to murder someone in the street, the government wouldn't touch her. I can't imagine what I could get away with. The cold and sharp edge in his voice sent a chill down their spines. Someone seemingly all-powerful and untouchable, a truly dangerous existence. By the time everyone comes to their senses, Hatsum has already surrendered after using Kaminari as a practice dummy for her capture devices, more amusing than anything else for people who aren't interested in support equipment. Hover Soleil's Horizon eyes the boots she has on that let her float above the floor. That looks fun. And with that, the first half of the first round of this game is complete. Midnight announces, now let's welcome our next competitors. Sitting in the waiting room, Aitsa anxiously taps his foot, looking at the screen in the corner of the room. As expected from Bakugo, Aitsa says as he sees his classmate immediately blast a ways out of the arena, putting a quick end to their lackluster match. I just hope I don't disappoint Tensei, he says while getting up and walking outside. Thoughts dwelling on his brother, the number 19 pro hero Ingenium. He is fighting to live up to the hero his brother is, the hero his brother believes he will become. He walks past Bakugo, paying no mind to the focused look on Bakugo's face as they pass each other in the tunnel to the arena. Standing at the edge of the doorway, he takes a breath to calm himself, listening to the crowd cheering as Present Mid announces Kiri's Hima. And a moment later he is called to the arena. quickly walking onto the stage to stand opposite Carrie's Hima, a friendly smile on the boys' faces as Aitsa just gives a small smile and a curt nod. Begin, Midnight announces. Aitsa immediately hops backward, putting nearly a dozen meters between him and Carrie's Hima. Carrie's Hima just barely missed as he had lunged forward to grab Aitsa, not wanting him to get any distance to reach higher speeds. Aitsa bursts into a sprint, the cheering crowd blocked out, only seeing himself and his opponent, another step toward the hero ingenium, toward his brother. The engines in his calves kick into second gear, unable to reach third gear without a full 30 meters. But it's enough, Carrie's Hima can't react in time as Aitsa rushes past him and pivots, grabbing his shoulder and arm, feeling his skin like a rock beneath his fingers as he twists his body to throw Carrie's Hima out of the arena. Crack. Huh. Aitsa feels Carrie's Hima become entirely immovable, just barely turning to see a hardened fist flying toward his face. ACH. Aitsa winces as he leaps back, putting 10 meters between them and softening the impact of Kirishima's punch, a massive gash spanning his entire cheek and leaving a bruise on his face. Carrie's Hima anchored himself to the ring. Present Mike announces as everyone notices one of his feet hardened and ankle deep in the cement stage. A genius move, who would have even thought of that? Aitsa relaxes slightly and evaluates the situation, knowing that attacking Carrie's Hima head-on would likely hurt him more than his opponent, instead taking the time to breathe and let his engines cool down a bit. So you were paying attention earlier as well, Aitsa says, baiting Carrie's Hima into a conversation. The mics focused on the arena transmitting their voices to the stands and everyone watching at home. Yup. Carrie's Hima gives a dazzling smile. I may not like the way he says things, but Horizon is a genius at pretty much everything, especially quirks and fighting, so when he talks, I listen, and that includes earlier when he used me as an example of how to deal with people that want to knock us out of the ring. Guess I got lucky, huh? Carrie's Hima chuckles, not at all ashamed to admit that this wasn't his strategy. I see, and I entirely agree with that sentiment, Aitsa says, backing up slightly and shifting down into a runner's stance, looking up and narrowing his eyes at Carrie's Hima. But as I recall, he said your strategy won't work if I can simply rip you out of the ground with pure power, right? Carrie's Hima smiles, excited to test himself against Aitsa, hardening his fist and clanging them together. Bring it. Recipro, burst. Blue flames burst out of Aitsa's exhausts on both legs, all 12 ports drawing the eyes of everyone as for the first time he shows off his super move, something developed for this tournament, to show his brother how far he's come on the path to being a hero. Arnoi. The cement beneath Aitsa's feet cracks as he rockets forward. Most of the crowd and even the pro heroes can barely recognize him as a blur. Carrie's Hima preemptively hardens as much of his body as he can, crossing his arms in front of his chest and bracing himself. As Aitsa is about to make contact, he finishes his charge with a leap, raising both his feet up to dropkick Carrie's Hima directly against his arms. Over torque. Aitsa screams as he draws out all the power he can from his engine. The hardening on Kirishima's forearms is shattered as the cement around his foot is ripped apart. He rockets out of the arena and slams into the far wall as Aitsa drops to his feet, taking deep breaths as his engines sputter out. The entire arena is silent as most of the people try to understand what they just saw, or more likely, what they didn't see. One moment Aitsa says recipro burst, and the next, the match was over. Aitsa wins. Midnight announces, and the crowd takes that as the cue to go wild. Midnight looks over to Carrie's Hima as he gets to his feet, the skin on his forearms missing along with a massive chunk of the reinforced wall missing where he hit, blood dripping to the grass at his feet. Carrie's Hima. I'm okay. He gladly announces, wincing in pain slightly as he raises his hand to give Aitsa a thumbs up. That was awesome, man. You've been holding out on us. Aitsa gives him a thumbs up and a smile. You certainly were a worthy opponent. Even if he didn't win, many pros in the stands make note of Eijiro Kirishima's manly spirit and tough quirk, contributing greatly to the internship offers he would inevitably receive. While Cementos began working to fix the stage, Aitsa and Carrie's Hima made their exit. Aitsa only shared a polite nod with Yurika as he returned to his locker room to make his way back to his class in the stands. Normally he would have wished her good luck, but with how anxious and focused she was he didn't want to distract her in even the smallest way, and he can't blame her one bit for how she felt. Everyone was listening in earlier when Horizon spoke about this matchup. Tokoyami is an intimidating foe, and Horizon says in this environment she can't win. Aitsa only hopes she will be able to find a path to victory that none of them have been able to see. Aitsa makes it back to the locker room and takes out his phone, deciding to use the TV in the room to not miss any of the match that he surely wouldn't have seen walking back to the stands. Dialing his brother's number, he lifts the phone to his ear as the match begins, seeing Tokoyami give a polite bow to the girl as Midnight begins the match. His brother's voice greets him. You've reached Tensei Aitsa. Sorry, I can't come to the phone right now as I'm currently busy, but if you leave a voicemail, Aitsa hangs up. And at the same time Midnight calls the match, Tokoyami wins. Tokoyami bows politely as they both exit the arena, Urarax looking thoroughly defeated even if she didn't take any direct hits. Dark Shadow simply grappled her and lifted her off the ground to remove her leverage, tossed her out of the ring, defeated by ring out. So quickly, Aitsa mutters, if he had decided to walk to the stands then he would have surely missed the entire match. A moment later Momo enters the waiting room, looking nervous, caught off guard by him still being there. Sorry, I'll leave you to prepare. He gives her a polite nod which she stiffly returns and exits the room. Moments later Momo is walking out of the tunnel and up the stair to the ring. From Class 1A, Momo Yayo Rosa, the crowd goes wild as Momo gives a polite wave. And her opponent, from Class 1B, Juzo Honuki, midnight gestures to the lanky ash-blonde spiky-haired boy, only an inch taller than Momo with large eyes and pale skin, his mouth lacking lips, exposing his blocky teeth entirely for everyone to see, much like ectoplasm. Both combatants give each other a polite yet serious nod before the match begins. I'll have to act first since I don't know his quirk, I need defense and offense, maybe if I can knock him out I can win, otherwise, I'd likely have to begin. Midnight interrupts her thoughts. Momo immediately creates a sword in her left hand and a metal shield on her left, rushing forward. Juzo drops to the floor before she can even take a second step and slams both palms onto the ground. The entire arena suddenly becomes soft, causing both of them to sink into it. Momo sinks up to her neck in barely 4 seconds while Juzo only sinks to his knees, beads of sweat running down his face as he tries to catch his breath. His control was still not perfect, otherwise, he could have simply used his quirk to soften the cement under her feet alone, but because he wanted to make the ground as close to water to sink her as quickly as possible, he lost a bit of control with the affected area. His quirk, softening, it allows him to make any inorganic material into soft mud. The viscosity of the mud is controlled by him of course, but he still hasn't fully mastered his quirk yet. The ground immediately hardens around Momo as Juzo steps out of it. Momo, can you move? Midnight asks, seeing only the girl's head sticking out of the flow. Momo scrunched up her face and shakes her head, unable to bring herself to say the words. Midnight nods in sympathy. Juzo wins. Another near-instant victory. Mike announces as Cementos fixes the stage and frees Momo. As expected from one of our recommended students folks, don't let Class 1A's fame distract you from the talent of Class 1B. We'll be back with the second round after a 10-minute snack break. Those words reach Momo's ears as she walks back to the locker room, and the moment she's alone the dam breaks. Tears begin flowing freely down her cheeks as she sits on a bench in the locker room, quietly sobbing. The mounting pressure being too much for her to take, now feeling as if the teachers agreed that they saw her as so unworthy of being a recommended student that they simply forgot she was. How can I even blame them? Of course, they think I'm unworthy, I'm so useless, I can't do anything right, she berates herself, tears flowing more and more as the volume of her cries increases. More thoughts constantly comparing herself to the other recommended students, to the other students in general, to him of all people. And what feels like a moment later, he walks in, heading to his match with Shinso. Horizon enters the room and quietly closes the door behind him, confidently walking toward the other door to enter the arena. Momo stares at him, trying and failing to stop the tears, stifling her sobs, wanting nothing more than him, the person in UA she admires the most, her gold standard for being confident and capable, the person that has so quickly become somewhat of a hero to her, to reach out and extend a hand to her, to lift her up, like any hero would when they see someone in need. But instead, he walks right past her, not even sparing her a glance as he speaks. Don't cry about your problems, just work to fix them, get better so you don't repeat them. This is so fucking pathetic. Those words were all he needed to tell himself to pull himself together after losing his parents, but here, it only made Momo burst into loud sobs. Being called pathetic by him of all people, it was more than her heart could take at the moment, even if later she would better understand what he really meant. Her sobs continued even as Jiro entered to comfort her, and even as Mike announced the next match. Horizon vs Hitachi Shinso, round 2 of the matches, the quarterfinals begins. Horizon stepped into the arena to the sound of the crowd trying to deafen him with cheers. Looking around he saw people frantically waving at him, giving them a polite wave in response before placing both his hands back in his pants pockets. His PE uniform shirt was still open, exposing the white body glove below and the blue logo printed across its chest, matching the black version on the back of the shirt. Throughout the entire competition, everyone could tell that he's been completely unbothered, strolling past the finish line while everyone else was fighting to survive. And nothing changed as Shinso entered the arena to stand opposite him, wild purple hair and dreary eyes accented by a frown on his lips. Midnight quickly declared the match to begin, setting off the first match of the semifinals. But neither student bothered to move. Horizon stayed rooted in place looking down at the shorter boy, and Shinso looked up at his visor with a bored expression. Even as the crowd fell silent in anticipation, they did nothing. Shinso looks up at the announcer's booth and groans, rubbing the back of his head. I guess since Eraserhead revealed how my quirk works, I certainly can't expect Mr. Miracle himself to be dumb enough to actually talk to me, right? I mean, you're supposed to be a genius even compared to everyone that's ever attended UA, so maybe I should just surrender rather than pushing my luck, right? Even with a quirk like yours, once I get you to talk it's game over, but that'll never happen now that you know how I operate. I just hope I've done enough for the pros to see how useful I can be. Beneath his visor Horizon rolls his eyes, and why would I ever be concerned about some weak, untrained, one-trick pony, that can't do anything without his quirk? The crowd gasps in shock and horror. People all around the world who placed bets on Horizon felt like crying. But Shinso looks confused, shaking his head, not understanding this anomaly. Why isn't my quirk working on you? He asks, feeling his quirk connecting but being shrugged off. TCH, in what world do you, or anyone else for that matter, ever get to tell me what to do? Again brainwashing connects and is shrugged off. This doesn't make sense. I felt it connect. Shinso begins panicking. Did you honestly think your quirk was invincible? Horizon asks, a small chuckle leaving his mouth as he shakes his head. There is no such thing as an invincible quirk or person. Everyone and everything has a weakness. Unfortunately for you, the weakness to your quirk is me. Weakness? Shinso asks, taking a step back in surprise. Your quirk operates on a telepathic foundation, same as Eraserhead, or actual telepathy and body manipulation quirks. Those simply don't work on me without my permission. Horizon shrugs. I've shrugged off people 100 times more powerful than you. He recalls Mindbinder, from the day his parents were taken. That's impossible. Shinso growls out. Yes, I am impossible. I get that a lot. Horizon gloats. My quirk allows me to simply reject quirks that try to manipulate my mind or body, pathetic little things trying to tell me what to do, as if they have any right. See, the only boss of me is me. I simply exist beyond control. So how about you get off my stage, because you're all out of tricks. A with ring above Nu. Shinso feels his emotions swelling, being looked down on once again by someone with a more heroic quirk, by Yue's new golden boy from the sounds of it. All logic demands he take the opportunity to walk away, escape unharmed. He's already proven how useful he is by getting past Zero. But he drops into a fighting stance, untrained and sloppy, but determined, gritting his teeth, charging forward, wanting nothing more than to prove himself, by taking on the top hero course student. Tact. Horizon takes his right hand out of his pocket and flicks his pointer finger toward the sky. One word and no effort seemingly crushes a dream as a thin pillar of cement is raised from the ground and quickly slams into Shinso's torso, lifting him a few meters in the air, folded over the top of the pillar, completely blacked out. Shinso is out. Midnight announces, causing the crowd to go wild yet again. We'll be taking a 5-minute break before the next match to repair the stage. Cementos begins walking over to the stage, intent on using his quirk to safely retrieve Shinso and repair the floor Horizon uprooted. Horizon takes bored steps off the stage, making his way back into the tunnel and to his seat. At least that was his plan. He saw Todoroki standing in the tunnel, ready for his match against Kaminari, intending to pass by his classmate without saying a word. Wait, Todoroki raises a hand to block Horizon as Cementos begins working on the stage. I want to talk to you. The feeling isn't mutual. It's about my father, Todoroki says. Horizon decides not to simply push past him or warp away, curious about what he could learn about Endeavor, the only person with perfect quirk mastery, to his knowledge at least. He takes a step away, almost leaning against the opposite wall, hands still in his pockets. I'm listening. I recently became inspired by my new friend to overcome my past. What? Todoroki takes a deep breath to calm himself, not quite sure how Deku was able to reach out and help people so easily, but determined to do the same thing for Horizon. My quirk, half hot half cold, is the result of a quirk marriage. I already knew that, Horizon says. What? Todoroki looks shocked, not expecting Deku to blab about this. How? Seriously? What are the chances of the most powerful fire quirk making a kid with a quirk that perfectly compensates for its weaknesses? Todoroki nods stiffly. I see, that makes sense. Well, the purpose of all of this was for me to be a stronger hero that All Might himself, something my father could never be, so he forced me into that role. He wanted to create the perfect hero, someone who could do things that nobody else could dream of matching. Horizon nods, prompting Shoto to continue. Because of this, I've been trained since the day I manifested my quirk, non-stop, relentless, torturous training, until my mind and body couldn't take any more, and he just kept going. Eventually, it became too much, and my mother tried to stop it. Shoto winces at the memory of Endeavor hitting his mom. Things only got worse from there. Horizon just nods, not really paying much mind to any of this story, simply not seeing how any of this family drama would involve him. Shoto raises a hand to his scar, drawing Horizon's eyes to it. The suffering and torment I went through, it left scars that can't be seen as easily as this one, the kind of things that I'll be trying to heal for a very long time, on my entire family. He glances to the arena to see the preparations near complete. My friend reached out a hand, to help me move forward and heal from my past, so I'd like to be someone that can do that for you, so that we may move forward together. I want to be someone like him. Horizon blinks a few times, completely confused but seemingly unaffected from what Shoto could see because of his visor. What? To become as strong as you are, even stronger than me. I can't imagine the hell and torment you must have endured from your parents, the way you always speak of them harshly training you, since you were very young. I believe you and I are the same, forced to carry out the desires of our cruel and abusive parents, so we can walk forward together, to carve our own path in this world, as heroes. Betraying all the rage and fury Horizon felt, he simply leaned forward and rests a hand on Shoto's shoulder. Good luck in your match, he says before walking away, leaving Shoto completely confused. Fighting outside of the arena would get him in trouble and put his contract at risk, so he'll save it for when they fought in the next round. Shoto just frowned, looking at Horizon's back as he walks away, oblivious to the surgery preparation already happening, to the operation room he was already standing in. I guess I'm not as good at saving people as you, Midoriya, Shoto mutters as the next match begins. Standing in one of the bathrooms of the stadium, Horizon is leaning forward, both hands down on the counter. This was one of the bathrooms only accessible to students on the upper levels, and he was currently using it to get some control of himself. From beneath his visor he stared into the mirror, but instead of seeing the visor starting back, he saw Matani, face bare, pacing around shouting and screaming. All the emotions he felt when Todoroki began running his mouth, insulting his family, making his insane assumptions. He needs to pay, the reflection says, his voice in a low growl as it stands in front of the sink, glaring at Horizon. People need to learn not to make assumptions about our family, not to talk about them. Yeah, I'll educate him, Horizon says in response, and they both nod at that. Logic and reason gone the moment someone mentions his parents in such a way. Kaminari is frozen in place. Mick's voice echoes through the halls and into the bathroom. That means Todoroki advances to the semifinals, and his next opponent will be Horizon. Horizon stands up properly, smiling at the announcement, a smile shared by his reflection, his inner voice. Looks like I'll get my chance. He mutters before leaving the room. Normally he'd just warp back to his seat instead of taking the short walk, but at the moment he couldn't. One of the few times he's vulnerable is when preparing for an operation, such as right now. Normally he'd be safe in a private room with his patient, make contact once, find what he wants to extract, then gather the energy to make it happen. But this was different. He didn't have the luxury of keeping in contact with his next patient. He simply had to make contact for barely a few seconds, locate his target, then break contact and begin focusing his energy. And right now he was still entirely focused on Todoroki, who was walking through the locker room. Using another technique would disrupt this and restart the process, and he'd rather not take the chance. He also wouldn't recover any of this spent energy or the sum used to keep open a room that could spend nearly half the stadium to keep them both inside it. Most notably thus far he used this technique to extract the drugs from the son of a patient in Dubai. He's so focused that he doesn't respond while passing by Tokoyami, just giving his classmate a polite nod as he heads to his waiting room. And he pays no attention to Aitsa's phone conversation, but at a glance he sees tears rolling down the boy's face, a petrified expression seizing him. Immediately shoving that to the back of his mind, it was simply not his problem. RES. Arriving back to where his class was seated, he stands at the back almost against the wall, noticing Momo and Jiro sitting at the front. Jiro turns around to shoot him a dirty look while Momo doesn't respond to his return. What the hell is her problem? He wonders, genuinely not understanding how his words weren't seen as encouragement. It's how he's always been raised to think after all. Horizon remains at the back with his arms folded across his chest. Everyone could somehow feel the subtle anger radiating off him, wisely deciding not to bother him for idle chatter. And a moment later Tokoyami and Juzo take the stage. And now for the last bout of the quarterfinals. Midnight announces, catching everyone off guard. Unfortunately Tenya Aitsa had to leave early for a family emergency, so after this match, Bakugo automatically advances to the next round. Bakugo gets visibly enraged at that, not having the full challenge he wanted to prove that he's the undisputed best. Now if he wins people would be able to doubt his victory because of this free pass to the semifinals. Horizon also sees Deku sitting with Yurika. She takes out her phone immediately, likely to text Aitsa. Deku had both his hands in casts, his right arm as well, and both his legs were covered in bandages, along with his torso. The pennies are adding up. Horizon thinks, noticing the scars and newly crooked fingers on Deku's right hand as the girl walks past him, phone to her ear to call Aitsa. Now on to the match. Midnight gestures to Tokoyami. Class 1 as Dark Samurai himself, Tokoyami, and his seemingly invincible quirk, Dark Shadow, versus. She gestures to Juzo. Class 1 BS leading star, Juzo Honuki, and his versatile quirk, Softening. Are you ready? Both boys nod, staring blankly at each other. Begin. Darg. Before Tokoyami can even summon Dark Shadow, Juzo slams both palms into the ground, using his super move. Muddy Swamp. Juzo yells out. A super move. Mick's shocked voice electrifies the audience. Looks like the recommended student is here to show out. Before Tokoyami could even summon his quirk, Juzo had already softened the entire stage, causing the bird boy to sink up to his neck into the softened cement before making it thick enough to completely trap him, exactly like he did to defeat Momo. Juzo pants a few times, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead, still standing ankle deep on the softened floor. Done, you're immobilized. Class 1B is here to show out too. Mike screams, echoed by the crowd. Seeing Tokoyami breaking out into a cold sweat, his expression changing to one of pain and terror in a heartbeat, Midnight moves to end the match. Talk. No. Tokoyami interrupts her, drawing all eyes to him as the stadium and Juzo silently wait to see what he does. Too much darkness, can't control. Dark Shadow, stop. The softened cement around Tokoyami ripples. Juzo immediately slams his palms into the floor and hardens it into solid cement once more, trapping Tokoyami and his own ankles in the floor. But Tokoyami keeps struggling. It's too much. Dark Shadow? No. The entire arena cracks and begins breaking apart as Juzo looks down horrified, feeling something moving below, shaking the entire stage. RRRRRRAAARGGHH. An explosion of cement and dust shakes the entire arena. A gust of wind much smaller than Deku's finger flicks rushes past the crowd in every direction. The 10-meter-tall outline of Tokoyama's shadow monster quirk manifests for all to see, screaming and roaring in a way that made most of the attending pro heroes recoil in fear. Blood curling and throats drying up, sweating profusely at the terrifying aura of destructive force. A moment later the dust is cleared up and everyone gets a glimpse at the massive shadow demon before the sunlight beats it back into submission, causing it to shrink back into the docile dark shadow. I'm sorry Fumi, it politely says, shyly kneading its hands together as the boy is on his hands and knees on the completely destroyed stage trying to catch his break. Juzo. Tokoyami yells, looking around for his opponent, terrified at the idea of hurting him while everyone just stared in shock. Off a fair distance away, he sees the walkway leading to the stage ripple and a hand comes out. Juzo crawls out as if it were a swimming pool with a small bruise on his face, and stands up. I'm okay. I softened the ground before I hit, he announces happily. That's one serious quirk. I'll say, Midnight says, causing all eyes to move to her as she pushes some rubble off herself, pieces of her hero costume torn to show off some of the bruises that attack gave her. Juzo is out of bounds. Tokoyami advances to the next round. The crowd erupts into cheers, but cutting through it all were the words of pro heroes considering everything they just saw. Those kids are amazing. Did you see how strong that bird guy was? I bet he'll be a top pro once he can control his quirk. Yeah, no kidding, he's already stronger than me. That mud kid was amazing too, his instincts are insane. And he reacts quickly too. I guess both classes are good huh, not just 1A. Yeah well he is a recommended student, what do you really expect? The chatter goes on and Midnight announces the short intermission for Cementos to repair the arena, again. Strong in darkness and weak in light, Horizon thinks as he considers what he just saw. Tokoyami said that he's here to learn to control his quirk, but from the way he speaks it's all mental. His quirk isn't really the type that you can train to increase the power, so he's all mastery and equipment to change the variables at play. I wonder if he sleeps with all the light on too. Hey Horizon, Kendo snaps him out of his thoughts by tapping his shoulder, leaning up slightly to get in his face. Kendo, what's up? He asks, putting aside his anger for the moment. Just here to congratulate you, well more like congratulate your class. Juzo was our last chance to win a medal, but I guess it's all class 1A from here, she shrugs. I guess that's one way to look at things, he says. Our 4 strongest are in the semifinals, but it looks like I'll be beating Bakugo in the finals. That confident huh? My quirk lets me see the future, he says casually. Really? No, but that's part of the benefit of my quirk. You've got no idea what I can do, he shrugs. Kendo blushes slightly, not from any infatuation at all, but from falling for his simple trick. Well if you can warp, heal, make electricity, and use telekinesis, foresight really isn't that big of a leap in logic. I suppose that's a fair conclusion with the information you have. I should get to the waiting room, time for my big debut. Oh, right, good luck, we're all rooting for you. She enlarges her fist to give him a thumbs up. If I win do I get a giant cookie? Well, Yui thinks you're cool, I think. Kinda hard to tell since she doesn't really talk, but Shiozaka says she thinks that. I'm sure she won't mind, Kendo says with a slightly nervous smile. I'll look forward to it. Making his way to the temporary locker room 10 minutes early Horizon feels his surgery preparation complete, now freeing him up to use other techniques without resetting his progress. Breathing a sigh of relief he no longer feels restricted, always hating that feeling of having limits put on him. Eventually, he rounds the final corner, sees the locker room at the end of the hallway, and sees his ideal internship choice standing right in front of it. Too bad it was also the person his parents were assumed to act like. Endeavor turns to look directly at Horizon, seeing the boy walking toward him, visor unreadable, and Endeavor's expression matching it entirely. With flames on his shoulders, boots, arms, and face to form his mask, only leaving his red hair exposed and his body covered by a dark blue skin-tight suit. His hulking 6 feet 5-195 cm figure was actually taller than Horizon, if barely. Weighing 260 pounds 118 kg of muscle, clearly defined by his bodysuit, truly an intimidating vision and presence. The man with the world record for incidents resolved, far surpassing even that of All Might. Someone so useful that despite his coarse manner of speaking to others he's still risen to being the number 2 hero. With only pure effort and usefulness, Horizon's gold standard for heroes. Horizon, Endeavor says. Since you're the boy's next opponent. Endeavor suddenly finds himself outside the stadium under a few trees. Warped away without him noticing any movement at all from Horizon. TCH, that truly is as annoying as I expected. He mutters while angrily making his way back to the stadium. But if anyone can truly push Shoto to his limits, it's him. His greatest obstacle to be the undisputed strongest hero, Horizon, standing in the tunnel leading to the arena. Todoroki watches the crowd once again lose themselves as Midnight announces his next match. With a sigh he raises his left hand, creating a small flickering flame in his palm. Midoriya, you showed me what it means to be a hero, to help people. He crushes the flame in his hand, snuffing it out. But I don't know how ready I am to start moving forward, but maybe I can help someone else. He sees Horizon enter the arena, hands in his pockets, not waving to the audience at all. Something is off, Shoto realizes. Horizon's showmanship was suddenly taking a back seat. He was far more serious. After Midnight announces his name, Shoto begins slowly walking to the arena, his mind working overtime to go over his plan one last time. An exercise in futility. Freeze him as fast as possible. If that fails and he summons his sword, I can use my heat to displace the air slashes. He thinks, keeping it simple and adaptive. Are both of you ready? Midnight asks, and neither boy reacts. Horizon just looks down on Shoto, and he looks up at Horizon who was towering over him. only 10 meters between them. But from this far away the presence of Horizon felt more intense, as if he went from being mildly annoyed at everyone to being outright pissed. All for a reason Shoto couldn't understand. Okay, Midnight said awkwardly, begin. Todoroki immediately lowers his stance, feeling the right side of his body cool down. A thick layer of ice spreads across the arena, cracking and breaking up before reaching Horizon. Heaven-piercing ice wall. The ice on the floor erupts into a sharp burst of ice thrusting up at Horizon, and the moment it's about to make contact. Shambles? His vision is suddenly blocked as Horizon appears in front of him, his right hand outstretched already and touching Shoto's chest. Mess? HNG. Todoroki stumbles back, vision going blurry for a moment as he drops to one knee, breathing heavily. He looks up, trying and barely forcing himself to stand, seeing Horizon looking down on him with both hands at his sides. Stumbling back one more time, Shoto raises his right arm, trying to launch more ice, only for him to feel as if he got the wind knocked out of him. Wincing in pain and nearly doubling over, he sees Horizon tilt his head slightly. My Quirk. You really should have kept your mouth shut, Horizon says before stepping forward, connecting a solid right cross to Shoto's face. His vision goes black for a moment as he feels his body crumple toward the floor, only for searing pain on his head as Horizon catches him by the hair, holding him up. Todoroki's words fail, seeing blood dripping from his mouth, 3 teeth clattered across the floor. So weak, Horizon says, holding Todoroki by the hair a few inches off the floor, much to the horror of everyone watching. Fighting through the pain, Todoroki raises his right hand to Horizon's face, intent on using his quirk once more. Shambles? They both appear a few meters away at the ice structure Shoto made, with Horizon slamming him into it face first. Shambles? They appear at a different piece of the ice and Horizon smashes his face in one more time. Todoroki hangs limply in his hand, easily getting tossed back to the middle of the arena, rolling a few times before crumpling to the floor, blood running down his face from his mouth and forehead as Horizon walks up to him. Nigerian Nairo. Shoto fights through the pain, forcing himself to sit up, looking up at Horizon with confusion and anger, glaring as best he can with a bloody face. Midnight raises a hand to her earpiece as Horizon casually walks over to Shoto. Nisa, he's gonna kill him, she mutters. No he won't, Nisa says. He's being a bit rougher than usual, clearly something is off, but he won't kill him. The risk isn't worth it. What the hell does that mean? Midnight wonders, seeing Horizon standing above Shoto. So he won't kill him because of the risk instead of because it would be the wrong thing to do, not much of a hero. Shoto once again fruitlessly thrusts his hand forward, this time his left hand, trying desperately to make a flame so Horizon would have to back away, adrenaline and fear gripping his heart and mind as nothing happens. And in response Horizon only tilts his head, hearing the audience murmuring, trying to figure out what happened. You still haven't realized? Your quirk doesn't work anymore. HNGH. Todoroki's swollen and bloody mouth can't even form words, but the audience echoes his confusion. Horizon sighs, deciding to start his big debut scene now. He can already hear the people all around the world constantly screaming his name, and he'd get to teach Todoroki never to talk about his family again. Your quirk has 3 simple weaknesses, Horizon says. Overuse your right side and you get frostbite, left side leads to heat exhaustion, but even if you could perfectly control them, you still need stamina. All I did was remove the source of your stamina, and without it, your body won't allow you to activate that quirk, no matter how badly you want it. Todoroki looks up at him, not understanding what he meant at all, then stares down at his hands, currently kneeling before Horizon, trying and failing to create fire or ice. Here, let me show you. Horizon holds out a hand, and in it appears a beating heart, red and healthy, preserved in a jelly-like clear cube. Your stamina engine. Todoroki's heavy labored breathing suddenly becomes desperate panicked pants, sweating profusely as he grips his chest, tearing at his shirt and undershirt. His body and mind flooded with panic and fear, all while some of the audience reel back in horror or lose their lunch. That his freaking heart. Mike screams, followed by terrified murmurs all around the stadium. A moment later Shoto rips open his top, exposing his creamy skin, well-defined abs, and a square hole in the middle of his chest where his heart should be. He completely freezes, looking into his own body. Even more people lose their lunch as the cameras focus on him and the beating heart in Horizon's hand. Don't worry, you'll be fine unless something happens to this. Horizon gestures to the heart, then give it a light squeeze. Shoto screams out, clutching his hollow chest and doubling over. Oh, don't be such a baby, I barely touched it, Horizon scoffs. Todoroki reaches up, still in immense pain he desperately reaches for his heart, only for Horizon to take one step back taunting him. This should teach you never to talk about my family, Horizon says, clear for everyone to hear him. He raises his free hand, summoning his sword to his palm, and immediately swings down. No. Midnight rips her costume, releasing a pink mist. But he'd already slashed Shoto, slashing his head diagonally, seemingly killing him. Everyone reels back in horror but Horizon dodges Midnight's whip before warping away, just in time to avoid Cementoss's cement attack, a wave of the substance trying to swallow him. He's not dead. Horizon yells, causing both pros to freeze, still glaring at him, but their eyes flicker off to the side for a moment. They see Todoroki cut into 2 pieces on the floor, his arm reaching out randomly, confused and dizzy. And Endeavor is already kneeling beside him, not sure if he should reach out and help or just wait. frozen in fear and confusion, all his flames currently shut off as his world crumbles apart. Midnight is the first in the arena to snap to her senses, everyone else still staring in shock. Horizon. This must be one of your quirks, start explaining or you're disqualified, she says, ignoring whatever interests Nizo had in the boy, unable to stand by as someone possibly kills one of her students. Horizon straightens up, still surrounded by the pink mist she was emitting, her quirk, Somnambulist, a powerful sleeping agent that's even more potent against men. Quirk, singular, he says, straightening up and summoning his scabbard onto the blade, holding his sword in his left hand and Shoto's heart in his right as he makes his grand reveal. My quirk gives me multiple abilities, each capable of being a powerful quirk on their own. He looks at the surprised faces of the crowd. Until now many people either didn't bother trying to solve his quirk or assumed it was some sort of spatial control ability. Obviously, everyone has seen my warping, he shrugs. And you all know about my healing, but amputate, those are my ranged slashes. He lifts his sword to draw their eyes to it. A lot of range and they divide things as they are, overcoming feeble things like resistance and material composition. If it exists, I can divide it. We thought those were air/. Midnight says. And now you know better, I simply cut reality, he says with a humorous tone, as if suppressing a giggle at all the surprised faces. Any living thing I cut with the ranged slashes is harmlessly divided, of course. He raises the beating heart. Next I suppose is countershock. It lets me generate electricity. Tact, again, not telekinesis, I just order the world to move and it obeys. Booster shot, temporary surge in physical strength. Injection shot, invisible bullets that also ignore defenses, they only do internal damage. And a few other things I'll keep up my sleeve, but that's all everyone has seen me use today. You'll have to keep watching for more, he says casually, enjoying all the murmuring from the crowd. What kind of quirk is that? Midnight asks, both intrigued and wary of him, no longer sure if he was even human. A virtually endless bag of tricks, the ability to manipulate the world around me in whatever way I desire, that's the power of my quirk, Hand of God. He boldly announces. Japan's first, and the world's second, mystery class quirk. For a long moment, everyone is so surprised that they're silent. Then realization hits. They have a mystery class quirk. A superhuman prodigy at UA, training to protect them, to be a hero and fight for them. They have a new top-tier hero right in front of them. And the crowd goes absolutely wild, screaming and cheering to the point that Horizon felt as if they were trying to rupture his eardrums. Oh, and one more thing. He makes a show of taking a deep breath, pulling in as much of Midnight's sleeping gas as possible before breathing out, and everyone gets quiet to listen in, excited to learn more about their future superhero. Mortal ailments and diseases don't really work on me because, well, you get it, right? He asks jokingly, seeing Midnight just blankly staring at him as he shrugs off her quirk. But hey, at least you smell good. She blushes slightly at that but quickly looks unamused as he walks over to Shoto and Endeavor. You can have this back, he says to them, tossing the heart down at Shoto only for Endeavor to quickly react, snapping out of his trance and gently catching it. Next time he runs his mouth about my family I won't be putting him back together for you. Horizon snaps his fingers, and Shoto's pieces flicker about for a moment before he appears perfectly assembled on the floor in front of his dad, completely unconscious from the shock of being divided and the heart attack. Todoroki is unable to battle. Horizon wins, Midnight announces in a confused and worried voice, immediately running over to Shoto and calling some medical robots to help her. Endeavor barely snaps out of his stupor as the robots arrive with a stretcher, and by the time he looks across the arena, Horizon is long gone. Another person he was destined to play second place to suddenly appeared. Sitting in the locker room, Horizon idly scrolls through his Yay page, watching his follower count climb to 20 million as his name is trending. His mind no longer as angry now that he's slapped Todoroki around a bit. Kamino Ward, Tokyo, Japan. Sitting in his large chair, All for One mutes Shigeriki's video call and turns to Dr. Gariki, who sat beside him, narrating the action of what happens on screen since All for One had no eyes, only seeing with infrared. While Shigariki was ranting about how unfair it is for the heroes to have that cheat code called Horizon, the adults decided to have a constructive conversation. A mystery class quirk, Gariki says. To think a third would appear so early, and within our very own borders. But this is also problematic. Nizu has him in that fortress 6 days a week, All for One says. We can't get to him in there unless I go in person. Even if we send Gigantomachy, he can't capture someone who will warp away. Neither can you, at least not yet, Gariki says. My sources within the Hero Commission are slow but useful. Apparently Nizu kept his information from them as well. But even if that plan works, is engaging him truly wise? Gariki asks. Mystery class quirks are head and shoulders above all others. That was the reason we sent Arsenal to kill that girl all those years ago in America. Too bad her sister also had the same quirk that damn Star and Stripe. Yes, but this time I'm sure we can have some leverage to bring him to us, and I'll be using Shakedown. That will kill you. Gariki yells. Relax, doctor. All for One chuckles at his friend's worry. I won't be using it directly, we'll place it in a Nomu. I won't have enough time to clone it in that case with the amount of Nomus we're currently making, but I suppose with a quirk like that you only need one use. Precisely, we simply need to wait for our spies to do their job. All for One then unmutes Shigeriki's screen and the incessant rambling about the unfairness of this whole situation continues, causing both men to groan in annoyance. Since the appearance of this new walking miracle, All for One couldn't care any less for his apprentice, now only keeping him around to hurt All Might. Both he and Dr. Gariki were counting down the days until they could dispose of him. Off the coast of New York, standing atop a next-gen X-class fighter jet, America's #1 hero stands tall, moving 3,000 kilometers per hour, the wind blowing her long blonde hair. Standing at 6 feet 4-193 cm, the same height as La, but slightly more muscular. Her entire costume is styled like an American flag, her cape made of red and white stripes, long and flowing, blonde hair modeled after All Might's, and the entire skin-tight suit is red and blue with the same stripes as her cape mixed in. Metal bracing around her midsection and shoulders purely for aesthetics. Smiling proudly, Star and Stripe, America's #1 hero, and currently the single most powerful person in the world. Casually walking across the hull of the black jet under her feet, as if it weren't even moving, Star makes her way to the front and leans forward, looking through the glass to wave at the pilot. Inside she sees a brown-skinned man seemingly made of rock, average height and build but shaped strangely, with a bushy white mustache, hand on the flight juke controlling the aircraft. "How is the sports festival going?" Star asks Commander Agpar. "The first semi-final match is starting," he says. "It's Endeavor's son against that Horizon kid. Did All Might make an appearance yet?" Star asks, her inner fanboy coming out. "How about we deal with this nuke, then you can watch it yourself. He'll probably only show up for the medal ceremony." They're both cut off by a beeping in their ears. Star immediately stands upright atop the plane and folds her arms across her chest, focusing her eyes to see kilometers away. "It's on the radar now, get ready," Agpar says. "Yeah, I can see it," she says. "Fly directly into the nuke. Let's make this quick so I don't miss All Might's appearance. You keep an eye on the tournament for me." "Damn evolutionists," Agpar grumbles. "If we could just bait out their leaders we'd be able to lock them all up. Bunch of cowards won't show up as long as you're in America." "Can't blame them," Star chuckles. "I'm the strongest woman in the world." They both immediately notice the dot on the horizon, the nuclear missile heading directly for Manhattan, powerful enough to crater the entire island. After Agpar sets them on a collision course, he turns back to his phone, watching the sports festival live as Star deals with the nuke. There couldn't a more relaxed duo in the face of a superweapon. As the missile gets close enough, Star activates her own Mr. Class quirk. "New order, the atmosphere around me will gather and materialize into an avatar of me, 1,000 times my size." Star decrees, and her quirk makes it so. Around and behind her the air gets heavy, invisible to the naked eye, but to her, she saw a naked version of herself, a colossus of solid air with the jet at the waist. Smiling fearlessly as the missile gets closer, she throws a quick jab, and the avatar does the same, making contact head-on with the missile and detonating it a kilometer away. Star and Agpar fly directly toward it, not that they had a choice with the jet already being inside the 10 kilometers blast radius. 2310 technology truly is no laughing matter after all. With a thought she deactivates her order, and the avatar immediately disappears. She extends her right arm forward after quickly moving to stand at the very nose of the plane, making sure the blast wave would hit her before the plane. "New order, the nuclear explosion and connected shockwave will compress into a spear for me to throw." The moment the shockwave touches her hand, exactly what she said occurs. "New order, the mystery class quirk, bestowing the wielder with the voice of God, allowing her to speak and bend reality, with limitations of course. A common trend between the two quirks of this class to exist. While Hand of God makes the user act as God, imposing their will on the world with them standing at the center of their universe, this simply allows the user to become the voice of God, imposing their will on reality through words. While Hand of God has much less limits after an ability is created, New Order allows its user to effectively change the world at will, but the trade is that New Order has many more requirements for activation. But Hand of God has clear limits in itself, such as the way it can only exert that much will onto other living beings, making Law unable to simply grab people and toss them around while alive. Or the fact that every time Law uses shambles he first locates the object or person within his room. The more focus and energy he takes to perform an in-depth scan of the area, the faster he will run out of stamina. It is for this reason he doesn't simply use dust particles to warp about, as focusing on them would completely drain him after 2 or 3 warps at best. Anything an average human would be able to see and hold is many orders of magnitude easier and more energy efficient. But neither Hand of God nor New Order can do truly anything, simply because God cannot tamper with free will. If these truths were made public, the classification would almost unanimously change from mystery class to divine class. So it's to the surprise of no one when the nuclear explosion compresses into a spear shorter than Star herself. Holding the red spear of energy and force in her grasp, Star rears back her arm and puts her back into a throw. With her immense physical power, currently the strongest on the planet, combined with the weightless nature of the spear itself, the clouds above them shatter as a red trailing beam is left in the wake of her throw, saving millions of lives and doing more than most of the world's heroes can, with 2 simple commands. The strength of mastery level 80, mystery class quirk. 1 vs 1, compared to every other combatant on the planet, at least in their current state, Star and Stripe is entirely invincible. She simply will not lose. Agpar simply sits back and continues watching the sports festival, even as a beam of red energy rockets toward the sky and pierces the outer atmosphere, sending the nuclear blast safely into space. Star, Agpar says, a hint of concern in his voice. I'm changing our route to Washington, D.C. What's going on? Did President Harrison call? No, but he will. Apparently his doctor is Japan's new rising star. Star chuckles at that Horizon kid, not surprising since he can warp. Yeah, not just warp, looks like you aren't the only mystery class anymore. Star's smile falters as she stands with her arms folded, raising a finger to tap her chin as she considers what this may mean for them and the world. Then her smile returns. Well then, I can't wait to meet him. Sitting in the waiting room, Horzian is leaning back in a metal chair by the wooden table, lockers, and benches on either side of him as he taps his fingers on the surface. In front of him was his phone, face up showing his profile, the follower count now breaking past 50 million. He didn't bother returning to the stands after his match. Tokoyami was already in the tunnel by the time he defeated Todoroki, so he simply warped back into the waiting room. Currently, Cementos was still fixing the arena, but the world was already reacting. 900 million, that's the goal, he mutters to himself, seeing the follower count begin to plateau. If I can get to All Might's follower count, then I know I'm in a spot comparable to the best hero in history. That'll give me all the leverage I need. His plan was simple. For most it would be impossible, but for him, it was a set of basic steps that pose barely any challenge. First, he would need to make his grand debut, which he did against Todoroki, albeit a bit angrier than he intended. Now the entire world knows he's a mystery class, everyone will want to have him on their side, assuming they didn't already want him as a miracle doctor. His following and influence would immediately balloon, which he can easily track as online followers for a simple metric, keeping the goal to surpass All Might in influence and reach simple. Next, he simply has to finish up his match against Bakugo and win this tournament, proving he's a truly peerless student with unfathomable potential. After a few simple months, he'd get his provisional license and start doing actual hero work to continue growing, and if things go as planned he'll enter the top 10 pro hero ranking the minute he graduates. Then a few more years of this hero crap, and by that time All Might will be retired or dead, so naturally people will look to me as his next replacement, and I'll be their perfect symbol of peace until I get what I want. He smiles at the thought of that, having the entire country, maybe the entire world groveling at his feet. He'd finally be able to fix his mistake and bring his family back together. Then they'd never have to set foot in Japan again. Click. Horizon looks up to see Nizo entering the room, his tablet held under his arm as he reaches up to lock the door behind himself. Here to congratulate me, he asks jokingly. I never doubted you, but you were a bit rougher than expected, Nizo says while taking a seat beside Horizon, placing his tablet on the table and taking out his phone as well. You knocked out some of his teeth, not to mention the things you did with your Quirk. I barely touched him, he'll get over it, Horizon scoffs. Nizo just sighs and shakes his head, not at all surprised by this response. And yet he's still in shock laying in the infirmary. Nizo shakes his head. Anyway, you said that he mentioned your parents. I assume what he said couldn't have been good. But I never expected behavior like that from Todoroki. He made assumptions and tried meddling where he shouldn't. He won't make that mistake again, and now everyone else knows not to do the same, Horizon growls out. And what did he? I'm done talking about this. Nizo bites his tongue and just nods. Understood. After a long pause, he realizes Horizon was in a bad mood from simply recalling whatever Todoroki said and decides to change the subject. Aren't you going to ask why I'm here? Arnu. No, but you'll tell me anyway. Fair enough. So, reality. That's one way to put it. Yes, it ignores all defense and material composition, can even warp gate to make them collapse. But you couldn't just dice up the USJ Nomu because super regeneration, it acts like stitches pulling the parts back together. I don't think all will be that fast, but for that one it was. It's like since the Nomu is so full of energy and reactive stem cells they start growing to reach out and reconnect, even if I don't technically hurt them. I see, and I assume the injection shot bullets operate the same, but they somehow do real internal damage. Pretty much. Nizo sits back in his chair just taking in the power of his Quirk, understanding that there was still so much he didn't know, and would certainly never be allowed to know. By definition mystery class quirks are beyond human and scientific comprehension. He knew no matter how hard he tries, and how much time he has, without law explaining it he'd never get any closer to figuring it out. I assume you're banning my sword, Horizon says. Oh, most definitely. Many people were concerned seeing a student cut into pieces, and the morality of removing a person's heart is still being questioned. It's not like it killed him, Horizon shrugs. Well, Panto already called me the moment you made the reveal. She'll be calling back any minute now to discuss the contract we all agreed to. Hearing that Horizon sits up, is she trying to change it? She didn't say, but I decided no matter what she wants everyone who signed it should be in agreement, seeing as we all have much to lose and gain from it. Horizon just nods and leans back, trying to clear his mind. Not even a minute later Nizo's phone rings. He immediately answers and puts it on speaker, resting it on the table between them. You're on speaker, Nizo says. Only Horizon and I are here. President Panto was the name on the screen, the head of Japan's Hero Public Safety Commission. Good, her calm and feminine voice flows through the phone. Let's skip the pleasantries, I just got off the phone with a lot of very powerful people, they don't want Horizon taking the hero route. Nizu doesn't react, expecting this outcome, simply nodding along. Because they want to keep their potential miracle elixir safe. Essentially yes, people aren't comfortable with the man that can cure and heal any non-genetic disorder putting himself in danger like a common hero. He's been deemed an invaluable resource, a Class 0 security case. What? Horizon asks, not understanding what that means. That classification list was created by the United Nations, Nizu says. Until now the only Class 0 was me, people deemed too valuable to mankind to allow any risk in ensuring their safety. That's why UA is able to become an armed fortress in such a restrictive nation like Japan. That's putting it lightly, Panta says. UA is all but its own sovereign nation, I can't even send officials on campus without presidential approval. Not to mention any action Japan takes against UA needs United Nations approval, plus every other country wants Nizu to live in their borders. Okay, so what does this mean for me? Horizon asks. Whatever you want, Panta says. Money, influence, land, we'll get you whatever you want, and provide full-time 24-hour security, not that you need it. But we can't take the risk of losing you. What about my parents? I don't alter or renegotiate contracts, and I definitely never ever break them. If I change anything then I want them out. Horizon was a hair away from angrily growling out those words. Even now the idea of not completing a contract as he agreed to made him sick. They can't just be let out that easily, Panta says. Look, your mom killed a lot of powerful people, and a lot of people between her and her targets got killed too. She was the most effective killer in the world and everyone knows that, which means all the powerful people in every country in the world want her locked up, forever, because she is one of the few people who could kill most of them. If we let someone like that out with any kind of deal suddenly big countries and companies stop trading with Japan, or start pressuring us in other ways. How bad is it? And how soon can they get out? Horizon asks. It'll be at least a few more years, Panta says. And as for how badly, well the last time you spoke to them I had them moved into solitary and they'll be there until release. A lot of powerful people were lobbying for immediate execution but I sold them a story about getting intel from them to buy time. They've been in solitary since Christmas. Horizon sits back for a moment and considers his options, then decides to just test the waters a bit. Okay, and if I drop out of UA and take the safe life, what's the deal to get them out? Uncertain, I'd have to move some things around. Don't like that, Horizon says, tapping the table a few times. Guess I'm staying in the hero course. But the risk is fine, he cuts her off. See, I'm gonna be Japan's greatest superhero, unrivaled. I'll fulfill the contract the three of us agreed to in a few years, then you do your part and get them out of Tartarus, because otherwise, things get messy. Are you threatening a government official? Panta could hardly believe what she was hearing. No, that's not very heroic at all, but if say, you break the contract, or try some underhanded government bullshit to stop me from being a hero, or I so much as sense any foul play, this story goes from me being a hero to protect all the idiots that can't defend themselves, to everyone counting how many people, and heroes, and cities, get between me and you, and I just don't think you have enough. A pregnable silence fills the room, the air tense in anticipation of Panta's response, until a soft and defeated sigh sounds through the phone. All right, she says. I'll try to get them out before approaching you again with this offer. I technically don't have any legal grounds to stop you from being a hero, so this was all a matter of your choice anyway. Not that any legal red tape would work with Nizu in your corner. Very true, Nizu says. Look on the bright side of things, Horizon says to her. You'll get an unbeatable superhero, Nizu gets his new symbol of peace, and I get my parents back. You keep your end of the deal and everyone wins. Simple. I'll take care of it, Panta says. I suppose the only thing left is to congratulate you on winning the sports festival. The first step to being your next symbol of peace, Horizon says jokingly. Right. She abruptly hangs up. So did that go how you expected? Horizon asks Nizu. Entirely. He looks at Nizu skeptically. You really predicted that even being a miracle elixir isn't enough to get my parents out? Really? Of course, Nizu says. Humans at their core are fragile and scared creatures. For most of the powerful people that could sway such a decision, releasing the best contract killer in history, the person most likely to eliminate them or their families, simply isn't worth protecting a miracle elixir that they'd likely never need or use for themselves or their loved ones. I see, because people never think bad things will happen to them. They never think they'll be the one to get sick, just like those idiots who run around playing hero never think they'll be the one to have a villain track them back to their family. Sadly, that is the nature of being human. You all think you're so special and unique, and that very fact makes you all the same. Is that how you think I view things? Horizon asks, a soft curiosity in his voice. Nizu looks at him a bit surprised. Is that not how you see yourself? Special and unique, unlike anyone else. I figured that's why you're so harsh on others. It's not that simple. We've got some time, Nizu says, gesturing to the screen in the corner showing the stage now about to be completely repaired. Horizon thinks about his words for a moment, then speaks, his voice taking a softer and kinder tone, an almost startling change from his blunt and abrasive way of speaking. When I was a kid, he says, when I first asked my parents to teach me medicine, fighting, this was even before I knew how to use my quirk, they never held back. It was tough, but I did it, because it's what's expected of me. Push me, break me, watch me fall, and just wait as I pick myself back up, over and over and over. It taught me a lot, and they taught me a lot. I knew I was different, smarter, stronger Quirk, just better than anyone else. But it wasn't enough. I had to train and study every day for years, until I figured out what it means to be truly perfect. The world doesn't slow down for you to learn, so I had to learn fast or deal with the pain of failure, and there was a lot of pain, but it made me stronger. It made me the culmination of everything they are in my own ways, and I couldn't be happier to be who I am now. I just wish they were here with me to see it. But coming to this place, honestly, I don't expect anyone to ever match me, no pro, no classmate. But I despise people who clearly aren't trying hard enough to live up to their full potential. I don't care if they want to live a life of mediocrity, but I've worked too hard and sacrificed too much for them to think they're my equal or even comparable just because they're a pro or in my class. And I especially don't like when they think we're the same. We just aren't the same. People who never try to be more than they currently are, than the world tells them they are, those people don't deserve to ever stand beside me, and sadly almost everyone I've met here is doing exactly that. But at least most of them know their place by now. As for things like quirks, since we're training to be heroes it matters a lot, some are just so obsolete that they should never have gotten this far. But once a quirk can be truly useful I don't really care so long as the user has decent mastery of it. But some people are just so pathetic. 10 years with a quirk yet you still break your arm to throw a punch, or can only control half the quirk, or don't even know what your quirk actually does. I'm stuck in a classroom with that after all I've done, and you expect me to just play nice, really? I see. Nizu nods solemnly, taking a moment to consider everything he just heard. Now gaining a deeper understanding of how Horizon thinks. So you don't like when people think they are your equal, without living their life always giving their all, constantly going plus ultra. Not plus ultra, Horizon says. That means to go beyond your limits. I have no limits, I just am. But the point is they just don't try hard enough. A massive ego, Nizu thinks. Powered by years of hard work, boosted to absurd levels by his superhuman talent, and all balanced by apathy toward anyone or thing not relevant to him, a dangerous sociopathic combination, especially with such a powerful quirk. Well, this certainly taught me a lot, Nizu says happily, hopping down from his chair. Like what? Horizon asks. Well, the only time you ever speak with such care and love in your voice, is when you speak about your parents. I think that's the most important thing to take away from this. Now I'll let you get ready for your next match. He gestures to the screen in the corner. Turning to it Horizon sees Tokoyami pinned down by Bakugo, a constantly exploding palm held close to dark shadow like a flashlight. Guess it's time to wrap this up. Watching Horizon walk onto the stage, back to his showmanship, waving at the adoring crowd, Bakugo can't help but feel his adrenaline start pumping. His breath became hitched. Standing in the entrance tunnel hidden away for a few seconds longer he walks over to the wall and places his forehead against the cool concrete wall. Feeling his palms already sweating he squeezes his eyes shut, pushing the doubt and anxiety down, like he'd done so many times when thinking about Horizon. The seemingly invincible wall standing between him and the person he always thought he was. Katsuki Bakugo. Midnight announces, and he immediately scowls and begins walking out. The entire world watching him, everyone expecting him to lose, already counting him out. The doubts from the crowd reaches his ears, breaking his heart but making his blood boil. Why are they even having another fight? He's mystery class, that's unfair. If Endeavor's son lost this isn't fair. Won't he just cut this kid in half? His rage just kept building and building, but in the back of his mind, a small voice couldn't help but agree with everything they said. Before he knew it Horizon was standing in front of him, towering over him as always. To his eyes it was as if Horizon blocked out the sun, the same feeling he got when standing in front of All Might. But this was different. This time the monster wasn't trying to protect him, it was staring down at him, ready and willing to crush him. Burying those feelings Bakugo glares at Horizon's visor, ignoring Midnight's hype-building speech for the finals. Bring out the sword, he demands, earning a confused head tilt from Horizon. It got banned, Horizon shrugs. Some crap about cutting people up isn't a good look. If you don't have it, then how am I supposed to count this as a real victory? Bakugo screams. You need to be at your best. I've still got more than enough to deal with someone at your level, Horizon says calmly, taking his hands out of his pockets and letting electricity crackle, jumping between his palms. Just takes one touch and you're done. Beta. Counter shock, Bakugo growls out, now even warier of Horizon's touch, but his plan doesn't change. Blast Horizon to hell and don't let him touch you. Begin. Bakugo immediately rockets forward, clearing the 10 meters between them and placing his palm in front of Horizon's chest, a meter of space between them. In the same instant Horizon had warped one of his cards to him and threw it past Bakugo. He's gonna swap and appear behind me. Bakugo plants both his feet on the floor, one hand out in each direction, blasting both his sides at once. Boom! Light and smoke block his vision as both angles are blasted. You know I have more cards, right? Horizon's amused voice asks from behind him. Bakugo immediately spins around and launches into another attack. Boom! This time his eyes open in horror. Dreams and ego are completely crushed in one instant as Horizon's massive hand palms the back of his skull. Reacting quickly he uses an explosion to spin himself, jumping up and launching a roundhouse kick to the side of Horizon's head. He can't even feel the material of Horizon's visor before the man is swapped out with a metal calling card. This pattern goes on for a dozen explosions, Horizon always warping away at the very last moment. Until seemingly Bakuo gets lucky. His bare explosive palm makes contact directly with Horizon's visor, palming his entire face. The entire audience is shocked, surprised this would even happen, and Bakuo's smile nearly rips his face open as he finally sees victory. I'll blow that damn fishbowl to hell. Boom! Bakuo suddenly looking at the arena, seeing all the cracks and pebbles caused by his own explosions. Nothing and nobody in his way as searing pain burns through his clothes and scorches his back. His own explosion ragdolling him across the concrete and leaving him crumpled in a heap. Damn it! Bakugo punches the concrete and forces himself to stand, bloody knuckles dripping on the arena as he glares at Horizon. And still, Horizon was completely untouched. I was touching him and he still dodged it. That shouldn't be possible. Not even the visor was slightly singed. He baited me into hurting myself, Bakugo mutters, feeling his arms nearly numb from the constant fighting. You know I really wasn't kidding when I said none of you can even lay a scratch on me, Horizon says jokingly. You just aren't enough. Bakugo growls loudly, rushing Horizon like a desperate animal. I just need time, keep him cocky so he doesn't get bored and end the fight, keep him talking so my arms can rest, then I'll blast this whole damn stage away. Surprising everyone, Horizon takes a casual fighting stance, keeping one hand in front of him and the other hanging at his side, an open palm taunting Bakugo. Bakugo's strikes were fast, heavy hits. Each kick was parried by the most casual of motions. Each punch was easily blocked by Horizon's larger and faster physicality. For an entire minute, this cycle continues. No matter how hard Bakuo fought, he couldn't land a single hit. So he's even a monster without his quirk, everyone quickly realized, not knowing he was trained by one of the best technical fighters in the world. But improvement is the standard at UA, and heated battles bring up a swell of desire that forces improvement. Bakugo's mind seemed to settle, his movements less primal and more fluid. His attacks harder, his strikes faster. His eyes could suddenly better interpret what he was seeing. With one of the most intuitive combat minds in the world, he began putting the pieces together. It didn't make sense at first, not until he punched up at Horizon's visor, causing the man to swat it away and just touch Bakuo's face before retracting his hand. Proving for what must have been the 20th time in this fight that he can win whenever he wants, pissing Bakugo off even more. But that punch was just a distraction. A showy strike sure to fail against someone of this level. All for Bakuo to test his theory and kick with as little motion as possibly toward Horizon's shin. But Horizon dodges it, casually moving his foot out of the way, before Bakuo made any real noticeable motion forward. Bakugo immediately leaps backward, heels knocking away the pebbles on the stage, each one a win condition if Horizon decided to put an end to this match, a reminder that he was just playing with Bakuo, all while Bakuo was giving more than he had ever before. What's wrong? Horizon asks, his tone casual even as Bakugo was panting heavily and covered in sweat, still feeling the searing pain on his back. Bakugo smiles victoriously, I figured it out. His words confuse everyone watching, the entire world excited to hear whatever grand reveal he had. Figured what out? How you do it, how you always warp to the perfect place, how you always know what to do, how you dodge every hit no matter how sneaky it is, all of it. Horizon raises a brow beneath his visor, curious and amused, knowing Bakuo can never have figured out his room. All right, enlighten me, he says jokingly, placing both hands in his pocket as Bakugo takes a few deep breaths. Foresight. Bakugo decrees. Foresight. It's how you do it, Bakuo says. You couldn't have dodged everything naturally, and my last attack was a feint to set up a kick I didn't even get to throw because you dodged before my leg really got moving. That's only possible if you can see the future. The entire stadium is silent, staring at Horizon. Minor time manipulation quirks aren't as rare as warping or healing, but they are usually useless. Gathering and controlling chronons, the identified time particles, discovered 2 centuries ago. Most quirks just used it to slow the time of small objects. Foresight is an anomaly in itself. I see, Horizon says, looking around at all the amazed and excited faces. Well, seeing the future is the best way to justify what I did, but that's not one of my abilities. What? Bakugo looked dumbstruck. Horizon taps the side of his visor, drawing all eyes to his head. It's my brain, genius. In this world my brain is second only to Nizo himself, but while all his processing power is good for science and management, I've got a lot less than him, in exchange for having a really good brain for battle. In combat like this where it's just me and you, I can monitor every move your body makes, even the smallest millimeter of movement is noticeable to me. And since I process info faster, I effectively transfer all that intake into my head, and use my perfect reaction time to move. Get it? I can't see the future, I just start moving after you, and your brain is so slow it looks like I moved first, he shrugs. A decade of training with mom made me really damn good at close combat like this. Bakuo's veins bulge, so you're such a damn nerd that you fight better than us too. Sure. This isn't right, Bakugo mutters. This isn't how heroes fight. Oh god, it's gonna cry, Horizon mutters out in disgust, shaking his head in disappointment. Are your arms rested enough yet? Just do your final attack and let's wrap this up, he says in a bored tone. You knew, and you still let my arms recover? Why? Because it doesn't really matter in the end. How hard you, or any hero or villain fights, it's all futile in the end, Horizon spreads his arms, riling up the audience. Because I am here. Rarg. Bakugo rockets into the air, carried by explosions. Instantly enraged like never before, hearing Horizon of all people use All Might's line, and the entire crowd cheering for him, cheering for the next symbol of peace, Bakugo puts everything into his next attack, soaring 30 meters above the arena before rocketing down, using his explosions to spin himself like a top, forming a twister of smoke around him as he gathers as much air as possible to make the explosion hit that much harder, all while keeping his eyes on Horizon, standing casually in the middle of the arena. As he's only 5 meters away, he flips in the air, risking everything and slamming both his palms down at Horizon. Howitzer grand impact. Boom! The entire stadium and the surrounding land are rocked as if an earthquake hit. Midnight and Cementos are blown away as the deafening explosion rings out, slamming them against the far wall of the arena. Cementos barely softens the wall in time to catch them and prevent any damage. And as the dust clears, everyone sees the absolute carnage caused by the attack. Bakugo was kneeling in the middle of the crater, the entire stage completely dug out, rubble and dirt scattered against the far walls. A hole 2 meters deep at its lowest point. He's on his knees, sitting up, hands hanging limply at his side. Bloody and broken, all purple-black and swollen, his entire shirt and much of his pants destroyed, leaving scorch marks across his body, and his head swaying left and right, barely staying conscious as the adrenaline starts to fade. Wow, that's a lot better than I expected. Horizon's voice is the only sound in the arena, the dust and smoke blowing away to reveal him standing behind a blue energy shield in the shape of a dome nearly at the edge of the crater, just barely within bounds. How? Bakugo mutters weakly. Antibacterial curtain. Horizon raises his right hand to tap the blue shield. His left hand was still outstretched, releasing the shield from the palm. His new ability, Antibacterial Curtain, named after the curtains in hospital operating rooms. A modified version of his healing energy. Instead of dispersing away from itself to permeate others, it is attracted to itself, hardening to form a shield. His inexperience with this ability leaves much to be desired, not that he can let that be noticed. He immediately drops the barrier and begins walking over to Bakugo, putting his left hand back in his pocket. You had that the whole time. Only since after USJ, Horizon admits. After meeting Nomu, I realized there was a lot of merit in defense, so I decided if I'm going to be a hero, eventually I'll have a moment where I need to stand my ground and protect the people behind me, so I made a shield ability. He shrugs, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. You just made an ability, Bakugo mutters in disbelief. You can just make new quirks. That's one way to look at it. Horizon was now standing directly in front of Bakugo, forcing him to look up at him. Still working on something to deal with super regeneration, but I'll get there eventually. Looking up at Horizon, Bakugo couldn't hold back his emotions anymore, tears freely streaming down his face. In all his years watching All Might, he's seen the hero gets hurt, get cut, take hits, bleed. But here stands Horizon, completely untouched by anything they threw at him. By anything Bakugo threw at him. In this moment the shadow he casts dwarfed even All Might, and Bakugo hated it more than anything. This isn't supposed to happen. Bakugo doubles over, his forehead nearly touching the ground, arms hanging at his side. This isn't how heroes win. Nobody understands what he means, only Deku could find the meaning in his words, and it hurt him to see Bakugo brought so low. What the hell does that mean? You can't be a hero? Heroes put their heart and soul into everything they do. But you refuse to take us seriously? You just came out here and mocked us? You're not a real hero, you refused to give us your all. Bakugo screams, his voice cracking and straining with each word. Is that what you really think this is? Horizon asks in a serious voice. Bakugo, it's not that I refuse to fight seriously, I'll never make that mistake again, but you just aren't enough to make me fight seriously, none of you are, and even if you were, I'd still win, because unlike you, I have a reason to fight. Reason to fight. Horizon raises a foot and steps on the back of Bakugo's head. The blonde immediately forces his broken arms to move and press against the ground to support the new weight, and Horizon just begins talking to the world, with both hands in his pockets, and the second best student under his boot. Most of you don't have any real reason to fight. You're a bunch of pathetic childish fanboys that only want to be heroes because you think it's cool. You put your life and the life of everyone you love at risk every time you suit up, but you're too selfish to think about that, right? You never think about anyone past yourself, past what you want, just a bunch of pathic wannabes that don't understand the true cost of being a hero. You have everything, but you're here risking it all for people you don't even know, for strangers that you'd never even talk to. You put your own home in danger to save them, huh? As if anyone with that reason can ever beat me. Everything you are, just like most of the people in our class, is fanboy nonsense. Inspired by heroes to throw your life away and let your family suffer for strangers. See, even if we were equals, I'd win. Because you fight for strangers, and I fight for my family, for my parents. Everyone stares in surprise, not expecting such an intense rant from him, all while Bakugo struggles to keep his body off the ground. Horizon's voice becomes slightly sad. My parents taught me everything they knew. I am everything they are, taken to heights unimagined. I love them more than anything in this world, but now I'm all alone in this world, but one day I won't be. I'll take everything my dad taught me about medicine, and everything my mom taught me about fighting and being an adventurer, and I'll use it to fight for my future, for the family I'll have one day, for them, for my kids, for the people who matter the most to me. That's what my foundation is built of, and every improvement I make gets stacked atop it, and gets supported by that. And what's yours again? Fanboy trash about wanting to be like All Might and throw your life away for strangers? Right. Horizon laughs at that. And yet you act surprised when everything you did, all the blood and sweat and work, everything you are, crumbles against me, built on a pathetic foundation like that. You don't even have a reason to fight, and you'll never be enough, so get off my stage. Crack. He presses down, smashing Bakuo's head against the floor with his foot, instantly knocking him out. Horizon wins. Midnight announces, to the surprise of absolutely no one. His rant reached the ears and hearts of hundreds of millions of people, including the man who would be his hero mentor, and a major catalyst for his rapid rise to the top of this world. Need more practice, Law mutters. Sitting in his building a few kilometers away from UA, he's currently on the couch, looking through the one-way glass wall at UA atop the massive hill at the edge of the city, the gargantuan stadium he was in moments ago dwarfing all the nearby buildings. Currently, he was on the couch, the same place he last spoke to his parents. His visor was on the coffee table in front of him, accompanied by his second milkshake of the day, and his upper body was completely exposed. Looking down at his left arm, he could see reddish-purple bruises littering his hand and arm. The entire limb and connected shoulder were sore, and both his legs were in the exact same state. Energy efficiency of curtain is still trash, he says aloud, then takes his shake and downs a mouthful of the vanilla-flavored drink. He turns on the TV, muted, to track the progress of Cementos making an entirely new stage and repairing the arena after the finals. Blocking one of those attacks from Bakugo nearly took everything I had, Law says, now delving into his full assessment. Curtain is new, but that's still unacceptable, not to mention I need to get my physical power up, so if I'm unable to handle the constant shockwaves my body doesn't get messed up. He takes a look at his arm and shoulder before the bruises begin to heal, and 2 seconds later they're completely gone. In truth, he could have healed them whenever he wanted, but confirming the visual state of his body is always good to be absolutely certain, at least in situations where the enemy can't punish him for such cocky actions. I'll also need to get curtain down to being second nature. It still takes almost a second for me to go from thought to action with it, way too damn slow for me. I guess I could drop rubble on myself to train it, but I need to make it at least 6 times more efficient. I would have passed out if I had to make another curtain for even 1 second after blocking Bakugo's attack. He takes another mouthful of his drink, forcing it down. God, I hate this weight gain diet. There has got to be a better way to get the amount of calories I need. Whatever, problems for tomorrow. He notices the rubble almost cleaned up for Cementos to begin repairs. At this point, if I fought the USJ Nomu again, it would go the exact same way. I don't have a way past super regeneration yet, and my curtain can maybe take 2 punches at best before I black out from fatigue. I'd have to pull another one of those omni-slash moves out of my ass to kill it. Fucking pathetic, he mutters before getting dressed. Leaning back in his seat and forcing himself to drink the 1,800 calorie shake, his second of 3 daily shakes. At this point, eating is a genuine chore for Law. At first he tried preparing meals beforehand, but now he's so sick of seeing food that he just blends everything into a shake and has it that way, and it's only been 2 weeks. Beta. The thought of doing this for years to bulk up and maintain his new muscles is excruciating to him. There has got to be a better way to. His words are cut off by his phone ringing on the table. Someone he hasn't seen in months, but he certainly expected this call the moment he went public as a mystery class. In fact, the main reason they kept his Quirk classification a secret for this long is to prevent Japan from being flooded with calls exactly like this. The caller ID only had 3 words, President John Harrison, with a small American flag picture behind it. Law puts back on his visor as he answers, wanting to maintain the slightly robotic tinge to his voice that the visor gives. Horizon. A cool and collected voice asks, clearly an older gentleman, seemingly amused by this whole situation. John, it's been a while, Horizon says, speaking perfect English. Don't suppose you're calling because you need another checkup. A soft chuckle flows through the phone. No, the whole family is fine. Honestly, we've never been better than these past few months after you came to clean us up. And you've been sticking to the diet religiously, the president says. But, well, I didn't expect my family doctor to be mystery class. I mean, you mentioned that you'd be starting school this year, but I didn't think I'd be sitting on the couch with my kids and seeing you at the UA Sports Festival. Well, it never really came up, Horizon shrugs. How'd the family take the whole cutting Todoroki's head up thing? The missus is mad at you for showing our kids that. The kids cried. They'll get over it. Not like you hurt anyone. Very true, and I won. It's been a good day. That it has been, and I'm hoping I can make both our day a lot better, John says. But before we continue, you are a real mystery class, right? Yes, don't believe me? Horizon asks. Nizu would have released a statement countering it if I wasn't. I know, and I do trust you. You're my doctor for Christ's sake. But it's just a bit odd that your hero commission hasn't sent me or any other world leader a notice not to contact you. That's standard procedure for any top hero. Hell, I can't even contact any of Japan's top 300 without calling Panto first. I assumed she would have put a warning out too. I guess she has absolute faith in your patriotic spirit, huh? So, how unshakable is it? Horizon chuckles, knowing exactly where this is going. Very shakeable, but she knows I don't ever break contracts. You know this too. And I've got a few more years playing hero for Japan until the contract is up and I get what I want. What if I can double her offer? John asks. You can't, Horizon says. Look, you control the richest, most advanced country on the planet, but I need to finish this contract before I do anything. At that point, we can talk. Fair enough, a man of integrity, that I can respect. But seeing as I'm up for re-election next year, if you even just made a small trip back stateside, I'd help me out a lot, and I'd make it worth your time. I'll probably be too busy becoming a top hero over here, but I do plan to leave Japan when this is all over. Oh, yeah, what can you offer? Well, considering I control America, a 20 billion annual salary, on top of having all expenses paid so long as you take residence and citizenship within our borders. You'll have a full pro hero license immediately, but only work when we really need you. Best to keep our miracle elixir safe after all. And whatever else you want. Oh, and you don't pay taxes, of course. And this is for the current me. What about me after a few more years of training here? That entirely depends on your status at that time. How high are you aiming? Top 10. More like symbol of peace. He hears the president choke on the other side of the call. Won't it be a bit disastrous to become their symbol of peace, then just leave? Not your country, do you really care? Fair enough. Well, we can always negotiate at that time, but what I offered you earlier is the baseline since you're a mystery class, and a warping healing one at that. Horizon mulls it over for a second, seeing much merit in moving to America after this contract is complete. America is nice enough, has everything I really need. I guess after this contract is done we can talk, John, assuming you're still president at that point. Oh, I will be, John laughs. After I tell the big political lobbyists that I have you already considering moving to America in a few years, they'll make sure I get elected next year. Can't have a man with Horizon's personal number out of office, right? So you ensured your spot with this one phone call. Very clever. You have to be clever to become president, but you need to be a good president to remain president, John says. I'd like to think I'm both. I don't think even the people who hate you can deny that. Horizon shakes his head at how ridiculous this man always is. There is one thing I'd appreciate if you could do for me actually. Oh, what's that? Can you stir the pot in the background, just a bit? How so? Well, I assume you were the first to call me because you used America's influence to bully the other world leaders into backing down, right? Threatened them with sanctions they couldn't afford, John says. What about it? Then you're in a perfect spot to get them thinking I'll never leave Japan. Everyone wins, especially since Japan will feel extra safe with me so persistently sticking around. But you'd lose out on the other offers. Can they offer me anything better than you? Because I don't think they could even match your offer, Horizon says. True. John thinks about it for a few seconds before he grunts. All right, I'll put the word out that you refuse to abandon Japan as things stand. That should help boost you in the local hero ranks over there. And I'll tell my people over here that when your contract is done we get the first bid. But I hope you know there is already an intense political shadow war behind the scenes just for access to you. This could get ugly. You cool with that? Sounds like we've got a deal. And next year if I'm not busy doing hero work or school, I'll pop over to the States to shake your hand. Maybe some lucky press takes a few pictures of us at lunch or something. That'll easily keep me in office, just the usual annual checkup. And everybody wins. Perfect, Horizon says. It's always a pleasure talking to you, Mr. President. Likewise, Doctor. Now it looks like the stage is just about done. Oh, that reminds me. Congratulations on the gold medal, by the way. Certainly a performance for the history books. Horizon chuckles at that, glancing over to his TV to see the arena nearly fully repaired. The first of my many entries in the book of history, sir. I hope this ceremony is quick, Horizon thinks to himself, standing on a circular concrete pillar as it slowly rises out of the floor under Cementas's command. The dim lights is suddenly replaced by the afternoon sun. Silence destroyed by the cheers of the roaring crowd. 3 such pillars rise out of the lawn in the fully repaired arena. In the middle on the tallest stands Horizon, still in his full PE uniform with the front open. To his right on the second highest spot is Bakugo, both his arms in casts and bandages wrapping most of his torso, silently staring down at his feet with an unreadable expression, clearly deep in thought. And to his left on the third place pillar is Tokoyami, standing proudly with both hands at his sides, perfectly neat and respectable. And standing in front of them are all the first-year students, looking up at their winners. Your podium spot winners. Midnight proudly announces, gesturing to the 3 students. She steps in front of Tokoyami and waves toward him. All the cameras turn to the boy, in third place, actually sharing this position with his classmate Todoroki, who is currently dealing with other issues. She casts a slight glare at Horizon. Is one as warrior or darkness, Tokoyami fumigage. The crowd goes wild, and Tokoyami can't help but flinch at the sound of people chanting his name, trying his best not to blush. And in second place, Midnight walks in front of Bakugo for everyone to focus on him, showing off his incredible explosives move in every stage of the competition, Katsuki Bakugo. All the cheers become support for Bakugo, but he just keeps staring down at his feet. The echoing support of the people being warped and twisted by his own worldview, shifting and melding with his inner voice. And Bakugo hears it all. He hears that he'll never be enough, and he can only agree. And finally, the person you've all been waiting for, Mr. Miracle himself, Horizon. The crowd shakes the stadium, completely growing out Midnight's words. Down in the mess of students, Jiro flinches and covers her ears as the chanting begins. Horizon? Ho our eyes on, 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 horizon. Seeing all the cameras on him, Horizon creates a room just big enough to reach 1A's homeroom a few hundred meters away and gives a simple command. Shambles? His PE uniform swaps out for his full hero costume, now revealed for the entire world to see as he points his weapon to the sky, and the crowd can't seem to get enough of it. And unfortunately for anyone with sensitive ears, it only gets worse when All Might appears, leaping from atop the stadium down into the arena with absolute ease. RS. Not wanting to waste time, All Might quickly move to take the medals and begins handing them out, all while trying not to imagine the annoyed look he knew Horizon was likely giving him below that visor. While picking up the bronze medal and moving toward the stairs at Tokoyama's pillar, he notices Izuku out of the corner of his eye. Seeing the boy with his right arm in a cast and bandages across his legs and torso, a complex expression of sadness, disappointment, and pain is written across his face. This was only the first year, young Midoriya. I'm sure you'll get one of these medals and make your debut next time, but I hate to imagine what the competition will be able to do by then, All Might thinks while approaching Tokoyami. In truth, he knew Izuku's lackluster performance in the eyes of everyone would hurt the boy, but he was more worried about the pain that would come tomorrow. With over 3 decades as a pro hero, he knows exactly how the media loves a good story, and the moment he landed in the arena he could feel the atmosphere shift. It was no longer as simple as the people seeing All Might hand out some medals. The way everyone perked up with hope would have been normal at his arrival, had those looks been directed toward him. But they were all looking between him and Horizon. Between the best heroes from 2 generations. Between the future symbol of peace, and the person he'd be passing that torch to. He just hopes Izuku is able to handle the realization of how the world views them, and keep working despite everyone telling him how futile his efforts are. Young Tokoyami, All Might says, towering over Tokoyami as he places the bronze medal around his neck. Giving him a short hug and pat on the back, he takes a step back and then continues. You've clearly got a lot of work to do before you can fully control that quirk of yours, but it is powerful, so I'm sure you'll be able to protect and save a lot of people. Just don't become too reliant on it, alright? Your words humble me. Taming the darkness in my soul is my burden and I will be sure to conquer it. Tokoyami nods politely. Right. All Might fake coughs then quickly moves on to the silver medal, not sure how to respond to the little edgelord. Teens are so weird these days. He thinks to himself while approaching Bakugo. Young Bakugo, All Might doesn't see the boy look up to even acknowledge him, and wisely decides to just give him a short hug before putting the medal around his neck, and still he doesn't respond. Clearly winning means a lot to you, and I don't disagree with your views on what it means to be a hero. Always giving your all to save as many people as possible, to always win, but the sad reality is we as people can only do so much. Part of growing is to accept what you can't do, and perfect the things you can. Bakugo just stands there like a statue as All Might takes the gold medal and moves over to Horizon, only giving the boy a pat on the shoulder. Horizon, and in full hero costume no less, he chuckles, seeing the boy in his suit and holding the sword. You truly do make being perfect look easy. Your presence has a profound effect on your peers, forcing them to improve just to keep up, all while you yourself are always improving. But being a hero isn't only about fighting and saving, it's also about this. All Might puts a hand over his own heart. How you make people feel in here, words are a powerful thing, especially yours. You've got everything else down enough to already be a top pro. I have no doubt when you understand how to inspire people that my era will officially be over. The entire stadium seems to hold the same breath. A deathly silence befalls everyone as All Might gently place the gold medal around Horizon's neck, as if passing the torch from one symbol of peace to the next. While everyone looked at the scene with stars in their eyes, feeling safe knowing that All Might was teaching to prepare someone like Horizon as his successor, beneath his visor a set of completely different thoughts were swirling. So the medal is real gold, he first thought. With it handing in the middle of his chest, he gave it a quick scan. 500 grams of solid gold. In today's prices that's like $25,000. Nizu really has more money than he knows what to do with. Well, me too I suppose. Then he looks around at all the people staring at him, as if they'd seen a second lifeline. All their hope for the next generation, the generation without All Might. And he rolled his eyes. This is way too fucking easy. These worthless people are so desperate for someone to solve all their problems for them that they'll just throw the first cock that they think can do it. Pathetic, but whatever, works for me. 30 minutes later. Now back in his full school uniform, Horizon sits at his desk in the 1A homeroom under the golden light of the setting sun. Everyone else was still changing and getting cleaned up, so naturally he has some time to himself. He looks at the gold medal still around his neck for a moment, playing with it in his left hand as he takes out his phone with the other. Quickly finding the best pictures people took during the sports festival and posting them to his Yay profile, now at 70 million followers. One picture for each of his best moments, and there was no lack of options since everyone had eyes and cameras on him. The first was him grabbing the banner at the finish line of the obstacle race, his first win of the day. The second was him sitting on his classroom chair atop a floating stone, playing a game on his phone while everyone else competes in the cavalry game, his second win. Then there were his personal favorites, the pictures from the fights. Him holding Monoma and healing him. Him standing casually and looking up at Shinso, who was doubled over a thin cement pillar that suddenly rose from the floor and knocked the wind out of him. The picture of Horizon looking down on Shoto, holding the beating heart in his hand, that was his second favorite. But's his true favorite, that had to be him standing in a crater with Bakugo on his hands and knees groveling at his feet, and his foot firmly on Bakugo's head keeping him under his boot, right where he belongs. And the final pictures he posted in this collection, one of All Might giving him the medal, and a full shot of him in hero costume wearing the medal, perfect for the hero worshipping sheep. A few moments later and their other students enter, all aside from Shoto and Aitsa. Horizon keeps playing with his medal as everyone silently enters and takes their seats, suppressing their excitement at just finishing their first sports festival since Eraser was one step behind them, now at the front of the room. Alright, listen up, Eraser says, drawing all eyes toward himself. Good work out there, it should be obvious where you have to improve, so just keep working at it. You've got the next 2 days off, so I'll see you all here Wednesday morning, but then we should have all the internship offers sorted out. Dismissed. He quickly shuffles out of the room. The moment the door shuts behind Eraser, the entire class erupts like a powder keg of excitement, everyone bombarding each other with questions. And while all of this was going on, small conversations starting up, and people throwing praise and compliments at Horizon from all sides. He sees a small hero news alert on his phone, one that would lead to a complete change in the future of UA, and especially Class 1A forever. Hero killer Stain strikes again, claiming his 70th victim. The number 19 pro hero found dead in Hoso City hours ago. The hero Ingenium is no more. Green. Horizon says, currently sitting at a metal desk and holding a small eyeball between his fingers, now reassembled and securely in a jelly-like cube of space. On the table in front of him is another identical eye, along with the 5-month-old baby they belong to, sleeping happily as if it weren't currently in surgery. Horizon places both the eyeballs beside the baby and shambles all the parts to properly merge together, then leans back in his chair and stretches. Looking at his watch, he sees it's just barely noon and immediately gets up, packing his medical bag, a simple white duffel bag with his blue logo on either side, then picks up the still sleeping baby in his other hand. Cradling the baby to his chest, he takes his bag and gently opens the door, immediately greeted by a Latino couple. The man in a simple black suit and his wife in a blue dress, both immediately rise to their feet as they see him enter the room. Complete success, Horizon says quietly, not wanting to wake the baby. They both rush over and the lady all but snatches her son out of his arms, hugging and kissing the baby as tears stream down her face. She mutters a stream of thank God for this miracle, and Horizon uses all his willpower not to groan and roll his eyes. God wanted your baby to be blind, but yeah, thank him, whatever. He keeps his opinions to himself since these are just normal customers he'd likely never see again, traveling to the other side of the world just for his services. After the family gawks over their now fixed baby, the man leads his wife out of the room before returning to have a small chat with Horizon. You truly are a miracle worker, the man says in his native Spanish. You flatter me, Horizon responds in the same language. Truly, I just wish more people could experience this, or you could have more openings. Horizon chuckles at that, but if miracles were common then they wouldn't be miracles, and I wouldn't get to charge so much. The man can't help but laugh at that, remembering the nearly $500 million he paid for this appointment. A very wise policy, but think of all you could do with more than one client per week. I wish I could do almost a dozen every week like last year, but sadly I'm in UA 6 days a week, it just can't happen. Horizon shrugs. To the highest bid goes the miracle. The man shakes his head and smiles bitterly at that. Then I am thankful to be the highest bid this week, doctor. He extends his hand. Again, it's just Horizon. Horizon shakes his hand. 5 minutes later. Shambles. Horizon suddenly appears into his penthouse suite in Saitama, Tokyo, only a few blocks away from the hotel that he had just been operating in. Finally, he groans, dropping his medical bag and removing his visor, revealing his face covered in sweat, hair matted to his head. As he summons the card he just swapped with back to his person, he begins undressing, ready to just get cleaned up and find something to eat. Completely exhausted from performing a 5-hour surgery. Not only performing LASIK surgery on both eyes, but also brain surgery and nerve reconstruction to connect those eyes to the brain. 5 hours. $400 million US. 2 healthy working eyes. A fair deal? Not really his place to decide, all he knows is he got paid. Getting ready for a shower, he looks out his window to see the city in front of him. From where he currently was, Minato Prefecture was 25 kilometers away, the home of the All Might Hero Agency, currently not operational since he's in Musodafo to teach at UA, Alpha and Beta. But only 5 kilometers away in the heart of Saitama Prefecture was the massive 50-story tall Endeavor Hero Agency, the most active and effective hero agency in the world, with the most annual incidents resolved for the past 15 years in a row, globally. Just barely poking out among the other buildings in the skyline of that particular area, but half the height of the building Law was currently standing in. While most hero agencies were smaller and more modest, more along the lines of Best Genist, who only had a 5-story building, Endeavor and All Might had monolithic skyscrapers, earned by the sheer number of cases they've resolved. No wonder this penthouse is so fucking expensive, Law grumbles. Would have to be a dumbass to commit a crime this close to Endeavor and his flaming idiots, and just one prefecture over is King Meathead himself, for now. 30 minutes later. Sitting at a balcony table in a restaurant only a few blocks away from his penthouse, Law is enjoying his lunch. Wearing a simple black t-shirt, short sleeves to expose his tattoos, and a low cut to show off a bit of the ink on his chest. Along with simple blue jeans and a black belt, his white and blue watch was swapped out for a black and gold edition. Grilled beef, white rice, fruits, and vegetables, and a glass of orange juice. Nothing fancy, dessert is what he was really here for after all. This restaurant is famous for its parfait. Feeling his phone vibrate on the table, Law flips it over to glance at the screen, slightly missing the fact that the caller ID would just appear in his visor when it was on, now aware that he'd have to make sure nobody saw Nisa's name if he was calling him. He glances about for barely a second, all the other patrons focused entirely on their food. Guild, what's going on? Law asks, relaxing back in his seat. Everything is ready for tonight, a cheerful man answers through the phone. All the fighters are lined up, the tickets are sold, invitations sent out, and we've even got some early bets starting. The best fighters? Law asks. Well, you only gave me 2 weeks to put this together, but a big pot always attracts the best fighters, and they've never seen money like this before. Hell, I've never seen money like this before. Anyone special? Well, you wanted brawlers, we got some E and D list pros, and a special treat or two, but no pro above that would get caught dead in this, reputation and all that shit. TCH, don't they know laws only apply to poor people? Law chuckles. Obviously not, that's why they're heroes. Guild laughs so hard Law has to move the phone away from his ear. Anyway, not everyone can just make a generous donation to the cops' retirement and disability fund like you, alright? Hey now, Law sounds amused and offended. I don't bribe them to give me a pass, I also donate to the fire department. You know, the Matani estate is very charitable to our brave servicemen and women. Guild laughs into the phone again. You say that like you don't remember what happened the night we met. Law thinks about it for a second before lowering his voice. Yeah, we were in Shibuya after the supercar auction, and you tried to fight me because your favorite girl was in my room and you were in the mood to do coke off her tits. Wait. Guild thinks about it for a second. Oh yeah, guess the fire was with someone else, huh? Definitely. Well, anyway, I'll send a car for you and whoever you're bringing tonight. It's just me tonight. The new job keeps me busy sadly, Law says. Well, I'll find some pretty things to keep you company in your private box. I'll call if anything changes. Gotcha, just. Boom. The building opposite Law suddenly begins crumbling as a gigantified villain, 15m-45 feet tall, erupts from it and begins swinging wildly. Gotta go Guild, Law says before hanging up, simply remaining in this seat as all the other patrons begin scrambling about, watching the fight with mild amusement. Honestly, I feel like every other villain has gigantification with how common this shit is. But as he's about to get bored, the massive, lanky, and thin, gray-skinned villain is suddenly attacked by a flying hero blasting out of the building. Delta Stream. He wore a skin-tight all-red suit with a long flowing cape, and hanging from his arms was another hero wearing a gray and blue costume with a red cape. The suit rose into a hood that covered his right eye, leaving only his left eye and mouth exposed. X-less. Watching the duo zip around, Law couldn't help but enjoy the show. Some may call it gluttony, or maybe just being ungrateful. But the human desire for more is insatiable. And for as long as he could remember, Law Matani has always been jealous of those who could fly. Delta Stream throws X-less high into the air, and on the way down he lines up his eye blast, and first a wide laser down at the villain, completely knocking him out. Laser eyes are so damn cool, Law thinks to himself. Maybe in 10 years I'll have enough energy for that. But not before the wild flailing arm catches Delta Stream with a lucky strike and knocks the hero into the road below. And without any physical augmentation effect on his body, simply pure flight is his only ability. Splat. Watching from 2 stories up on the balcony, Law sees X-less holding Delta Stream in his arms as the hero takes his last breath. If only they had a doctor on the scene with a healing quirk, or even better, someone with a warping quirk that could have helped him avoid being hit. But alas, Horizon was not at the scene, just Law Matani watching with uninterested eyes as yet another hero dies. Fuck, Law mutters under his breath, turning around to see the entire restaurant empty. I'm not gonna get my parfait. Sitting in the back of a fully armored SUV, Law idly taps the armrest and nods along to the soft hum of music. The windows were blacked out from both sides, making it impossible to know where you were being taken. All cellular signals were blocked the moment the door shut behind him, and the divider between him and the drivers was up the entire time. Without his particular quirk, he would have had no idea that he was currently being taken through a tunnel beneath Mt. Tanzawa, just outside of Tokyo to the southwest. This was the standard procedure for all of Guild's events, hosted in a multitude of massive private and secret facilities across Japan. While he didn't have the same level of efficiency in construction or wealth as Nizu, Girl could undoubtedly get the job done over a few years by bribing the right people. And with the wealth of investors and clients he has, hollowing out part of a mountain isn't the most complicated matter. Feeling the vehicle stop for a moment, Law then notices them moving up a cargo elevator, at least 20 stories. His room spreads out for 1 kilometer in every direction, giving him a full map of the tunnel system, a sonar map of all the other guests and vehicles, and even a full display of the massive octagon he was currently being taken to. As the elevator stops, the vehicle drives for a few seconds before the door opens on its own, prompting him to step out. And the moment he does, he sees Guild Tesoro, the greatest underground showman in Japan. Standing at 2.5 meters tall, 8 feet 2, absolutely towering over Law and even making All Might look small. slicked back long blonde hair with shades atop his head, and wide muscular shoulders, all wrapped in a pink suit with gold accents and a white undershirt. 10 golden rings on his fingers and countless other accessories adorning him. His presence could not be missed, especially when standing next to Law, currently wearing a black suit with a gold undershirt, the Matani estate logo on each shoulder, his shoulder tattoo of intricate hearts dash. Always the last to arrive at. Guild shakes his head as he gestures for Law to follow him. Now walking through a luxurious hallway, completely unbefitting of what should otherwise be a service entrance. Well, I've still got a few minutes before the first fight, plus I figure since I'm putting up the cash for the prize and keeping the lights on for tonight, they wouldn't mind waiting a few minutes. Law shrugs. True, my usual sponsor got here early as usual, and he's always the last to leave. Guess you wealthy people have that in common. Guild chuckles as they enter Law's private booth. A massive viewing room with a red carpeted floor. A private bar with a gorgeous woman behind the counter, and a slew of illegal drugs off to the side on a trolley. One-way glass walls separate them from the octagonal ring below, and hundreds of people in comfortable seats below surround the ring. All dressed immaculately, enjoying alcohol and any other vice they wish, some more focused on using the screen built into the chairs to start placing bets and reading the odds. Law sees a couch closer to the glass with a few scantily clad women enjoying drinks on it, and one pats the spot between them, giving him a sultry look. He only shoots Guild an accusatory glance. What? Guild shrugs. You pay top shelf, you get the full Guild Tesoro experience. Well, might as well get my money's worth. That's the spirit. Guild gives him a light pat on the back, which nearly pumps his entire back. And some of these people are dying to meet the mysterious sponsor. This is a good chance for you to kick open some doors and invest in whatever schemes they have going. My investment company is maxed out on capital right now, Law says, keeping his cover of a young genius investor intact. Maybe after I cash in next year. Well, I'm sure they'll remember this night. Nothing like rum, drugs, and whores to make friends over. Don't remind me, Law groans. Guild just laughs and begins walking away. Just tell the bartender if you need anything, and that includes her, and try to enjoy the show. You're paying for it after all, he calls out over his shoulder while leaving the room. Law considers it for a moment, the looks between the bartender and ladies on the couch, all magazine-worthy, then back to the bartender. I'll have a martini, dry, he ordered before sitting with his temporary companions. He tunes them out for a minute and focuses on the crowd. Politicians, big business types, judges, must have taken some damn good bribes to be able to afford a ticket to this, hell to even get an invite. Law sits back as Guild enters the ring by being raised on a platform in the middle of it, 3 mics floating round him, solid gold. His quirk, gold manipulation, it allows him to meld and shape any gold he touches for up to 10 minutes after touching it. Since he can't generate the substance, however, finding a use for it is rare, but he quickly became a world-class jeweler before getting busted for illegal quirk use. But now he's 26, and he runs events like this as Japan's best underground showman. After being arrested for such an illegal quirk use, it's difficult to find a job in Japan that will trust you enough to allow you to start building credibility. But he still does love making jewelry, hence him making Law's current favorite black and gold watch and gifting it to him. A peace offering for their first meeting, a fight involving some whores, cocaine, alcohol, and a lot of ice cream. Law cringes at that particular memory as the bartender plops down in his lap and leans back against him, raising his martini to his lips. Time to enjoy the show. Welcome everyone. Guild starts his announcement, earning a round of cheers from the audience. I'd say I hope you're having a good day, but if you can afford to be here, you're certainly doing better than most, and you're about to have one hell of a night. Well, tonight we've got one hell of an event for you. Tonight's sponsor wants bloody brawls, no fancy tricks, just muscles, knuckles, and blood. The crowd goes wild, and Guild smiles at all the rich people and their boring lives, excited to see people kill each other. Normally the prize is decided by how much you all paid to get in here, but tonight is a bit different. The pot was decided weeks ago. That's right, one person is bankrolling it, and I think we can all agree the fighters are gonna be fighting extra hard tonight. The screens above the ring show a 32-fighter tournament bracket, 4 stages then the finals. That's right, 32 fighters, 1 champion, but this isn't winner take all. We want everyone doing their best in every stage. Every fighter has a wallet, and that wallet, at this very moment, has $500,000 in it. Every win adds exactly $1 million. It takes 4 wins to get to the finals, that $4.5 million, to do whatever you want it. The crowd falls silent, everyone suddenly realizing that this was almost 5 times the usual grand prize that fighters get at these events. Many people move to shift their bets, now knowing people will be fighting extra hard for that kind of life-changing money. And the grand prize? Guild smiles wickedly, he could almost see the crowd falling off the edge of their seat as the tension builds. The winner of the entire tournament, their wallet doesn't go to $5.5 million, but $50 million. That's 50 mil in untraceable cash, without taxes of course, because you all know what we say about taxes here, right? He hears a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Taxes are for. He lifts his mic to the crowd. Poor people, they all yell in unison. Ha ha ha, now who's ready to see some blood? The crowd goes wild once again, and Law enjoys his drinks and company as he sits back and waits for the carnage to unfold. Ready to watch some power types brawl it out and kill each other, all to get a better and more up-close understanding of the mistakes they usually make while fighting. If he wants to shift his combat style a bit, then he'd need experience, and this is just a way to fast-track that. Plus he's always looking for new and creative ideas. As the first match is beginning, Law sees what looks to be a man, a simple strength enhancer, enter the ring with a guy that has a strange quirk that generates extra muscle fibers across his body. Gross, was his only thought, and the ladies sitting atop and beside him reel back in disgust. But luckily for them, that particular individual would only win this round, because Muscular is a big fish in a little pond, while Guild was able to cast a large international net with the cash prize Law offered. Opening his room one more time, Law does another scan of the entire arena, not sensing anything weird, and he recognizes everyone in the other VIP booths, so he simply closes the room and enjoys his night. However, on the top level with Law's booth are a few others, only 8, one for each side of the ring. But in one of the rooms directly opposite him is a large man wearing a simple suit, not currently connected to any lift support systems, sitting on a large chair alone. A black industrial mask covering his head. All for One, the usual sponsor of these events, purely to scout unique and useful quirks, this time simply getting to be a guest and save some of his money, enjoying the show. He always arrives first to take a look at the list of fighters, and always waits until everyone else leaves before getting more hands-on with the fighters. Because of this, he's fortunate that Law wouldn't sense anything off, not that his room was currently active but for later when Kurojiri opens a warp gate to retrieve his master. The Demon Lord sits and enjoys the show, while the future symbol of peace does the exact same. So close to meeting, but yet so ignorant of the negligible distance between them. But fortunately for all the otherwise defenseless spectators, and the currently unarmed Law, their meeting was nearly 3 months away, near the end of July, when Horizon and All for One would finally meet, and the fate of the world will rest in a simple contract. Why did I make this meeting so fucking early? Horizon thinks as he struggles to stay awake, sitting in a comfortable leather chair, wearing his full hero costume, minus the sword of course. Currently, he is in Tokyo, Ditnerat headquarters. He is sitting on his chair with a small coffee table between him and the other chair, looking out over Tokyo through the wall of massive windows on the top floor of this 40-story building. Behind him wash a large desk and a more formal setup, the entire far wall consumed by a well-stocked bookshelf. The 9 a.m. sun was finally getting comfortable in the sky, keeping Horizon awake as he stretches and yawns. Where does Guild even find those girls? Fucking animals, he thinks with a small and tired smile on his lips, completely hidden beneath the visor. Hearing a click behind him, he stands up and turns around to see the massive double doors open, and in walks Rukiya Yusabashi, the CEO and founder of Ditnerat, or as the members of his Meta Liberation Army know him, Redistro, a villain plotting the downfall of the oppressive Quirk society that most people are content with. Mr. Yatsubashi, Horizon greets the man, giving him a firm handshake. The man was of a muscular build beneath his black suit, white stripes running vertically along it. Standing at 6 feet 182 cm tall, wearing a green tie and light green undershirt. His hair was orange and receding with a prominent widow's peak, exposing 2 small moles on the left side of his forehead. The support item genius who founded Ditnerat, for the Meta Liberation Army to take a more prominent role in society and equip themselves, under the guise of making lifestyle support items to accommodate the variety of needs caused by certain quirks, all while quietly making weapons for villains and their members alike. Horizon, it's a pleasure to meet you, Yatsubashi says, quickly breaking the handshake. And please, call me Rukiya, I am hoping for this to be the start of a long and prosperous friendship. Well, I certainly hope so as well, Rukiya. Rukiya directs Horizon back to his seat and both men get comfortable looking out over the city. Are you sure I can't have my assistant get you anything? Maybe some tea? No, I'm quite fine, but I am very curious about why you asked for a meeting rather than simply making the delivery, Horizon says. Just as I assumed, you wouldn't want to waste time. We're both quite busy from what I understand. Rukiya leans back and reaches into his jacket, taking out what appears to be a candy bar. A sleek white wrapper with Horizon's blue logo in the middle of it, nothing else on the package. Horizon takes it and feels the weight of the bar in his hand, as large as a chocolate bar that only had 4 blocks, but almost as heavy as a small bottle of water. It's even smaller than I expected, Horizon says, fiddling with it in his hand. We managed to get the formula you requested down to half the expected size, but, legally I must advise against consuming an entire one of these bars within 48 hours, and the deal you signed also specified that these are not for resale, only personal use. If a child ate one of these it could literally kill them. I'll keep them on high shelves, Horizon chuckles. You never specified exactly what these are for, Rukiya mentions. Does your quirk need a fuel to trigger it perhaps? No, I just got really sick of having to eat 8 meals a day to bulk up. It made me start to hate food. This will solve that problem. Oh, that's not what I expected. Either way, the first 3 shipments have been sent to UA. Rukiya just relaxes in his chair as Horizon puts away the bar. Well, I'm sure you can afford it, but does UA not provide these services through their legendary support department? Not to these specifications, Horizon says. If you want something simple like sugar pills they can handle that, but they don't cook or process food. Any quirk that needs to eat a lot is generally left to figure it out themselves. That makes sense since it's students working on the gear of other students, Rukiya says. But you are quite far ahead of the others. Your website went online and is already causing a bit of a stir. Horizon chuckles at that, People really got so surprised that I opened a website to sell merchandise. They act like you need a hero license to do that. Once you aren't falsely advertising yourself as a hero, it's fine. Just trademark yourself and build a brand. People are also upset that you're undercutting their prices, Rukia points out. Well, I've got the money to afford it. I don't care about profits, just building the Horizon brand. A short and oddly comfortable silence befalls the room as Rukia leans forward, nodding quietly as he finds his words, knowing the next few moments could either guarantee absolute victory for his movement, or completely destroy it. A once-in-a-lifetime chance to sway a mystery class to their side. May I ask a more personal question? Rukia asks politely. I assume that's why you wanted to meet in person. I hope you aren't going to offer me a support item sponsorship. I'm not really allowed to use outside stuff while studying at UA. Horizon taps the side of his visor. No. The last this I need is Nisa destroying my company. But, I will admit now that your public file is no longer hidden, very sparse but still public to companies like mine. I do have some people very excited to make a better version of your visor, maybe one that's a bit smaller while still keeping you alive, Rukia suggests. I prefer this style, but thanks for the offer, Horizon says, playing along with the info on his public file that his visor was a lifestyle support item, making it illegal for any authority in any country to force him to remove it. Well, if you change your mind, you have my number, but now I'd like to ask a more serious question. I'm listening. Rukia pauses for a moment, feeling his heart rate steadily increase before he takes a deep breath and calms down a bit. How do you feel about people not being able to use their quirks freely? I have a theory that you're becoming a hero partly so that you may legally warp about, otherwise quirk use is illegal without a hero license. Do you have any opinion on that legal system? Well, that's a bit complicated. How so? Rukia asks, leaning forward to listen carefully. Well, on one hand, yeah, I think people should be able to use their quirks. It's kinda like a few hundred years ago when people weren't allowed to be openly gay, right? Quirks are part of you that you can't deny and should be free to express. Right, exactly. But, Horizon gestures to the city. If someone is gay, they don't develop possibly city-destroying abilities, they're still just a regular person. So on one hand, sure, it'd be great if people could just be themselves in regards to quirks, but on the other hand, anyone who thinks there shouldn't be any quirk regulations clearly underestimates how stupid the average person really is. People can't be trusted to use power responsibly, they need a rigid rule structure or else everything will quickly devolve into chaos. And in the cases of quirks, everyone has to be held down the same way unless they have a license, because if we say something like harmless quirks can be used freely but offensive quirks can't be, then that's a whole other discrimination problem, and that's how current society makes villains. By putting stupid hero-villain labels on everything. For every person that gets to freely fly around the sky, you've got to consider some idiot with a fire quirk accidentally burning down a house. It's best for everyone if nobody but the pros can use quirks. Rukia sits back and taps his chin, considering Horizon's words very carefully. At least on the outside he was. Internally he was absolutely outraged that Horizon would agree with the government, now knowing that this future pro would likely be the greatest threat to their revolution. And how do you treat unauthorized quirk use? Rukia asks. Just between us, generally if you aren't causing a commotion or bothering people, I don't really care, but Horizon raises his hand to halt Rukia's response. But, I'm only one person, if I take that stance it's one thing, but if the government takes that stance it will cause chaos. Plus honestly, since I'm gonna be a hero I should be more strict with the laws, give people an inch and they'll take a mile and all that. He shrugs. Rukia considers how to best use this information to push the agenda of his movement, and the gears finally click into place. Horizon is building a brand. He's not afraid to speak his mind. Legally he's essentially untouchable, and he has strong beliefs that he will gladly tell people about. All he needs is a few cameras on him. I see, and would you be willing to speak openly about the points you just made, regaining quirk use, and the statement you made about society creating villains? Well, have you heard of Chitose Kizuki? Rukia asks. President of Shueisha, obsessive journalist, impossible hot blue lady. Yeah, Horizon sees Rukia's brow twitch slightly at that last descriptor. Oh, and the secret girlfriend of Rukia Yatsubashi. I can get you an interview with her, Rukia says, completely ignoring the last insinuation. She'd love to have you on her talk show and it would help to build your brand. I can't imagine it will be easy to build any hero reputation before you get your provisional license next year. Horizon considers it for a moment, knowing an interview with her would put more eyes on him, good or bad he just needed people watching him. Can the interview be at the start of summer? I'm sure she won't mind, although I don't. Rukia pauses, then sighs, feeling like an idiot. Because you'll have your provisional license after June. He mutters. I'm already better than most pros, why waste time when I could be helping people? Horizon shrugs, chuckling quietly as Rukia shakes his head. I'll have her call you, assuming it's alright if I give her your number. Pretty ladies are always welcomed. Horizon sees Rukia give him an annoyed look. I'm kidding, I won't flirt with your girl, not like I could do anything even if I wanted to. Horizon raises his gloved hand to tap the side of his visor. Oh, right. Rukia gives him a sympathetic look, unable to imagine what it must be like to always wear that visor and body glove. According to Horizon's file they were both needed for him to properly function. Beep beep beep. Rukia's phone immediately goes off before the conversation can get started again. Taking it out, he gives Horizon an apologetic look. I'm sorry, but something has come up at the lab. I'll have to cut our meeting short. Both men rise and Horizon gives him a polite handshake. It was a pleasure meeting you. Well, if you ever want to set up another meeting, you have my number, Rukia says, and please just call if you need a different flavor for the meal bars. Will do. Shambles? Horizon disappears from the office, and swaps for one of his metal cards before that too disappears. Rukia grits his teeth at that and begins walking out of his office toward his research lab, taking out his phone and calling Chitose, or as the Meta Liberation Army know her, the villain and head of their public relations and propaganda department, Curious, the queen of their army. Before the first ring can finish, she answers. Rukia. Her cheerful and excited voice flows through the phone. What's going on? I just got you an interview with Mr. Miracle himself. Rukia immediately pulls the phone away from his ear before her excited screech can start. When? She asks after settling down. July. He wants to get his provisional license first. Of course, this is all to be kept quiet. I know that. Obviously, he can just feel her eye roll through the phone at this point. Did you get a number? Yes, but you won't be getting it. I can't trust you not to get excited and badger him with questions. Will you give it to Skeptic to track it? Maybe bug his phone? She asks. Absolutely not, Rukia says. I had Skeptic do a very light check on the number. It flows through Swiss Vault. Oh, Nisa's security program. Curious mutters. Well, anyway, what's he like? Did he agree with us? Not exactly. He doesn't particularly care about abiding by the laws of this oppressive society. He even uses his quirk to warp about, but he also doesn't care about the people who, unlike him, aren't above the law. The people like us who live without being able to fully express what makes us special. So he's a selfish jerk, Curious says. Essentially, yes. But he does have some opinions about this society and hero-centric culture that we can certainly use to stir up the people. Oh, that's good. What about his quirk? Did you get anything about that? I decided to not push my luck and ask, Rukia sighs. Being what is technically a villain sitting across from one of the most powerful people on that planet that is clearly itching for a chance to make a name for himself as a hero, that was stressful enough. The last thing I need is him being suspicious of me poking around at his quirk. But you could have just taken him out there, right? If you were that stressed out, yes. Rukia stops walking, considers it, shakes his head, then keeps walking. My quirk converts stress into power, but there isn't enough stress in the world to beat him, but I do believe with the right incentive he can be swayed to our side. But what can we offer someone like that? That's what we need to figure out, but he certainly doesn't seem like one of those golden-hearted heroic types. He clearly wants to be famous and influential. He has some hidden motive. But is it worth the risk? He is super dangerous after all, Curious mutters quietly, not liking the idea of having to fight Horizon. Yeah, it's worth it, because it's Horizon, he's invincible, these things are a lifesaver, Horizon says, standing in his Musotofu apartment watching the rain beat down on the city, including Ue off in the distance. In his hands are 3 of his custom meal bars, which he carefully places into his jacket pocket. The thousands he bought were already scanned for anything suspicious before he brought them into this property for storage. Room. Shambles? He suddenly appears in his seat, only a few classmates quietly chattering about, not even batting an eye as he warps his card back into his hand and puts it away. He immediately shrinks his room down from a 5 kilometers radius to 20 meters, just enough to know when Eraser was close. Behind him, Momo was reading a book, quietly enjoying her morning and waiting for class to start. At the very back of the room stood Siro and Tokoyami with a few other classmates. He could hear them excitedly talking about people recognizing them from the sports festival 3 days ago. And in her seat closer to the front, Jiro was listening to music, her earphone jack plugged into her phone. But all the chatter suddenly stopped the moment Aitsa entered the room, Deka 1 step behind him. Horizon spared him a glance before leaning back and ignoring him, but most of the students got up from what they were doing to give their condolences. Over the past 2 days, Ingenium had been on every news channel. It would be impossible not to know about his death by now. Their first taste of what they truly risk by becoming a hero. Listening in on the conversation, Horizon hears Aitsa's cheerful responses, telling his classmates that he'll be alright no matter how many times they asked, and he doesn't think anything of Aitsa's responses. Eraser is coming, Horizon announces, and everyone scatters back to their seats immediately, sitting quietly and waiting for their teacher. Room. He shuts off his quirk and leans back, expecting to fall asleep during math class this morning. Thus far he slept through almost every single class that wasn't geared toward heroics. He even sleeps through Midnight's history of heroics classes, and since UA doesn't grade the hero course students on class work, he doesn't bother with in-class work. To compensate for the life of their hero course students, UA doesn't give any kind of project or group projects to them, or grades on class work, only exams. This is entirely because students will likely be getting provisional licenses and have to take days out of their school week to do hero work. Missing class work would be unavoidable, so everything is staked on the exams instead. Because of this, everything you need to pass the mid and end of semester exams is in the textbooks, and since those exams are all that matters, and Horizon has already read the books, he can sleep all he wants in class. Only the afternoon classes would even need his attention, so until lunchtime he can just relax. Thus far only Mike keeps waking him up, and that's almost entirely because of how loud the man can be when he's teaching. Good morning class, Eraser says in a tired voice, hearing a chorus of polite responses from most of the students. Unlike his usual walk to the front podium, this time he turns to glance at Aitsa, seeing the boy as studious as even he just gives him a short sympathetic look before continuing on. So by now I'm sure most of you have had to deal with the public, Eraser says. UA gives many advantages, this is one of them. Every department is about either training heroes, supporting heroes, or teaching people to manage heroes, but this has caused the effect of us having all eyes on our hero course students. Because of this, students tend to get famous before going pro if they really stand out, and since your class is already more famous than most hero students, some more than others, he glances at Horizon and Todoroki. I'm sure you've had to deal with people wanting to talk to you or get pictures. He sees most of the class nod, either having people they know call them or dealing with fans while traveling to school this morning. Well, how you deal with this is important. Having your identity out there can be good to build a legacy or fan base, but privacy is also valuable. In a society of celebrity heroes, most people just lean into the fame side of things. Whatever you choose, just think very carefully before you commit. You can't be officially listed until you get a provisional license and completely the 3-year probation period with it. At that point you could completely reinvent yourself. But remember, some things you just won't be able to hide or bury, so your careers have already begun. Many students nod along nervously, genuinely never having considered these things before, still committed to being celebrity heroes, because that's just how most pros do it. And most of the top 10 pros with the exception of Hawks, All Might, and Yoruimusha have public identities. Not to mention that only Yoruimusha has a proper mask, the other two have their face exposed and are in their hero person 24/7 before All Might got injured. But Yoruimusha is literally known as the senior citizen hero, so of course most people think he's old-fashioned for separating hero and personal life. After a few more minutes of talking from Eraser, Ectoplasm politely knocks on the door and opens it, ready to begin their day with an intense math class, or in Horizon's case, nap time. 9:15 a.m. Hearing the bell, Horizon wakes up and stretches, sitting up in his chair just in time to see Ectoplasm leave the room and everyone getting up, ready to do whatever it is they do during recess. Hey Horizon, Zero gets his attention. Since it's still raining, are you coming to the cafeteria with us? Can't imagine you'd want to go up on the roof in this weather. Sure, he says. Normally he'd have to go force down an entire meal shake at this time, but thankfully that isn't the case anymore. Actually, I was hoping to speak to you about something. Aitsa interrupts them, leaving Deku and Yuruka to approach Horizon. Privately if possible. Horizon just sighs and nods, turning in his chair to face the walkway. Zero smiles awkwardly and quickly moves to catch up to Tokoyami, Momo, Jiro, and Shoji, who were waiting at the door for him and Horizon. A few seconds later and only Aitsa and Horizon were in the room. Aitsa carefully takes a seat on Tokoyama's chair and swivels to look at Horizon, hands in his lap and a complicated expression on his face. Okay, what do you want? Horizon asks. I assume you heard the news about my brother. Yeah, Stain got him, Horizon says casually. I'm a doctor, but not the therapy kind, if that's what you're looking for. Well, actually, I'd like to know how you do it. Do what? Aitsa takes a deep breath and slouches slightly. For the first time Horizon sees him not being stiff as a board. At the sports festival, you spoke freely about how you lost your parents, that you're alone in the world, but you're still moving forward. My brother was the most important person to me. I'm not like you, I still have my parents, but it still feels all hollow without him. How did you fix that? How did you keep going when it felt like part of you is missing? That's actually easy, Horizon says, causing Aitsa to look at him in surprise. You don't fix it. What? You don't fix it, because you can't. Horizon's voice becomes surprisingly gentle as he continues. Every day it will hurt, and it'll never stop. No matter how many people tell you it will get better, it doesn't. But you grow, and the more you grow the smaller that hole in your chest seems in comparison. It doesn't stop hurting, you just get bigger and stronger so the pain seems like less, but it will always be there. At least that's my experience with it. Aitsa looks down at the floor between them, letting his words sink in, realizing that maybe he wasn't crazy for thinking that he'd never be able to move on from this as he'd read about. But what if Stain is still out there? Aitsa asks, looking up at Horizon. What do you mean? Well, what if I can't let that fact go, that the monster that killed my brother, that killed a true hero, is still out there and will kill more people? Aitsa grits his teeth, a look of fury on his face. What if I need to know that he will never do this again, not to anyone? Horizon sighs and shakes his head. Look, I don't really believe in revenge for things like this. I mean, your brother was a pro hero, this is the risk of the business. You can't get mad when someone trains and signs up to fight killers every day, then one killer gets lucky. You expect me to just let it go? No, but I expect you to understand the risks and consequences of actions. You can't act surprised when a soldier gets shot just because he was your brother. Heroes die every day, that's the job, that's literally what all the government propaganda convinces people to do. Why should it be any different just because it's someone you love? But my brother was a good person, Aitsa argues. Horizon rolls his eyes beneath the visor. The world doesn't really care about that, but I can see you're too invested to think about this logically, so how about this? What's your plan? Aitsa looks confused, not sure where this is going. My plan? Yeah, you seem like you have one, probably a stupid one. I don't think I should tell you. If you tell me, I promise I'll keep it between us, no matter what, Horizon says. It's a contract between us, and I never break a contract. Aitsa looks at him skeptically, but decides to trust Horizon. He's never once seen him be dishonest, and he does value his opinion very highly. I'm going to kill Stain, Aitsa says, a look of rage flashing across his face at the thought. I figured, since I promised I would keep this between us, then I won't report it. Not that I would either way. What you want to do with your life isn't my problem. Once I'm not there, it can't bite me in the ass. Horizon shrugs. Aitsa looks taken aback at this. He was expecting a lecture on how wrong killing was. That's what any other hero course student would do at the very least, but Horizon barely bats an eye at his plan. Thank you for understanding, Aitsa says. Okay, but let's play the scenario out, Horizon says. Are you gonna wait until you get a provisional license? I can't wait for that, Aitsa says. Okay, so illegal quirk use, that's grounds to get you expelled if it's done to intentionally harm or kill someone. Basically anything but an absolute emergency, or if a pro hero gives you permission to engage while you're working under them. That's technically not legal, but once you don't get hurt, nobody would cause a fuss. But they'll never let you actually fight a villain before you get your license, so you'd have to go solo. And the cops will immediately know you went after Stain because of the obvious motive. So bye-bye hero career. But all of this is assuming you get caught or someone interrupts the fight, which is super likely since Stain only hunts in the abandoned edges of big populated cities. If you don't get caught, it's all fine. Well, if you live, which you won't. But no, Horizon interrupts him. No way around it. He will kill you. He's killed dozens of pro heroes, including your brother who has the same quirk as you, but with an extra 15 years of experience and probably more power. Do you really think you can kill someone that your brother couldn't? Aitsa just deflates, falling into silence for a tense moment as he quickly comes to the same conclusions as Horizon, but then he gets an insane idea. What if you help me? Aitsa asks. No, not worth the risk of getting expelled. But he's killed dozens of people, including my brother. Think of all the people we'd be saving, Aitsa pleads. Not my people, not my problem, Horizon says. All that matters is my contract with Nizo, and I'm not fucking it up for anything, especially for some revenge crap. Leave me out of it. Aitsa just sits there for a moment, then eventually agrees. You're right, this is my fight, not yours. I'm the one who inherited his ingenium name. I should be the one to avenge him, to prove that I'm worthy, for Tensei. Whatever, just leave me out of it, and if anyone asks, I didn't know anything, Horizon says in a serious tone. Because I promise if you tell anyone about this conversation, they'll never find any of your pieces. A single bead of sweat rolls down Aitsa's face as he nods stiffly. And a moment later the bell rings as everyone begins flooding back into class. Sitting in UA's cafeteria, Horizon is at a corner table. At the end of one row, 5 seats on each side, he's beside the large glass wall separating them from the pelting rain that's still pouring outside. The cafeteria was bustling with excitement as everyone gets lunch. Unable to go outside to eat, the building was even more full than usual. Many people notice Horizon sitting alone at a table that seats 10 people but wisely decide not to approach him, either understanding that he was waiting for his classmates, or simply not bold enough to interact with him. At the moment he was staring outside at the rain, sitting in peaceful silence, ignoring the table 2 rows away filled with girls that were not so subtly staring and giggling at him. What they could never realize was the little game he was playing to pass the time. UA's entire main building was currently within a room, 500 meters wide, and Horizon was straining his mind, focused and locked onto one single raindrop. Even among the pelting rain and harsh winds, he focuses on the single raindrop, constantly maintaining scan on it, and every time it's about to hit the floor, shambles, it swaps with another at the top of the room. Exercises like these were by far the most difficult and exhausting, focusing on something so small for that long, like visually trying to track one needly in a wave of identical needles as they all fall from the sky. After 5 minutes of this, he can feel himself getting slightly tired, his brain demanding more and more energy by the second. Beneath his visor his eyes were closed, forehead wrinkled as he ignored the sudden grumbling of his stomach, pushing his stamina limit again and again. Enjoying the rain. Momo's gentle voice snaps him out of his trance. He immediately deactivates his quirk and turns his attention to the mob of his classmates, with Horizon to the far right of the table as they all take their seats, food, and trays in hand. Siro sits to his left, with Tokoyami, Shoji, and Ajiro beside them. Opposite him is Momo, Jiro beside her, followed by Aoyama and Koda. I guess if Tailboy and Frenchie are this close to me there must not be any seats left. Whatever, Horizon doesn't pay much mind to it. Thanks for saving us a table, man. This place is packed, Siro says before he starts eating, only to notice that Horizon didn't have anything in front of him. You gonna eat anything? Yeah, I've got it. Horizon pulls out one of his meal bars, a plain white candy bar item with his logo in blue on the front. You have your own candy bar? Momo asks, raising a brow at the item. Not a candy bar, a meal bar, Horizon sighs. I've had a weird journey with food over the past year, and now this is where I'm at. The entire table cranes forward as he raises his hand and flicks his fingers upward. The bottom of his visor reveals the previously invisible seam and slides up, just barely enough to reveal his mouth as he eats what looks like a regular granola bar made of 4 blocks. Alpha. That's not what I was expecting, Jiro mutters aloud. Your mouth is all normal. What did you expect? Like, maybe no face at all. Same here, Siro says. Well, sorry to disappoint, but I'm pretty good looking, not that you'd even see it. Momo swallows a bit of rice and gives Horizon's meal bar a curious look. Is that perhaps needed to fuel your quirk? Much in the same way I need to eat a lot of fats for mine. Not really, but kinda. How does it fit into this great food journey from earlier? Tokoyami asks. Horizon takes another bite, eating the third block of his meal bar before speaking. Well, about a year ago when I lost my parents I met Nizo after that. The casual manner in which he mentions such events startles everyone just a bit. He gave me an offer to join UA and helped me set up my business. Suddenly I've got all the money in the world, buying everything I could want and eating my favorite foods for every meal, made by pro chefs, but after a month I was sick of it. But that sounds incredible, Aoyama says. A truly luxurious life, truly magnifique. Horizon pauses, then looks at Aoyama, and speaks in perfect French. So are you actually French or just playing it up for attention? The entire table freezes, and Aoyama has no idea what Horizon just said. Figured as much, he finishes his meal bar and returns to his story. So anyway, I realized that half the fun for me was actually cooking. Like since I was 4 my dad and I cooked almost every meal together. My mom would have to travel a lot for work so it was just us most of the time. It was kind of our thing. Well, that and operating on people. I was missing that, so instead of hiring a chef I just buy property wherever I'm traveling to, have it stocked when I get there, and take it easy with cooking. This was all good until USJ. The villains ruined your diet? Jiro asks skeptically. Pretty much. After dealing with the USJ Nomu I realized that my quirk is really strong, but eventually I'll come face to face with a problem that I don't have an answer to. It's an eventuality in a world of superpowers, even for me. So eating helps you prepare? Zero asks. I'm trying to bulk up, Horizon says. I'm stacking lean muscle, trying to go from 190 pounds to maybe 260 pounds. But I already had to eat a lot before I was bulking, so preparing that much food got exhausting. 2 days in and I was just throwing everything into a blender and drinking it, 8 meals a day. I hated it. Yeah, that sounds like hell, Jiro says. So how do the meal bars help? Well, each block is 2,000 calories, and each bar has 4 blocks. So you just ate 8,000 calories. Momo looks horrified at the idea, especially seeing as how Horizon did it so easily. Yup, I eat 1 or 2 of those a day, maybe more depending on how hard I trained that day. I only got them yesterday from Ditnerat so it's new, but I like 'em. Won't you get fat? Ajiro asks, or does your quirk burn it all away? Well, that part is a bit complicated, but remember when Monoma copied my quirk? You mean when you almost killed him? Zero asks. That wasn't Horizon's fault, Momo says. He didn't know that would happen, right? Well, kinda, Horizon says. And you still let him do it. Jiro yells. What the hell is wrong with you? Relax, it's not that big a deal, it's just how my quirk works. It's like this, to control the world around you, you have to understand the world, and before you can do any of that, you have to understand and control yourself. You lost me, Shoji says. Okay, so imagine you could control everything that happens in your body. If you will it, you could spike your testosterone to help build muscle mass and bone density. You could control other hormones and muscle enzyme production. You could will your heart to stop or arteries to squeeze shut. You can even tell your body how much of each nutrient to absorb from the food you eat. Perfect control of your own bodily functions, Momo mutters, half horrified and half amazed. Your quirk allows that. Can't control the world if you can't control yourself. When Monoma got flooded with information, it wasn't about the world around him, it was about his body. He got hit with a map of every cell in his body and all the chemical processes that were currently happening or that are possible. His brain was overloaded, and since he had perfect control of his body, he instinctively gave his brain permission to rip energy away from everything else and inspire rapid growth to compensate. So he really was killing himself with your quirk? Jiro asks. Yup, it lets you bypass the built-in safety features that most quirks have. Like how Zero can't die from making too much tape. If his quirk was more like mine, he would be able to bypass that biological failsafe and just die if he wanted. Horizon shrugs. Momo snaps her finger, realizing where he was going with this. So your quirk consumes more calories for brain function than other people, that's why you can eat this absurd amount. Bingo, smart girl, Horizon says, causing her to blush slightly. Average person commits 20% of their calories to brain power. I'm more like 70% if I spend all day training. And even when I'm sitting in class, I'm usually doing something to train my quirk. Because I'm training my quirk and body, I have to eat an absurd amount to support both. That's the downside of having a big brain, takes a lot of energy. The table is silent as everyone processes what he just said, coming to the same realization. So when he's just sitting bored in class, he's actually training his quirk. That's insane. So what's in the meal bar? Shoji asks. Well, it's a unique blend of everything I need, super compressed down and made to dissolve quickly in my stomach. If a regular person ate one, it wouldn't end well. How bad is it? Zero asks. Well, if someone tiny like Jiro ate a block, she'd sleep for a day. If she ate an entire bar, her hormonal system would go crazy and she'd go catatonic and have serious liver and kidney failure within a few hours. So basically it's poison for anyone that can't command their body to process specific components, Tokoyami says. Is there at least a warning on the label? And I'm surprised you'd reveal a vulnerability such as this to us. Well, first of all, I don't think Horizon needs food to make energy and survive, would be anything groundbreaking. It's not like going a day or two without food would kill me, but I'd be really cranky. I see. Likewise, Tokoyami agrees. As for the warning label, why would I need that? My logo is on it. If you eat food that isn't yours then die, that's not my fault. Horizon shrugs. TCH, Jiro shakes her head in disappointment. Do you sometimes forget that you're training to be a pro hero? Horizon chuckles. It's adorable that you still think being a pro hero needs you to be a good person. Jiro blushes at that but keeps glaring at him. It's just a job, Jiro. Once I get the results people want, they won't care about anything else. You people really think too highly of this hero-villain nonsense. Feeling Jiro about to lean forward and start a heated argument with Horizon, Momo rests a hand on the girl's lap and interrupts her. So how has your weight gaining been progressing? Very quickly, Horizon says. Normally it would take years to gain 70 pounds. I've been gaining about 6 each week, already up 18 lbs. That puts me at 208 pounds. That's so unfair, Zero groans. Ha ha ha, well, I control hormone and enzyme production, among other things. Stacking weight is easy. But I'll still have to eat a lot to maintain it sadly, but hey, the girls are gonna love it even more. You mean the fan club? Jiro points to the table 2 rows away with her earphone jack, filled with first-year girls stealing glances at Horizon. He decides to play along and give them a friendly wave, causing Jiro to just frown and roll her eyes. Man, you're so lucky, Zero grumbles. I posted that selfie we took and the only comments I get are girls asking about you. Well, you know what to do. Hit the gym, train, study, and be direct in telling girls what you want. It's literally that easy. Just be a strong, dependable guy that gets to the point. You'd be surprised how well they respond to that. You make it sound so easy. Because it is, Horizon shrugs. Look at it this way, you're gonna be a famous pro hero, money, fame, women, all that stuff. If she says no, then just move on to the next one. Don't dwell on it, and don't chase her. There are millions of beautiful women in Japan. Hell, I haven't seen one bad-looking girl at UA alone, at least not yet. But there is only one you. But some girls play hard to get, right? Momo asks Jiro. I've never really had friends before, so that is something girls do, right? Yes, some did that in my middle school, Jiro says, playing with her earphone jacks nervously. Aren't guys supposed to like that? Idiots, yeah, Horizon says. If a girl is playing silly games like that, then she doesn't respect your time and isn't worth it. No matter how hot she is, just find another one. That seems a bit harsh, Tokoyami says. I just don't like my time being wasted. Horizon shrugs. So you ever gonna ask any of them out? Zero asks, glancing over at Horizon's fan club. Nope, Horizon says. The last thing I need is a serious relationship right now. I've already got a lot to deal with. Casual stuff is fine, but the problem with that as Horizon is. He raises a hand to tap his visor, and everyone immediately understands. Oh yeah, how would that even work? Shoji asks. Well, probably just shut all the lights off and go by feel, or use a blindfold. Horizon shrugs. Won't taking it off kill you? Momo asks. It is a lifestyle support item, is it not? Taking it off long enough for us to have some fun won't kill me, Momo. She immediately starts blushing and hiding her face, which causes him to laugh. Honestly, you two girls are way too easy to fluster, or maybe you're normal teens and I'm just not bothered by this stuff, you know, cause I'm a doctor. But hey, at least it's cute on you two. Jiro just stares down at her lap and grumbles something under her breath. Luckily Horizon doesn't have super hearing and was already chatting with Zero as the table devolves into the usual cafeteria noise. But Momo hears the, why do I have to like such a jerk? Leave Jiro's lips, and she silently agrees, coming to the same conclusion. All while Aoyama was quietly taking in the entire conversation, taking note of all the little things Horizon revealed that he'd report to all for one. Sitting in class with everyone else, Horizon sees Eraserhead trudge in, sleeping bag slung over his shoulder. God, I hope we don't have hero training in the rain, he thinks, hoping that even if they have combat training this afternoon it will at least be inside. Today you'll be picking hero names, Eraser says, and the entire class goes wild. Settle down. Everyone sits quietly as he continues. Since we're opening internships to first years because of all the increased villain activity, you'll need hero names to operate in the field. They don't become permanent until you get a provisional license and complete the 3-year trial period to become an official pro hero. You've got until then to think of your final one. But some of you will likely get famous enough that you won't be able to just swap it, so make these temporary ones good enough to be the real deal in case that happens. I wonder what these people are gonna choose. Horizon glances about the room, already having thought up some cool names for his classmates, but their names aren't his problem. Anyway, Midnight will be handling this. It's not really my specialty. Eraser sits in the corner in his sleeping bag and begins nodding off as Midnight enters. Half the boys in class are immediately entranced by her skin-tight and provocative outfit, but Horizon just rolls his eyes at her grandiose speech. Now for an example, Midnight eventually says. The best hero names tell a story of who you are, so how about we have Horizon come up and explain his since it is already decided. The entire class turns to him, but only a few hadn't figured this out already. Alright, but I'm only doing this once. Horizon says as he walks to the board, writing his full hero name and title. Horizon, the Miracle. Notably, Horizon was in English while the rest was Japanese. He then turns to the class to explain. So, usually the title, in my case the miracle, would be at the front and some stupid corny shit like the miracle hero or something like that. I changed it to the back and made it shorter as a show of finality and to make it all sleeker. The miracle is descriptive, because I do perform what would otherwise be miracles. And horizon is always in English instead of Japanese, because I want the meaning of the limit of a person's knowledge and experience, rather than the sunset over the edge of the world stuff. Oh, and another reason I took it is that compared to everyone else that's how far ahead I am, but Nizo prefers the idea that when people see me on the horizon they know everything will be okay. But just between us, my logo is on my back for a reason. So yeah, everything from my name, to the visor, to my hero costume and weapon, all are designed to give a sense of efficiency and superiority, and it's been working. He silently walks back to his seat and leans back in his chair. Right. Midnight awkwardly coughs to get all eyes back on her. Well, there you have it, a well thought out hero name and image, so think very carefully about how you want people to look at you in the future when deciding your names. And the entire room suddenly feels a lot more pressure on them, realizing that they'd hardly given any thought to their image as a hero, now racking their brains to think of something good. Alright, who wants to go next? Midnight asks 10 minutes later. After the final name is revealed, Horizon just shakes his head as he recalls what they'd all be called. Shining hero, can't stop twinkling, actually retarded. Pinky, sounds like a character from a children's book, made for very slow babies. Rainy season hero, froppy, cute, and simple like her. Eurovite, from the same book as Pinky. Martial arts hero, Tailman, at least it's better than Tailboy, guess he doesn't have much to work with anyway. Stun gun hero, Chargebolt, that's actually a good one. Sturdy hero, Red Riot, fanboy nonsense. Petting hero, Anima, also from the same children's book, but sounds like it shouldn't be allowed near children. Sweets hero, Sugarman, from that same children's book, what is wrong with these morons? Tentacle hero, Tentacle, not awful, guess he doesn't have much to work with. Hearing hero, Earphone Jack, the music girl is the least creative in class, that's surprising, pretty lame name. Taping hero, Cellophane, not bad Zero. Jet black hero, Tsukuyomi, okay that's cool. Stealth hero, Invisible girl, descriptive, can't be mad at that. Deku, also descriptive, guess this will eventually become Cripple Boy. Everything hero, Creatai, what a fucking disappointment, guess she's in the same book for slow children. And Bakugo, Shoto, and Aitsa are all undecided or using their first names. As Midnight leaves to go file the names, Eraser returns to the front of the class and taps the board once. Alright, these are the offers you each received from the sports festival. You've got until Friday afternoon to decide who you'll be interning with and submit the forms. Even those who didn't get offers will be interning with someone. You'll have a list of 40 agencies to choose from. He steps to the side for everyone to get a good look at the board. Horizon 8452, Bakugo 4132, Todoroki 3476, Tokoyami 623, Aitsa 187, Kiri's Hime 92, Momo 48, 027. Nobody is surprised at how many offers Horizon got. They expected that every agency in the country would want the only warping hero in the world working for them. Seeing him at the top of every list was a common occurrence by now. Think very carefully about who you choose, Eraser says while passing out the forms, placing a massive stack on Horizon's desk. Consider what type of hero you want to be, what aspects of it you want to focus on. If you want to focus on rescues, then maybe you should pick an agency that matches that. You should also consider location and local crime rates depending on how much action you want. If these pros take a liking to you, they could keep investing in you and sign you as a sidekick when you go pro, and if you don't act properly you could quickly become someone that pros will avoid working with. So mind your manners. The internship will last 1 week and you'll be staying with the pro until it's over, so also be aware of that when you're preparing. Looking at the stack of paper, Horizon's eyes are immediately glued to the name at the top of the very first page. Endeavor actually sent me a request. What the hell? He sits back and stares at it. This is literally the perfect choice. But considering my relationship with Shoto, it's probably not the best idea to go there and get involved in that bullshit. But it's not like he can hurt me since he's the #2 pro hero in Japan, and maybe he just wants to know why I kicked in Shoto's teeth. And if needed, I've got dirt on him because his idiot son put his family business out there. That way I at least know he can't do anything to make me look bad as some stupid revenge. Horizon flips the first 2 pages. Since the agencies and heroes are ordered by ranking, he only checked the top 10, not seeing Mirko. Guess my golden ticket to actually fight villains didn't send an offer. The one time I actually want one of those stupid fucking meatheads around, and at least Hawks was smart enough not to send me an offer. Whatever endeavor it is, he immediately begins filling out his form. As Eraser leaves the room, people begin discussing their options, and Tokoyami turns to Horizon. You're already filling out the form. Yeah, have you decided yet? I received an offer from Hawks, Tokoyami says. I hadn't expected to be noticed by someone so capable, or for any pro to tolerate the darkness dwelling within me. Everyone around immediately launches a barrage of questions at Tokoyami, jealous and excited at the idea of their classmate working with the #3 pro hero. What about you? Tokoyami asks Horizon, and all eyes turn to him. Oh, Endeavor sent me a request. Horizon shrugs, and the entire class falls silent, nervously glancing between Shoto and Horizon. My father sent you a request. Shoto growls out, obvious anger on his face. Horizon slowly swivels around in his chair to look back at him. Don't take it too seriously. Probably wants to know why I had to put you in your place. Then he'll just put me on desk duty while you two run around the city. I just need my record to show that I worked with him. That'll open a lot of options for me in the future. Not that I need the boost, but better safe than sorry. Everyone just silently watches the interaction. As Shoto looked up at Horizon, his face went from anger to slightly fearful, and he immediately looked down at his desk. Oakman, Horizon groans loudly. No need to act like a pussy around me. I barely even touched you in that fight. Get over it. So long as you watch your mouth, you don't have anything to worry about. He turns back to his desk to fill out the form. After a few minutes, he gets a notification on the inside of his visor. Nizu, my office after school. Oh great, it's gonna be one of those days. Sitting in Nizu's office, in Nizu's chair, Horizon has his back to the door as he stares out the window. Playing the same training game he's been at all day, constantly moving the same raindrop from 1 inch above the floor to the top of his room, quickly exhausting himself through focus and quirk use. Hearing the door open behind him, he closes his room and spins around to face Nizu and Yagi, with Nizu holding a small gift bag in his arms. You look good in that seat, Nizu says as he and Yagi move to sit on one couch. I look good in any position of power. Horizon gets up and moves to sit opposite them. But if I wanted to work hard all my life without going anywhere, then sure I'd be a teacher. Ouch, Yagi says. Nizu just sighs. It's been all of 5 seconds and you're already insulting us. So what did you need to talk to me about? Horizon asks. I've already given Eraser my paperwork. I saw, he's already filed it. Endeavor, are you sure that won't be a problem since, well, the sports festival? I'll handle it, Horizon says. So, what's up? Nizu quietly starts making tea for the 3 of them as Yagi speaks to Horizon. Do you recall the first time we sat here, when you gave a breakdown of what young Midoriya was doing wrong with his quirk? Yagi asks. Yeah, what about it? I already told Nizu I'm not here to teach, especially not that loser. I see, Yagi taps his chin and leans back, considering his options, eventually deciding to take the direct approach. By this point, he clearly understands that Horizon doesn't like his time wasted. What would it take for you to help him? Double my bank account. Horizon shrugs. Yagi considers it, then turns to Nizu. You can't afford that, Nizu says plainly. And I'm not spending the worth of a small country for this. 2 small countries, Horizon says with a chuckle. Is there anything that could change your mind? Yagi asks plainly. Why do you care so much about him? Well, he's one of my precious students. With the internship starting Sunday, it's possible that something could happen where he'd have to act. Right now if he does that he'll probably die. Horizon leans back and nods, taking in the answer. Okay, so that's half the reason. What's the other half? What do you mean? Well, you told me the problem. You didn't tell me why you care so much about Deku, Horizon points out. Nizu just shakes his head before sipping his tea, clearly amused by how hyper-aware Yagi was that he was currently walking a minefield. Well, Yagi awkwardly rubs the back of his head, trying to find the words. I've taken an interest in him. I actually first saw him a year ago. I saw him stand up to a villain even knowing that he couldn't use his quirk. He ran in and tried to help, and probably would have died if I didn't show up, but he tried when others were standing around doing nothing. I can't help but want to nurture someone with such a strong heroic spirit. Seeing him on the first day at UA, it felt like destiny telling me I had to teach him to be a great hero. Nizu was genuinely impressed with the lie. Littering the tale with truths kept Yagi's emotions at the surface. Had this been anyone else they would have easily accepted this truth, but Horizon isn't just anyone. Close, Horizon says, but you're still holding something back, so the full truth, or I'm gonna lean forward and polygraph you. Because if something didn't change you would have asked me to do this sooner. Gran Torino sent Midoriya an internship offer, Nizu says bluntly, which causes Yagi to sputter and panic. Who the hell is Gran Torino? He was Yagi's teacher. He only spent 1 year at UA, and was close with Yagi's mentor, so he's kind of like Yagi's uncle I suppose, Nizu says. Oh, so Yagi told him about Deku. Now he wants to meet Deku, but Yagi is scared that Torino will be disappointed by his non-existent teaching ability, right? Yagi feels an arrow to the heart. Exactly, Nizu says. Another arrow to the heart. So can't teach and he's a pussy. Damn meathead, Horizon grumbles. Nizu takes another sip of his tea, and by this point, Yagi is slumped forward on the couch. Still not enough of a reason for me to care about teaching Deku anything. What if it helps your reputation? Nizu asks. I'm not going for the golden-hearted hero reputation, so I'll pass. What about as a genius quirk specialist? Nizu says, knowing exactly what buttons to press to get Horizon to play along. The world doesn't actually have many of those since humanity has mostly just accepted quirks and doesn't bother looking deeper, but you have a theory or two that could put you on that short list. My quirk mastery theory, you want me to publish it through UA? Horizon asks. It would push your imagine that much further, Nizu says. Horizon leans back and considers it while Nizu takes a box out of the bag he brought. A brand new chess set. As he's setting up, Horizon just leans forward and picks up the small rulebook included. Never actually played before. I've always wanted to play you in chess, Nizu says with a smirk. Yagi just sits back and drinks his tea, watching Nizu prepare the board while Horizon learns the rules, and a minute later Horizon puts down the book and gestures to the board. Nizu moves one pawn forward. Have you decided on your answer? Nizu asks. Horizon moves his piece. I need real publicity. Nizu makes a move. What do you mean? And between each sentence, they'd make a move, their own little chess timer. I need witnesses. Publishing the thesis isn't enough. I need people to see me in action breaking down his quirk. We can't do that, Nizu says. But I will second your thesis under my name, and use my connections to help get it passed around in the scientific community. That'll work. What about Hero Network access? Horizon asks. Giving you access to that is treason. For anyone else, yeah, but you're Nizu. And I need access if I'm gonna be doing solo work during summer. Nizu pauses, breaking the momentum of the game to consider his next move. Then he just sits back on the couch, done with the game. If I'm agreeing to these terms, then this needs to be a full class instead of a one-on-one session with Midoriya. Quirk Mastery 101, fine, but they get the basic rundown, then I help him, Horizon says. I won't be giving you access until you get the Provisional Hero license. Not like I'd need it before that, Horizon shrugs. Quirk use is illegal in public, and I'm not really the type to go meddling in other people's lives. But a hero's job is to meddle, Yagi blurts out. Horizon pauses, then slowly turns his head toward Yagi. Oh, that explains a lot. Deku learned that shit from you, then he taught it to Todoroki. Then I kicked in Todoroki's teeth because of it. Good job, All Might. Huh, that's why you. Nizu, Horizon cuts off Yagi. We have a deal? I teach one class, you publish and push my thesis to get me some spotlight, and I get Hero Network access when I get the license. Deal. Have the thesis written and sent to me later tonight, Nizu says. Have a good night, Horizon. Yay, you too. Have a pleasant evening, Yagi says. Don't ever tell me what to do. Horizon immediately warps away, swapping with the card he left in his apartment in the city before it warps back to him. Yagi just sighs and downs the rest of his tea. He hates me. You're being dramatic. He doesn't hate you. He just doesn't respect anything about you, Nizu says plainly. How is that supposed to make me feel better? I was only correcting you. Anyway, now you don't have to worry so much about Midoriya. Horizon will take care of it. But you should tell Midoriya to try and avoid contact with Horizon. I'll be sure to do that. I can't believe he figured it out when neither of us could, even you. Well, quirk application and development isn't something I'm good at least not for battle quirks. My brain is hardwired for algorithms and logistics after all. At that, I'm far beyond everyone, even him, Nizu says. And you're also the only person that can properly negotiate with Horizon, or maybe it's just because it's me? Well, a mix of both, Nizu says. I'm the only person he's ever truly lost to, and we have a certain understanding. Thankfully he is a professional about it, so we get along just fine. I suppose that makes sense, but didn't that deal seem a bit one-sided? You gave him a lot, all things considered. I honestly feel kinda bad now. Any improvement to his public image is a step closer to him embracing the role of a true hero, and becoming our next symbol of peace, Nizu proudly says. Getting him to help Midoriya was honestly more of a bonus for me. I see, but you realize that if young Midoriya master one for all, he could very well overcome Horizon and be the next me. You've essentially helped the competition by doing this, Yagi says. Nizu hops down from the couch and begins cleaning up the teacups. Well, he is one of my students, so it is my duty to do anything I can to help him. But I doubt this will truly matter that much. You're really that confident in him, huh? Well, he's Horizon. There really isn't any competition, but I'm sure Midoriya will still become a great and powerful hero in his own right, Nizu says with a small chuckle. Well, we'll just have to see what the future has in store for our students, Yagi says as Nizu begins clearing the chessboard and packing it away. How come you didn't finish the game? Oh, we did. He would have won within the next 7 moves. Yagi's eyes open in absolute shock at that. I thought you said you were the smartest on the planet earlier? And didn't he just learn to play from the book? I am, but his ability to intuitively understand things, especially regarding quirks and combat, is second to none. The only person who comes close, at least from my former students, would be Endeavor, Yagi says. Guess they're pretty similar in that regard, and neither of them like me. Well, Endeavor is overly competitive, Nizu says. But at least for Horizon you know he just doesn't like you as a person. Yagi groans. Thanks a lot. Just what I needed to hear. Nizu packs up the game board and turns to move to his desk, but he pauses, just staring at his desk and chair, a mischievous grin on his face. Yagi raises a brow and asks quietly, what are you smiling at? I was just thinking, he really did look good in that chair. Sitting in the cafeteria, Horizon was at a quiet table with Shiro, Jiro, Momo, and Sato. While they were all enjoying their food, he had already eaten his meal bar and was just scrolling through his Yay profile. Kamui Woods, that's pretty cool, Jiro says to Shiro. He's new but pretty popular, and he works just 1 train stop away from here. Yeah, honestly I didn't even know who he was until I saw he sent me an offer. Shiro chuckles in embarrassment, rubbing the back of his neck. I looked at some of his videos online. His quirk gives him wooden limbs that he can grow to swing around and restrain people, basically like a different version of my quirk. That's so lucky, Jiro says. I'm honestly a bit jealous. Sound-based quirks aren't that rare, but heroes with them are. My options would basically be Mike or Gang Orca, but teachers can't use us as interns and Gang Orca didn't send a request. Not surprising, Horizon says without looking up from his phone. You didn't even get past the cavalry game. Everyone probably just thinks you have long earlobes since they never saw you use sonic attacks. Jiro frowns and glares at him. You say that like you aren't the one who eliminated my team. Not that I blame you or anything since it was a competition. It doesn't matter how you feel. You lost your headband because you gathered a weak combination of quirks for your team. Then you attacked someone you knew you had no business fighting out of desperation, so you got punished. If you aren't smart enough to put on a show for the pros, then none of them are gonna care about you. Should have at least used your quirk to shatter the ground or something so they know you aren't just hitting people with your ears. Jiro just frowns and looks down at her food, while Horizon is still casually on his phone. Right, well I'm gonna be over in Aldera with Death Arms, maybe we'll see each other during the week, Zero. A team up? That'd be cool. Zero gives her a thumbs up. That's actually who I was gonna work with too, Sato says. But I think I'll apply at someone else. I just don't think Death Arms can teach me what I want. What exactly is it that you want? Momo asks. Well, I've been thinking. Maybe I should learn some more technical fighting, like I've been wrestling since middle school, but if I'm gonna be a pro I should know something like karate, right? So I'm looking for a martial arts hero. Maybe I'll ask Ajiro where he's going and apply with him. Bad idea, Horizon says. That's a complete waste of time. Stick with Death Arms, or maybe someone like, I dunno, some other meathead brawler. Momo gives him a strange look, but aren't you always saying people should avoid being meatheads? Yeah, I figured if I learned a martial art it'd help me out a lot, like maybe from Gunhead. Nope, waste of time, Horizon says. Villain fights aren't in a ring, or fighting for points, think of it as to the death, no rules. If you try something super technical like karate it could work, or one of the movements could leave an opening for you to get stabbed. If you try wrestling you'd be able to pin lots of villains, but then their friend stomps on your head. A with ring above NB. Ouch, Sato rubs his head. Okay, so what should I do? Boxing, kickboxing, maybe some Brazilian jiu-jitsu. The goal in a street fight is to keep your guard up, stay on your feet in case you get jumped, and never take your eyes off the enemy. You do those simple things and you're better than most. Trying fancy shit looks cool and can work, if you're a lot better or stronger. Keep it simple and it's much more reliable. Jiu-jitsu is like wrestling with actual finishers, boxing and kickboxing are endurance, balance, and striking. You'll learn them a lot faster than karate or anything like that. Sato falls deep into thought as he quietly considers his options. But don't you know multiple fighting styles? Momo asks Horizon. Yeah, and they took me 11 years of non-stop training to master. You've got 3 years and you also have to train your quirk, learn academics, and how to operate as a pro hero. Keep it simple and efficient. I don't even need the fancy shit 99% of the time. Damn, Zero says, with a dramatic whistle. No wonder Bakugo couldn't hit you, totally not fair. I get that a lot. Horizon sees a message from Nizu pop up, asking him to come to his office. So what about you, Momo? Horizon says while getting up. Oh, I've already requested my internship be with Uebami, Momo says proudly, clear excitement in her voice as she gives him a dazzling smile. Oh, he sounds almost disappointed, but mostly surprised. I didn't think you were trying to be one of those heroes. Huh, what do you mean? Momo asks. It's nothing important, none of my business anyway. Horizon warps one of his cards into his hand and places it on the table in front of Momo. I need to go see Nizu, do me a favor and keep this on you in case our talk runs a bit too long. He immediately warps away, leaving them all staring at the metal card with his logo on it. 20 minutes later Momo is walking at the head of her class, everyone now changed into their hero costumes. While making their way to training ground beta, she idly stares at the metal card in her hand, intensely studying it. So, Mina speaks up, leaning forward a bit to get a look at the card. Can it do anything cool? Momo narrows her eyes at it and shakes her head. It appears to just be a carbon metal alloy. The edges are sharp but I doubt he intends to use them like weapons. But it does have his logo on both sides. Maybe he needs his logo on it to warp around with it, Mina says. Behind them Itza speaks up, but he warps with other random objects and people as well. I think his quirk is less restrictive than needed a marking of some kind. Maybe it lets him see us, Mina suggests. What do you mean? Momo asks. Like he gave it to you so he could see into the locker room while we changed. Momo and Jiro blush furiously at that before Jiro speaks up. I don't think Horizon is the type of person to do something lame like that. Yeah, Sue agrees. Besides, can't he just see through the walls? He can do that. Mina asks. Well, I don't know, but it would explain how he can see where he's warping, right? Sue says. His quirk is so weird, Mina sighs. Maybe it's actually part of his quirk or something? I mean, who knows what weird things he can make? Well, you could just ask him, Jiro suggests. Mina chuckles nervously at that. I'd rather not get into a discussion about quirks with him. He can be a bit much sometimes and my acid isn't really impressive. Mina's eyes shift over to Momo. She gives her class vice rep a pleading smile, but you could ask him, Momo. Momo gets a bit nervous at the thought, but she remembers Horizon hasn't been mean when they discuss his quirk. She nods, determined to get to the bottom of this. All right, I'll ask him when we see him. I'm sure it's simply too complex for us to understand. His quirk is mystery class after all. By definition it's beyond human comprehension. A few moments later they round the final corner and enter the tunnel to training ground beta, only to get confused by the assembled crowd. Eraserhead was standing off to the side with Vlad King Class 1B's homeroom teacher. Also joining them were Midnight, Ectoplasm, and Snipe. And in the middle of the road in this city-styled training ground was all of Class 1B. Everyone was in full hero costume. The teachers just glance at 1A and turn back to their conversation, but Kendo takes the initiative as class rep to walk over. Hey 1A, nice costumes. Likewise, Momo says as everyone just stands around confused. What's going on? Is this a joint training class? Huh, your teacher didn't tell you. Kendo asks. Apparently Principal Nizo asked Horizon to teach us something today. She shrugs. Most of 1A wins at that idea, and some begin sweating nervously. Maybe if I stand at the back he won't see me, Deku thinks as he begins taking careful steps to the back of the crowd. Kendo notices their reaction and tilts her head to the side, completely confused. What's wrong? It's just that, well, Horizon has very high standards for everyone around him, and he can be a very honest person. Momo says. What? TCH, Jiro rolls her eyes. What she really means is that Mr. Miracle thinks anyone who isn't at least near perfect is garbage and he's a complete ass about it. Kendo's eyes shoot open in surprise as her classmates begin walking over and introducing themselves. Really? He was always so cool around us, I never would have guessed. Well, the asshole in him only comes out when people challenge him, disappoint him, or if he thinks they're wrong, so we have to deal with it a lot, Jiro growls out. Because Mr. I'm Perfect always finds something wrong with us. It can't be that bad. Juzo joins their little chat, wearing his full costume with his face blocked by the visor, similar to Horizon and Ectoplasm. It is, Jiro says. Just try not to get noticed by him. I think it's actually good for us, Momo admits, surprising her classmates. She sees their nervous looks and corrects herself. What I mean is, whilst I'm sure he could be nicer, and kinder, and more pleasant, his harsh words push us to prove him wrong by improving. It's like he's worried about us in his own sort of loving way. Kendo sees the blush on Momo's face and immediately realizes what's going on. Oh, she's in denial. Well, he's pretty cool at least so I kinda get it, but he just sounds like a jerk to me. Being a bully doesn't help anyone, Jiro argues. He's just an ass sometimes but gets away with it because he's Nisa's favorite. He can't just go around tearing people down like that. Think about their mental health. Oh, then you should talk to him about it, Juzo recommends. Jiro sputters and begins playing with her earlobe nervously, looking at the floor between them. Well, I mean, it's not that simple. Like it's Horizon, he's kinda a lot you know. Kendo raises a brow, looking at Jiro's reaction at the thought of confronting him, seeing right through what most would think is fear of him, but what is more likely a fear of disappointing him. Looking between Jiro and Momo she just shakes her head. Maybe his quirk is pheromones or something. He can't be that bad if he's got both of them acting like this. Momo gasps in surprise as Horizon's card flies out of her hand and floats roughly 2 meters away from them, hovering in the air. Shambles? He swaps with the card, appearing in full hero costume, sword at his side, with Nisa sitting on his shoulder tapping away on a tablet. That really is convenient, Nisa mutters, still tapping away. Much better than using my adorable tiny legs. Horizon ignores him and just looks around at everyone, seeing both classes mingling, and already seeing Deku trying to avoid his gaze, standing at the other side of Aitsa. Off to the side he sees Siro and Kode talking. Well, Siro is talking, Kode is just nodding along with a blank expression. Really? Took him all of 5 minutes to find the hottest girl in their class. Nice work, Siro. Alright, everyone shut up. Horizon yells out, slicing the crowd. Welcome to Quirk Mastery 101, a one-time only class where I explain exactly how to get the absolute most out of your quirk. He sees almost everyone in his class smile widely at that, as if a golden ticket to being a top pro fell into their lap, because that's exactly what him teaching them personally would be. Don't get too excited, I'm not gonna hold your hand and spoon-feed you the answers. I'm giving you the breakdown, then what you do with it is on you. Now, let's start. Alright, let's get started, Horizon says. Currently, both classes were standing spread out in front of him in a shady area, their teachers at the side quietly observing, Nizo on Vlad King's shoulder. This is gonna be a lot for some of you to remember, but it should all be published on UA's website after class, so you can find it there. But here goes. Quirk Mastery isn't that uncommon to hear about, at least in the most basic sense. But Quirk Mastery and Quirk Training aren't the same thing in my mind. Quirk Training is to increase the power or precision of your quirk. Quirk Mastery is to reach the upper limit of your quirk's capabilities in terms of practicality and uses. One is making your punches stronger, the other is learning how to punch. Aitsa raises his hand to ask a question. Put your damn hand down, no questions, just listen, Horizon says, causing most students to stiffen up. Anyway, experience and pressure are how you improve Quirk Mastery, but that takes a lifetime if you aren't focused on it, which I always am. You need to train power and mastery so they augment each other. I judge people in fields like heroics based on quirk mastery. Any moron can use super strength to punch and lift weights to boost it. Tactful and precise quirk use is what more people need to develop. I'll give my breakdown of how I've made the levels for you to study and grade yourselves, and where I think each of you is currently. But remember, mastery isn't power. Some quirks are powerful even without knowing how to use them, like Deku's superpower. Others take a lot of mastery but can only achieve a fraction of the raw power, like creation for example. In theory, she can make something to match the strength of his punch, but while she has to decide what to make, then understand the material composition, then put it all together in her mind. All he has to do is throw a punch, get it. Everyone nods along. Because quirks have been around for so long, people just accept them as the norm and are complacent. It's extremely rare for someone to reach their full potential because of this, especially since most people either don't have a license or reason to use and train their quirk. Most people just depend on others to deal with big problems, but if you're gonna be a hero, you can't do that. You're supposed to be the problem solver after all. Alright, time for the breakdown of mastery levels. Each level is pretty self-explanatory in what you have to do to get to the next one. It took me all of 2 seconds to figure out what each of you has to do to get to level 80, so if you put your mind to it, you can probably do it. First, we have the negative levels. This is where using your quirk causes serious self-harm and can kill you. Deku. Deku just stares down at his feet as everyone looks over at him. I literally had to add this level because of you, because you're just that damn special. Horizon shakes his head. Anyway, people at this level are completely useless and shouldn't be put in any position where other people are depending on them, like being a hero, for example. New. Deku gets a slew of sympathetic looks, and the Class 1B students begin to realize exactly what Momo and Jiro were worried about. Next is level 0. These are the people who have a quirk but don't know what it does or never bother to use it. The only person here is Toru. Everyone looks confused at that, and Toru raises her hand. Horizon sees her entirely naked form jiggling as she moves and pays it no mind. What? But my quirk makes my skin and body invisible. It's a mutation type, so I can't train it. Toru says. Everything you just said wasn't just wrong, but also completely stupid, Horizon says harshly. If your quirk was physical invisibility, you wouldn't be able to see. Since light has to actually hit your eyes for that to happen, you'd be a pair of floating pupils. Secondly, I know your quirk isn't a mutation, it's an emitter. You're just too dumb to know how to turn it off. He raises a hand to silence her response, certainly an angry one judging by the pissed-off look on her face. The reason I know it's an emitter then bends light around you, is because my quirk allows me to ignore light-based illusions, meaning I can see you plain as day, green-pink hair, and all. Everyone completely freezes, including Toru, her mind racing to try and figure out if this was a sick joke. But he said green-pink hair, she doesn't even know her own hair color, but that's what her mom has. Ah. Toru holds her chest and immediately runs away, crying and screaming all the way out of the training ground. TCH, it's not like I haven't seen people naked before, Horizon shrugs. I am a doctor after all, I can be professional about it. Midnight glares at him, good luck explaining that to a teenage girl. She begins her brisk walk to catch up to Toru and calm her down. Whatever, Horizon looks back to the others, seeing most of the students blushing at the scene that just unfolded. He rolls his eyes and continues. Anyway, at level 20 you've got an understanding of how your quirk works and what it does. By now most of you are here at the very least. At level 40 you're comfortable with your quirk, which means you skip the mental processes of activating it. You treat it as just another part of you. Obviously, mutation-type quirks have this since their quirk is always on. At level 60 you can instinctively use your quirk appropriately in most situations. Think of the way Bakugo fights, completely instinctual and intuitive. He doesn't need to think to alter his approach angles with explosions, it's all automatic in his mind and translates perfectly to his quirk. Bakugo keeps his expression neutral at the compliment, swallowing his pride and completely focused on learning anything he can from Horizon. After that, the next breakpoint is level 80. In terms of heroes, this is when you've figured out every possible super move and way to use your quirk, and you've hit the ceiling of power. This is the cap for most quirks and people. No matter how hard they try, they'll never get past this, even after a lifetime of dedicated training in many cases. This is the part you just have to be born with the capacity to go beyond. Quirk awakening. Horizon sees everyone but Nizo, who he'd explained all of this to before coming here, look completely confused by this. Even Nizo didn't understand until he eventually broke it down. Quirk manifestation is when you develop a quirk, but quirk awakening is when you remove the limit of it. You need to fully master your quirk, then you get to level 81+. Here you either have a fundamental rule or mechanic of your quirk altered and shifted, or a previous limit of your quirk is removed. A good example would be if you could shoot water from your fingertips. First, you'd be able to shoot regular water. Then you'd hit level 20 and be able to shoot it from all fingertips. Then you hit level 40 and you don't have to even think about it because it feels so natural. Then you hit level 60 and the entire mental process of using it is done automatically. After this, you begin developing super moves. At this point most people can get to here within a year of training, so all of you should be here before the end of this year in 7 months. Level 80 is when you've discovered and mastered all the possible uses of your quirk to an absolute degree. It's easy to think of this like mastering all the abilities of your quirk. Obviously for some quirks, it's less about the super move and more about the fundamental nature of your quirk. In the case of Momo, we can't expect her to know how to make everything in the world, so she'd instead have to study the fundamental nature of her creation quirk. She's a convenient example since her quirk is so unique and layered. If your quirk has potentially endless applications like ours, you need to study the foundation of it all. Beyond level 80 is when you're awakened. Back to the example of shooting water from your fingertips, in this case, you may be able to generate water from any part of your body or control masses of water. It literally could just be that simple. Awakening sounds grand, but sometimes it's a quiet change. Aitsa raises his hand again, and this time Horizon gives him a nod. How would one train for an awakening after reaching level 80? Aitsa asks. Self-study, intensity, and time. Those are the 3 things you need. Intense emotional situations where your back is against the wall, a true understanding of the self, and a lot of time using your quirk. I've been studying quirks for years and I've only found 2 people who I know are awakened. My dad is the first. He was the doctor delivering me, there were complications and to figure out what went wrong he had to awaken his quirk then and there, to save everything he cared about. That intensity, understanding, and absolute sense of self for what he wanted led to him awakening his quirk. The other is endeavor. His work ethic is superhuman but eventually, he stopped growing in power and began making more and more super moves. He must have realized he was at his limit. Then against one villain he went beyond his limits and used blue flames for the first time, burning his own arm. I'm willing to bet that's his awakening. Either changing the fundamentals, breaking the rules, or amplifying what you can already do. That's what it means to be awakened. But it won't happen if you don't want it enough. You must have a true sense of self. You cannot awaken if you don't understand who you truly are. Quirks aren't just muscles, they permeate the body and mind. When you train it you can't ignore that. Horizon sees everyone nodding along deep in thought. TAKT? He brings Nizu's tablet over to his hands and taps the screen a few times, causing a hologram to appear above it. A 2-meter square with a long list on it. 1. A quirk mastery. Deku equals negative. Toru equals 0. Aoyama equals 10. Tokoyami equals 15. Shoto equals 20. Yuruka equals 20. Kaminari equals 20. Kirishima equals 20. Koda equals 25. Shoji equals 25. Sato equals 30. Siro equals 30. Mina equals 35. Jiro equals 35. Momo equals 40. Aitsa equals 55. Bakugo equals 65. Su equals 70. Ajiro equals 80. Obviously this is my own opinion from the outside looking in, you know more about yourselves than I do, hopefully. Also, I don't know 1B enough to make a proper judgment so you'll all have to self-reflect a bit more. Notice how Todoroki is down toward the bottom while Ajiro is at the top. Tail doesn't need much mastery to get to level 80 because of how basic it is, but with a fraction of the mastery, Todoroki is a lot stronger just because of the power his quirk has. If he was at level 80 with Ajiro he would be a lot stronger. Still would have lost the sports festival, but still a lot stronger. For example, in the fight against Deku, after seeing the first attack all Todoroki had to do was make a pincer attack with his ice since Deku can only defend one angle at a time. But since he uses his quirk like some idiot meathead, all he did was throw ice around like a moron. Trying to use power to compensate for mastery nearly cost him the match. What about you? Jiro asks, not staring at the list and simply speaking aloud. You aren't on the list. Probably at level 100, Siro says. Actually I'm at level 60, Horizon's words surprise everyone. Seeing them all gawking at him he sighs. Clearly you all missed half my lecture, power doesn't equal mastery. My quirk is powerful but I'm nowhere near mastering it, or even figuring out all my basic abilities. I've got a lot of room to grow. But with that being said, I do know what my awakening is, kind of. I just need to wait for my body to be able to hold enough energy so I can actually use it. Along with just using my quirk a lot to get more comfortable with it. A lot of you are probably gonna get to level 80 before me, but it won't matter. Even at that point I won't need any awakening to stay in the top spot. His words leave a sour taste in their mouth, but they certainly weren't going to argue against it. Alright, that's the quirk mastery thesis breakdown complete. Well that wasn't so bad, Kendo and Jiro think. Now, Deku, get up here. Oh crap, most of 1A gives Deku a sympathetic look. Hearing Horizon call his name Deku hesitates to step forward, looking over at Eraserhead for any kind of help, only getting a bored look in response. Hurry up. Horizon says, I don't have time to waste on this shit. I promise I'm only helping you because Nizo made me a deal, not out of the goodness in my heart. Honestly, when this is over I'll think you're even more of a pathetic piece of shit that doesn't deserve to be here than before. Well, he's always mean to me, but if anyone can figure out what I'm doing wrong it's Horizon, Deku thinks while walking forward. Stand right there, Horizon points to a spot a few meters away from everyone. And Deku silently obeys. It took me all of 2 seconds to figure out your quirk so you should be able to get this down quickly once I explain it. Watch me. Horizon warps his sword out of the scabbard and into his hand, then turns to the city blocks of buildings in the training zone. Your issue is how you treat quirks. You're such a pathetic fanboy that you think quirks are more special than they are, it's just a part of you. And because you're an All Might fanboy you're trying to be like him and that's what's killing you. What? Deku asks. You think All Might powers up to throw punches, but he doesn't. He's always using his quirk, he just amps it up at the moment of impact. If he didn't every movement would rip buildings out of the ground. And if he put all his power into a punch it would rip his arm off, that's what you're doing. So I need to use my quirk more in everyday life. Deku asks. No that would kill you. You need to stop treating your quirk like some grand power and start treating it like another limb. Watch. Horizon does a wide horizontal swing, without his quirk, and nothing happens. Then he does the exact same motion again, slicing everything with absolute ease. Amputate. All the buildings from where they stand to the other side of the training area, hundreds of meters, are cleanly sliced in two, leaving a thin horizontal line only a few feet above the road. The sound of cement cracking and breaking echoes around as some building collapse under the sudden shift of weight. Down the street they hear cement breaking as what could have been a small town is effectively destroyed. But the buildings beside them stay standing, only with a thin sword slash along the walls. See, the same slash, but they didn't look any different. One did nothing and the other destroyed all the buildings. That's what you need to do. Horizon warps the sword back into the scabbard at his side and turns to everyone. Seeing them all looking at him, completely horrified by how easily he wiped out a small town. Hey, he yells at Deku, snapping him out of his stupor. You need to learn to use your quirk to augment your regular actions before using it for the big attacks. Deku considers it for a moment then realizes what he's saying. So I need to run before I can punch. Sure. How do you normally visualize it? Oh, like an egg in a microwave. I'm heating it up, but I can't seem to stop before it explodes. Oh wow, you're retarded, Horizon says. What? You use the image of something that will explode, then act surprised when you do explode. Like of course you're a little retarded since it's been at least 10 years and you still can't figure out the basic function of your own quirk, but still, I'm more and more surprised every time we talk, not in a good way. Yeah, Deku just quietly agrees, realizing that from Horizon's point of view, this was the best explanation. He couldn't tell him that he'd only had the quirk for 2 months at this point. RNES. Anyway, forget about the egg in the microwave, I want you to visualize yourself. Myself. Yup, but as an empty vessel, a hollow shell with no blood. No blood? Deku asks. And everyone just focuses in even more on the lesson. Blood is power and energy for the body, that's the image you want in this case. Treat it like your quirk, if mentally your body is filled with blood, boom, you die. I see, Deku taps his chin. So this way I can more accurately control how much power I send to my arms. Nope, Horizon says. You're still missing the point. Take 1 drop of blood and stretch it to cover your entire body, activate your quirk like that. 1 drop. That way the strain is evenly distributed, too small to damage you while giving you a lot of benefits. Deku falls deep into thought as he closes his eyes and begins visualizing. And Horizon turns to Eraserhead. Eraser, I need you to leave, can't have him thinking anyone is going to save him. What? Eraser asks. I can't leave my students to get who he's suddenly swapped with a leaf somewhere else in UA. The other teachers are about to speak up but Nizu just waves them off before Horizon explains to Deku. Having a safety net encourages failure. This way, if you fuck up, you die, that's all. So don't fail. This doesn't seem safe, Eureka speaks up. That's the point. Pressure builds character, you either break like a rusty pipe, or become a diamond. A small distance away from Horizon, Deku was still focusing on the mental image of his hollow body. Taking 1 drop of glowing blood and stretched it, impossibly thin until he couldn't even see it anymore. 1 for all, 2%. Deku opens his eyes, feeling his muscles tingling. This feels good. Do a standing jump, Horizon commands. Alright, Deku goes into a full squat then jumps up, clearing 6 feet before crumpling to the floor. Unable to keep his balance while controlling his quirk. Ouch. Seeing Deku down on his hand and knees, Horizon shrugs. It's a start, increase the power as you see fit and you'll be fine. But overdo it and you're gonna break yourself. Thank you, Deku says. You really are amazing, to know so much about quirks so quickly. I know. Is that it? Deku asks, not sure if the lesson is done. I got you from self-destructing all the way to level 0, what else do you want from me? You had 10 years to figure this out but still resorted to being a pathetic fucking leech. Have some pride and figure the rest out yourself. Get to work. Sorry. Deku bows respectfully and does a small run back to his classmates, clearly excited about the progress he just made. Anyway, my job here is done. Self-reflection and discipline are all you need, you can figure the rest out yourself, probably, and if you can't, that's not my problem. Horizon shrugs as Vlad King walks over with Nizo on his shoulder. Alright students, Nizo cheerfully says. You've all got the rest of this class to figure out what you need to do according to what you've just learned. The upcoming internships will be a good chance to learn about the background work of running a hero agency and managing the logistics of taking down villains. But it's also a good chance to ask pros about quirk use and see what you can learn from how they operate. Be sure to take full advantage of it. Yes sir. Most of the students respond. Vlad walks over and Nizo hops across to Horizon's shoulder and takes a seat. Horizon hands his tablet back to Nizo and they begin walking out of the training area. Shambles? Eraser swaps back with the leaf and runs face first into Vlad's back, stumbling back and just shooting Horizon a dirty look. Care to explain yourself? Eraser yells. Horizon stops and just looks back at him. I don't like repeating myself or arguing, it's easier to just move you, not like you can do anything to stop it. Eraser glares at him, don't do that again. Sure. Horizon turns and continues walking back to the main campus. Moments later he's sitting in Nizu's office, finalizing the edits on this thesis before Nizu can make it public. Now adding himself to the very short list of credible quirk specialists and researchers in the world. Another accolade to show how truly invaluable he is. Tomorrow I'm leaving school early, Horizon says. Well, I don't believe Eraser has anything planned for hero training tomorrow, just a breakdown of how hero agencies operate so you all aren't going in blind. Things from the textbook. I won't be missing anything then. May I ask why? Nizu asks. Well, your plan is that we come here Sunday morning, get out hero costumes, then take the train to wherever we're going. I don't like public transportation, especially when I'm sure to get people annoying me. And Horizon doesn't have a license, or own any cars or property, so you can't drive over in uniform, Nizu says. Yup, so I'll just drive over to Tokyo as Law and relax in my penthouse there, he shrugs. Is having a dual identity worth it? I'm sure you could have a lot more if you just used Horizon. People would be offering you things, and I know you enjoy female company, lots of heroes take advantage of their status for that. If I want something I can get it myself, and as for women, well, just shut the lights off, and if all else fails, you'd be surprised by how many women and willing to put on a blindfold, he says with a mischievous chuckle. Nizu shakes his head. You're ridiculous. Only in all the best ways, 11:00 p.m., Minato, Tokyo. Outside the most popular nightclub in Tokyo largely because the All Might Hero Agency is only a few kilometers away. Swarms of people are lined up and waiting to enter. The sound of muffled music echoes through the building and into the street. Beautiful women as far as your eyes could see, and twice as many horny men trying to get their attention. But all eyes shift to the road as 3 jet black armored Rolls-Royce SUVs show up. All have gold accents, with an intricate gold heart on the hood ornament. The convoy stops and security personnel exit the lead and rear vehicles, moving to quickly open the door of the main vehicle. And out steps La Matani. His family crest on the hood ornament, the intricate hearts he reserves for making a statement and drawing all eyes to him. His suit is a simple and black, well-fitting, golden shirt with the top button undone to show off the very top of his chest tattoo. A black and gold Rolex on his wrist, keeping his family colors alive. Everyone immediately saw him, and after snapping out of it they took a good look at his face. While he was tall and well-built, not uncommon in the age of quirks, his face still looked a bit too young to be in a place like this. But when he walked up to the bouncers with his 4 bodyguards around him as the others went to park, they simply let him through without raising a single brow. The moment they entered the club it felt as if he was hit by what he assumed Jiro's attacks felt like. Music so loud that he could barely hear himself think. Walking through the main walkway he sees a massive dance floor ahead of him. Dim lights, and harmless laser shows on the ceiling. A large bar off to the side. Off to the perimeter of this room were a few booths with tables, filled with people having a good time and enjoying their Saturday night. But while most girls here would be impressed by men having a table, Law was playing on a whole other level now. He has an image to uphold after all. So he takes a hard left and walks past another pair of bouncers. They open a glass door leading up a short staircase, and the moment he and his security are inside the door shuts behind them, and the music goes from deafening to low and muffled. Barely background noise. Walking up the stairs they find themselves in what could be mistaken for an entirely different business. A high-class lounge area, with large soft seats. A smaller bar with an older gentleman mixing the drinks. And of course, women in short skirts walking around serving them. Looking around Law quickly finds his target, a middle-aged Japanese man. Bald head and thin, completely unremarkable on first impression. A simple black and white suit and silver watch that didn't stand out in this room. Looking around he sees a few celebrities and personalities, but he walked right over to the man in question. Mr. Matani, the man gets up and greets him with a smile before he bows. Law gives him a much shorter bow, closer to being a simple nod. Mr. Kito, I hope you're having a good night. It would be impossible not to after that last phone call we had. The man gestures for them both to sit as the security stands a few feet away, giving them privacy but still keeping an eye on Law. Law sits before Kito joins him. Well, I'm just glad to finally meet you in person, Law says. Well, you've been buying businesses from me all across Japan, Mr. Kito says. This one was more of my son's project originally, but when you told me you'd be in Tokyo and were coming here, I just knew I had to come meet you. You haven't been to any of the others you bought. Oh. Well, I'm always working, I'm sure you know how it is. Working so hard to keep your family strong that you don't get to spend much time with them or even for yourself. Mr. Kito nods, giving Law a look of sympathy. Young and dutiful, a good man. But I must ask something. Oh, what might that be? Law asks. As Mr. Kito opens his mouth to respond, 2 young women approach the table with trays in their hands. One has a dark wine bottle and 2 glasses, while the other has what's clearly a cigar box. The women set the table and pour the drinks before quickly leaving. Owamarai, I always drink this to bless any business I do, it has never failed me. And cigars, Mr. Kito gestures to the glasses. Well, to good fortune, Law shares a drink with the man, feeling the clear rice wine trying to burn his throat on the way down. It also fuels my quirk, Mr. Kito says, reaching into the cigar box and taking out 2 cigars. Cutting them and then snapping his fingers, a small candle flame appeared above his thumb. As he's lighting the cigars he chuckles, not much in the way of fighting villains, but I'm always ready to have a cigar, a bad habit I picked up some from business partners abroad, just don't tell my wife, he chuckles. Law laughs and takes his cigar, taking a puff of it and enjoying the vanilla scent it gave off. My lips are sealed, and as for the flame, well, right now I think that's exactly the right quirk. So, what did you want to ask me? Oh, right, Mr. Kito leans back and puffs his cigar. I did some research, called some friends. You've been buying restaurants, bars, lounges, buildings, and all kinds of businesses. But you never rebrand them under the Matani name. You simply leave them be, and in some cases where you have the option to buy a majority, you only buy roughly 40% of the business. I'm curious about why that is. You could be making a lot more money, and I know some people that are more than willing to help you find more things to buy. Well, it's not about the money honestly, Law admits. And I'd love to talk to your friends about expanding my reach, because that's what it's all about. I want influence as far and wide as possible. Owning 40% of a business is enough where you can use that business whenever you want, but you don't have to attend meetings, at least not in my case. I want an easy life where my money works for me, and allows me access to things at a moment's notice. Restaurants, clubs, bars, lounges, hotels, everything. I've got the capital, I might as well use it. Law shrugs. Mr. Kito smiles and nods, realizing Law wasn't a threat, just another young man who wants the freedom to do whatever he wants. He was no threat to Mr. Kito and his friends that wanted an ironclad grip on the economy. I believe my friends are in perfect positions to work with you, Mr. Matani. They can get you into the highest level of many businesses, and since you don't want a controlling interest, it will be much easier. Perfect. In truth, Law somewhat had to do this. Not for any economical reason, but just so he could go wherever and do whatever without people having to check who he was. It was a way to get Law Matani more famous and separate him from Horizon. Horizon, who will never be putting his name down as the owner of any property. Horizon, who doesn't drive or have a car, or a house. Horizon, who isn't a playboy that looks like he's in a gang, knuckle tattoos and all. Law Matani and Horizon are so far apart that you'd never even believe they'd get along, much less be the same person. Because how could the future symbol of peace look and act like a mob boss under his hero costume? Thankfully, at least since Swiss Vault never uses names, they could use the same accounts to purchase things since it's so heavily insulated, mostly by Niso himself. So he didn't have to sacrifice too much of his lifestyle as Horizon. After a few more minutes of exchanging information and casual chatter, Mr. Kito leaves Law to enjoy the night, and runs off to spend some time with his mistress. Finishing up his drink and cigar, Law gets up, and makes a post on his Law Matani account, which currently has 400k followers, nothing compared to Horizon's 80 million to show the world how flashy his life is, further dividing himself from Horizon. Then walks over to the glass wall separating them from the dance floor on the ground floor. One-way glass so he could look down at everyone without them even knowing he was there. And looking down, he saw exactly what he wanted. He spots a group of 4 girls standing at the edge of the dance floor, with no guys in their group. 2 girls are cute, but only human. Meaning they simply looked like cute Japanese girls, boring and easy to find. But the other 2, they were truly quirky. One had bright green skin and orange eyes, long black hair on her head. Short and slender, but she has curves in just the right places. The other looked like a regular Japanese girl, except she had rem horns on her head and white curly hair. She was also tall, 183 centimeters 6 feet but her body was, in a word, stacked. A sheep quirk. Law assumes. Even in this day and age, some people avoid being intimate with mutant-type quirk users, but Law was already bored of normal. He enjoys unique experiences, and that includes his women. Understanding this, he plays it to his advantage, looking about the club until he finds something he can use. A table of 4 guys that seem to just be enjoying drinks, 2 girls with them. Snapping his fingers, one of the servers walks over to him, seeing him looking down at the dance floor. The woman was no taller than Tsu, causing her to stand a bit further away rather than crane her neck to look up at him. Do you see those guys there? He points to the table of guys. Yes, sir. Good. I want you to tell them that I'm sending 2 girls over to their table. And those girls are gonna think that they bought them champagne. It's on the house. Sir, the woman looks confused by this. I'm trying to help them impress some girls, Law says, then points at the 4 girls. The 2 plain-looking ones, but when you tell the girls to go over to the guys, make sure you tell them only those 2. The woman looks even more confused, but quickly hops to the task when he hands her a $2,000 tip. As Law sees the plan in motion, he takes a quick walk down toward the 4 girls, leaving his security upstairs, getting to them before they could get the message. Normally he'd just go talk to them, but he really wasn't feeling like putting in any effort during a conversation tonight. He'd just create a situation where they choose him. Using his quirk, he feels the server now approaching the girls and gets to them before her, just barely. Hey ladies, you girls having a good time, he says casually, just waiting for the server to get here. Thankfully he's attractive, so that makes things much easier, and he sees smiles all around, but instantly focuses on the 2 unique girls as they all make fast introductions, and the moment the girls are starting to loosen up around him. Excuse me, the server interrupts them, giving Law a brief glance. You 2 ladies have been invited to a table across the dance floor. Your champagne bottles are waiting for you, she says to the ordinary girls. Both their eyes light up, and they turn to their friends. Only you 2, sorry, she says to the girls, gesturing for the ordinary girls to follow her. The 2 girls look conflicted, looking between their friends and the server, until Law speaks up. Hey, it's okay, everyone likes champagne. In the meantime, the 3 of us will just be at my table upstairs. His suggestion gets both the mutant girls smiling, and before he can even continue talking, they're pouncing on the idea of ditching their ordinary friends. His game plan was extraordinarily simple. 1. Set the bait, in this case, champagne. 2. Get rid of the girls he had no interest in, but he has to make it seem like it's their choice. 3. Get the mutant girls to feel like they lost to their friends since they didn't get an invite. 4. Invite the mutant girls to his table, which is of higher perceived status than the table downstairs, therefore putting them above their friends. In this case, it worked because from his experience, women love feeling wanted, and women especially love feeling wanted above other women. Normally he could just talk his way into this, but since he has the money and influence but none of the time, this was easier. And that's how he got to where he is now, at his table upstairs, enjoying a drink with Mida, the tall girl with rem horns, and Toko, the girl with neon green skin. Both wore short dresses to show off their goods. So I've been wondering, how old are you? Mida asks, narrowing her eyes at Law as he takes a sip of his drink. How old do I look? You can't be older than 18, Toko says. Law laughs and gives them a cocky smirk. Clubs don't allow anyone under 20 inside, but if you must know, it's my quirk, keeps me looking youthful, also really makes it difficult for women to take me seriously since they prefer older men. That's amazing, I wish I had that quirk, Toko says. Well, if you play your cards right tonight, your kids could have it. ACH. Mida chokes on her drink while Toko just starts laughing. A joke that only works if they find you attractive, otherwise it could get you into trouble. So do you girls live around here? Law asks. I'm actually not from Tokyo at all, just visiting for a week. Maybe we can keep in touch for a bit. Yeah, we work at the aquarium, Mida says. Yeah, Toko nods along. So are you here on vacation or business? Clearly a little bit of both. But my job is really boring. Really? Toko asks. With all the tattoos and how cocky you are, I guessed crime family. Me too, Mida admits. Law laughs at that. So you thought I was in the Yakuza or something and still followed me up here. Both women look at each other, then nervously look at Law. Relax, I'm not in anything like that. My career isn't really exciting so I try not to talk about it, but I'm in banking. Toko moves a bit closer to him, pressing her shoulder against his arm, and takes his hand, raising it to rub a thumb over his knuckle tattoos. Well, would you believe me if I said it's high-risk banking? After a few more drinks and some time talking about nonsense, Law finally decides it's time to close the deal. He had to go meet Endeavor tomorrow after all. You know I'd love to keep talking but the music here is really loud, an obvious hint that he just wanted to get out of here since they could barely hear the music. How about we finish our drinks at my place, and my bar has what I need to show you my signature drink. Both women share a look, and at once they decide that the night has only just begun. 6 a.m. Walking through the halls of his hero agency, Endeavor has a smirk on his face as he moves toward his office. Leaving his personal chambers after his morning workout and shower, he's excited for Shoto's arrival in a few hours. He'd finally get to show his son exactly what kind of hero he is, the result of a lifetime of hard work and dedication. He hopes that just maybe Shoto would be impressed and soften up to him. Getting to the top floor, Endeavor opens the door to his office, and his mood immediately sours. What the hell are you doing here? He asks. His office was absolutely massive and high-end, with 2 couches with a coffee table between them. His desk is off to the side with a wall behind it, and to the right of his desk was a glass wall overlooking Tokyo. Currently, Horizon was sitting on one of the couches scrolling through his phone, head nodding along to the music being played into his visor, sword leaning against the couch at his side. Tapping his phone a few times, he puts it down and looks over at the furious Endeavor. I was just checking my post. People are excited. I posted a picture in here to announce my internship. Endeavor stumps over to him and glares down at Horizon. I mean, what are you doing in my office, in my building? How did you get inside? I can warp, obviously. What, you think I need doors, like a peasant? Endeavor wants to yell at the boy, but instead, he takes a deep breath and the flames on his shoulders and face dissipate. Without a word, he moves to sit opposite Horizon and just silently stares at him, trying to figure out how to approach this situation. Is Shoto here already? Endeavor asks. Nah, he's probably just getting ready for UA. I took my hero costume and spent the night in Tokyo. You aren't supposed to have your hero costume outside of school under normal circumstances like that. Endeavor narrows his eyes at Horizon. So, Endeavor sighs, expecting this to be difficult but already getting sick of the attitude. Do you want tea? Can you drink tea? He wasn't sure what the deal was with Horizon's visor. I can, but I don't. I'm good for now, Horizon says. So, can we just get to the point please? You never offer students internships or work studies. Shoto is obvious because it's your kid, but why me? I appreciate that you don't like small talk, Endeavor admits. The reason I extended an offer to you is because I want to ask you some questions. My quirk is none of your business. TCH, not about that, about your parents. Horizon growls lowly and sits up. What, you didn't learn from what happened to Shoto? Are all the Todorokis gonna need me to teach them this lesson? Epsilon. I want to know how they succeeded where I failed, Endeavor says quickly, causing Horizon to pause for a moment, then leaned back into the couch. Okay, you have my attention, explain yourself. I assume Shoto told you about my mistakes. Mistakes? You mean the child neglect, child abuse, domestic abuse, quirk marriage, quirk breeding, all that shit. Endeavor looks ashamed, eyes dropping down to the table between them. Yes, my mistakes. Okay, what about them? Horizon asks casually, as if they were talking about the weather. This confuses Endeavor. He'd expected hate and anger, not nonchalance. You aren't angry. Why would I be angry? Not my family, not my problem. Who gives a fuck what you do in your house? Horizon shrugs. That is concerning. It's more concerning that the number 2 hero is such a shitty dad, so you're in no position to judge anyone here. Endeavor nods in agreement. And if you brought me here for family therapy, sorry but I'm not that kind of doctor. I deal in real medicine, not make-believe bullshit. Therapy is real. For real pussies is what you mean, Horizon scoffs. If you've got problems just get over it. Endeavor blinks a few times, taking a moment to really wrap his mind around what kind of person he was currently talking to. Not at all liking the idea of someone so powerful with this kind of mentality. But as Horizon said, he's in no situation to be judging anyone, so he just lets it go. I want to know how you were raised, Endeavor says in a serious voice, getting them on topic. Shoto was born and raised to be the absolute strongest, but in raising and training him, I destroyed my family. I allowed my ambition to burn everything and everyone around me. They all hate me, I hate me, for what I've done. For all I didn't do. I want to atone. I don't think I want them to forgive me, I don't think I can be forgiven. But I'd at least like for them all to be together, even if it is without me. Very touching I'm sure. Horizon rolls his eyes beneath the visor. Why the sudden change of heart? You, me. When I saw you defeat Shoto, when I heard about your quirk, I realized it was all a pointless ambition of mine. And when I thought Shoto died, I didn't know what to do. I'd never felt so powerless. I wanted nothing more than to get a second chance, to fix everything I did to my family. And then you put him back together, and I got my second chance. Horizon chuckles at that, causing Endeavor to glare at him. Sorry. It's just that, I beat Shoto so bad you got character development. Another chorus of chuckles. Can you help me or not? Endeavor yells, flames erupting on him again, now pissed off. Your parents trained you to be powerful, yet you always speak of them with love. How? Alright. Horizon raises his hands in surrender. But I need something from you. Work studies, at your agency. Endeavor calms down, now more professional as they discuss business. My hero agency is the most successful in Japan. Working here you'd likely be able to make more money than anywhere else, even as a student. Don't care about the money. A standard contract is fine, Horizon says. I've got more money than I know what to do with already. I just need to work at the best agency, under the best hero. Most of my work will be independent after I learn how you operate. Endeavor raises a brow at that. Shouldn't you be trying to get All Might to teach you? I need someone skillful, not a meathead that's just born strong. You're my gold standard for pro heroes, you're the only option for me. Endeavor smiles at that, hearing someone actually acknowledge his skill and hard work instead of just gawking at All Might's raw power. Alright, but you will need to get your provisional license first, so the contract will have to wait until next year. June actually, Horizon says. I'll be taking the exam early, everyone else has to wait a bit longer. I see, you've got yourself a deal. Endeavor leans forward and shakes his hand. This was everything Horizon needed. A spot in a well-connected agency that gets a lot of big cases, he'd get hero network access from Niza, then he can start resolving incidents and solving cases solo after he figures out how Endeavor operates and adapts his style. Okay, Horizon starts, and Endeavor focuses on not missing a single word. From what I understand you basically made a kid and forced him to be a hero and it destroyed your family. I don't know how to fix it, but a major difference that my parents did is that they didn't force me to do anything. What? When my quirk first manifested, we thought it was a dud, a completely useless quirk. I was crying, and my dad offered to teach me medicine. He knew I was hoping for a quirk like his so I could help out in the clinic. I asked him to teach me, so all the stress and studying I had to deal with, it was all my choice. A few weeks later I asked Mom to teach me how to take care of myself, to be an adventurer like her. I wanted to help her out one day, so she began teaching me. I could have just decided to do nothing and be nothing, maybe things would have turned out better that way. But I chose to learn from them. They would have loved me either way. From the moment I was born I was already perfect in their eyes, because I'm their son, and that will always be enough. True unconditional love, I'll never get that anywhere else. But I chose to live a life of hard work and pain. I chose to learn everything they knew and take it to heights unimagined. I chose to become Horizon. It was all my choice. You removed the option for anyone in your family to choose. You forced your dream onto them. How could they ever not hate you for that? Obviously, there is a lot more to it than that, but this is just the main difference I see, because I imagine many of the harsh, painful lessons my parents taught me were a lot worse than what you did. Partly because they knew I could just heal myself. But I asked for it, so that's on me. But I'd imagine it helped a lot that, well, I'm not a pussy, he shrugs. Anyway, that's my take on it. I see, Endeavor rubs his chin, deep in thought. I have much to think about. As for your internship, I'll have to leave you in the care of my head sidekick Burnin. Shoto needs help controlling his fire, so that's what I'll be focusing on with him for a while. We won't be leaving the gym here. You and Burnin will operate as usual for this agency. Sounds perfect. Good, I'll have Burnin show you to your room later, and teach you to use doors. Don't just warp into rooms like you did earlier. People who can warp, should warp. I don't tell you not to have those ridiculous flames on your shoulder and face. Serious, a flame mustache, really. My quirk use isn't illegal, and my flames don't look ridiculous. Aside from stopping few minor thefts, Horizon hadn't done anything exciting on the first day of his internship. Today would be much more exciting. Walking through Tokyo with Vernon Mokomaji Horizon is one step behind her as people constantly stare at them on the crowded streets. Vernon was a young lady, Endeavor's most famous and powerful sidekick. Her hero costume was rather simple. A grey double-breasted mini dress with orange and black lining and accents. 2 rows of buttons down the front of it and short slits at the sides so she can move easier. Her belt has a temperature gauge for a buckle and a small fire extinguisher at the back of it. Strong, thick legs in knee-high socks and short boots. And a pretty face was somewhat hidden beneath a black mask. But in reality, the mask barely did anything, because her entire costume was topped off with a head of green fire for hair, seemingly appearing more like a liquid that's frozen in place, wild and messy, perfectly matching her fiery personality and rambunctious nature. All fit into a 169 centimeters 5 feet 6.5 package, 1 inch shorter than Momo. Walking in front of Horizon, the top of her head just barely reaches his neck. Vernon raises a hand and stops abruptly, focusing in on the earpiece connecting her to the Endeavor agency. What's going on? Horizon asks. A moment later she turns around and looks up at him. Some villains attacked the Tokyo Central Bank and took hostages. The cops want us there to help out. Let's go. Without waiting for any response, Bernai's hair expands and all the loose pieces meld together and grow, lifting her off the street and rocketing into the air. Now soaring over the streets below, she begins the somewhat long trip further into the heart of Tokyo to go help out. Great, this is gonna suck, Horizon mutters as he sees her disappear over the buildings. Already knowing he'd be quickly drained after this. Room? He opens the largest room he can, 7 kilometers in every direction, 2 kilometers more than before he joined UA. Having such a wide open space to train has done wonders for him already. This brings his area of influence to a total 14 kilometers diameter. As always, he's in the middle, a blessing sometimes, and a curse in moments like these. Focusing toward the southeast of his room, he tries to find anything he can swap with. Scan. The influx of information is instantly processed, but he can feel the toll on his mental stamina from scanning such a large area. Shambles? He swaps for a candy wrapper he located in a back alley before instantly closing his room. 4 more of these to go, he mutters, and starts the taxing process all over again. Shambles? Law appears on a sidewalk, 1 more warp away from his destination. He shakes his head to stay focused, and opens another room. Scan? Oh, you can't be serious. He sighs, finding nothing to swap to, an entire area of the city completely cleared out because of this bank heist. Fuck it, Nigerian Naira. He raises his hand and flicks a finger upward. TAKT? At his desired location, a pedal is ripped out of the side wall by a seemingly invisible force. Focusing on small objects is already difficult. With TAKT, if he can see them, it's much easier to command them to move. Using scan and TAKT to move things that he's far away from him is taxing but has its uses. But TAKT has a limit that only he and his parents know about. Without adding much more energy and focus, he can only command things to move as fast as gravity would naturally allow them. For example, he can only move a rock as fast as it would naturally fall. Increasing the speed and force requires more energy, eventually leading to diminishing returns on his stamina use. So ripping a pebble out of the floor, from this far away, without being able to even see it. With his room already pushed to the limit, it felt as if he tried to rip the sports festival stage out of the floor. Shambles? He appears in a deserted alley 1 building away from the police barricade. Immediately shutting down his quirk, he leans against the wall, taking a moment to catch his breath. Squeezing his eyes shut, he regains his focus enough so that nobody would realize he isn't at full strength and stands up straight, walking toward the police barricade as if nothing happened. In truth, without the need to follow the rules and maintain his heroic image, he could have covered the 28 kilometers much easier. Open a room, swap for a car or even a dumpster, something big enough that he doesn't have to strain his mind to find and lock onto it. But he's Horizon. He doesn't move people's property so freely. Finding litter was the more heroic option, therefore that's what he did. The last thing he wants is people questioning his quirk use, especially since he doesn't have a provisional license yet, so this is all technically illegal quirk use. And as for ripping a piece of the ground out, he knows he can't make a habit of that. Property damage is what keeps people like MT Lady poor and low in the rankings after all. So what if a few people die because I take longer, he thinks to himself. The important thing is that if this was going to be some rampaging monster like the USJ Nomu, I'd need to show up at full strength. I need to figure out this mobility problem. Walking out of the alley, he sees a mob of news teams already set up with cameras and mics. Beyond them is a line of policemen and 10 pro heroes, all waiting patiently for an opening in this standoff. Behind the news teams are a mob of civilians, so swept up in the idea of heroes that they don't even realize how dangerous this situation is, so confident that nothing would happen to them and heroes would take care of it all. Disgusting, the bystander effect in full action. Horizon thinks as he walks up, making a show of it. Excuse me, can I please get by? He loudly asks, causing the crowd to turn around and stare at him. A chorus of cheers and chattering erupts as all the cameras turn to him, and one lucky reporter manages to shove a mic toward his face as he pushes through the crowd. Horizon, do you think the hostages will be okay? The reporter asks, and Horizon stops. The crowd waits anxiously for his answer, some of them having family and friends trapped inside, now seeing a shining beacon of hope that the situation would be taken care of. That Principal Nisa's bet, the future symbol of peace, has arrived to save them. Turning to the reporter, Horizon speaks in a gentle voice, still sounding somewhat mechanical. You don't need to worry, everyone will be fine. Are more pros coming? Another reporter asks. The current pros have just been standing about doing nothing. How long until enough pros are here to go in and deal with these villains? Horizon looks at him and chuckles before answering. This problem is already resolved. You have all the heroes you need, because I am Horizon, and that's enough. He walks past the police barricade without saying another word. Stepping into the police area, Horizon sees the massive bank, large white columns, and a stone staircase leading to the door. All the windows were currently painted over, a bright purple color, as well as the glass doors. Looking up to the nearby rooftops, he sees armored police officers with rifles aimed at the building, trigger fingers itchy and waiting for the right order. He also sees a few pros he's standing spread out in case any of the robbers try to run. None of them having a quirk applicable to this situation unless a fight happens. Horizon, this way please, one of the officers says. Even the regular uniformed officers wore bulletproof vests and were carrying around rifles, obviously ready to put these criminals down if necessary. Following the man, he's led into a mobile command unit, a small room with monitors connected to nearby street cameras to keep eyes on the building. In it are a few people on headphones looking at the screen and coordinating efforts, likely calling in more pros, and standing behind them is an officer in a trench coat pacing back and forth. He was an older gentleman with gray hair and a thin mustache, but his eyes seemed youthful the moment they landed on Horizon. Horizon. Captain. Horizon asks while shaking his hand. Yes, I'm the captain in charge of this operation. The man looks confused for a moment. The Endeavor agency told us you'd arrive with Vernon. I can warp, she has to fly, I got here first. I don't think we have time to waste with innocent lives at stake, sir. Agreed, the man nods. Endeavor is busy, but your dispatcher at the agency was confident your quirk could handle this situation. What's the situation? The captain leads him to a table with a floor plan of the bank. He points at the vault room. A dozen men, one of them has a drill quirk, transforms his arms into drills. He's breaking into the vault here. How long until he gets in? It's been 10 minutes, so I'd rather not find out. Hostages? Horizon asks. The man points to the main floor of the bank. 24 men, women, they let the kids go. But one of the kids had a note, said they strapped half a pound of C4 to each hostage, and they claim that the lead guy is holding a dead man's trigger. So if he gets shot or hurt, boom. Exactly, the captain says. We managed to get some intel on their quirks. Nothing that packs a punch, basic strength enhancer, and some standard mutant quirks. All right, Horizon nods. Let's confirm what we can. Room? He closes his eyes and focuses, his room expanding to cover everything for 200 meters in every direction. Get some men to clear the sewer system, Horizon says. What? The captain taps one of the men behind him, who immediately take off his headset to listen in. They entered through the front door, but they've got another guy with a drill quirk in the sewer. And he's got one big guy with him. The captain looks surprised and confused, but he's ultimately grateful. Half a pound of C4 times 24, that's a dozen pounds. Not enough to bring down a building that size, but anyone in the main room when it goes off is probably dead. The pros on hand should be enough if these guys are as weak as you say. Okay, I've got a plan that can end this now. Room? Law takes a deep breath as his quirk deactivates. I'm listening. The captain says. 5 minutes later, Horizon is standing with nearly 50 officers and 8 pros, 2 having just arrived. They were all facing the front of the building ready for action. There was an assortment of rocks scattered about on the street which they were all staring at, guns lowered. The news cameras were confused at what was going on, then they saw Horizon raise his hand and snap his fingers. Shambles, 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 shambles. The 24 hostages suddenly appear where some of the rocks were, without the bomb strapped to them. For a moment they looked bewildered and confused, then some of their eyes settled on Horizon and they slowly began to realize what was going on. The surrounding crowd began to cheer as the police escorted the hostages to safety until this situation was resolved. A moment later, all the cops returned and pointed their guns at the remaining rocks, ready for action at a moment's notice. Horizon raises his hand again, making a show of snapping his fingers. Shambles, 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 shambles. 13 naked and unarmed men suddenly appear in front of them, immediately freezing at the sight of all the guns aimed at them. And in the middle of all the officers, Horizon stood with his sword drawn and also pointed at them. You should surrender, this isn't a good look, Horizon says. Half the men raise their hands, the others keep them down to preserve what little dignity they had left. Less than a minute later, all the men were arrested, each wearing handcuffs and a cloth sheet, stuffed into the back of armored trucks. The captain walks up to Horizon as the men are sent off, giving him an apprehensive look. You sure about this? He asks Horizon. Of course, Horizon says. If I warp him and he moves his finger, the bombs go off, and we can't take their word for it that it's only C4. The best course of action is to make sure they never go off. This ensures that. Assuming he doesn't freak out when it happens, the captain says, I'll get a hold of it before he can do that. Trust me, I obviously do. Just, cutting people up is really freaky. I get that a lot. Well, at least wear a vest, the captain says. Your circumstance is pretty unique, so I'm letting you use your quirk, but if you get hurt then we both get in serious trouble. You could get expelled and I'll go to jail like those guys. How about a camera? I'll warp away if things go bad, I promise. Fine, I really hope I don't regret this, Shambles. Horizon swaps with a lamp on the second floor of the bank, wearing a small camera on his tie from the police officers. Casually walking, he hears frantic pacing downstairs, boots clattering on the stone tile. Looking over the second floor balcony, he sees a man in a simple black suit, an automatic rifle in one hand and a detonator in the other. He wore a balaclava mask on his head, only showing his eyes and mouth, all plain looking. Horizon slowly draws his sword, making sure the camera he's wearing gets a good show, and endpoints it at the man. He gently swings his sword, the white blade and blue edge move as he speaks quietly, just barely enough for the camera to hear. Amputate. The man's hand with the detonator is lopped off at the wrist, yet he doesn't feel anything or even react. Shambles. The hand swaps for one of Horizon's cards, and he immediately applies pressure to the thumb, making sure it can't leave the trigger. Feeling the pressure now on his hand, the man panics and raises his left hand to look at it, only to freeze, seeing his bone and flesh exposed yet still feeling his hand. Ah! He shrieks in shock. Amputate. Horizon slashes once more, this time destroying the rifle the man held. The man didn't even notice the rifle being bisected as he just drops to his knees, scared and confused as he clutches his wrist with his one remaining hand. Horizon takes the time to stroll down the large staircase to the main floor, walking past all the bombs and clearing his throat for the man to look up at him. Through his teary and scared eyes, Horizon looked like a monster, a demon. The detonator in his left hand, and a severed hand in his right, yet he carried himself as if it were completely normal. What did you do to me? The man asks in a shaky voice, looking down to see his wrist wasn't even bleeding. Relax, it doesn't hurt, I'll put it back when you're arrested. I mean, how else would the handcuffs work? Horizon shrugs. I'll be okay. You'll be okay, just walk outside and hand yourself over. And that's exactly what happened. Clutching his severed hand, the man walks outside without his mask on, peacefully handing himself over to the police. And the bystanders and officers alike cheer for Horizon, as he resolves his first big incident. A bright start for their future hero. The bomb squad rushes in, and one of them stops by Horizon. I didn't touch the bombs, Horizon says as he carefully hands over the detonator to the man. Well done, good work, hero. The man quickly nods and rushes off to join his men. Well, that's a first, and I'm already sick of it, Horizon thinks. Horizon quickly calls one of the officers over and hands him the served limb and body camera, leaving the man thoroughly disgusted and shocked as he walks away. Seeing Vernon talking to the captain. Yes. Well, look who finally showed up, he says to Vernon. Well, we can't all warp. But good job, you ended things smoothly and didn't even need my help. She gives a dazzling smile and a thumbs up. You really did good work, Horizon, the captain says. I can't wait to see what you'll be like as a pro. Now, I need to go make a statement to the media. Mind if I join you? Horizon asks. They can be pretty intense. More intense than a hostage and bomb situation. Fair enough, follow me. Falling into step behind the captain, Horizon and Vernon stand by and listen to him explain what happened to the media, until he eventually passes the attention over to Horizon. Thankfully Horizon showed up, so the situation was resolved minutes later without anyone getting hurt or needing to fire a single bullet. He was instrumental in resolving this incident, and my report as well as the body camera footage will support that. Those will be released to the public later today. The captain immediately and wisely walks away before they can pull him into another barrage of questions, heading off to handle cleanup and write his report. Now standing in front of the mob with Vernon, all eyes and cameras were on him, and the barrage of questions began. Horizon, how do you feel after resolving your first official incident involving civilians? Saving people always feel great, Horizon says. Publicly saving people does feel great, because the more he saves the closer he is to saving his parents. How has it been at the Endeavor Hero Agency? It's been great. He and I have an understanding of what we expect from each other. Endeavor is my gold standard for pro heroes, so working with him will teach me a lot. I aim to learn as much as I can from him to help as many people as possible. How was the plan that handled this bank situation devised? When I arrived on the scene, the captain and I put our heads together to utilize my quirk effectively and efficiently. Working together with our brave police officers, thankfully we were able to avoid any violence today. Would it be right to say that you, with the support of the police, resolved this incident? One reporter asks. Not at all, Horizon says. I assisted them in whatever way I could. Having a powerful quirk doesn't mean I'm the lead in every situation. In this delicate and volatile situation, power is hardly relevant. These men and women have years of training and experience that I'd be foolish and ignorant to ignore and act as if I know better than. They're the real heroes here. The nearby police officers look genuinely surprised at this response, not expecting or used to this much credit being given to them, especially from a pro hero. In this world, you're either a pro hero, or you're nothing, even if your job is so intertwined. Horizon knew this, and every word was carefully chosen to be extraordinarily humble, because he knew this would be seen as a blatant lie when the bodycam footage and official reports show him doing most of the work. That would then make him look even better in the public eye, and that's all that mattered. 6 p.m. Laying in his room at the Endeavor Hero Agency, Law has all the lights off as he scrolls through his Yay page, seeing everyone commenting on his latest post. After the police published the details, body cam footage, and the media agencies posted their own pictures, he put the most flattering bits and pieces together and posted it on his page. His room didn't have much else to do. It was small, with a bed, wardrobe, desk, chair, and bedside table and lamp. Only the essentials. With a single warp he could be in his Tokyo penthouse to enjoy all its comforts. But if something happened here he could miss the alert and lose a precious chance to build himself up. It simple wasn't worth the risk. Currently, he had a meal bar in one hand and his phone in the other. His body glove was neatly folded at his desk and his visor was atop it. He sees the 1A group chat going wild with everyone asking him how the bank situation was and if he's okay. He looks at the messages but doesn't bother responding. Then he gets 3 messages. One from Siro telling him how cool he looked on the news. Another from Jiro asking if he's okay. And finally a message from Momo that read, "I hope you're alright, it seems at least one of us is doing real heroic things at our internship." Horizon just raises a brow at it and leaves her unseen like the others. He had bigger things to worry about than their poor choices. Finishing his meal bar and drinking some water he goes down to the basics to figure out exactly how to solve his current problem. Okay, what do I know? I know my quirk works in a sphere. I know that the room always extends with me in the middle. My own universe where I'm the center of it, as a god should be. I know once I'm in there I'm powerful. But today I realized that my lifestyle has always been me fighting somewhat on my own terms. When I worked with mom she taught me to pick my fights, so I could usually just wait for my target. But heroes are reactive, not proactive. Now that I'm playing hero I need to be able to chase people. Once I get to the fight I'm fine, but getting to the fight is a serious problem. If one of those bank guys were strong earlier I could have been in trouble. If the USJ Nomu was there I'd be dead because of how drained I was just to get there. I can't afford to spend that much energy just to get to an incident in the future. I need mobility outside of my room. But how the fuck do I do that? Law asks aloud. If I could just move about like Hawks or Burnin, or even Bakugo. Law sits up, suddenly struck by an idea, by something that caught his eye at the sports festival. Hover Solace. He quickly finds Mei Hatsum's match against Kaminari, plus some clips of her during the cavalry battle and obstacle race. They let her hover above the ground, but I'll need something a lot better than that, and a lot less goofy. Law is about to call Nizo when he hears a loud knowing at his door. Room? Shambles? He's sudden in his body glove and visor as he walks to the door, opening it to see Endeavor standing there in casual clothes and a coat. Yeah, he asks, standing at almost the exact same height, face to face with Endeavor. Endeavor takes a good look at Horizon, now realizing how muscular he was under that suit, because that's what he's in almost all the time either in the UA uniform or his hero costume. We're going to dinner, dress casually. Endeavor doesn't even wait for a response, just starts walking away. Well, I could still eat I guess. Horizon shrugs and goes to get some clothes on. Completely oblivious to how much Todoroki family drama was about to unfold, sitting in the back of the car Horizon is leaning against the door, head nodding along to the music being played in his visor. He wore a simple blue t-shirt with his logo on the back, a pair of matching pants, along with his hero costume boots, and his watch, keeping his cards in his pocket just in case. Across from him on the other side of the back seat, Shoto stares out the window as they drive past the houses. And in the front seat Endeavor and the driver are entirely silent the entire ride. Getting an alert Horizon takes out his phone to check it, seeing a text from Nizu. I got your request, but support items for Hero Course students must be designed by fellow students. I'll pass the request to Power Loader for him to assign the appropriate student. As Horizon closes his phone the car comes to a stop in front of a traditional Japanese mansion. Huh, I expected more. Horizon thinks as they all get out of the car and follow Endeavor to the front door. Walking through the courtyard he opens a room for 100 meters in every direction, 200 meters across in total. Scan. He senses an old woman, setting a table and finishing up some cooking. Helping her is a younger lady with glasses. Aside from them nobody else is here, and he doesn't sense anything unusual for a place like this. Entering the main house they all take off their shoes as Horizon hears a set of footsteps approach, feeling the younger of the two women doing a small jog down the hallway. Shoto. Fuyamai Todoroki rounds the corner with a wide smile. Fuyamai was a plain-looking woman, 22 years old with a slim build and short stature, only standing at 160 centimeters 5 feet 3 Her most striking feature was the head of white hair with small patches of red sprinkled about, along with the square black glasses on her face just barely hiding her gray eyes. Huh, she sounds just like Jiro, was Horizon's first thought, while Fuyamai just froze for a moment, trying to process what she was seeing. Her eyes widened for a moment to take in Horizon's jarring look, not expecting him to always be in a mask and body glove, and also not expecting him to be almost as tall as Endeavor, although you'd have to look very close to notice the 1 centimeter difference. But then her stare turned into a harsh glare and scowl. Why are you here? Huh. Horizon looks at Endeavor. Your dad said you wanted me here. He told me one of Shoto's classmates was working with him. He didn't say it was you. She growls out. What's your problem with me? Horizon was genuinely confused, all while Endeavor and Shoto wisely kept quiet. I've never even met you before. You nearly killed Shoto. TCH, Horizon scoffs. I barely touched him, and he was never at risk of death. Honestly, he got off lucky considering how much he ran his mouth before the fight. Got off lucky. Fuyamai gestures at Shoto. He still has nightmares about waking up with no heart. Horizon looks around even more confused. How is it my fault that he's a complete fucking pussy? Just get him therapy or something. Isn't that what you losers do? Fuyamai's face goes red, but Endeavor steps in before she goes into a full tirade. Let's all just take a moment and go to the dining room. We can talk this out there. The harsh glare he gives Fuyamai immediately has her mouth shut, but Horizon just rolls his eyes when it falls upon him. As Fuyamai stomps away, Horizon just sighs and follows Endeavor into the dining room. Stepping into the dining room, Horizon sees a low table and floor mats for them to sit on. A full traditional dinner to match the clear style of the house was laid out for them. So your family doesn't believe in chairs? Horizon says. Or anything from the past 4 centuries. You don't believe in tradition? Endeavor asks as they all take their seats. He sits at the head of the table with Shoto and Fuyamai to his left, and Horizon opposite them. Tradition is just peer pressure from dead people. It's obsolete. And if I don't let living people tell me what to do, why would I ever listen to corpses? The room falls into a tense silence as everyone starts eating. Horizon mainly eats white rice and some grilled fish. But eventually, he just gets annoyed by Fuyamai sitting opposite him staring daggers at his visor. What? He asks her. Nothing. She begins glaring even harder. Just say what's on your mind already. Why did you do that to Shoto at the sports festival? Fuyamai asks. He doesn't talk about it, but I'd like to know what someone could do to deserve that. I know my brother is a good person, so I just can't believe he deserved it. Horizon puts down his chopsticks and looks at her, closing his visor before he speaks. He decided to run his mouth about my parents, so I made an example of him. Now everyone knows if they do something like that I'll kick their teeth in. Happy now? Fuyamai looks even more confused now. That doesn't seem like Shoto. She turns to her brother. Shoto, did you really do that? She asks in a much more concerned tone. Shoto takes a while to think about his words, trying very carefully not to repeat his same mistake. I made a wrong assumption. I couldn't understand. You always spoke of how harsh they were with the training you, from the same age as me. I never considered that you could be trained and raised to be this powerful without hate and abuse. Wait, so it was a misunderstanding? Fuyamai asked. Shoto assumed that your parents were like our dad. Yes, Shoto says, and Endeavor hangs his head in shame. But clearly I was wrong, very wrong. And now you know better, Horizon says. Because as anyone who saw the finals knows, my parents were perfect, and everything I do is for them. Fuyamai's eyes dart back over to him. Then why didn't you just explain the situation to him? Because my family's situation is none of his business, just like this family isn't any of my business. I don't need to explain a damn thing. I just have to make sure that if he runs his mouth I teach him a painful lesson that he will never forget. That's not very heroic, Fuyamai says. Neither is what your dad did, and he's still the number 2 pro hero. Horizon completely shuts her up. I was only trying to help, as Midoriya did for me, Shoto says. I figured we could walk the path to healing together. Of course Deku had something to do with it. Horizon rolls his eyes. Well, the important thing is I taught you a valuable lesson. Don't meddle where you aren't wanted, and I certainly don't want you. The table falls into a tense silence for a few more minutes before Fuyamai starts up another conversation. So, do you still look up to my dad after knowing all of this? All eyes move to Horizon as he answers. I never cared and I still don't care about Enji Todoroki. But the hero Endeavor is still my gold standard for pretty much everything needed to be a pro hero. That hasn't changed. Endeavor puts down his chopsticks and gets up, startling Fuyamai. Shoto, come with me, we need to talk. He says before walking into the courtyard. Shoto sighs and follows him, leaving Horizon and Fuyamai at the table. So, enjoying the food? Fuyamai asks. It's good. Did you help that old lady cook? Fuyamai looks surprised. How do you know about the housekeeper? You haven't seen her and we didn't tell you. I know everything. Now she looks creeped out. Yeah, it's actually my recipe but she helped me prepare it. I guess that makes you my favorite Todoroki. Really? She raises a brow at that statement. It's not that hard to do. Shoto sucks at literally everything in my eyes. As a person Enji is meh at best. I count Endeavor separately so he's still great. But you've cooked for me and you're willing to stand up for your brother in the face of someone who can literally shut your brain off with a thought. How am I not supposed to like a woman like that? Her eyes go wide in surprise. Can you really do that? The brain thing? No, but half the fun of my quirk is that I can say crazy stupid things and people have to assume at least a little bit that I can really do it. He chuckles. Fuyamai sighs and shakes her head. I hope this isn't you trying to flirt with me. You're 16 but I can't date anyone so young. It just feel weird, not to mention I don't date heroes. Plus, I'm a teacher so I'd feel extra creepy. This isn't that, I promise. You can't pay me enough to date someone with this much family baggage. Oh wow, exactly what I want to hear right now, she sighs. It's already hard enough getting a date when people learn who my dad is. They're either scared of him or trying to use me to get to him. One more reason to keep my identity private. So my kids won't have to deal with that crap one day. Yeah, you won't have any trouble finding someone. Mr. Genius, Doctor, Hero, Quirk Researcher. She rolls her eyes at how absurd his resume was. Plus handsome and rich, can't forget those. Sigh, because of course you are. Why did you decide to be a pro hero anyway? Adrenaline. Nizu made me a deal, he'd get me something I want if I graduate UA, that's all. No wonder he published your Quirk research paper on the official UA website. You read it. All 15 pages. All the genetic stuff about superhuman potential went a bit over my head, but seemed pretty smart. It's so weird for someone young to be an official Quirk researcher, it's usually old men. Well, that's because you need time and experience for it, that's why it's usually older doctors. Yet you did it at only 16. I've lived a lot of life, Horizon shrugs. As Fuyamai is about to respond, suddenly the entire house shakes violently. Horizon instantly opens a room and scans around, realizing the problem was just outist. With a deep sigh he gets up as she's trying to crawl under the table, thinking it was an earthquake. Not an earthquake, just dramatic people. He slides open the paper doors leading to the courtyard for them to see what was happening. Shoto had an absolutely furious look on his face in the middle of the courtyard. Across from him Endeavor was standing with a flame in his right hand. All around Endeavor was a massive pool of boiling water, and to the far sides were the massive ice shards that didn't instantly evaporate. Shoto tried to use a heaven-piercing ice wall, only for Endeavor to instantly melt it the moment it even got close to him, showing that as they are now, Shoto is nothing compared to his dad. Endeavor deactivates his quirk and just looks heartbroken as Shoto starts yelling. You think you can ever atone, that we'd ever forgive you? After you destroyed us? You tore us apart. You put Mom in the hospital. And now you want to tell me that I can choose to stop being a hero? If I stop now, then what was all our suffering even for? Shoto was seething with rage, and Endeavor just stood there, not saying a word to defend himself as his son stomped away into the house. Shoto looks back over his shoulder to say one last thing. I never want to see you again, consider this the end of my internship. Fuyamai breaks down into sobs and runs after her brother, and Horizon just shakes his head at all this family drama. This house really is a fucking mess. 6 p.m, Endeavor Hero Agency. Stepping out of his room, Horizon sees Vernon in full costume leaning against the opposite wall, giving him a vicious smile. Ready to get started, rookie? What are we even doing? Horizon asks, falling into step beside her as they walk through the hallway to the elevator. Well, yesterday we got a request from the heroes at Hoso. Since Ingenium died, their organization sort of fell apart. His agency had 65 sidekicks and he lead them all. They're still trying to figure out how to work without him leading. So they're like ants running about. Horizon asks as they enter the elevator, noticing Vernon hitting the garage button. Pretty much, so they called us to send some people to help out on patrols. The rest of my team had the day shift. So we're the night shift. What about Endeavor? He still hasn't left his office. He's been catching up on paperwork all day. Very bad mood. TCH, so just us. Yup, but you're supposed to be the strongest anyway, right? Vernon shrugs. Why? Are you worried? Isn't your catchphrase I'm enough? She tries to copy his deeper mechanical voice and fails horribly. I don't have a catchphrase, but I am. A moment later they arrive at the basement garage, and Vernon takes out a simple car key and leads him over to a basic and inconspicuous red car. I guess we're expecting a fight, huh? Horizon says while getting into the front seat, having to adjust it for his size, and placing his sword in the back seat. Best to be prepared. Vernon turns on the radio and begins singing loudly, not caring that she'll annoy him the entire drive. Agency cars aren't uncommon at such top-tier hero agencies. Cheap and replaceable cars that look inconspicuous in most situations. Bought for transport and insured with the agency, completely expected to be destroyed if a hero has to drive it to a combat zone. Boom! 1 kilometer outside of Hosa the car shakes violently as an explosion goes off in the distance. Horizon and Vernon see a massive fire tearing through the city and she immediately pulls over. What's going on? Room? Scan? 5 kilometers of information floods his mind. Nomu attack, 24 of them, let's go. Shambles? They both disappear and arrive at the heart of the action. A 7-story building was completely on fire. Heroes already rising over as a swarm of grey Nomu are destroying everything. NS. Grey Nomu, they can't regenerate according to the intel we have, Horizon thinks as he rushes forward. Charging a Nomu with 4 arms, 3 meters tall and lanky, brain exposed as per usual. 2 other heroes attack before he can close the distance. Dressed as ninjas they throw a dozen shurikens each, all of which bounce off the monster. Booster shot? Incision? Horizon slashing the Nomu in 2, directly down the middle. Another slash cuts the brain in half. Looking back he sees Vernon rip a chunk of her hair out and hit a grey Nomu with it, completely exploding the top half of its body. Above, Horizon senses a Nomu flying through the air and slashes at it. Amputate. The winged grey Nomu gets slashed in 2, hopelessly flailing as it falls to the road below. Vernon immediately pounces to finish it. Make me some rubble. Horizon yells out, shrinking his room enough to encompass all the Nomus, allowing him to give them his full focus. I've got it, one of the nearby pro heroes yells out, a hulking figure with enlarged fists. He punches the ground and shatters the road, scattering rocks all across the street. Get away. Horizon yells, and the nearby pros understand exactly what he's about to do and get to his sides or behind him. Shambles? A piece of rubble gets swapped for a nearby Nomu. Amputate? He slashes it from range, leaving it flailing around on the floor as he repeats the process over and over. One of the Nomu has some sort of speed quirk and tries to rush him, but instead of warping away he simply raises a hand. Curtain? Every bone in the Nomu's hand and arm shatter against the blue energy barrier. Horizon drops the barrier and slashes directly, cutting the monster in half. Horizon immediately returns to the original plan. Many of the pros stand around ready to act in case his plan fails for some reason, while a few others try to get the fire under control. And nearly 20 Nomu later, a black Nomu shows up. Shit, Horizon immediately realizes what's about to happen. Vernon grabs a massive chunk of her hair and hurls it toward the pile of Nomus and the black Nomu all in one go. All the other nearby heroes with ranged abilities do the exact same, stacking on the damage. Amputate, 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 amputate. 16 slashes later there are massive slices in the road, and a pile of smoldering corpses burning in front of them. Horizon could still feel the heat from the intense green flames Vernon made, the road melting away around and below the Nomu corpses. Let's get back to it. While Horizon and the pro heroes were finishing up the Nomu and putting out the fire, on a bullet train passing by Hosu another situation was happening. Deku was wearing his new hero costume, pinned down to the floor by his internship mentor Gran Torino, an elderly white-haired man who was only 1 meter tall, currently stepping on Deku's back with his yellow boots and leaning forward to push his face into the floor of the train. Only a few feet away was the door of the moving train, and Deku was just about to reach for it when he got pinned down. "What the hell are you doing, brat?" Gran Torino asks. "Going to Hosu," Deku says. "People there need my help." "What about the people here?" "What? The train is fine, my friend is in Hosu, I have a bad feeling, like I need to save him, please, let me go." "Think about the situation more clearly," Gran Torino says. "You're on a moving bullet train, you open those doors or rupture the side of it and this thing stops, then whatever crisis is happening here has these passengers trapped in it too, is that what you want?" "But, Deku's voice shrinks and he just rests his head on the floor, mind and heart completely conflicted. "But he needs saving, I can feel it, I should have done more when I saw him." "Perhaps, but your duty is to protect as many people as possible, that includes keeping these people away from that mess," Gran Torino sighs, seeing Deku making an angry face as some tears begin flowing. Sitting on the floor beside Deku he gives him a pat on the head. "You're just like Toshinori, you know that." "What?" Deku looks at him in surprise. Yeah, no matter the situation he'd be unable to sit by when he knew someone needed saving, but that also caused him to make a lot of choices that he'd later regret. "If that's the mindset you have, it will hurt even more if you ever fail, so you have all the more reason to master your quirk and grow strong. That way you won't have to make the hard choices like these, you'll be able to save a lot more people than even him." Sitting up, Deku wipes his tears, looking down the train cart at all the people staring out the window at the burning city, all the people he protected by simply allowing them to continue to the next stop. Only 15 minutes after the attack began, it was already dealt with. Horizon and Vernon were currently standing to the side looking at the massive pile of incinerated meat. The road melted to such an extent that it was still bubbling and swelling the flesh. While they were taking a breather, the other pros were helping the fire trucks put out the blaze as best they can. Unfortunately, Manuel, a hero with water manipulation, isn't present at the moment to assist. Standing beside Horizon, Vernon currently was missing almost all of her fiery hair, leaving her nearly bald. Her scalp was completely covered in small green flames. "How come you didn't sense the warp gate?" "Because I wasn't expecting one," Horizon shrugs. "Any now?" "No, I didn't sense any villains around in my range so I wouldn't know." "I get it, it's kinda like they sucker punched you, that makes sense. So what was your plan if I wasn't here?" Vernon asks. "For what? The Black Nomu?" "Yeah. Well, even compared to these, the USJ Nomu was a lot stronger. The first one we dealt with, and the second one just had basic power, and didn't have anywhere near as fast healing. I could have handled it solo. Maybe I should have let you." Vernon rubs her head. Horizon chuckles. "How long does it take to grow back when you overuse it like this?" "About 20 minutes when it's this extreme." If Endeavor were here he could have waved his hand and incinerated those healing bastards. I'm still trying to form something that can deal with them. I don't think I'll always have a top fire pro in my pocket." "Why not just make flames of your own?" Vernon asks. "It's not that simple, I won't explain, but let's just say I can't," Horizon says. "But you can make lightning, that takes a lot more energy." "I don't make lightning, I amplify my bioelectricity and bring it outward, completely different. And since I don't have a fire inside me I'd have to do a lot more work than it's worth." I see, so what you're saying is," she looks up at him with her Cheshire smile, "I can do something Mr. Miracle can't." She devolves into a mad cackle as they wait for the police to arrive in force and deal with this. Horizon rolls his eyes, used to her antics and aggressive personality by now. "Creating fire, focusing on such a small particle would exhaust me. And using TAKT to cause that much friction in anything would also entirely drain me. Fire is just too damn erratic. Not to mention how much energy that would take. Same reason I can't just warp around using dust in the air. I'm sure I'll think of something to deal with the Black Nomu, and I'll be ready if I ever see the USJ Nomu again." Saturday afternoon, 7 p.m. After finishing his internship, Horizon also completed his weekly appointment, and now he was ready to go home and train, now having a better understanding of exactly what he has to work on. In the private underground garage of his Tokyo penthouse, Law is dressed in a simple gold t-shirt with the Matani crest in black on the chest and a pair of black jeans. Loading his hero costume case and sword into the trunk of his car, he hops in the driver's seat and starts driving back to Musudafu, having to enter the city to then access the road to his home outside the city. Placing his phone in the compartment on the dashboard, it automatically connects. "Call Nizu," he orders, and the phone begins doing exactly that. Cruising down the street, he hears the call connect. "Hello?" Nizu asks. "Yeah, I'm leaving Tokyo now, just wrapped things up at Endeavor's agency." "Oh, that's good. I'm dealing with some other problems at the moment. I assumed you called to find out about that." "What?" Law sounds confused. "I was calling to ask about that support item I requested." "Oh, did you not see the news?" "No, what's up?" "Apparently during the Nomu attacks in Hosu 2 days ago, the hero killer Stain was busy. He killed 3 more people. They only found the bodies last night. While I was there. Must have been at the very edge of Hosu. It was. I'm currently dealing with a media nightmare because of it." "Why? Who'd he kill?" "Native, Manuel, and your classmate, Tinya Aitsa." "Oh, so that's why the class group chat has been going extra crazy. That makes sense. You didn't look at it." "I assumed they wanted to ask about those 2 big incidents I resolved. I'm not gonna read 2,000 messages from those people. Well, everyone knows, and I've had a swarm of reporters at the gate ever since the bodies were found." "Shit, is this gonna make you close school? Because the faster I get my item, the faster I can get used to it." Nizu sighs. "Well, I'm glad to hear how worried and heartbroken you are. Heroes die every day, Nizu. It's an occupational hazard. Plus I've only known him for 5 weeks, and we didn't exactly get along." "Do you get along with anyone?" "A few, mostly the pretty girls and Zero." "Right, well this shouldn't change anything with the school schedule. We'll offer to counsel any students who need it, and your class will have a mandatory session talking to Midnight Nigerian Nairobi. Ugh. There will also be a special morning ceremony Monday morning. So I should show up late to skip all that crap. Thanks for the warning. We'd appreciate it if you can say a few kind words actually, since you are the one A-class Republic." Law laughs at that. "No." Nizu sighs again. "Fine, but please just show up on time for the ceremony. It won't be long." Yeah, and how is the media dealing with this?" "It's been a long time since we've had an active student die," Nizu says. "But with how many students have been killed due to the Nomu attacks on hero courses, the public isn't reacting too poorly. In comparison, we've only lost 1 student and it was away from campus." And how do they feel about you letting him go to Hosu knowing that's where Stain likely was and his brother died there just over a week earlier?" "They could assume that it was a revenge scenario gone wrong," Law says. "Some of them did, but we're fighting that idea with his pristine character. Also, I'm pushing media outlets to focus on your work from this week." Law nods in agreement. "Show off that Horizon solved a hostage situation and dealt with about 20 Nomu while other pros were mostly useless. Prop up your best students so they don't notice the dead one." "That's the plan. It's been mostly working to prevent people from digging deeper." "Good." Law turns onto the highway to leave the city. "The last thing I need is UA being stalled for any reason, especially because some morons can't accept being a hero is actually dangerous. Now that we're done talking about the shit I don't care about, what's the deal with my support item?" "It's mostly complete, beyond your specification." What do you mean mostly? How much longer?" "It'll take 1 month for us to get a shipment of the alloy needed for the fuel cell. It's normally not used in objects this small, so they have to make it custom. I really don't have a month to waste. The support course is gonna be open Monday, right? The design and construction studios are always open, and the person that's been assigned to you always arrives early and leaves late. She should even be there tomorrow when school isn't in session. And all she needs is this component." Law asks. "Exactly. Okay, can you send me the specifics of it, molecular makeup and all that? If you're thinking of using Yayo Rozo, you should know that it's against regulations to use her quirk like this because of the value of this component, and how easily it can be weaponized. You need approval, and she won't agree to help you. If I get it done, can you handle the paperwork for me?" Law asks. "Legally my answer is no, but good luck. I'll send you the data in a moment." "Thanks, now I've got to call Momo." A few minutes later, Law sends the data to Momo and immediately calls her. "Hello," she answers on the very first ring, some excitement in her voice although he could tell she'd been crying. Law just rolls his eyes, not having time for talking about Aitsa. "Momo, are you free tomorrow?" He hears her drop the phone on what sounds like tiles before picking it back up. "Yes, I mean, it depends on what you want." She tries her best to not seem interested, failing miserably. And Law chuckles. He's far from an idiot, especially when it comes to women. He's known for a while that both Momo and Jiro somehow have an interest in him. There simply isn't any benefit to bringing it up. He expects and hopes that it will fade as they come to their senses. "Sorry to disappoint, but not for a date," Law says jokingly. "What? Why would I ever be thinking that?" No idea. Anyway, take a look at the item I sent you. How long until you can make it?" "Give me 1 moment to look at it." Law waits patiently until he hears her answer. "The mass of this, even for a 2-inch cube, is a bit much. It would take everything I have." "Can you do it?" "Yes, the material composition isn't that complex, at least for me, but I can imagine via technology getting these metals to bond in such an intricate manner is difficult." Law sighs. "Woman, the things I do to have your quirk. Anyway, can you bring it to UA tomorrow morning? It's the last component I need for a support item, otherwise, I'll have to wait an entire month to get one made. Apparently, they don't fabricate that alloy in that size." I can understand why, Momo says. These bonding agents work better the more mass the item has, making one of this size would cost a small fortune. But that's exactly why I can't help you. My quirk prohibits creations such as these without permission from a relevant authority. I'm sorry, but unless I receive clearance or it's an absolute emergency, I can't help. The most fun quirk and you've got a stick up your ass that prevents you from enjoying it. That's a damn shame. Hey, I got permission from Nizo. He'll deal with the paperwork. So, tomorrow. Alright, I'll help you out, Momo says, suddenly much happier. No, this isn't you helping me, it's a trade. What? I really don't like owing people anything, so figure out something you want, within reason, and we'll make this a small contract. Something I want? Like what? How am I supposed to know? But this is a one-time thing, so you'd better be smart about it. I already know what I want. Momo suddenly blurts out. Wow, that was fast. Okay, what is it? Can you teach a class where you tell us all how to improve our quirks? You said you already figured it all out, right? So how about that? That way the most people will benefit. You want me to spoon-feed 18 people the answers to fix their life as a hero? No, that'll take too long. Then how about just some of us? Helping us to be better heroes, she says in a timid voice. Law size, let me guess, you and Jiro. How did you know I was going to include Kyoka? Because you two do everything together, you're basically attached at the hip, Law says. You even have a crush on the same guy, he thinks to himself. Kyoka and I are just fast friends, like you and Siro. I wouldn't say that, but whatever. So tomorrow morning at the support department. We'll be there. Law hangs up on her immediately and focuses on the road. Honestly, the things I do for Horizon. Law mutters as he continues the journey home. Standing outside the support course design building, Horizon is watching a video on his phone, having the audio played directly into his visor. Not bothering to put on his uniform since it's Sunday, he has his body glove and visor on. The boots from his hero costume. A pair of blue pants and a white t-shirt with his logo on the front in blue. And a white and blue hoodie with his logo on the back. His hero costume case was in his hand along with his sword as he focuses on his phone, watching the same videos that has been circulating all day about the hero killer Stain. Exploring his past, motivation, and ideology. So do you own anything that isn't blue and white? Power Loader asks as he walks up to Horizon. Or that doesn't have your logo on it? No, Horizon says as he puts his phone away, holding his hero costume case in his right hand and his sword in the left. Power Loader nods for Horizon to follow him as they enter the building. I hope you aren't a fan of that Stain guy, he says, overheating the video earlier and knowing what it was. He's a moron. Worse, he's a madman. Anyway, about your request, it's not the first time we got a request for something like this, but without a quirk that powers it, the allocated budget for students just doesn't cover it, not to mention the legality of it. I figured Nizo wouldn't mind. He doesn't, only because it's you. He's not very subtle about that, even increased the allocated budget to your support equipment to compensate. Well, it makes sense, I'm Horizon, it'll be worth it. Humility goes a long way, kid. Not my style. Anyway, are you sure whoever he assigned to this project can actually do it? I was kind of hoping you'd make my equipment, as you did before UA. No can do, Power Loader says. Having the hero and support courses work together like this is essential for development. But with that being said, before anything is handed over to our students for use, it has to get approved by me first. And May got approved. More often than not, she's a real genius when it comes to mechanical engineering. And she's not afraid to fail, that's important in learning. It's only been 5 weeks and she's already made 20 items. Not to mention she learns so fast that she's light years ahead of the previous top genius at this time in their school life. Horizon looks down at Power Loader and raises a brow. Wasn't the top genius you? Until her, yeah it was. But you know what they say, the rookies will tell you when it's time to quit. Arriving in front of a massive door, Power Loader slides it open for them to see May sitting on the floor putting together some machine parts. May Hatsum was a short girl with pink dreadlocks, only 157 centimeters tall, 5 feet 2, currently wearing her uniform skirt under some coveralls that were tied off at her hips, and a black tank top covering her large chest. May. Power Loader has to raise his voice to snap her out of her own little world. Seeing Horizon, she immediately hops up to her feet and rushes over. Hey Mr. Famous, welcome to my lab. May gestures to the workshop behind her, filled with her projects and tinkering, parts and pieces on desks and shelves along the walls. There were even a few suits of armor hanging from the ceiling on chains, a full mad inventor's workshop. Arnui. Well, I'll leave before something explodes, Power Loader says before rushing off. Do things explode a lot with you? Horizon asks, looking directly down at me, who was staring up at him with those yellow crosshair pupils in her eyes. Since she's only an inch taller than Jiro, she just barely reaches the middle of his chest, making him seem that much more imposing. Things explode sometimes, that's life. Don't worry, nothing I have planned for you will do that. I hope not. So, how do we start? Follow me. May turns around and stiffly marches off. So normal people are rare in UA, Horizon thinks. He follows her over to a separate desk at the back of her lab that has a large metal case atop it. May opens the case to reveal his requested support item. A metal device appears similar to a skateboard, roughly 1 meter long and 25 cm 10 in wide, but it was 3 inches thick, appearing like a slab of metal, colored white with blue accents, and Horizon's logo at the top of it. Pick it up, May says. A bit heavy, Horizon says as he lifts it up, placing his case and sword down on the desk beforehand. 50 pounds, but it expands when powered up, hopefully, and gets a bit flatter. This is the compact form for transporting it. Turning it to see the underside, there are 2 large circles. At a glance he couldn't understand what they are or how they worked. His focus is on biology, not technology after all. Repulsor lifts, May says. They push against gravity to keep you in the air. It's the same tech the military uses for those fancy jets in America, but the civilian version. Because of that plus the power system it needs, this baby costs more than the entire budget allocation to 3 other students put together, and you've still got room for more stuff. It's rare for anyone to ever even max out their budget considering Principal Nizu funds it. Is it really that big? May chuckles. Let's just say before we had that invention contest to decide who'd get to work with you, things got a bit punchy. Were you winning? I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, I'm making your stuff now, that's all that matters. Fair enough, so about the hoverboard, specs. When we get the power conduit, you should be able to match or move faster than any commercial plane, should be fun. And it can support 400 pounds of weight. That's good, doubt I'll have any passengers but it's good to be prepared. Yup, May gives him a beaming smile, excited to see this invention come to life. So, what ya gonna name this baby? What? Well, every student names their equipment, like the Yayalitard, or the Uragotlets, that kinda thing. That's stupid. What about your sword? Scalpel, but swords aren't clothes. Neither is a hoverboard. It doesn't need a name. Momo should be here in a few minutes. Anything else I need to know? Yeah, you'll need these to stay on it. She fishes around to find a pair of boots just like his current set, but they felt slightly heavier. Magnetic. The soles are a special material that the repulsor will pull toward the top of the board. That way you don't fall off at 600 miles per hour -965 kmph. That'd get messy. The GS would kill me before that, he says. My body can't handle that kind of strain. I can heal, but that's only for so long. I'm not going that fast. Really? I thought you had super strength or something. What? No. Well, I mean, you said your Quirk can virtually do anything, so everyone kind of assumed you'd have that. May shrugs. But then again, you talked so big, but now we know you can't even fly. Horizon sighs. I swear you people all act like everyone else in the world can fly. Not being able to fly is normal. Sorry. Whatever, just tell me how to operate this hoverboard. Sure, it's super intuitive. You just have to. 5 minutes later. Okay, anything else? Horizon asks as she finishes explaining the details of his hoverboard. A lot of stuff actually, May says excitedly, getting very close to Horizon, but unlike the usual students he doesn't back away, standing his ground as her chest presses against his ABS and she stares up at him hungrily. You're already super famous, so I wanna upgrade all your things so people will know my name too. So branding. Something you clearly know about, but I'll also give real upgrades. I've already considered a few. So you're basically using me as a model and billboard. Okay, let's hear them. She steps away and he leans back against the desk. First I was thinking of a new visor. You can't change the look, he immediately says. I don't exactly have a face, so I can't go changing the visor all the time. Won't change anything about the look, but I saw the build for the current model. I bet with some time and that big budget you got I can use compression tech on it. In what way? Think of something about the size of your phone, then you put it at the back of your neck, and boom, it expands around your head into the visor. So I can always have it on me. Yup, May says. That way if it breaks and you can't breathe you at least can have a spare or two. I can't imagine it feels good having to wear that visor as a life support item all the time. This way you don't have to be worried about it breaking. That sounds perfect for me, Horizon says. Anything else? Retractable sword. No. He gestures to his sword. Retractable swords are the first thing I researched, but the trade-off in durability isn't worth the portable nature of it. I need reliable things. That makes sense. I assumed the durability wouldn't matter since your sword never actually touches anyone. It does when I want to do real damage. May taps her chin a few times as she considers what else there is. Well, I guess all that's left are the body glove and hero costume. They were designed to be comfortable in a variety of natural temperatures but not much else. Is there anything you want to add or adjust with it? Actually, I've been ignoring equipment for a while, so since I'm here, walking through the halls of the support department engineering building, Momo and Jiro were in full hero costume, with the former carrying a metal case at her side. I can't believe you got me into this, Jiro mutters, nervously twirling her earphone jack. Surprisingly, he didn't even complain about it. Momo says, I expected him to be strictly against teaching anyone, but he seems to be honorable about this agreement. Well, he's full of himself. Jiro rolls her eyes. If there is one thing we can count on, it's that Horizon always wants to look and be better than everyone around him. True, but he's also capable. Learning from him can do wonders for us. Yeah, but why'd you bother pulling me into it? Momo looks over at Jiro, genuinely confused as to why the answer wasn't obvious. Because you're my friend, and improving is always better when it helps your friends as well, right? You're too nice for this world, Momo, Jiro mutters. Let's just hope he isn't a jerk to you again. You didn't let me yell at him last time, but I don't know if I can do that again. Kyoka, he wasn't trying to harm me with those words. I think they were his way of inspiring me. Well, a hero isn't supposed to talk to a crying girl like that. They're supposed to say nice things. Well, that's why he's at UA, to learn things like that, Momo says as they arrive at the door to Mei's lab. Momo politely knocks before sliding the door open, then she freezes, staring forward with wide eyes as her face goes beet red. Jiro raises a hand to cover her eyes, but still peeks through her fingers like the closet pervert she is, constantly looking away but unable to resist stealing glances at the scene. Standing in the middle of the room was Horizon, only wearing his body glove and visor, all his clothes neatly folded off to the side. All his muscles were, and the clear separation of them was visible for the first time since they'd known him. Still somewhat hidden by the layer of white fabric, but enough to leave a very clear image of what was hidden below. This alone would have been enough to make both girls into a sputtering mess, but he was facing to the side, giving them a full view of what was going on. In his hands, supported by the one hand so clearly cupping her ass, was Mei Hatsum, still fully dressed and currently having her legs wrapped around his waist as best they could. Both her hands carefully feeling the muscles on his chest and his abs, trying to memorize every surface of his body, all with an excited smile on her face. Horizon's free hand is what fried Momo and Jiro's brains, as it was currently freely cupping Mei's breast over her tank top, clearly enjoying itself, gently kneading her, not even stopping as he looks over at his classmates. Sorry to interrupt. Momo yells and pulls the door shut, heart pounding in her chest. Beside her, Jiro wasn't faring much better, but Momo knew she had to take the lead. I can't just be a coward about this, she thinks. I have to act as if nothing happened, as if the boy I like wasn't just, why was he even holding her chest? Her face shifts from surprise and embarrassment to frustrations and a bit of jealousy. Jiro just raised a hand to her mostly flat chest, now feeling much worse about her tiny proportions. She glances over to Momo to see the girl take a deep breath and puff up her chest, clearly subconsciously trying to make a show of her assets as she opens the door. Opening the door, they see him gently set Mei down on her feet, and they both just look over at Momo and Jiro. Did you bring it? Horizon asks, and Momo just wordlessly lifts the case, never taking her eyes off Mei while Jiro continues to stare at the floor. Yes. Mei rushes off and snatches the case out of Momo's hand, then charges away to complete the hoverboard. Watching her rush off, Horizon turns to both girls, seeing their reactions to what they walked in on, but just ignores it. So, guess I've got to give you a rundown of this hero stuff. So WRNE, are you friends with that girl? Momo interrupts him, eyes glued to the back of Mei's head. Not really. Oh, but you had your hand on her. It's just that. It's really none of your business, Horizon says. But if you must know, she gets a bit invasive when taking measurements. I thought it was only fair I return the favor. He shrugs. You expect us to believe that? Jiro asks. Believe what you want, I really don't care either way. So, who's first? Neither girl answers, so Horizon just sighs. Fine, I'll start with the easy one, Jiro. Excuse me. Not like that, pervert. I'm talking about the pro hero crap. Sorry. Yeah, I'm listening, Jiro says. Okay, so half of being a pro hero is the public image, the other half is being useful. All you need to do is use your quirk more and train it harder. You can figure that out yourself. The problem is your hero costume just screams I went dumpster diving at a rock concert and found this trash. It's ugly. Hey, my style is punk rock. Yeah, and it's great for the 1% of people who like that style. But for everyone else, you're just a tiny girl in some ugly clunky boots, a top that does fit and has rips in it, and a jacket that isn't sure what it's supposed to be. The average person probably thinks you look like you bought it in a thrift shop. Jiro bites back all the angry things she wanted to yell at him and just grits her teeth, taking a deep breath and hearing him out. Okay, so what do you suggest? Get something more functional and sleek. You don't need to go with a skin-tight suit, but just something that isn't as baggy for villains to grab onto. Not that they should ever be that close to you. You also want to change your equipment. Amps in your boots are okay, but you need to extend your earphone jacks all the way down to your feet. That takes time and increases the surface area of a target for the enemy. Get a pair of headphones or something that you can just plug into and send sound to the other speakers on your body. Yeah, that makes sense, Jiro says. At the USJ, I couldn't use my quirk when Kaminari got held hostage because the guy could see it moving to my boots. If I had it plugged in closer to my ears, it'd be easier. Exactly. You also need a mask. I know you people are complete fucking idiots who want to be celebrity heroes, but the mask isn't just for you. It's so people don't see your face and track you down to kill the people you care about. Don't be a selfish moron, wear a mask. That's why you wear a mask. Jiro, I too must admit I've been curious, Momo says. But I assumed it was simply either part of your face or to help with daily life. That would make it very rude of us to ask, so please don't answer if you don't want to. Since in this world the human form is so vast and varied, having someone with his visor as their genuine face isn't such a stretch, so nobody genuinely thought about it. Already used to growing up around mutation and transformation quirk users of all sorts. I get that you could have assumed that, but I figured when you heard my name it would have been obvious that the visor is mostly just that, he says. Did you think my parents wrote Horizon on my birth certificate? I'm obviously hiding my identity. The better question is why aren't any of you? But why would you do that? Jiro genuinely asks, and Horizon feels a small spike of anger at how sincere it was. Don't you want the world to see how cool you are? Isn't that what you're all about? Do you have a family? Horizon asks Jiro. Yeah, it's just me and my parents. Good, and how would you feel if, Let's say you spent all day saving people you don't know, then went home to find your family dead because some villain you once fought saw your face, got your name, then got your address. They both wince at that. Some people like Shoji and Mina can't really hide their identities, which is why I honestly wouldn't be here if I was that recognizable, but for those who can, you should, you always should. His voice takes a serious and almost warning tone. To me, no faceless nameless mob of useless civilians will ever be worth risking my family, so I wear this somewhat inconvenient body glove and visor whenever Horizon goes out. Because I'm sure the 1 in 100, or maybe 1,000 heroes that loses their family because they stupidly decided not to wear a mask wishes they were as, admittedly paranoid, as I am. I see, Momo mutters quietly. So it's a sacrifice for the people you love, like you said at the sports festival. Everything is for your future family. I'm not losing my kids or having them get hounded because I selfishly wanted to be a celebrity, Horizon says. Both girls feel their hearts melt at those words. The final thing is your god-awful hero name, seriously, Earphone Jack. Any monkey can think of that, and it wouldn't even be the most creative one it thought of. But it's simple and effective, Jiro says. I like her hero name, Momo adds, causing Horizon to look at her. Really, the girl who named herself Creatai, which sounds like a name you pulled out of a picture book for retarded children, the same book with great names like Pinky, Froppy, Uravite, Anima, you like Earphone Jack, what a surprise. Momo looks down at the floor, having the name she's been excited to make her own for the past 8 years completely bashed by Horizon of all people. But what's wrong with that? Jiro asks. Hero names are supposed to be fun and make people smile, right? No, what kind of moron thinks like that? Your entire image is supposed to be built so people know you've got things under control when you arrive. You have to properly cultivate your image, without a good one you'll never get into the top rankings. Unless we do excellent work, Momo adds. No, that's not enough. People like cool shit, Earphone Jack is lame. You have to think about your image more. You know why I chose my name, but my costume is also part of it. My colors are white and blue, the same colors as surgeons and nurses. Widely recognized as positive and lawful colors. It calms people down when they see a guy in a white suit. My sword is a katana. I personally prefer a broadsword, but I'm using this because all around the world people fetishize katanas as this honorable thing. I use a katana, suddenly I look more heroic. Especially since the blade is white with a blue edge. Wow, you put a lot of thought into this stuff, Jiro says. And here I thought you didn't care about this. I have more reason to care than any of you. Auxiliary. Auxiliary. My suggestion for a new hero name, short and cute like you, and people can actually chant it. Also, it's not that far from Earphone Jack, all without sounding lame. Huh, I like it, Jiro says, giving him a beaming smile. It's done. May loudly interrupts them, holding the hoverboard in her hands. Check it out. The first thing Horizon notices is that all the bits of blue are glowing slightly, and that she's casually moving around what was 50 pounds as if it were nothing. And as she hands it over, he realizes it's weightless. Wow, nice. Yup, my babies are the best. I'm sure we'll make some great babies together. May cheers. Momo and Jiro gape in shock, and Horizon doesn't bother explaining. Great, you and Jiro can talk about her upgrades while I take this for a spin, and give Momo some training. Shouldn't I be there for training too? Jiro asks. Nope, it's just the basics of how she should use her quirk. I can't give her any real training. Why not? Momo asks. I'm not training either of you because it's a waste of time for me to train beautiful women. They just won't try hard enough. Horizon shrugs. Momo blushes while Jiro gets pissed at those words. What the hell kind of sexist thing is that? Where did you even learn something so stupid? My mom. Jiro immediately freezes, taking one scared step back as all the color drains from her face. I'm sorry, it's just that. Why did she say that? Horizon just shakes his head and sighs, because beautiful women can always quit and find someone to take care of them or some other shit like that. You always have an easy way out. The way I train will make you want to take that easy way out, so I rather train someone who I know won't quit and waste my time. So you won't train us because you think we're beautiful? Jiro asks, completely confused. Exactly. Now, let me get dressed and we'll get out of here, Momo. Right. Room. Shambles. Horizon's clothes suddenly appear on his body, all but his boots. Walking over to May's workstation, he takes the new boots and begins putting them on manually. After putting them on, he looks up to see Momo and Jiro staring at him while May was already tinkering with something else. What? He asks. You were doing it like a normal person, Jiro says. Why didn't you warp them on like usual? Because they're new. Because he hasn't been attuned to them. Because he can't. Because I felt like it, he says, picking up his sword and hoverboard and walking toward the door. Hey May, Jiro needs a full design overhaul, you should take her measurements. AHH. Jiro shrieks as she feels a pair of hands roaming her legs and chest. Momo looks over at her, not sure what to do, both her and Jiro already blushing, and May ignores all social norms to get her precise measurements, tackling the tiny girl to the floor, exactly like Horizon said. Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch that. Jiro yells out, looking to Momo for help. We're gonna make some great babies. May says with a manic look in her eyes. Momo, come on, she hears Horizon call out from the door. Momo gives an apologetic look and wishes her luck before rushing out of the room. abandoning her best friend to be molested by UA's resident mad scientist. You're already quite good at that. Most impressive, Momo says. Currently, she was walking down the sidewalk over to a large grassy area of UA where the trees were spread out. They couldn't see a few students scattered about on the grass studying, and eventually found a spot they liked. All the while Horizon was flying about on his hoverboard as if it were the most normal thing in the world. That's why I chose a hoverboard, he says. What do you mean? I like surfing, skating, and longboarding. Those skills transfer to this really well. And since I've been doing them all my life, this is as natural as breathing. Oh, so you chose something you wouldn't have to learn from the ground up. Yup, Maze originally countered my suggestion with a jetpack since she already had a prototype made. Then she tried to get me to wear some rocket boots. But this way I have one less thing to constantly practice. Plus, those other things look way too goofy. This is more elegant and graceful. Public image, Momo says as they arrive at a large tree with nobody nearby, a few groups of students scattered about in casual clothes studying for the upcoming midterms. Yup, now take a seat and we can start. Alright, Momo makes a blanket and sets it down on the grass, dropping down to her knees and looking up at him as he sits on the hoverboard. It had now shifted into its expanded form, larger, 30 centimeters wide and 120 centimeters long, becoming slightly thinner as the parts adjusted themselves to widen the surface area. Still in his white and blue with the blue accents glowing. And two glowing blue circles on the underside of it keeping him above the floor. Horizon sat atop it with his sword laying across his lap and feet hanging over the edge, casually looking down on her. Before we start, how come neither of you asked me about that whole Itza situation? He asks. Oh, well, everyone had been talking about it in the group chat the past few days and you never joined. We figured you wanted to grieve in your own way and not talk about it. Sure, good call. I don't want to talk about it, Horizon says. That simply sounded much better than I couldn't care less that my classmate is dead, so he just let them think what they want. Alright, now where do we begin? Yeah, not sure with you exactly. Normally I'd start with the first impression you give, but I mean, he gestures to her. The bimbo suit works for what you want, so I guess it's fine. Excuse me, what? Bimbo suit? Yeah, your hero costume. Aren't you gonna be one of those heroes that just shows off her tits to get easy money? Momo jumps up to her feet to get in his face. I'm trying to become a hero to help people, not to show off my body for attention. How dare you assume such disgusting things without even asking me, newbie? But you went to Uebami? She's like in the top 3 bimbo heroes, why else would you go there? Momo freezes, then drops back down to the blanket. She was the highest ranked hero that requested I come intern with her. I didn't know we'd just be her personal assistant and model in some stupid commercial. Oh, so you didn't do research and wasted your time, like a fucking retard. Momo looks like a kicked puppy at that statement. I'm already so far behind, and I wasted an entire week while others were getting ahead. Momo was almost to the point of tears just thinking about her wasted time. Is that why you were crying yesterday? She nods weakly. Huh, I assumed it was for Itza. Him too, Momo says. Horizon sighs. Alright, fine, well like I told Jiro, public perception is everything. And the first thing the public sees when you dress like that is just a pair of great tits and a pretty face. At that point they've already made up their mind about you. Because of that, you'll never get to the very top ranks. But Mirko is very attractive and she's up there. She also doesn't have her tits falling out of her top and is such a meathead that she never plays up the cute stuff. Her brain is just one vein of muscle that counters the usual public perception. You won't have that. But if I work hard and just do my job well, would that matter? Momo asks, and Horizon groans. Okay, let me put it like this. Midnight is basically the queen of the bimbo heroes. She has a perfect and exemplary record, a crap ton of incidents resolved and big villains defeated. But she never gets into the top few thousand. No matter what she does, she'll never get there, because other pros know she's capable. The Hero Commission knows she's capable. Even Nizo bringing her into UA isn't enough. It's no accident that she's the only hero at UA that can't get into the top 10k. Japan is a conservative society. She perfectly crafted the image of some sex-crazed whore. She's never had a single scandal aside from the government asking her to put on more clothes, and because of her need to sexualize everything and show off her body, they make sure that no little girl sees enough of her to think, I want to be just like Ms. Midnight when I grow up. Get it? And you're about to be in the exact same boat. I suggest you call Uebami and cut yourself out of that commercial as a start. Momo falls silent for an entire minute as she considers what to say, then looks up at him. But my quirk requires exposed skin. What about that? What if I can't save someone because of it? Shouldn't people be able to look past my body and see me as a hero? In a perfect world you can wear whatever you want, but this isn't a perfect world. In fact, it's so far from perfect that being hero is a job. People look at you and see a pretty face and amazing body, and since so much of it is being shown, they will make assumptions. You're 11/10ths fuckable and they know it, so just avoid this entire problem by changing your brand. Just wear a crop top and some shorts, same surface area. Or you can just use a zipper. Honestly, I assumed you just wore the bimbo suit because you liked it, didn't think you were dumb enough not to think of a zipper. Momo smacks herself on the forehead. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Wow, so you are that much of a dumbass. Every time I think you people have a brain, you prove me wrong. Anyway, I recommend the first option. You still don't want your tits to be on TV. And as for saving people, you can always just make more clothes if needed. Not to mention the higher your rank the more team UPS you get called in for, so the more people you get access to. Endeavor got like 3 requests every day, because they know that since he's high rank he'll be able to cover their weaknesses if things go wrong. I see, and what do you suggest? Just a crop top and pair of shorts. And a mask. You want to separate Momo and create Oh, we'll also have to change that horrific name. But I've always wanted that name, I thought of it when I was 8. It shows, and it's stupid. Create only tells people that you can make shit, but it doesn't make them feel anything. Most quirks can't deliver that sense of awe, but yours can. Then what do you suggest? Go biblical. I named my quirk Hand of God to make a real statement, so why not reference the act of true creation? Oh, Genesis. Exactly, sounds a lot more epic than create and it's actually a full word. I'll do it. Momo says, a broad smile on her face. You really did put a lot of thought into what it means to be a pro hero. Meanwhile all anyone else is doing is training. Well, that's because you're all morons, Horizon shrugs. Now let's talk about your quirk and fighting style. Momo's expression gets serious, knowing this is what she's been struggling with since joining UA. As you know, my quirk lets me create non-living objects from the lipids in my body. As for my fighting style, I've been struggling with that lately. I noticed. Momo feels a jolt of shame and embarrassment at that. The problem with your style is that you don't understand how to cheat. How to cheat? Yup. Your quirk is similar to mine in some regards. We have a deep bag of tricks that can counter many situations. Because of that, in some cases it's easier to react than act. Yes, if I can know what the enemy can do, then fighting them is infinitely easier. Same for me, but unlike you, my attacks don't drain my body in the same way. You have a finite amount of ammo that can't be replenished without food. Because of that, you need to cheat. Think of it like rock, paper, scissors. If you know the opponent has rock, you will throw paper. In this case, if the enemy is Kaminari, you make the insulation blanket you've used before, right? Right. But what if I don't know? Then you cheat. You either avoid the first hit or bait them into showing their move. Then you figure out what you need to counter them. Then you win. This works better with knowledge before the fight, or if you have an ally that can take the first hit for you. But you can use it solo if you're good enough at understanding a situation and thinking quickly. You're good at the former, but I can see on your face that you overthink during fights. Yes, that has been a problem. That cost me during the sports festival. Yup, all you had to do was be patient, and the moment he softened the stage you make a pole directly down to vault toward him. Easy win, but you threw your hand at the same time as him when you made a sword and shield. It's not a bad start, but this time he had paper and you had rock. So I should focus on my ability to adapt to an ever-changing battlefield and think more quickly. So combat training. Yes, and you also need to have standard responses. That way you don't have to actually think. Our quirks require a lot of steps before we can actually use them. The more comfortable you are and familiar you are with an action, the smoother and faster it becomes. Think of it like this. Electric villain insulation. Fire villain fire suppressant foam. Power type villain either capture items or taste them. Or stall until backup arrives. Currently, your big attack is making 2 cannons. That's stupid. I get that you can't make guns and some other weapons, so the government lets you make things that other people generally can't arm, but there are so many steps between staff and cannons. The energy use is just too much in most cases for you to just use it on one big shot. Your quirk is for combat support, like Jiro, don't forget that. Just like her, you should be very careful about getting close to them. Even if you do have some combat training, it will eventually fail if you keep testing it. Momo takes a moment to process everything he just said, then takes out her phone to make sure she doesn't forget anything. Alright, and what about my quirk? Well, you've got me for a while since I need to fly around to get used to this. Horizon takes out his phone and calls Momo. Keep me on speaker. Standing up, he looks around and gets ready to fly around for a bit and familiarize himself with the hoverboard and new boots. We'll start small. In parallel processing, you need to be able to think about 2 actions at the same time. Focus on making marbles in the material I name. The first is for the left hand, and the second is for the right, at the same time. Then we'll move on to bigger, more complex objects. Oh, Momo says, I get it. You noticed I've only been making one object at a time until now. And when I make multiple, it's always something simple and of the same material. You're very observant. Well, I like looking at you. Start with copper and nickel. Tell me when it's done. He flies off, staying low to the ground and weaving between the trees. So he likes looking at me. She giggles quietly to herself, feeling a bit of triumph over May. I can hear you. Horizon's voice comes through the speaker of her phone, causing her to blush up a storm. Get to work. Yes, sir. Momo immediately raises her hands and begins focusing on the materials she wanted to create. Intent on not wasting a single precious minute of her training time with Horizon. Aitso was one of my best friends, and it's my fault he died, Deku says. It was now after lunch, the first Monday after their internships, and he was sitting opposite Midnight on a couch in the teacher's lounge. He wipes his tears and sniffles as she carefully takes notes. What do you mean it's your fault? Midnight asks. I knew something was wrong, Deku confesses. I felt it. I wanted to ask him more, about his brother, about how he was feeling. But he'd always smile and tell me he'll be okay. But he always looked like he was angry inside, like he needed someone to save him from that anger. He was my friend, and I didn't save him. So you feel guilty because you think you could have done more. I could have done more. If I just acted, he would still be here, he'd still be alive. And I had another chance. A second chance at Hoso. At Hoso, Gran Torino and I were on a train moving past the city when the attack happened. I knew I had to go help, that my friend was in trouble, and if I didn't help something bad would happen. I knew he needed me to save him, but I couldn't go. Before you said you didn't save him, now you say couldn't. What changed? We were on a bullet train. I was about to force the doors open when Gran Torino tackled me. He told me that if anything like that happened, the train would stop, and everyone on it would be stuck in Hoso with the villains that were attacking. He told me that I had to do what would keep the most people safe. I hated it. I hated it so much. I knew I had to save him, but I just gave up and rode the train to Shibuya. And after all of that, Horizon showed up and barely anyone got hurt. He dealt with the Nomas before they got anywhere near the tracks. I could have gone and saved Aitsa and everyone on the train would have been fine. I let my friend die. Deku was desperately panting at the end of his rant, clutching his chest as Midnight slides the box of tissues closer to him. What you feel is entirely normal for heroes, Midoriya, Midnight says. Really? He says after wiping his tears. Other heroes feel like this. Of course. The entire basis of our profession is asking what if. What if a villain attacks? What if someone gets into an accident? What if nothing happens? Because of this, we do have to make the choices that will protect the most people, but sometimes that choice means we know there are some people that we aren't saving at the moment. There will always be people in the world that need saving, but we can't help them, and no hero can save everyone in the world. Not even All Might. But in situations like what you were in, you also have to consider the possibilities. Instead of judging your past self based on what you know now, consider the information you had at the time. Arno, yes. What if Horizon wasn't there? What if the Nomas did make it to the track after you stopped the train? What if those people got put in danger and Aitsa was fine? I know this may seem cruel, but you made the right choice with the information you had. Adding more people to the list of potential victims is never the right choice. This is one of the most difficult lessons any hero can ever have the misfortune to learn. I just wish you didn't have to learn it so early in your career. A pregnable silence fills the room as Deku considers everything she just said. But he couldn't get over it. He couldn't forgive himself for not acting, for ignoring his instincts, for letting his friend die. But what if I was strong enough? Deku asks. What if I could save everyone? What if I can protect all my friends in the future? What exactly are you thinking, Midoriya? Midnight asks, raising a brow at the frustrated look on his face. That I'll train harder. If I had full control of my quirk, I could have saved everyone. My friend would still be alive. He died because I'm so weak. It's all my fault. It's not your fault. He died because I was weak. Deku freezes, then takes a moment to calm down just a bit. Sorry for yelling. It's fine. I just want to be stronger. Strong enough that I never have to choose. That I can save everyone. That I never have to ignore my instincts again, because I'm sorry if it makes me a bad hero, but I'll never be able to live with myself if I know someone needs saving and don't do everything to save them. Giving him a look of pity and sympathy, Midnight sighs. An admirable goal, but if you're sticking to it, then you have a lot of work to do. Deku, she makes sure to call him by his hero name this time, managing to get a small smile on his lips. I'll keep everyone safe. Good, just don't put everything on your shoulder to the point that you subconsciously view your friend and peers as useless, alright? Things are easier if you have people supporting you. Your quirk is strong, but don't get the idea that you can do anything and don't need anyone. We've got one person like that here, and that's more than enough. I promise I won't. Good, now head back to class and send me Horizon. 1 minute later, as Midnight is finishing up her notes on Deku, Horizon appears on the couch opposite her. Without swapping for any object. He no longer needs to swap to move himself about within UA's main campus since he's been constantly using his quirk here for weeks. Horizon, how have you been? Midnight asks, completely used to him abruptly warping about campus. Great actually, he leans back against the couch, getting more comfortable. Can you just mark this therapy thing as complete so I can go? You don't think you need any guidance? Well, I'm not a pussy, so no. Plus, are you even qualified? I'm a certified counselor, just like Hound Dog, but he's more for disciplinary matters. This requires a woman's touch. All I heard is that I'm still the only doctor in this room. Midnight sighs, Nisa says it's mandatory, that means you have to stay and talk to me. I don't have to do anything, but fine. Alright, how about we just get to the point here, since you clearly hate the idea of talking about your feelings. How do you feel about Aitsa? Especially since you were in Hoso when it happened. Heroes die every day, it happens. And as for me being in Hoso, that doesn't mean I knew he was there. Horizon shrugs. So you don't feel anything? Someone you spent the past month getting to know is gone and you're fine. I barely even knew him, and he certainly didn't like me. I'll be fine. Really, and you think this is normal? What do you mean? Well, you're the only one of your classmates that hasn't been affected by this event. Don't you think that's odd? No, he shakes his head. I'm used to being the only person in the room that isn't some pathetic weeping bitch. You just can't recognize that I'm perfect because you're so used to dealing with trash. Wow, now I see why almost everyone complained about him, and I need to talk to her about the kind of men she's attracted to. Midnight thinks as she takes some notes. Do you ever think that this attitude of yours can cause problems in your life? What attitude? Well, your view on things and people is extremely callous, and some might even say toxic. Why would I care what people think? Midnight sighs, how about we start from where you learned this, what were your parents like? Horizon sits up and leans forward, voice becoming a low growl, don't go there. Midnight sees her opening, realizing that his emotions only truly showed when this topic came up, so she decided to push her luck. Unlike at the sports festival, he couldn't simply attack her here. This was her chance to understand him better and help him become a kind and caring hero. I'm just concerned for you. From what I can see, they instilled in you some problematic views. Perhaps they didn't show you enough affection. She sees his hands gripping his pants, a good sign that she's pushing all the right buttons. He's probably 2 seconds from going on a rant about how perfect they were, giving me all the information I need. I'm quite fine with affection, they taught me perfectly, he growls out. Really? Because with the way you act I imagine it will be difficult for that goal of yours. You confessed to the entire world that you want a family one day, kids of your own. But do you think anyone wants to be in a relationship with someone so cold and uncaring, or much less have children with you? And what the hell would you know about any of that? You think I want to be with someone like you? Oh please. Midnight raises her hands to show off her chest and fluff her hair, giving him her most seductive look. What man wouldn't want a woman like this? You'd be lucky to have me. As she says that, Midnight notices Horizon suddenly gets relaxed, comfortably leaning back against the couch and putting one hand up on the backrest. And Midnight suddenly feels like she went from being in a room with an erupting volcano to sitting in front of a hungry tiger. Well, not exactly, I mean you're just not that type of woman. Oh, don't get me wrong, almost all men would be lining up to fuck you. Personally, you're exactly what I'm looking for when I'm traveling and only staying in places for a week or two. At least to the public you are, that's the idea, right? That you're just another dumb bimbo trying to find horny men. The cum rag that pro heroes pass around behind the scenes, right? So yeah, I'd have you for as many nights as it takes to get bored, but only for the nights. I'd never parade you around to my friends. And I'd certainly never let you meet my parents if they were still around. You'd never be my girlfriend, and you'd never get a ring, just like you don't have one now, and you probably never will. Midnight keeps her composure, letting him get it all out and taking careful note of what he says and how he says it. Some women don't want to get married. More like you just can't even if you tried, Horizon says. I mean, who would want you? You're supposedly the whore of our nation's heroes. Nobody wants to be the guy with the wife 100 people have fucked. And you're already 32. Your tits and ass are either sagging or about to. Your face is gonna be wrinkled soon. You bet everything on sex appeal and destroyed your future, and it's all about to run out. Now no man will take you seriously. You'll probably never have kids. Your hero career will always be suppressed by the government because you're a horrible role model for your girls. You're the definition of a leftover woman. You're gonna die alone, and before you die you'll already be forgotten. Compared to that, I'm Horizon. Most valuable man in the world. I've got everything, I'm a miracle, I'm perfect. I never need to settle for less, I'll have all the women I want and all the kids I want to have. And you would have lucky to even get a night with a man like me, because you'd never get more than being our toy for the night, and he'd certainly never consider making you anything with a title. So remind me please, why the fuck do you think you're in a position to comment about how my parents raised me or how I'm living my future? He puts his other hand on the backrest of the couch and relaxes even further, waiting for her feeble reply. Taking a deep breath, Midnight releases a deep sigh and shakes her head. Alright, this session is over, you can head back to class now. That's the first useful thing that Mouth has done all conversation, Horizon says before he warps back to class, leaving her alone in the room. Midnight just rolls her eyes and begins jotting down notes, but as she gets to the last line, tears start falling onto the page. Now alone her professional and stoic mask breaks, and all the things he said suddenly become infinitely more real. Only seconds later she devolves into a weeping mess. And the last thing she wrote in her notes. Don't talk about his family. Sitting in Nizu's office, Law was enjoying a meal bar, waiting for the principal to enter. And a few moments later he walks through the door holding a stack of papers under his arm. So, how was your internship? Nizu asks as he walks over to his desk to get to work. Eventful and successful. Endeavor agreed to give me a contract once I get my provisional license. Oh, that's incredible, but expected for you I'm sure. Naturally. What's with the papers? I need to sign and send it to the concerned parents. People are worried about the safety of their children. And I need to send in another official report to the Hero Commission. And what do you think of the hero killer stain? Nizu asks. Is that why you asked me to come here in person? Scared I'll switch sides. No, I asked you to come to see me so we could discuss another matter entirely, but I figured we could get to this first. Alright, Horizon finishes his meal bar. Stain is a dumbass, and like it or not heroes are a necessity. A lot of them are useless and shouldn't have licenses, but I'm not gonna go kill them because of it. That'd null my contract. And it's wrong to do that. Whatever. Well, that's good to hear. Still somewhat concerning but good, Nizu says without looking up, still signing papers. Those posts you made after the bank incident and the Hoso City attack were a great help in preventing UA from being bashed. Thank you for that. Miracles are what I do remember. What about the provisional license exam? I already signed you up, and I assume you'll be training even more for it. Some people may try to target you to test themselves. You've got 7 weeks before it's time for that. Only a moron would attack me intentionally. That's like handing me free points, or whatever they rate based on. But yeah, I'll amp up the training even more. Don't forget your midterm exams also start this week. Ugh, that's so annoying. I don't see why you're groaning. You don't even have to study for it. Doesn't mean I like them. Usually I either train my quirk or sleep during classes. Now I'll have to stay awake and write some stupid exams. I'm sure it won't be that bad. We'll see. So what did you want to talk about anyway? I'd like to get to my training ground and get to work. 2 things, the first being your counseling session. Nizu says, did perhaps anything interesting happen during it? Horizon pretends to think about it for a second before shaking his head. No, not that I can recall. Why? Really? So you didn't lash out at anyone today? Ah, do you mean some nosy bitch that decided to run her mouth about my family? Yeah, I reminded her where she belonged. Nothing to take note of with circumflex b epsilon. Nizu sighs. She gave me a long list of mental issues you may possibly have and recommended mandatory professional therapy sessions. Ugh, of course she would. Horizon grumbles. I'm not going. I know that. I understand how pointless it is to have you change through words. Good. So what's the next thing you need to talk to me about? Your family. Seriously, did we not just go over this? Not your parents, your uncle. Horizon immediately sits up and looks at Nizo, who hops down from behind his desk and takes a seat on the couch opposite Horizon. So, I assume you knew about him. My parents kept no secrets from me, Horizon says. But what does he have to do with anything? The Italian hero department is running a big operation to capture him and the other members of his organization. They called me in to help with logistics, and maybe find some patterns. And you want me to tell you something about him? Horizon sighs. I've never met Uncle Doflamingo. He's not even really my uncle. Not since he sent Mom to kill Dad. That's how they met. Yeah, a few years before they had me. Grandpa died. Well, my uncle killed him. My dad was the resident doctor and successor, so naturally, he sent Mom to kill him. Assassin and mafia doctor fall in love. She gets caught up in some shit. Then one of her clients offers to get her out of it if she accepts a lifetime contract to work for him. Then she marries my dad to get him over here and they make me. He's never been back to Italy since, and I've only visited the fun places. I've never even met any family beyond my parents. They stopped being family the moment they tried to kill my dad. And who was this client she worked for? That's really none of your business, Horizon says, still intent on protecting his client's information. But he's basically why she couldn't just quit after having me. Every few months he'd send a contract, and she'd also take a few on the side to keep other contacts and powerful people happy. It's not a business you can just choose to retire in. She retires and a lot of people get sent after her, and by extension, us. I see. Well, fortunately you're on the heroic path now. 6 weeks later. Listen up, Eraser addresses everyone at homeroom first thing in the morning. You've got 1 week until your final exams. I'm sure you're all constantly studying and reading ahead, because these will be a lot harder than the midterm exams. It'll test you on everything you learned in class and in training. Be ready for it. These are your midterm results. I expect to see improvements from all of you. Eraser taps the board and a list of 19 names shows up before he leaves the room. The entire class is fixated on the board, immediately finding themselves on the ranking and realizing how much that had to improve, all but one person. Midterm rankings. 1 Horizon, 1000/1000. 2 Momo, 938/1000. 3 Bakugo, 910/1000. 4 Deku, 890/1000. 5 Shoto, 850/1000. And the list goes on until Kaminari at the bottom in 19th place. Dude, how the hell are you at the top? Zero is the first to ask Horizon, but everyone else was thinking the exact same thing. Most people blatantly stared in confusion while others were just annoyed that he once again get a perfect score. Because that's where I belong, obviously, Horizon says. Zero just rolls his eyes as Jiro does the same. Behind Horizon Momo sighed, hoping to at least be competitive with him in this, her main attribute all her life, but now resigned to the fact that she'd likely never catch up to him, but walking behind him wasn't that bad at all. Seriously man, you sleep in class all day and then get a perfect score, what's the secret? Zero asks. Is it the visor? Does it give you cheat sheets for the exams? The visor can't do that. Do you honestly think I need to study for this stuff? It's simple, plus I feel like sometimes you people forget that I'm literally a genius doctor even without my quirk. How would high school exams be any issue? Oh yeah, I guess it's not really fair huh, Zero says as the room devolves into constant chatter. Horizon just leans back in his chair and focuses on warping around the leaves outside, constantly training his quirk. The first rule of having a perfect memory? Don't tell anyone you have a perfect memory, because then you can't conveniently forget all the pointless crap people always pretend to care about. After a few minutes of chatter, a few students get Momo to agree to help them study, and of course, being the ray of sunshine she is, she invites Horizon along. I don't think I'll be of any help to the group. Geniuses make the worst teachers, he says. Plus I don't do sleepovers. Oh, I see. Momo looked down at the floor between them as beside her Jiro tried to quietly signal to Horizon that he should accept. All he does is roll his eyes beneath the visor and say good luck on the study session I guess, see you Monday, before warping away to his training area in UA. Honestly I thought they'd be over this stupid crush by now, he mutters while getting ready for his final week of intense training. Preparing for his next step, taking the stage with his provisional license, Tokyo, 7:45 a.m. I still think this is highly unnecessary. Eraser grumbles. rubbing his eyes as they entered the Tokyo area, waking up from his short nap. Sitting across from him in the back of their limo was Horizon, now wearing his new hero costume. The designs and colors were the same, but the material and body glove composition were the critical changes. His visor was now upgraded by MHA, collapsible into a small plate no bigger than his phone, capable of connecting to more functions via his phone so he'd have to check it less, and much more intuitive. His jacket and vest were a rather expensive and somewhat legally complex and difficult to acquire, carbon fiber mesh weave, resistant to small arms fire in their entirety, at the cost of just being slightly heavier. His body glove had the most visible changes, if it weren't hidden beneath his hero costume. While it was still primarily white, there were now thin blue lines in the same color as the logo on that back, running along the divisions of his muscles, making his muscle definition that much more obvious to the naked eye. It also now extended to cover most of his head, only leaving openings for his nostrils, eyes, and mouth. Especially since the new gel armor layer is heavier than his previous body glove, made to stiffen when enough pressure is exerted. Perfect for any close combat encounters. His gloves had the only truly visible changes while he was in full hero costume, now having clearly armored knuckles with the same blue lines. In many cases, these upgrades are less than useful. Villains tend to become villains because they have a quirk that the average person can't overcome. Armor that can resist small arms fire or stiffen to ease the force of a punch didn't do much in the long run. But Horizon has a healthy amount of paranoia. He never expects to be hit, but still prepares for it. Not to mention how difficult it was to get any equipment that doesn't have a connection with your quirk. Hero costumes legally are only allowed to be weaponized in ways that directly relate to the quirk of the user. This law along with the limitation of armor stops an escalation and arms race between heroes and villains. If every hero wore full armor, soon all the villains would do the same. Because of that, these laws were made so regular police officers wouldn't be entirely helpless since they only have pistols. Heroes always play at a disadvantage because of rules like these, but in exchange, they get the full support of society in the form of formal education facilities that help them train their quirk and entire companies devoted to creating equipment for them, along with fame and fortune of course. For example, a 25-year-old Bakugo as a hero is many times more powerful than he would be as a villain, because he would not have gone to a school specifically designed to improve his quirk use and equip him for combat if he chose the villain path. Horizon managed to get away with these upgrades because of two simple reasons. Firstly, his body glove and visor are listed as lifestyle support items, therefore it's easier to get upgrades if he simply says it will help him live easier. And more importantly, he's mystery class. Nobody, not even Nizu, knows how his quirk works. The only people that could say Hand of God isn't affected by these upgrades are him and his parents. Hearing Eraser's words, Horizon turns his attention from his phone, putting it away to speak to his teacher. Most people would just enjoy the free limo ride, Horizon says. It's not efficient. We could have easily got on the bus with Class 2B. I'll pretend you didn't just suggest that. I don't do public transportation. It's not public, it's a UA bus, Eraser says, where I'd probably be hounded with questions because unlike my classmates, they've never met me. Annoying. No different from if I ever lose my mind and decide to take a train, like a peasant alpha Nigerian Nairobi. So what, do you just drive everywhere? Eraser asks, ignoring that peasant comment. I'm only 16, so I can't get a car license in Japan, and I don't have a motorcycle license. I just have this chauffeur service on standby in case I ever need to go anyway. But normally I take an armored SUV, but I figured a limo would give us some space. Until you get the provisional license, then you can just use your hoverboard in public, Eraser says. Exactly, it'll be fun. Honestly, I don't know what's more annoying, having you always riding that thing around school, or the fact that you can just warp around UA freely now, can't even avoid you by walking into an empty room. Horizon chuckles at that. Well, people who can fly should fly, right? And UA encourages quirk use once you aren't affecting others. Eraser actually cracks a smile at that. I had a friend who said almost the exact same thing. He'd always float around on his cloud. Someone who understands the fun aspect of having a quirk. For most people the novelty of it is gone by the time they enter UA. But I love warping about, and I'm still just 16, so of course I'm gonna play with my new toy. They enjoy a comfortable silence for a moment before Horizon takes out his phone and quickly sends 2 messages, then puts it away. Looks like homeroom just finished. They're getting ready for the practicals now. One of your friends just messaged you. Classmates, Momo and Jiro, Horizon shrugs. Told them I'm busy today and left it at that. Huh, you didn't tell them what we're doing today. I figured you'd rub it in their faces. I don't brag, I state facts. And as for me not mentioning it, what I do is none of their business. That's fair, I just figured you'd at least tell those 2, consider well, you know. Horizon sighs and shakes his head. Yeah, I know. Really hoping they just get over this stupid crush. I've already got a lot on my plate, don't need girls that I have to see almost every day on it too. Well, today is the last day of the first semester, so they've got a lot of time to come to their senses. Hey, I'm not that bad. Really? Eraser asks. Because I'm missing my class's important first semester finals because Midnight refused to come here with you. She said I don't want to talk to him alone ever again. Anything you could tell me about that? She didn't tell you. It happened in your counseling session, so no. Well, you'll just have to live with the mystery, but shouldn't you be here since I think this is more important anyway? If you were anyone else, yes, but you're Horizon. This is more of a formality for someone at your level. My time would be better spent watching your classmates fight the teachers. I'd then be able to form a better plan for their summer camp training. So glad I don't have to do that crap. Actually, no. Eraser rolls his eyes. I'm not saying you have to go, but I've been training Shinso after school since the sports festival. I know, I can sense you in the forest near training ground Zeta. That's still creepy. But he'll be joining the summer camp. I initially planned for him to join you all in the second year, but we've got an open seat now, and the faster he starts the easier his life will be. True, think you can find someone to replace Frenchie and Tailboy? I say we trade them for Kode. Did she give you that stack of giant cookies so you'd ask this? No, I just think it's a fair trade. I'm not trading anyone. Also, along with Shinso, I'd like your help to train Toru during the summer camp. I thought you said I don't have to go to that. You don't, but I'm asking you to help train your allies. You're literally the only person in the world that we know of who can understand and instruct them in training their quirks. All I've been able to tell Shinso is to use his more and from longer range, but after your big class about quirks I figured since I'm focusing on power, you'd be able to handle mastery. And Toru? You realize I'm not someone she wants to ever talk to, right? She hasn't been fully nude since I revealed I can see her, and hasn't spoken to me or even looked at me. Anytime I glance at her, even when she's in full uniform, she runs out of the room crying, or hides behind Ajiro. Yes, but she literally joined the hero course because it was the only way she could have a meaningful life, at least in her mind. You realize how difficult it is being an invisible girl all your life, right? Ajiro doesn't seem to mind. Why is it so difficult to get you to help anyone? Eraser asks, now exasperated. Why are they too dumb to understand their own quirks? Eraser sighs, the summer camp is all of July. I only need you to be there for however long it takes you to train Toru. I'm sure if you tell Shinso and me what to do, we can handle the rest ourselves. Horizon leans back and considers the situation for a moment, then nods. All right, I'll be there for the last week in July. What's the catch? Nisa said you're never easy to convince, at least not for free. I want to make my work with Toru public. If I'm taking a week out of my hero time, then I'll use it for my quirk specialist time. A girl stuck being invisible because nobody else could figure out her quirk should help that. All right, I'm sure she'll agree. Is there anything specific they should do before you get there? Yeah, have Shinso increase his pain tolerance and focus. And for Toru, meditation. Meditation? Really? Yeah, the issue is all mental, just like Tokoyami. No, I've agreed to help too. That's more than enough. Birdie can figure out his issues himself. That's fair, Eraser says as the limo comes to a stop in front of a massive stadium. A moment later the driver opens the door and they both step out, all eyes on them. Horizon immediately sees students from hero courses around Japan taking out their phones to get pictures of him. With his jacket draped over his shoulder and sword at his side, he gives them a small wave, hoverboard in his left hand. I really hate having all these cameras on me, Eraser says. I miss when my identity was private. Well, maybe you should have worn a better mask, Horizon says while he sees some students approaching to likely get a selfie or two with him. Eraser rolls his eyes, feeling as if he was standing beside All Might, and not in the good sense. Another hero leaning toward the fame that comes with being a pro hero. But at least Horizon wears a mask to keep his identity secret. He thinks as the mob gets closer. Meet me inside when you're done with your fans. The sooner you get your provisional license, the sooner we can get out of here. Oh, and lunch is on you, Shambles. Horizon warps outside of the waiting room and into the stands of the arena, appearing with a red sash slung across his shoulder. Looking around, he sees rows upon rows of blue chairs in the stands. The 1-kilometer-wide stadium in which these exams were held is the most absurd infrastructure built to train heroes aside from UA itself. As he walks toward Eraserhead sitting in the stands, checking his phone, he looks to his left, seeing a fully constructed small city, completely operational and furnished. He also sees a few other zones, such as a mountain area, a forest, a lake, and a suburban area. An even larger version of the USJ, a government-funded facility of course. How did you do? Eraser asks, putting his phone away as Horizon sits one seat away, leaning his sword and hoverboard on the seat between them. Well, they won't reveal the overall results until it's over, but the written exams were easy. Nothing the textbooks didn't have. What's the next step? No idea. They just gave me a sash and said to get my support items and head to the arena. Everyone else is changing clothes. I see. Well, a little advice. I'm sure with your warping you'll be fine, but part of the exam is always disaster rescue. Try to be gentle. We haven't done a lot of proper rescue training with you guys yet, so just copy what the others are doing. Horizon chuckles. Sometimes I feel like you people forget I'm literally a doctor. I know how to deal with injured morons. Plus, I'm always gentle. Eraser sighs. That's exactly what I'm afraid of. After a few minutes, Eraser and Horizon see people pouring into the arena, all in their full hero costumes. Almost everyone here was a year 2 or 3 hero course student. But Horizon was by far the most powerful in this venue. Only 2 people here would give him a challenge today. Good morning everyone. A tired voice speaks through the speakers in the venue. Congratulations on passing the written exam. 6,000 students applied to this venue, but only 4,000 of you managed to get past the first stage. Next is the combat portion. Each of you was given a red sash to wear when you exited the written exam room, assuming you passed. There are 4,000 of those in total. When you collect and wear 4 at once, they will become green and you will advance on to the next stage. That means only 1,000 of you will move on from here. Only the red sashes are usable. Once they turn green, collecting them won't get you anything, so just get off the battlefield once you're green. The man yawns into the mic and Horizon gets up, taking his sword but deciding to leave his hoverboard with eraser. You've got 10 minutes to get ready, then the timer begins. Leaving one of his cards on the seat, Horizon warps onto the battlefield, now standing in the mountain zone. Loose rocks all about, seeing people scrambling to find a desirable spot. No, good call, he thinks after seeing a few people that were heading for this zone immediately turn around when he arrived. Avoiding me is definitely the best choice at this stage. All I need is to collect 4 other sashes. But if all I do is warp them onto me, then I won't really learn anything. I should at least try to get something out of this. 30 seconds left to prepare, the announcer says. Looking around, Horizon still doesn't see anyone nearby. Room? He's forced to extend his room for nearly 100 meters before he finds a small team in one of the office buildings laying in wait. A team of 5 people, one more than he needed. Okay, start. Shambles? 5 rocks roughly 20 meters away from him are swapped out for the students. 4 boys who all had a similar outfits, but in different colors. Blue, red, white, black, and gold. Oh great, I'm fighting the fucking Power Rangers. Horizon grumbles as they all look around confused, eventually spotting him. They all share an awkward glance with each other, then Black punches forward with both hands. Horizon just tilts his head as both are shot off from the shoulder and rocket toward him, or at least that's what he expected. But instead, they just moved at a casual jogging pace. Shambles? Horizon swaps both arms for some loose rocks at his feet and steps on them, pinning them in place. Without taking his eyes off the opponents, he shakes his head. What quirk is that? Detachable arms. Yeah, now give em back. The black outfit student yells. Oh my god, are you guys first years? Third years, Red says. Come on man, after this we've only got one more chance to get a license, can't you just let us go? Well. Horizon holds out his hand, palm facing the floor. Shambles? One of the detached arms is traded for Black's sash, which Horizon immediately uses tacked on to raise to his hand, slinging it across his shoulder. Me or someone else, with a garbage quirk like that you're just a walking bag of free points. You jerk. Blue screams out, leveling both hands at Horizon, flat with his fingers facing forward. 10 fingernails are fired like bullets at Horizon. He instantly warps his sword out of the scabbard and into his hand, deflecting them to either side of him. He prepares to deflect another set of attacks, only to notice that Blue's fingers are bleeding as the nails slowly grow back. Oh, that's disgusting. Are all your quirks garbage? Gazer. Red screams out as he rushes forward, his footsteps suddenly heavier, but not showing any signs of actual super strength. Mass control. Horizon questions. Gazer Gold immediately fires off 2 thin golden energy beams from his eyes. Okay, that's cool. Horizon thinks as he raises a hand. Curtain? The lasers slam into the blue dome he's suddenly standing inside. Red reaches him in no time and is about to punch the dome, aiming at his head, the mass in his fist increased a dozen times via his quirk. Gold stops the lasers as Red is about to connect, avoiding friendly fire. Shambles? Horizon drops the curtain and swaps with Gold. Red punched Gold in the back of his head, completely knocking him out and crumpling him to the floor. Gazer. Red turns around with fury in his eyes, just in time to see Horizon already standing beside Black, who is still missing one arm, and put a hand on his shoulder. Counter shock. Arg. Black gets tossed and falls to the floor. As Red is rushing back to help his friend, Blue leaps forward with his still growing nails to engage in close combat and gets tossed as well, leaving White standing a few feet away in a fighting stance, waiting for Red to show up, their only power type. Horizon turns toward White and stares at him, raising his sword and aiming toward Red off to the side without taking his eyes off White. Injection shot. Red feels a bullet rip through his thigh, causing him to trip and slam his face into the stone ground. Injection shot. His other leg feels the exact same thing, immobilizing him 10 feet away, leaving him groaning in pain. White sees this and takes a few careful steps away from Horizon, hands raised to fight but trembling the entire time. Shambles. The red sashes from the 3 newly downed people appear on the floor by Horizon. With a thought, he raises them up and puts them on, all while White is watching in horror, and they immediately turn green. So, what can you do? I can throw my voice, White says in a shaky voice. Horizon sighs, puts his sword away, and shakes his head. So that's why you didn't help them, because you're pretty much useless. Well, give me your sash. Horizon holds out a hand for it. What? But you already have 5, you passed. Yeah, but you don't deserve to, so hand it over, now. Moments later, Horizon is the first to advance, is announced over the speakers as he enters the next area, taking off the sashes and placing them on the designated table for the staff to deal with. Sitting in the waiting area, he takes out his phone to play a game and pass the time, seeing a message from Siro about him and Ajiro getting past Power Loader for their exam, but ignoring it. Honestly, this exam is easy and these people are disappointing. Whilst Horizon was enjoying the half hour before the final students passed the current round, a completely different situation was unfolding at the opposite end of the arena. Within the control room, the proctor, Yakamai Romera, a man with messy beige hair and heavy eye bags, was yawning as he looked at Horizon's records. A perfect score. I can't fail him from the written section, and he got past the combat stage easily enough. Warping makes him a guaranteed pass for the next stage. The only way to get past him would be to defeat him, or make him hurt an ally or civilian. He looks up at the other Hero Commission employees in the control room who were regulating this exam. They were completely oblivious to the ulterior motive he had to achieve today, and how much sleep he's been losing over it. The boss gave me orders, so failing really isn't an option since I know so much. I guess I'll have to depend on those two to be a wall for Horizon. He gets up from his seat and enters the hallway. Walking a few doors down, he enters a room with two people sitting patiently enjoying some refreshments. The two people were brought on for the express purpose of delaying or stopping Horizon's hero career, under false pretenses of course. The first was the number 9 pro hero, Gang Orca, standing at 202 centimeters 6 feet 8 and wearing a formal white suit and pink tie. His mutation quirk gives him the appearance of an orca, a menacing presence hiding a soft and kind heart. He was brought here under the somewhat false pretense that Horizon requires more of a challenge and the Hero Commission wants to see exactly how capable he is. They told him that they expect great things from Horizon and want to see how he'd do against a current top pro. Across from Gang Orca, however, was the current number 7 pro hero, Mirko, standing at 159 centimeters 5 feet 2 brown skin, with white rabbit ears and large feet thanks to her rabbit quirk. This muscled lady only needed to hear one thing to agree to this plan. All she wanted was a chance to fight Horizon, a mystery class quirk user. Looks like I'm depending on you two to put him to the test, Mara says in a tired voice. I'll have him on the ropes in no time, Mirko says with a vicious smile. Across from her, Orca shakes his head. I still feel like this is a bit much. Has the commission really thought this through? It could be discouraging for him. I assure you we've already considered all possibilities, Mara says before leaving the room, telling them to get ready. If this doesn't work, the boss will have to take drastic measures. If this gets investigated, I'll get locked in prison forever. If I'm lucky, treason, abuse of power, fraud. I just hope this ends here. Entering the same arena from the combat stage, Horizon immediately sees a swath of destruction. Collapsed buildings and rubble all around. The entryway and a few areas directly around it were clear of any debris, and directly in front of the entrance was a massive green circle, marked by a glowing line. Currently the students were looking around trying to get a grasp on the situation, and Horizon was off to the side simply waiting for instructions. Welcome to the final stage, the announcement says. 999 of you advanced to this round. Your goal is simple. We've placed actors to play the part of civilians that are trapped in the debris and rubble. You have to find and rescue them. When all the civilians are relocated to the safety area at the entrance, the exam is complete and we'll calculate your scores. Your job will also be to keep the civilians safe within the safety area as well. The scenario is a simple terrorist attack. Alright, begin. The moment the voice stops, almost everyone rushes forward to begin searching for civilians, desperate to get some points. Horizon takes out one of his cards and looks around, finding a nice open spot to begin warping people to. I'll just warp them out of the debris and let everyone else deal with the first aid crap, thinks literally the only doctor in the arena. He sees a few students nearby looking at him expectantly, coming to the same conclusion as him and ready for some easy points. Room? He opens a modest room of 300 meters, immediately locating some civilians. After rescuing the first dozen civilians without saying a word, he's already bored, just waiting for the exam to be over. Boom! The arena shakes as part of the wall crumbles, and out floods men in black bodysuits and gray masks with large blaster-looking devices on their left arms. Everyone in the area turns to see the newcomers with worried looks, and those looks become horror when Gang Orca and Mirko step out of the dust cloud, dozens of their foot soldiers running out and charging forward at the safe zone. I get it, Horizon says, causing everyone nearby to look at him. They said we need to keep people in the safe zone. These are the villains that are trying to challenge that. If you can't fight, just focus on treating them, he says before casually walking toward the villains. Horizon walks toward the villains with both hands in his pockets, even as he's standing only 30 meters away with their foot soldiers flanking his sides, all aiming their weapons at him. Orca glares at him, and raises an arm to the side to stop Mirko from charging in, causing her to shoot him an annoyed glance, tapping her foot in excitement to fight. They come to a tense standoff for a moment as both teams analyze each other. Gang Orca and Mirko, they shouldn't be that big of a problem, Horizon thinks while creating a new room, spanning 100 m around him, just enough for the upcoming fight. I can't amputate them, that would end the fight too quickly and I wouldn't learn anything. This is a good chance to test out my new style of more direct confrontation. Of all the heroes, Mirko is physically second only to All Might, at least when it comes to striking power. And Gang Orca is also a brawler with raw power like Shishido. I can't waste this chance. On the other side, Gang Orca is the only one of the pros doing any strategic thinking. Mirko is much more like Bakugo, completely instinctual. He looks at Horizon as menacingly as he can, yet Horizon doesn't react. Fearless, his quirk is powerful, but he's a bit too cocky. He looks past Horizon to see other students in a quickly cobbled together combat formation 100 meters away. Well, at least he inspires confidence in others. They're willing to bet on him to deal with most of us and are waiting to deal with whatever gets past him. A good plan in this situation. ENGOES. Fighting beside Horizon isn't good if you don't know what he can do. Once we get in too close for him to use that sword, we'll be fine. Orca decides as he raises a finger to scratch his head. All right, fire, he orders, and all the villains with weapons do exactly that. In the first wave, 24 people fire shots of liquid cement out of their cement guns, a capture tool used to restrain power types from a distance. A cement-like liquid which begins expanding when it hits the air and then hardens, as each of the shots is only 3 meters away from their shooter, en route to hitting horizon. Shambles, 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 shambles. All the shooters swap with their projectiles, and because his warping doesn't cancel momentum, they shoot themselves in the back. Seeing what happened and his men stumbling forward as it hardens on their backs, Orca raises his hand to stop them. He doesn't need to move to activate warping, that's problematic, so his quirk really doesn't have any tells. Let's just kick his ass already. Mirko yells from beside Orca, her patience running thin. Ranged attacks don't work, Orca announces, just leave him to us, go test the other students. As he says that, Horizon begins rushing forward, surprising everyone as he doesn't even draw his blade. Gang Orca's men do as they're told and rush past him, a mob of villains moving like a wave moving around a boulder. Finally, Mirko yells as she rushes forward, spinning into a roundhouse kick aimed directly at Horizon's face. Shambles? What? Gang Orca is surprised as they swap places, leaving Horizon standing a few meters away and Mirko all the way back where Horizon was. Booster shot? Horizon swings out with a strong right, boosting it just before the moment of impact. Too cocky, Orca says as he swats the punch away, countering with a hard left jab. Horizon raises his left hand as if to catch the punch. Curtain. His barrier forms and blocks the hit. As he blocks, Orca is already rearing back his right arm to strike again, and Horizon does the same. Booster shot? He amplifies his strength multiple times, a stronger punch than he'd ever done before, intent on testing himself against Gang Orca. Horizon drops the barrier and his right fist clashes with Orca's. Fuck, he feels all the bones in his hand and wrist shatter on impact. Orca reaches out to grab his neck. Shambles? He swaps with Mirko, who was already behind him, to surprise him with a kick, causing her to hit Orca and send him rolling across the floor. Crap, Mirko sees Orca try and fail to catch himself in a controlled roll. Turning around, she sees Horizon standing up and flexing his right hand, the bones already healed as if they were never damaged. How do I get close to him, outspeed him? Mirko actually stops to think, growing more and more annoyed every time he warps her. Stop warping me away, you coward. She screams at Horizon. A moment later she hears Orca getting up behind her and walking toward them. I'm just testing out some new things, so fighting both of you at once is annoying, Horizon says. Don't stop rushing him, Orca says, already standing beside Mirko and dusting off his white suit. His warping must require some focus, even if it's minimal. We can use it to stress him out. Good plan. Won't work, but good plan, Horizon says jokingly. Arrogant child, and if we beat you? Orca asks. Yeah, if. Horizon's response pisses off both pros. Shambles? He swaps with Mirko, already swinging a punch directly at Orca's face, making full contact. Orca stumbles back. I actually felt that one. His file didn't say super strength. Mirko turns around and rushes the duo, only to be swapped with a nearby rock. And every time she'd get too close he'd do the exact same thing, all while brawling with Gang Orca. Sitting in the stands, already having repositioned to be closer to Horizon's fight, Eraserhead is looking at it with very critical eyes. Seeing Horizon and Orca brawling, admittedly a one-sided brawl. For every 3 hits Horizon lands, Orca would come close to landing one, only for Horizon to either avoid it, block it, or parry it. Gang Orca clearly fights like a boxer, but Horizon is a lot more technical than any one martial art can make you. Eraser notes Orca being pushed back, but Horizon's hits are carefully placed to inflict as much pain as possible, even at the cost of an opening to perform a knockout hit. All while constantly warping Mirko to the edge of his room. I see, he's using the pain to make it difficult for Gang Orca to focus. He's scared of his sonic wave attack. He wants to keep the brawling going. He's using 2 of our strongest heroes as practice dummies, intentionally holding back to test something. I wonder what. After a few rounds, Eraser sees Gang Orca with cuts and bruises all over his body, and the knuckles of Horizon's gloves worn down just a bit. Booster shot? Horizon rears back for a strong right, landing it directly in Orca's face and causing him to take a few steps back. Heh, you're out of steam. Orca catches his footing and smiles viciously at Horizon, glaring at the boy. That hit was a lot weaker than the others. You're getting tired, huh? How about you come and find out? Taking a deep breath, Orca straightens up, then steps forward and throws a strong right. Sonic wave. Using the punch as a distraction, he barely tilts his head down and releases his sound attack, the sonar of an Orca amplified to absurd levels, enough to shatter concrete with one attack and nearly grind it into gravel. The clothes on this right arm gets caught in his own attack, destroying his entire right sleeve and causing massive cuts on the skin. Had it not been for that arm, Horizon would not have warped away before the attack even hit. But the fact that the fabric of his sleeve was destroyed was also a warning, otherwise, the invisible sound wave would have hit and possibly given him a small opening. The moment the fabric was destroyed, Orca and Horizon swapped places, and the stone in front of Orca was completely pulverized by his super move. He cuts it off, ready to turn around and swing at Horizon, but freezes, feeling a hand holding the dorsal fin on his back. Counter shock. Urgh. Orca's smoking and twitching body crumples to the floor. And in the stands, the scouts for hero agencies, pro-heroes, and exam proctors all gape in horror and amazement. All aside from Eraserhead, who completely expected this from Horizon. But he can't help but smile as Mirko stops running and just takes a casual walk toward Horizon. Her face nearly turned purple from how pissed off she was. Turning to look at her Horizon size, shit, gang, Orca was physically tougher than expected. If I couldn't finish him with just physical power, then Mirko is out of the picture. Guess I'll test out how good Incision is. Finally ready to get your ass beat. Mirko drops into a fighting stance, eyes focused on Horizon. He just draws his sword without taking his eyes off her. Show me what you've got, bunny girl. Mirko grinds her teeth in rage as she rushes forward, the ground beneath her feet cracking as their fight begins. Mirko rockets forward, faster than Horizon can ever hope to physically react to. Luckily, his room overcomes that, allowing him to analyze and predict the simplistic movement of her fighting style. Incision plus booster shot. He swings his sword, this time using both hands. His sword and the metal tips of her hero costume boots clash. A moment before impact, she adjusted her feet to kick the side of his sword instead of the blade. All while in midair, she knocks his sword to the side with one leg, and launches an vicious kick with the other, as it's about to slam into his visor. Shambles? He swaps places with her, and she simple continues the kick until she's spun around to kick where she was a moment ago, once again missing him by a hair's breadth as he swaps places with a nearby rock. The air pressure from her kick rips up the ground in front of her for a few meters as she lands on her feet. Those cheap tricks won't work on me, she screams while rushing him again. Okay, she's definitely a better fighter than All Might. I guess having less power means she has to be to pull off the same meathead combat style for this long. Plus she's all instinct, which means the time between taking in stimulus and acting is a lot lower than other people. That means my warping won't be as effective at close range to get free hits. She's like an extreme version of Bakugo. No, Bakugo is like a discount version of her. Booster shot? Instead of trying to amplify his offense, Horizon does something he learned a long time ago. The exact same thing he taught Deku. Spreading the energy around his body, focusing on the muscles needed for mobility rather than power in this case. Since this ability activates at the speed of thought, just like his warping, he can afford to do this. Trying as best he can to bridge the infinite gap between his mental processing and his physical reaction speed. Lunar Rush. Mirko strikes with a flurry of powerful kicks, each packing enough force to knock out Horizon if they land a solid hit. He barely manages to parry them with his blade. Even with his boost to agility and dexterity, he couldn't keep up with Mirko physically. She would launch one kick, and because of her speed, he'd barely be able to react, only defending or directing them to the side, not fast enough to capitalize on an opening to counterattack. Reino ES. His arms were numb at the fourth hit, now he couldn't feel them at all. Booster shot constantly heals the stress only for her to start the process all over again with a few hits. Eventually, she drops down to her hands and spins, raising both her legs up while supporting herself with her arms. Her first kick in this stance knocks his sword to the side, but he sees an opening. Pivoting and stepping back to avoid the second kick, he spins around. Booster shot plus incision. His blade cuts into her thigh, reaching nearly an inch deep before it stops completely. It could easily go a bit deeper at the force he swung, but it stopped, and Mirko leapt away with it still in her leg, ripping it out of his hand. The grip strength of her leg muscles is far superior to the strength in his hand, and if the blade isn't physically cutting, incision can't enhance anything. She reflexively flexed her muscles and stopped his sword. The difference between someone with a true power type quirk, and someone with an ability that only replicates that effect. Just like the USJ Nomu was healing so quickly that when he tried to pierce its brain with incision that the sword was being pushed out. Because of this change in the battle, he doesn't doubt that Mirko is at least on par with its striking power. Mirko takes the sword out of her leg and holds it tauntingly. Not so tough without your little toys, huh? Would you believe it's only for picking up girls? Ah, compensating for something. She gives him a dark chuckle, dropping into a fighting stance to finish him off. Aren't we all compensating for something? Horizon shrugs. I mean, you only focus on violence because you're not smart, right? Mirko immediately sees red. Shambles? Horizon warps his sword back into his hand. Being someone who trusts her instincts, and her prey instincts amplified hundreds of times over by her quirk, Mirko feels all the hairs at the back of her neck stand up. Suddenly it all fell into place in her brain. He really wasn't taking us seriously. Something changed. He's different now. What's happening? I should run. What? I don't run. Heroes don't run away. But this attack? Danger, danger, danger. She sees Horizon casually swing his sword through the air. Her pupils dilated, a dangerous attack that her body couldn't withstand or resist. Heart rate hitting new record highs. Amputate. Horizon swings horizontally. Mirko ducks down, dropping to all fours. She knew she couldn't take that hit, it would end her fight. But her brain wasn't sure what was going on, so she treated it like a gun. She could dodge bullets with her raw speed. Kicking them out of the air wasn't anything special for her. But this was different. These attacks hit instantly, so she had to do what pros that can't dodge bullets do. Dodge gunfire. See where the barrel is pointing and get out of the way before the trigger is pulled. To the untrained it looks like the same thing, but dodging gunfire is much easier. So before he can finish his quick slash, Mirko is already ducked down. The top half of her rabbit ears get amputated, but she doesn't feel it. Before Horizon can adjust his sword, she rushes forward, cratering the ground beneath her with how fast she launches into action. As if time was frozen around her as an entirely new level of adrenaline took over, she got in front of him and does a small jump, making her body parallel to the floor, seeing his left hand reach out as if to grab her curtain. Both her feet slam into the dome of energy that he quickly formed. Her drop kick hits it harder than anything had ever before, and the curtain shatters. Boom! The area in front of her gets pulverized by the air pressure of her kick and a dust cloud is kicked up. Arg! Mirko reaches up to grab her ear, the most sensitive part of her, only to realize they aren't there. I swapped places with them, Horizon's voice says from behind her, where her ears were. You. Mirko turns around just in time to see the world going sideways. All her limbs were quickly and quietly amputated, causing her to begin falling to the floor as just a torso. Shambles. Horizon swaps for one of her legs and catches her by the neck, holding her up so she was at his eye level. Everyone looks on in horror as he holds the limbless Mirko above the ground as if she were nothing, then her other leg swaps for the unconscious gang orca, directly below her. You're better than I thought, at least for your style. Mirko snarls in his face, next time I'll kick your ass, says the woman with no legs. Yo. Counter shock. Arg. To her credit, it takes an entire 3-second tossing to knock her out. Then he simply drops her atop gang orca. Shambles. He reassembles her, then looks around at everyone staring at him and the unconscious heroes. Walking back to the safe zone as the final few civilians are rescued, Horizon takes a few deep breaths, intent on taking it easy for the rest of the day. I've still got so much improving to do. My physicality isn't enough. My stamina pool isn't nearly enough. I'm nowhere near where I want to be, where I can be. I need to step up my training. Even beating 2 of the top 10 pro heroes that were fully intent on defeating him wasn't enough for Horizon. It wasn't nearly enough. Because to him, this is simply what's expected. But to everyone else, it was an absurd achievement. And from all the people nearby taking pictures, it was one the public would soon know about. As the exam is finished, Eraser just sighs and shakes his head, seeing Horizon proceed to get his final score with the others. Then he looks over to the pros as medical teams come to wake them up. Mystery class or not, the kid is a freak. Most villains wouldn't dream of beating one of the top pro heroes, much less 2. But why weren't these wearing any kind of restraints? It is an exam after all. They probably just figured since it's Horizon at this venue they needed a challenge. That kinda makes sense, I guess. With how much Niza brags about him, I wouldn't doubt if that's the case. I guess it doesn't really matter. Either way, his obsessive nature, quirk, and capabilities are a combination you'd find inside any villain's nightmares. It's game over for them. While the students were waiting for their final scores, the head proctor, Yakamai Romera, was pacing around his private control room at this venue with his phone to his ear. All the tiredness in his demeanor was completely gone as he anxiously waited for someone to answer. In this simple room was a wall of monitors. On the largest was a live feed of Gang Orca and Mirko being woken up and treated. On another was Horizon sitting in the waiting area for his final results while everyone else was leaving to go change. And on the third was his results, a perfect score in all stages, making him one of 3 people alive and active to ever get this score in Japan. Tied with Endeavor and Best Genist. Hello, Mara says as the call is answered. A perfect score. Yes, I know, it should be impossible. But he beat them. I'll send you the recording, if it isn't online already. Some of those kids had their phones out the whole fight. Yes, I know this wasn't the plan. He only warped out about a dozen civilians. Are you sure I can't fail him on that? I mean, he spent the entire time fighting after that and ignored everyone else. Well, I guess it's true that nobody else could stop them, but if you really want him to fail, I can make it happen. Alright. Then I guess this plan is a bust. We'll have to get him off the hero path some other way. Yes, Mara sighs. I understand how detrimental it is for our plans if Horizon becomes a pro hero. That's true. But at this point, can anyone stop him from being the next symbol of peace? He beat 2 of the top 10 pro heroes. Most villains never even get past 1. Yeah, I guess the next best thing is to put a deal together, get him to break whatever deal he has with Niza, and come to our side. Mara sighs and hangs up, then turns to look at Horizon casually scrolling through his phone in the waiting area. To think I'd have to be so scared of a kid, but a world where he becomes the symbol of peace, is a world we can't survive. Sitting in the back of the limo, Eraser is eating a simple bento box while Horizon enjoys a meal bar. Horizon takes out his phone and quickly takes a picture of his provisional hero license. It was similar to a driver's license, but of course, it's supposed to have your true legal identification. So for someone like Endeavor, it'd have NG Todoroki followed by his hero name, and a picture of him without his hero costume. Revealing it would announce yourself to the world and tell everyone exactly where you live. But for Horizon, all it had was the name Horizon. No address, no other identification. And a picture of him wearing his visor, perfectly keeping himself insulated. It didn't even have his date of birth. Niza really went out of his way for this trick. He mutters while taking the picture and posting it on his profile. Since it was completely harmless, he didn't really mind, not to mention impersonating him would lead to very dangerous situations, and is illegal. For the same reason, people don't impersonate top pro heroes. Some villains want to make a name for themselves by killing a top pro. Walking around dressed as a top pro is an easy way to get attacked by someone who at least thinks they're capable of killing that hero. There are much easier ways to commit suicide than that. Time to start hunting down some villains, was the simple caption he puts with the picture before posting it. And Eraser's phone immediately goes off. He takes it out and checks it, then glances at Horizon. What's your plan for actually taking down villains? Eraser asks. What do you mean? Where do you plan to patrol? Saitama with Endeavor and Burnin. Minato Tokyo. Eraser raises a brow at that. Why there? He takes a bite of his lunch. Because the All Might Agency is there. It's the most densely populated place in Japan, but because of him instead of being the most crime-filled, it was also one of the safest. But now since he's in Musudafu, and you know, the other thing. Eraser nods, not wanting to speak about All Might's condition aloud, even in here. Yeah well, villains are slowly waking up to the change. The crime rate there has been doubling every week or so, it's the highest it's been in decades already. Our Nigerian Naira. So you're taking his old territory. Yup, and there aren't even many agencies there since he did so much work that they either moved away or starved and went bankrupt. No competition. Endeavor is sending someone with you. Nope, all solo. Without hero network access that'll be hard to do. What do you have? An old police scanner. Since I've got this provisional license, Nizo pulled some strings to get me a hero network account. I'll be plugged in and cops can call me for help. Or pro heroes can request a team up. Giving someone without a full license access is treason. You're supposed to finish your 3-year provisional license time before you get a full license. Not to mention if you break any rules it could get your current license annulled and make you take the exam over, if you don't get expelled. And if you aren't in a hero course you can't even take the exam. I know how it works. Relax, Nizo got Panto to approve it, I think. I don't know, didn't bother asking. The point is it's legit, with special approval and all that. This way I can operate solo. It's better that I do things this way, even if at the moment I'll technically have to be attached to the Endeavor agency on paper. Working with him is good to show that he trusts me to handle myself and villains. But I also need to be seen working solo so people don't think I'm actually trying to be a sidekick. I'm nobody's sidekick. Makes sense. The press can be brutal about labels. If you have Endeavor in every case you solve, then the media will treat it like you're just an accessory to him. Exactly what I'm trying to avoid, especially since I plan to open my own hero agency as soon as the 3-year trial period on the license is complete. Well, it'll be done just 3 months after you graduate. That means you'll be 19, youngest hero to ever open an agency. Even Endeavor spent a year as a sidekick before opening his at 20, and Hawks was the same age as that when he appeared on the scene. Yup, my glorious 3-year plan. How many days is Nizo giving you off from school for hero work? He's giving me Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Half the school week. Well, I guess it makes sense since it's you. And since it's you I assume you'll be working on Sundays too. That's usually when I have my patients, but yeah, I'll work when I'm not dealing with that. Right, sometimes I really do forget you're a doctor. Best in the world. Eraser groans and rolls his eyes. Yeah, well clearly people don't mind challenging you just because of your reputation. Gang Orca and Mirko. Yeah, the commission must have wanted to give me a challenge, Horizon says with a shrug. Makes sense, if they weren't there I would have just warped everyone to safety. Keeping me distracted was the best way to make sure I didn't just carry everyone else. I still don't like it, Eraser says. People who are ahead shouldn't be punished, they should be encouraged to keep improving. You worked hard to get to the point where that exam would be easy, they just increased the difficulty to spite that. There weren't any lessons to be had there. Well, I appreciate it, honestly, Horizon says. I've been struggling to get a good fight with a true power type lately. Deku is too much of a little bitch to fight me. Kirishima sucks at anything other than just being a meat shield. And Sato gets tired too quickly. Gang Orca and Mirko were perfect. Eraser sighs, you know if you were nicer to Midoriya he'd probably spar with you. Maybe you should consider it. Maybe he should finally grow some balls and go fuck himself. He pulls away anything I'm near him, like he's scared I'm made of lava or something. So does Todoroki, Eraser says. It's a healthy reaction after seeing you rip out a still beating heart. Ugh, Horizon groans. That was over a month ago, when will you people just get over it already? Have they given you any warning about that? Horizon sighs. Some crap about not removing organs unless absolutely necessary, but I can cut people up since it doesn't kill them. Surprising they haven't said anything about me being able to just use incision to cut a car in half if I wanted to. Please don't kill anyone. As if I'd ever make a sloppy mistake like that. You're supposed to say I'd never do that since I'm a hero, or something like that. Whatever. The limo soon comes to a stop at the front gate of UA. We got back before school finished, Eraser says. Get to your homeroom and wait for the others. I'll go put your provisional license exam score into the system for your final grade. 20 minutes later. Horizon is sitting at his desk, now back in his regular uniform. Scrolling though his phone he's taking in all the reactions of people online. And he saved a certain picture. It was one incredible shot of him walking away with his sword still drawn, and a few drops of blood on it. And behind him, clearly visible, were Gang Orca and Mirko, absolutely beaten down. The ground around them was torn up from Mirko and Orca's previous attacks. He couldn't upload this picture himself to his profile, that would simply be unprofessional and seen as bad taste. His image is all about being the perfect hero, and being respected by other heroes is part of that. He was sure there were people already dealing with those who uploaded these pictures. But they couldn't exactly put the news back into the bottle now. The world already knew, and on his profile, they would always appear in his tagged photos tab. A few moments later and all his classmates begins pouring into class. Most don't pay any mind to his sudden appearance at the very end of the day. But Shiro, Momo, Jiro, and Tokoyami immediately begin chatting with him as they all get into the class, with Jiro leaning against Tokoyama's desk to face Horizon. Dude, you missed the practical exams? Where were you? Shiro yells out. I was busy, it's no big deal. I don't think being Principal Nizu's favorite is gonna cut it this time, Jiro says. Aside from Kaminari and Ashido, you're technically the only person that failed. The idiot duo failed. How shocking. Jiro chuckles at the unintentional pun. Yeah, they got matched with the principal. It wasn't even close. Did he do the crane thing? Why, how'd you know? Well, he told me about it a while ago over a chess game, said it's easier than playing against me. He hasn't won even once. 33-0. Are you sure you're human? Tokoyami asks, genuinely curious as to how beating Nizu at chess was possible. I'm human, his brain just isn't wired for combat, and quirks, I'm better at that. Anyway, did anything fun happen at your exams? We used our new hero costumes. Momo says excitedly, then her voice drops a bit. But you weren't here to see them. Oh yeah, those were pretty cool, Shiro says. I kinda prefer Momo's old costume honestly. Jiro jabs him with an earphone jack for saying that. Ouch. Hey, I mean I like the new ones, especially Jiro's cyborg look. Cyborg? Horizon asks. Copying someone. Jiro just blushes and looks away. It's not that I was copying you, it was just the best I could think of on the spot with Hatsum. Well, if you're gonna copy someone, it might as well be me. After a few minutes of everyone talking about how they finally got to Jiro. Wait, you really thought Mike was just an announcer? Seriously? Well, I didn't think he nearly ruptured my eardrums. He just seemed really goofy. You know, I figured since sound-based quirks are so rare for heroes, that you would have done your research, Horizon says. Mike is literally the most powerful offensive sound user in Japan. I mean, when he was born he blew out the ears of everyone in the room. Only that one guy from the Philippines is better. Jiro scratches her cheek, not realizing how much she underestimated him. Damn, yeah, well, I guess I'm pretty dumb for not checking that. What happened to your knuckles? Tokoyami asks Horizon, noticing that the knuckle pads on his new body glove are all scuffed. Oh, that. Horizon raises his hands to show them. Wore them out punching Gang Orca in the face. The entire class goes completely silent and just turns to stare at him. Oh, it's on my profile, the whole fight and the aftermath, check it out. And that's exactly what they all do. You got your license. Shiro is the first to yell out. And you beat up 2 of the top 10 pro heroes, damn, Jiro says. Behind Horizon, Momo was intently staring at the shaky video of the fight, more and more amazed by him, realizing that all the extra training the entire class was doing since Aitsa died wasn't nearly enough. Not with someone like this sitting beside them. How come you were the only one that took the exam? Tokoyami asks. Not that I believe I'm ready for such an honor. Well, that's pretty simple, because I'm just better than all of you. Shambles? Horizon suddenly appears at the UA pool, immediately noticed by all the girls of Class 1A and 1B enjoying the midday sun. They all immediately stop their volleyball game in the pool and stare at him, noticing his new body glove with the separations, appearing like armored plates. It's like a mini All Might. Setsuna can't help but blurt out, earning a set of nods from the others. Horizon was now standing at 194 centimeters, 6 feet 4 and 260 pounds, 118 kg, completely filled out with muscles, all exaggerated by the design of his body glove, a terrifyingly imposing figure. While all the girls were wearing their UA one-piece swimsuits, effectively a skin-tight pair of shorts and t-shirt, Horizon had on a pair of shorts and a hoodie over his body glove, all in the same blue and white colors. None of them even noticed the laptop in his hand, too busy ogling him. And Toru hides behind Momo. I'll go get the boys. Mina says as she hops out of the pool and runs off, snapping them all out of their days. I'm gonna get some work done, try not to bother me, Horizon says to the girls. He turns to make his way to the furthest of all the plastic tables and chairs set up in the shade, all in red and black, Momo's creations. You really can't come in? Kendo asks, causing him to turn back toward them and sigh. He taps his visor. I don't like getting the body glove wet, and if the visor fills with whatever it feels similar to getting waterboarded, so no thanks. Oh, that's too bad I guess. It's fine, Horizon tells her. It's not like I'd get in that even if I could. It's all fun and games until Kaminari sneezes. Some of them wince at that mental image. All the girls watch him walk away, noticing his logo on the side of his shorts and the back of his hoodie. Does everything he wears have his logo on it? Setsuna asks, a short girl with sharp teeth, large eyes, and green hair. Yes, all the 1A girls respond at once in the same tired tone. He's a lot bigger than I thought, it's pretty intense, Kainoko Komura says. A short girl whose head was barely above the water, eyes covered by the large mop of brown hair stuck to her head. He's been bulking, a lot, Momo says with a slight blush on her face. But yes, his physique is quite, intense. Kendo rolls her eyes, already fed up with her friend from 1A, then splashes Momo, you know if you said that to his face, visor? Is there a face under there? Whatever, if you said that to him you'd probably get somewhere, it'd be better than just living with a Cruz. Momo tackles Kendo and slaps a hand across her mouth to shut her up, and Jiro just sinks up to her neck into the water, hoping Kendo doesn't set her sights on her next. And all of this happens, devolving into a splash fight while Ibara is just glaring at him, remembering the only small conversation they've ever had. Setting up his laptop and connecting it to the Hero network, Horizon begins working as all the 1A boys enter. All were wearing UA swim trunks. Horizon notices Zero instantly make a beeline toward Kode and just shakes his head, delving into his work. Last known locations. Horizon is typing away and marking points on a map of Tokyo. The massive region had almost 100 red pins all across it, but he eventually noticed a pattern. Okay, so Stain kills 6 people in each area before the hero presence gets increased, then he hops to the other side of Tokyo. Makes sense, they'd move the stronger pros where they think he is. So that's why he's mostly killed D-listers so far. Picking off the weakest of the pack, makes sense. Horizon pulls up a list of heroes, trying to find any connection between them, and at first, he finds nothing. Until, there we go. All D-list losers that can't do shit, aside from Ingenium at least. Plus they all had a stack of branding and endorsement contracts, completely going against his ideology of being a hero as a service instead of a job. Alpha Nigerian Naira, yes. He doesn't randomly attack heroes, he tracks them. He's more like a hero hunter, or a creepy stalker. He just got done in the outer region of Tokyo, so the next place would be Shinjuku. Horizon looks up to see the other students setting up a game of water polo with a net Momo made, then focuses back on the screen. Top heroes in Shinjuku, Tokyo. Before long he finds his target, or more accurately, his bait. Reacher, the stretchy arm hero. Honestly Stain, you'd be doing us a favor. He continues compiling the data and double-checking his thesis along with a few others, hoping to catch Stain before his interview Saturday night, 5 days away. Leaning back after an hour of working he sees almost everyone getting out of the pool. He also notices Momo and Sato missing. Room? He immediately finds them at the entrance to the school collecting a stack of pizzas, 15 boxes high. Since UA is already closed for the summer lunch rush isn't available, so other arrangements were made. Closing his room and ignoring everyone again, he puts the finishing touches on his plan, taking out his phone and checking Reacher's public YA profile. The idiot is always uploading, still working in Shinjuku. Guess I'll head to Tokyo tomorrow and keep an eye on him. The cops must have found this pattern by now, but I guess they either didn't connect the final part. I guess it makes sense. Stain operates like a more sloppy version of how I'd plan hits with Mom. He's clearly got some training in guerrilla warfare, and I hear he uses a sword. Could be fun. Hey, mind if I join you? Horizon looks up to see Zero holding a pizza box in his hand, and 2 cans of cold soda in the other, already taking a seat beside him at the rectangular table. Horizon was currently sitting at the head on one end with Zero to his right. I'm surprised you aren't eating with your girlfriend, Horizon says as he takes a slice of pizza. All the other tables were quickly filling up as everyone got out of the pool to eat, and Horizon noticed Kendo making her way over to him and Zero. Dude, it's really not like that, Zero says. Yes, it is. Kendo sits at the other head of the table with a paper plate in hand carrying her pizza, and a can of soda in the other. Come on, everyone knows you like Yui. What? Everyone stops what they're doing and turns to look at their table, causing Zero to just pretend he didn't yell anything. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Come on, it's super obvious, you should just tell her already, Kendo says. I'm pretty sure she knows and is just waiting. If she didn't like you she wouldn't spend so much time with you anyway. What? Really? Zero asks. Do you really think she'd spend so many lunch breaks eating with someone from another class just because? Really? Zero looks genuinely confused. But you eat with Horizon all the time, does that mean? No, Kendo chuckles at that. I almost did at first, then I spoke to him and I realized. She looks up at Horizon. No offense, but you're kinda the worst. You're objectively wrong, Horizon says. I'm the best thing that could ever happen to any of you. Kendo raises a brow at that. Do you not remember the first time you spoke to Ibara? Hey, I call it as I see it, and I don't waste time when I talk. She didn't deserve that. Yes, she did, Horizon says. I mean, come on, who walks up to someone and asks them to repent and go to church to cleanse their soul? That's not normal. She means well, and you didn't have to call her that. Well, in my defense, Horizon says, if she wasn't such a God-fearing cultist cunt, I wouldn't have called her that. Heathen, Ibara says, standing a few meters away and clearly eavesdropping as she gets her food. Horizon looks directly at her, pretentious nun. Okay, stop it, Kendo says loudly, stopping this from escalating any further. Again. You need to repent, Ibara says, completely ignoring Kendo. Well, I'd say go fuck yourself, but you people still think that'll send you to some fire pit, right? Ibara's vine hair stands up and Kendo hops out of her chair, then raises her hands to try and calm her down. He is a disgusting being. Ibara tells Kendo, and before she can respond Horizon speaks up from behind her, still casually eating a slice of pizza. In all the best ways, babe, give up the chastity vow and I'll show you. A single vein bulges on Ibara's forehead, then a moment later she takes a deep breath and calms down. Violence against thy neighbor is not the way of the Lord, she says before walking to the other side of the shaded area to join Kode and Toru. Kendo huffs and returns to her seat, giving Horizon an annoyed look. You know, as a class rep and hero, you're supposed to de-escalate situations like that, not make them worse. Oh please, if she did anything I would have just warped her to the other side of UA. She could use the walk to calm down. That's still awful. Whatever, can we get back to this moron now? Horizon gestures at Zero. Can we not? Zero asks. So anyway, why haven't you just asked out Yui yet? Horizon asks. It's not that easy, man. It literally is. What's easy? Momo asks as she and Jiro join the table with their meals, sitting to the left side of Horizon, with Jiro closest to him. Zero is being a pussy about asking out Yui. Horizon shrugs. Oh that, Jiro says. You guys know too. Zero face palms, now even more embarrassed. Dude, you told Mina. All the girls in our group chat knows about it, including Kode. That blabbermouth is the only reason I'm even here anyway. Girl can't keep anything to herself. Horizon grumbles. What do you mean? Momo asks. Well, when you made this pool party for the girls from our classes, she told Kiri's Hima, then he told Zero, then Zero asked me to come so he could talk to Kode and see her in a swimsuit. Horizon says. I only came so he could ask her out, otherwise I'd be in Tokyo right now. I thought you came because I explained that this is a great opportunity for our classes to bond. Momo asks. What? Don't be stupid, why would I ever care about something like that? I'm here because May has some equipment for me, wouldn't have come to the pool if Zero wasn't begging me. I didn't beg, Zero says. I have the chat, Zero. It was pathetic. Zero opens his mouth to respond, but just closes it and accepts his fate. Too bad Shode couldn't make it, Kendo says. Without him, the boys from our class couldn't come, since he's the male class Republic, technically the overall vice representative. The short silver-haired guy. Jiro asks. I thought Tetsu was the vice Republic. Nope, it's Shode. What's his quirk? Horizon immediately asks. Oh, twin impact. He gets to remotely trigger a second impact after making contact with something. It's pretty cool and unpredictable, Kendo says. Honestly, I'm kinda glad they couldn't make it, Jiro admits. Kiri's Hima and Tetsu together always gives me a headache. Everyone at the table nods in agreement. After a few moments, Zero asks something that's been bugging him a bit. Hey Horizon, why are you so adamant that I ask out Yui? I mean, aren't you all about being the best hero or something? I figured you'd see girls as a distraction or something. A life without love isn't really worth living, he says casually, causing all the nearby tables to fall silent and glance over at him, never expecting to hear something like that. You sound like you talk from experience. Momo says. Yeah, I do. I figure if you're interested in someone, you owe it to yourself to tell them, because one day they're here, and the next they're gone. Especially in a career path like ours, everyone immediately thinks of Aitsa. You can't afford to waste time, because before you know it, they're gone and you're all alone. But, what if they say no? Zero asks. Then don't be a pussy, just get over it. All the girls who were listening sighed in disappointment. So romantic, but he had to ruin it at the end. After a few minutes of casual chatter, all while Zero was deep in thought, Kendo nudges Momo. Momo gives her a confused glance, before Kendo gestures to Horizon, then stares directly at Jiro. She was the only girl who knew about their shared crush, mainly from Momo confessing about it one night at their internship with Uebami. Both girls pretend not to know what she's trying to get them to do, so Kendo decides to raise the stakes. So Horizon, she calls out to him, causing him to look up from the messages May just sent him. Since you're so gung-ho about people dating and following their passion for one another, what if, let's say, I liked you? So Horizon, she calls out to him, causing him to look up from the messages May just sent him. Since you're so gung-ho about people dating and following their passion for one another, what if, let's say, I liked you? The entire area falls silent, and Kendo almost flinches at the glare Momo was shooting at her, while Jiro was just staring with wide eyes. HNG. Kendo tries and fails at keeping a straight face, flinching as a sharp jolt of pain shoots through her leg, casting an annoyed glance at Momo. The girl had kicked her as if she was trying to break her shin below the table. Horizon sighs, then looks over at Momo and Jiro, making it obvious that he knows exactly what's happening. Both girls look at him in horror, realizing that he's known for a while about their feelings. But they were completely mortified, petrified with fear and embarrassment, not wanting to react and make what was happening even more obvious. He turns to Kendo. Well, in theory, if I knew someone had a crush on me, I'd hope they come to their senses. My life is already filled with enough things pulling me in every direction. Don't need to add romance to the mix. I see. Kendo leans forward, propping up her chin on her hand. But what if I was too interested in you, that no matter how much of a jerk all my friends say you are, I just can't stop myself. Those words hit Momo and Jiro like an arrow to the heart, having spent many conversations trying to convince themselves to just get over him. I feel like you're too smart for that, Horizon says. Plus I'm not your type. Yeah, that's true. I prefer passionate and direct guys who are actually kind and nice to people. Definitely not you, mostly because of that last part, but can you please humor me? Horizon sighs. Fine, I guess we're doing this. He sits back in his chair and thinks for a moment. Well, if a girl liked me I wouldn't mind, so long as she's actually cute. What's your definition of cute? If she's not fat we can judge from there. He shrugs. What if it's her quirk? Then I'm sure she can find some guy out there that will accept her as she is, but I don't date fat girls. How can you say that? Jiro asks. You aren't supposed to body shame people. What kind of hero are you? This is being a hero, Horizon says jokingly. Maybe if I shame them enough they'll hit the gym. See, I'm saving lives, protecting them from heart attacks. Jiro is about to start an argument but Kendo interrupts. Okay, what else? Well, it'd have to be casual if you and I started dating, hypothetically. Obviously hypothetically, and of course I'd have fun with other beautiful women. Horizon shrugs, and everyone looks at him with either confusion or disgust. Kendo blinks a few times then comes to her senses, completely thrown for a loop by that last bit of information. What do you mean? What? I figured it's self-explanatory. You would be my girlfriend and I'd occasionally have fun with other women. Kendo looks even more confused, her brain slowly frying as she tries to make sense of this. Momo and Jiro were completely frozen, and Jiro looked disgusted by the very idea. With circumflex nubes. All while the others were staring in bewilderment. Okay, Kendo snaps her fingers. So you'd want an open relationship? Yeah, but only on my side. Kendo just looks even more confused. But, how is that fair? It's not, he says without missing a beat. But, what? Kendo gives up trying to understand on her own. Why? Because, I'm Horizon. He sees everyone still looking at him confused, and judging by the look Jiro was giving him she probably wanted to stab him, but Momo didn't seem all that surprised the more she thought about it. Let me explain it like this, alright. So I'm impossibly rich, influential, powerful. World leaders have me on speed dial and are sending me emails every other day with offers of insane proportions to move to their countries. They're willing to do some insane things if I ask. Not to mention I'm one of the single most powerful combatants in the world, all at 16. Add this to the fact that eventually, I want to have a family of my own, and at that point, she'd have to do nothing but be beautiful, make some babies, not fuck other guys, and deal with the house stuff while I'm out performing the occasional miracle. I'm literally a golden ticket to the easy life for any woman lucky enough to catch my eye. I'm standing at the top of the world, I'm irreplaceable and peerless. And all of this for the low price of me getting to fuck whoever I want. All while my girlfriend or wife or whatever is completely taken care of. See, I literally cannot be replaced. I'm the grand prize at the top of the top shelf. Seems unfair to you. They all think about it for a moment, and it leaves a rancid taste in Kendo's mouth, but she can see his logic at least. Okay, that sort of makes sense, even if it's a bit weird. Kendo says, unless you're a king, or even better, Horizon, he says jokingly. History is my blueprint on this. Okay, but what if a girl you like isn't okay with this? Kendo asks. TCH, so what? I'm too good for any of them, plus beautiful women are everywhere in my world, she'd easily be replaced. Bam? Jiro slams her palms onto the table and jumps up to her feet, glaring down at Horizon with venom in her teary eyes. You sexist misogyny. Shambles? She suddenly swapped for a leaf somewhere on campus. Sorry but I don't have any tolerance for crap like that, Horizon says. She'll walk back in a minute or two. Well, that could have gone a lot better. Kendo sighs as everyone tries to awkwardly pretend that didn't just happen. Yeah well, now you know what I'm all about. While the casual chatter began once more, and some people dove back into the pool, Momo sat at the edge of the pool staring at nothing in particular, taking in everything Horizon said moments ago, realizing that both she and Jiro were hesitant to say anything outright to Horizon. Partly because they were scared, and partly because they simply enjoyed things as they were, with the three of them being friends. If he even considers us friends and not just classmates, Momo thinks. But she will admit that part of her still wanted more. She'd never had a crush before, and being homeschooled she'd never even had a friend before. So they were both very important people to her. Growing up in an environment where arranged business marriages weren't uncommon, she understood exactly what Horizon meant. He's truly standing at the top of the world, so why would he ever settle for anything less than everything? But her best friend, Kyokujiro, was raised in a much more modern culture. Momo can't help but frown as she looks at the water moving about as her friends swim, realizing that it would be difficult to keep them both close to her if she ever moved forward with her crush, assuming she'd ever work up the courage, and that Kyoko would never indulge her idea of how this could work out for all of them. Eventually, Jiro silently walked back into the pool area and just sat beside Momo, still fuming mad. Partly angry at Horizon, for even suggesting something that clashed with her worldview so heavily, but far more enraged at herself, because she didn't completely hate the idea. And both girls just sat in silence for a long while before forcing themselves to try and enjoy the rest of the day. An hour later Eraserhead comes by and shuts down the fun, telling everyone their pool time was up. And as everyone shuffles out of the pool area, Horizon is still sitting at the table finalizing some things for his summer hero plans. You know you could have handled that a lot better, Kendo says, staying behind a bit as everyone else heads to the showers. I prefer to be honest with what I want, besides, hopefully now they'll get over that crush they have. Why didn't you just tell them that you're not interested? Because I wouldn't turn down some casual fun, but I figured they'd lose interest once they know what I'm all about. And you really never planned to just confront it. Kendo takes a seat beside him. I was hoping they'd get over it over the next month. From tomorrow you'll all be going off to the training camp. No phone or contact with the outside world, including me, for a few weeks. Usually that'll kill a crush, right? Right, Kendo smacks herself on the forehead. Unless I make you give them something to think about all camp, damn it. Yup, you're a moron. Hey, I was trying to help my friends face their problems head on. Seems to me like you were just meddling in things that don't concern you. Kendo rolls her eyes at that. Well, considering all the rants I've had to listen to about how great or how cool you are from them, I think it concerns me. Well, in their defense, I am amazing. Ugh, whatever. What VE you been researching here anyway? Oh, by the time you get back from camp I should have already caught Stain, Horizon says as if it's no big deal. Stain? Seriously. He shouldn't be a problem, it's just another villain anyway. Kendo is almost creeped out by how casual Horizon is about his target. So you aren't doing this for revenge or anything? Revenge? For what? Aitsa. Yeah, nope, he's just another name on the list, nothing more and nothing less. Well, I guess that's one way to look at it. Most people really don't like anyone that kills heroes, especially Tetsu. Steel Boy? Why? Some villain killed his dad about a year ago, that's why he joined UA, to protect other people from things like that, just like his dad. Who was his dad? Oh, he was the number 14 pro hero at the time, Chrome. Oh, I heard about that. Unfortunate. Horizon says, remembering when he killed Chrome on the roof during that fight at the start of this. Yeah, well anyway I should go change, and I need to go apologize to Momo and Jiro. I honestly expected that to go a lot better than it did. Good luck with that, I'm gonna check on my gear. A few moments later. Shambles? Horizon appears in Mei Hatsum's design studio, seeing the girl work on what appears to be the internal wiring of a piece of chest armor. Mei, he calls out, only to get ignored as she grunts in frustration at the non-compliant tech. Mei. She pauses and turns around, glaring at him. Your new visors are on the table, she says harshly, then points at the far table, a small metal case the size of a shoebox on it. Stressed out. Horizon asks, a calm and amused tone in his voice. Mei huffs, yeah, this damn thing keeps burning out. Maybe you should relax a bit. Mei takes a closer look at him, noticing that this time he didn't come in uniform or hero costume. You don't have a tie on, and I don't think I've got anything here that. It'll be fine, Horizon says, walking over to the light switch and raising his finger to it. Don't need a blindfold in the dark. Laying in bed at one of his Tokyo properties, Law is in his full hero costume aside from his visor, casually scrolling through updates on the hero network with his phone. His sword and hoverboard are on the bed beside him, and one of his new visors is in its compact state in his pocket. This is his third night spent in this property, and once again he's bored out of his mind. His room was open, extending to 1,500 meters around him in every direction. Enough to easily contain Reacher's nightly patrol pattern, keeping his bait close by. Suddenly Law sits up, sensing something approaching Reacher, moving quickly. Well, it's about time, at least I think that's Stain, sensing swords, and throwing knives, that should match the wounds on the other heroes. He reaches into his pocket and takes out what looks like a black piece of metal the same size as his phone. Standing up he places it behind his neck and it expands, covering his baklava mask and forming his full visor, appearing exactly the same as before, but now more easily transportable. And he even asked Mei to add a camera feature, realizing how useful the body camera footage was for the bank heist that he stopped. Focusing on Reacher he feels Stain approaching him, sprinting across a rooftop and tackling Reacher as he slingshots out of the alleyway. He always uses his extended arms to grab the ledges of buildings, but this time it seems that Stain was waiting for him and starts the fight by cutting one of them off. Ouch. Horizon shakes his head, now sensing Reacher trying to run. Only for two throwing knives to stab his thighs. Those probably hit the bone and major artery. He's not going anywhere. Reacher drops to the floor, and he feels Stain immediately take out a Tonto short katana and throw it. Reacher had extended his arm to the ledge to at least fall into the street, but Stain pierced his limb with the blade, throwing it a moment before the arm could properly begin extending. RA with diuresis. Horizon feels Reacher flip onto his back, raising his sword to his face and biting it with his teeth, ripping the blade out of his arm and flailing his one remaining arm about to ward off Stain. Bad move, moron. Another slash. And his one remaining arm is severed on the floor, leaving him to flail about and scream while bleeding out. Stain raises his sword and breaks into a full sprint, leaping a dozen feet -4m into the air and dropping with a two-handed slash directly at Reacher's skull. Shambles? Metal clashes with metal as Horizon suddenly swaps with the blade on the floor and blocks Stain's jagged and damaged katana with his pristine larger blade. Wow, you're not what I expected, Horizon says as Stain skids back across the rooftop, caught completely off guard by this new arrival. Under the full moon, he could see exactly what Stain was. A tall and lanky man, wrapped in loose bandages with a long red scarf and mask, all torn and tattered. His chest had a bulletproof vest with blades strapped all across his body, but he was currently only wielding his damaged and worn-out katana. Horizon doesn't move, and neither does Stain, all while Reacher is bleeding out on the floor, fading in and out of consciousness. Without warning, Stain hurls 4 knives at Horizon. Tact, he speaks for the camera, and stops all the blades in place, holding them in the air. A glamorous stunt that is much more difficult than making something move. To cancel its momentum he has to apply the same amount of energy in the other direction, much more difficult, especially on small and fast-moving targets. It would be easier for him to catch a falling bus than to stop a bullet for this reason. Stain throws another set of knives, but this time Horizon raises a hand. Curtain, he creates the transparent blue dome around him and Reacher, with both severed limbs also inside it. Without missing a beat he drops down and places a hand on Reacher, even as Stain rushes forward and slashes at the barrier a few times, not even scratching it. Booster shot. Horizon begins healing Reacher with one hand while maintaining the barrier with the other, right in front of Stain. And the villain stops attacking. I'll fix your limbs later, right now I just need to stop the bleeding. Stain takes a step back, looking genuinely surprised at the scene. The Great Pretender wasn't a fake hero, he asks in a deep raspy voice. Just surrender, Horizon says, not caring to debate ideology with Stain. Fight or save, glory or service, and you chose service, Stain says with a sick smile. Like a hero, a real hero, like All Might, he immediately turns and begins running away, leaping from roof to roof as fast as he can. What the hell is he talking about? Wait. Does that moron really decide who lives and dies based on that? If you choose to fight or save. That's so dumb. A moment later Horizon is done healing Reacher, and the man begins coming back to consciousness. Thanks to Stain's early departure he was able to drop the barrier and retrieve the limbs. My arms hurt. What happened? Reacher stirs awake. I reattached them. They'll be sore for a few days but you'll be fine, Horizon says as he sits the man up. Just stay behind me, alright? What? Reacher asks, completely confused, not seeing any danger around them. Without warning, Horizon summons one of his cards to his hand and throws it forward. Shambles. Stain swaps with the card, being ripped from his location nearly 1 kilometer away. The sudden change in location causes the villain to freeze, warping others. How troublesome, he growls, turning to square up against Horizon. Saving or fighting, right? Well, I can do both, and I'm really damn good at them, so, please surrender, Horizon says in a calm voice, sword drawn at his side. Stain lowers into a combat stance, ready to rush forward. I don't want to kill you, I don't kill real heroes, but I'll just cut you up enough that it puts you to sleep. His eyes drop down to Reacher who was sitting behind Horizon. And I'll have to kill that one all over again. Horizon hears Reacher make a scared noise behind him and has to suppress his groan, rolling his eyes in his visor. Don't worry, he won't get past me. Hearing those words Stain feels his blood racing, a heroic declaration that the people behind you would always be safe. I just have to test it. He rushes forward. Show me your resolve, hero. It was more like a fact, Horizon says as Stain jumps and slashes diagonally. Incision, he says for the recording as their blades clash. Stain's worn-down blade is easily cut in half and Horizon's katana slashes into his left shoulder, carving all the way down to his right hip. Shambles. Horizon swaps places with the shattered blade, avoiding the spray of blood that hits Reacher and grabbing Stain by the arm. Booster shot. He swings him around overhead and slams him into the concrete roof, cracking it and nearly sinking Stain into it. Arg. Stain feels his arm that was grabbed completely shatter along with the connected shoulder and collarbone. He reaches for a throwing knife with his other hand, swinging it across his own body to stab Horizon in the shin. Crack. Horizon kicks Stain's fingers that were holding the blade as hard as he can. Booster shot plus his steel-tipped hero costume boots shattered all the bones in those fingers and fracture the wrist, as well as knocking the hand away. That's enough. Horizon drops to a knee and puts a hand on Stain's head, using his superior strength to easily pins the man to the floor. Counter shock. Erg. Stain's short-lived scream is punctuated by the silent rooftop. Cybernetic upgrades. Horizon shakes his head. Those make you really damn vulnerable to electrical attacks, not that it would have mattered. No more terrorizing the street, hero killer Stain. He makes sure that the camera gets a full breakdown of what's happening before turning around. The only thing the camera sees is Reacher looking at Horizon with stars in his eyes and a massive smile on his face. You did it, and you saved me, thank you. No need to thank me, this is just what heroes do. Now let's get this guy to the cops, then I can do a proper checkup on you. Sounds good. Yeah, that sounds great. Horizon makes sure to give the best first impression possible of his combat and overall style, because this will be his first case as a provisionally licensed hero, so he had to make it count. All across the world, millions of screens shift from whatever they were looking at to one of the most important live videos of the year. The 200 million worldwide views immediately see a stunning woman, Chitose Kizuki, or as her villain associates know her, Curious, the head of public relations and propaganda for the Meta Liberation Army. The secret lover of Rukiya Yatsubashi, Redistro, former leader of the Meta Liberation Army, but still acting as the leader to all the non-executive members. But in truth, he has now demoted to second in command under their new leadership. She was a slender woman, only 30 years old, and already the head of the largest publishing company in Japan, a feat achieved by a combination of passion, hard work, and having powerful supporters. The viewers saw her, with pale blue skin and light purple hair, long and flowing past her waist, nearly hiding the large golden hoop earrings behind the strands. Poised and elegant in a dark purple dress, her black eyes and blue pupils looking directly at the camera, a delightful smile on her lips. She appears to be in a lounge of some sort, sitting on a luxurious single-seat couch, a coffee table in front of her with 2 teacups and a copy of her own book. And beside her on a larger couch is the much-anticipated guest, Horizon, in full hero costume, waiting patiently for her to begin. Sitting so close to her, people finally got a proper look at exactly how large he was, now almost the exact same size as Endeavor, only 1 centimeter shorter. Glancing between him and Chitose in all of her 155 centimeters 5 feet 2 glory made him seem much more intimidating. Welcome, everyone, to this much-anticipated exclusive interview with Japan's rising star, Horizon, she announces in a sweet voice and gestures to him. I'm always happy to help people get to know me, Ms. Kazuki, Horizon says politely, giving the camera a small wave. Oh, please call me Chitose, I'm hoping we'll be friends by the end of this, she says half-jokingly. Wow, I thought we already were friends, Horizon feigns offense, getting a chuckle from her. Well, then I guess we are, so, how about you introduce yourself to the people at home and we can get into what they all want to see. Gladly, he looks directly at the camera. Hi everyone, I am Horizon, Dr. UA first-year student, class representative of the now famous Class 1A, Quirk specialist, and most recently, Provisional hero operating within Japan, and eventually, a pro hero protecting Japan. Wow, that's quite an impressive resume, and all of this at only 16. Well, I wake up early, he says jokingly. And are you ready for the long list of questions I've prepared? I've also scoured the internet for the most popular mysteries and theories people have about you, and some of those are rather interesting. I can handle it, we've got an hour or two to chat anyway. That's exactly what I want to hear, so let's begin with the most relevant question regarding your introduction. Chitose takes out a small red notepad from beside her leg and flips it open. So why exactly does someone as wealthy and I assume influential as you, decide to spend his time fighting villains? Omicrony. I'm sure if the leaked information about your miracle doctor business is to be believed, you can retire now and never have to work again. I completely understand this line of thinking, Horizon says. What I've done truly isn't logical. Nobody with such an easy life, at least no sane person, would go looking for conflict. Go looking to join a line of work where you have people that are willing and able to hurt or kill you. It simply isn't logical. But heroes aren't logical. They never have been and never will be. Their desire to protect others overcomes logic, and that's why I do it. Lots of heroes are in it for fame or money, but I have those. I'm just here to save people. Nobody becomes a firefighter because of how well it pays, at least not if you don't absolutely have to. You do it because you want to help people that need help, and you're willing to get hurt for them. That's why I'm at UA. That's why I work so hard. That's why I started this path to being a pro hero in the first place, because someone out there needs me to save them, and I think that's enough of a reason to do anything. Millions of hearts are lit by the conviction in his voice, and Chitose finds herself giving this man, the most dangerous threat to their movement, a genuine smile. But she has answers to excavate. You say that, but you famously criticized your classmates and millions of pro heroes around the world for deciding to become a hero, in your grandiose rant before you won the sports festival. Congratulations on that by the way dash, but don't you think that makes you a hypocrite? Not at all, I believe it can be easily misconstrued to appear that way, but those are two entirely different choices that result in the same outcome. What exactly do you mean by that? Well, the main issue I have is that most people don't acknowledge the risk. Most of my classmates didn't even think past the fame and fortune of being a pro, or were so caught up in their hero worship that they didn't consider the true risk of this job. Heroes die all the time. And worse than dying, villains can attack your families. It's surprisingly easy for the average person with an internet connection to find where you live, especially if they know your face and quirk. Everyone ignores this because we naturally want to think that we're special, that the bad things will never happen to us. We won't get sick, so we don't need insurance. That mentality. True and absolute arrogance, in its most selfish form, it's absolutely disgusting, and I stand by everything I said during the sports festival. Chitose nods stiffly, her heart sent on a small race by the true intensity and vitriol of his words. Being a villain sitting only feet away from Horizon was stressing her seasoned journalist nerves. I see, and what makes you so different from them exactly? She asks. Because I've already lost everything, Horizon says casually, as if it were nothing. What are villains going to do? Kill me? Take my money? So what? He shrugs. You aren't worried about losing those things? She asks in genuine amazement. They don't matter, the only thing that matter is who you go home to every night. Siblings, parents, kids, and I don't have any of that. I go home to an empty house, and train, every night. They can't take anything that can hurt me, because I already lost is all. Now I don't really have anything left to lose. At least nothing that I genuinely value. I see. She takes a moment to appreciate the bit of genuine sadness in this voice before continuing. And do you ever plan to change that? What do you mean? Well, the people, mostly women, are curious about what kind of women you like, and if you ever plan to start that family of your own that was mentioned at the sports festival. You did say that your visor was partly to protect them after all. Of course, the dating questions. Unavoidable for any celebrity, I'm afraid. Chitose gives an apologetic look. Well, the visor and body glove are both lifestyle support items, so they never come off. I can manage a few minutes without them, but let's just say there is no Horizon without them. And yet you chose a line of work where they're likely to break. Is that the smartest idea? Well, maybe I just like to live dangerously, Horizon says. And as for me dating, I've currently got a lot on my plate, so dating anyone would be entirely selfish as I just don't have any time for that. I think everyone deserves better than that. I can't help but agree with you, Chitose says. From her experience, she wishes she had more time with Rakia, but they both lead powerful companies in Japan and barely have any free time. Horizon nods along, knowing exactly the secret romance she couldn't mention. Now, with the gossip questions out of the way, let's get into the hero talk. Gladly, what would you like to know? Well, for starters, your quirk, is there anything you can tell us about that? Sure, so my quirk actually pulls energy from the earth itself for me to manipulate the world around me with no limitations outside of creativity. It's an infinite power for me to use however I want. Chitosa's eyes open wide. Really? No, I'm just messing with you. Horizon laughs. Half the fun of being mystery class is that nobody else knows how it works. That means no matter how ridiculous the things I say I can do, part of you has to believe me. So may I assume you won't be sharing any new information about it? I've shown off my abilities and even gave a rundown at the sports festival. I've gotten stronger since then, but nothing has changed that much, and my video from a few nights ago when I took down Stain gives a closer look at how I fight. Yes, the video on your profile that has nearly 1 billion views. Can we please talk about that? Well, I assumed we would. What would you like to know? Why did you go after Stain? Well, his name explains that quite well. Hero killer Stain seems simple enough. He was actively hurting people. I decided to stop it. Was it perhaps also because he killed one of your classmates? Tina Aitsa. Not at all, Horizon says. Aitsa dying was a tragedy, and likely an avoidable one at that. But it did not sway my motivations and intentions at all. I simply wanted to stop Stain from killing people. Some people say you may have wanted revenge, that's why they think you went alone. No, I'm strictly business when doing hero work. The reason I went alone was purely a strategic move. And if I wanted revenge, there would be no camera. I recoded it so people can get a glimpse of how I operate and be able to hold me accountable. I see, but how exactly was it more strategic to not have some backup? In this case, I did some research and realized that the minute the police got a hold of Stain's pattern, they'd allocate more heroes from nearby areas to where they expect him to be and where he was last spotted. This is why I was in Hoso in the first place. Vernon and I were going there to help beef up patrols. But after that incident, every time they'd organize that movement, he'd notice it, then head to a completely different area. This way I worked alone, so there wasn't a swarm of heroes to alert him, and thankfully it worked out. He didn't get to kill anyone in Shinjuku because I stopped him, and earned his twisted sense of respect. Now people online are referring to you as a true hero, using his exact words. Horizon shakes his head at that. Maybe those people should reconsider where they get their ideology from. I personally wouldn't take guidance from a serial killer who murders students and pro-heroes. Besides, it doesn't matter why people want to become a pro-hero. I never get upset at people for their reasons. Fame and fortune are perfectly fine objectives. Once they understand the risk and can actually be valuable in the position, then they can do whatever they want. I see. Well, taking down Stain was a great start to your career. Already working independently, although you are on paper a sidekick at the Endeavor Hero Agency. How does that work? Well, Endeavor and I have an understanding. He trusts that I am as capable as I appear, and of course, he'll call me in if a big case lands on his desk, but he lets me do my own thing. In Minato, Tokyo mostly, All Might's turf. Not for much longer, it'll be mine after I graduate, Horizon says. Chitose stares at him in shock. What do you mean? Well, there won't be any competition by then. Well, there won't be any competition by then. Horizon's words strike fear into the hearts of millions, and sets a sinister smile on the face of a few heinous people. What do you mean? Is All Might planning to retire? Chitose uses all her focus to sound worried and not let her excitement surface. No, he's determined to be a hero as much as possible, Horizon says. But All Might just turned 50, do people really expect him to be their hero for another 50 years? Oh, so then what exactly are you saying? Horizon sits back for a moment and considers how he should word this, then he nods and just speaks honestly. The fact is, All Might is 50, he does so much work, an insanely disproportional amount in fact, that other heroes have slowly become complacent and weak. Even if they don't realize it, they've started just depending on All Might to do most of the work himself, but he's only one man. Everyone thinks he's invincible, but time is undefeated, and eventually, it'll beat him too, and this country isn't ready for a world without All Might. Minato Tokyo is a perfect example of that. Villains are becoming more populous and bold there every day because he's teaching in Musudafo now. That's a microcosm for what'll happen in all of Japan within 10 years maybe. And heroes aren't ready. But Japan has 116,000 pro-heroes, Chitose says. Yeah, a good number on paper. And those same papers will tell you that our society is oversaturated with pro-heroes, but none of that data matters when the people are useless. I was appalled by what I saw at my license exam. The government is going for a quantity over quality approach, allowing in thousands of people who have no place on a battlefield, especially not as heroes. Obviously not everyone is a combat-oriented hero. 13 and Uebami are the top search and rescue heroes for a reason, but a lot of people are going to be in combat-based environments and have no business being there. Our society is too over-reliant on All Might holding us up on his shoulders, and the moment he steps down everything will descend into chaos. Nobody wants to think of a world without him, but if you don't accept this reality, then how can you prepare for it? The only pro-hero who never accepted this status quo, who kept pushing to do as much as he possibly can, is Endeavor, and that's why I'm working with him and nobody else. Half of all the pro-heroes aren't worth the plastic their license is printed on, just sitting in their office or walking down the street collecting money and attention. That's why the Nomu attacks on the other hero courses have been so successful. Most of those Nomu aren't anywhere near as strong as the USJ Nomu. Yet dozens of pro-heroes are dying every time they show up. The League of Villains realized this status quo and is punishing us for it, because they know All Might can't be everywhere. So yet, there is no competition, and apparently, I'm the only one seeing this problem and taking steps to prepare for the eventuality. Yes. All Might is 50 and Endeavor is 46, who is gonna be your symbol of peace after them? Some lazy hero like Hawks? TCH, I don't think so. I see, that is a scary reality to accept for most people, Chitose says. People around my age have never even known a world without All Might protecting us. Accept it and prepare for it, that's all you can do. I agree, Chitose was both excited at the idea of a world without All Might, but also terrified at the thought of a more powerful and mature Horizon taking his place, someone who they seemingly can't even hide from. And how would you recommend this be done? Some people have always been pushing for the quirk restrictions to be lifted to an extent so they may take a more active part in stopping villains. Do you agree? Should those with what society deems as heroic quirks be allowed to use them? Horizon takes a moment to understand the question, realizing immediately that she was asking about a few different issues. No, I don't think that's the right way to handle this at all, because then you'd just get the same problem with more collateral damage, he says. Allow me to make it clear that I don't believe in these nonsense labels. There are no inherently heroic or villainous quirks, only quirks and the people who use them. If you gave All Might's quirk to a bad person you'd have a supervillain. So the quirk doesn't make the person into a hero or villain, only what they chose to do with it. Putting people in these stupid brackets, especially as children, is how you get villains. Because if all your life people are telling you that you were born to be a villain, why would you bother trying to become anything else? I couldn't agree more, Chitose says. For both my appearance and my quirk people always expected me to become a villain. I've had to overcome a lot of adversity to get here because of how I was born. And I wish the world would stop doing that, and allow people to become who they want to be, instead of simply expecting them to conform to a hero-centric worldview. And clearly, you've overcome all of that to be the head of a massive publishing company. Well done, Chitose. Thank you, she gives a polite nod. But why don't you think people should simply be allowed to use quirk? And what about if the quirks were harmless? Because that's how you cause chaos and villains. Allowing people to use their quirks will cause chaos. For every person that can fly, a house will burn down because some kids were playing with a fire quirk. This will lead to only some quirks being publicly accepted. Not to mention some people without flashy quirks will begin to feel left out as everyone around them is using a quirk while they can't, the same problem some people have now with the quirk license system. The alternative would be making only the harmless quirks legal to use, but that's just another form of discrimination for things that people cannot control. Discrimination and envy will lead to resentment, and that's how some of the worst and most horrific crimes happen. In this world, some quirks are the equivalent of being born with a gun for a hand a few hundred years ago. Our society works as a superhuman society because everyone must assume, unless they know otherwise, that if they're in a room with strangers, at least one person was born with a gun for a hand, or some other dangerous quirk. This subliminal fear and understanding keeps people in line. That's why more people don't go around using their quirk. Villains tend to be people either stupid, desperate, or arrogant enough not to care about this unspoken rule. So you're saying a world with open and unrestricted quirk use would devolve into chaos, and a world where only harmless quirks are allowed to be used would build more villains. Exactly, the best way is the current system, where nobody but the pro-heroes are allowed to use their quirks. Therefore everyone has a path to get a quirk license that they can choose to take. But not everyone has a quirk that can get them there, Chitose says. True, but life isn't fair. And at least this way they're part of the 99% of the world that isn't a pro-hero and don't feel as left out, even if I'm sure some of them will still try to become villains in some attempt to prove they don't need a license. At least until an actual pro-hero puts them in jail. I see, but what do you recommend we do to prepare for whatever the country will look like in 20 years? Well, you'll have me here, so that handles a lot of major threats, Horizon says jokingly. But the problem is that we're saturated with useless pro-heroes. Like Compass Kid, he literally points in cardinal directions, that's his entire quirk. Or Leaf Man. He throws leaves at people, and they aren't even that sharp. If you can't even stop a corner store robbery, why are you even a pro-hero? The 116,000 pros in Japan need to stay as is for now, but the license exams need to be improved. 1,000 people passed at my venue alone, and everyone has 6 tries in their time at hero courses, or they can even be held back to try again later. I think they should only pass around 50 to 100 people for each exam, preferably 50, making it more competitive to weed out less valuable people. A more competitive environment will force improvement. Right now Japan is relaxed because we have All Might, and that's what'll ruin us. Make the exams more competitive as well as the actual environment outside it. Set a percentage of incidents resolved per region, and if pro-heroes working in the area can't do their part, kick them out. Do it gradually over time so you don't have an influx of unemployable citizens, but over 10 years it should be done. Currently, a lot of pro-heroes deal with 1 incident per week because they patrol in the middle of nowhere out in the country and just accept a government salary every month. That behavior is only tolerated because All Might does so much work that his presence suppressed crime across the country. Currently, we can afford to have them slacking off, but the world won't always be peaceful. We need to crush those pathetic parasites before they get us killed. Wow, you're clearly very passionate about this, Chitose says. I don't like people who do things like that, sitting on the sidelines and allowing others to do all the work but still getting a piece of the prize. I don't believe in participation trophies. You either do the work or you get nothing. I completely agree, she nods along. But as a quirk specialist, aren't you concerned about what such a difficult environment will do to us as a species? What? I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Chitose takes a deep breath, knowing exactly how much was on the line, how close she and the other executives came to death just so she'd be forced to ask this one question. Quirks are said to be an evolutionary product of a plague centuries ago. Humans adapted faster than ever before, leaping hundreds of years ahead in one generation. Because of this, some people are worried that we can't actually keep up with that adaptation. Your quirk mastery thesis has been publicly adopted by hero courses around the world and was even approved by the United Nations Quirk Research Department. However, a popular theory was rejected by them a century ago and has become something of a dark rumor or myth. I was hoping as a quirk specialist I could get your opinion on it. The quirk singularity theory, right? Horizon asks in a bored voice. Yes, that's the one. Well, that matter is quite simple. You're worried that people will instinctively breed more powerful quirks because of the suggestions I just made. And since the theory said this type of instinctual breeding will create quirks that the human body can't handle, those generations will eventually begin to self-destruct, for lack of a better term, right? Precisely. Well, contrary to what some fringe cultists and fanatics will have you believe, that theory is actually a pile of garbage. Really. Entirely. Whoever wrote it was a pessimist with no faith in humanity as a biological life form. They clearly saw quirks as a deific gift of some kind that was so far beyond us, and that adoration of quirks lead to negligence of the obvious. We adapted to quirks in one generation. Yes, some of us are born with mutations that make it difficult to safely use our own quirks, but mutations happen in every species. Only 10 in every 100 million people have those, and it's almost always because of a hereditary gene issue from a recent relative like a grandparent who was quirkless. As the generations keep going on, there will be fewer quirkless people. In my generation, less than 0.01% are quirkless or born with such a mutation. Humans are annoyingly resilient. The Earth wants us gone more than any other species, but we're stubborn. Our bodies will naturally adapt along with quirks. We won't just suddenly start being born with quirks we can't handle, at least not on a large scale. There will only be a very rare few that have that issue. And I'm actually a perfect example of why this theory is garbage. You? How so? Chitose asks. Think about it. Of all the people in this world, don't you think if this theory was real, the two people with mystery class quirks would be the first to die? Ah, that's an excellent point. I hadn't even considered that. Assuming reproduction rates remain as they are and all the people with the absolute strongest quirks only have kids with each other. If we ignore the side effects of inbreeding, I've already estimated it'll take nearly 1,300 years before the first person outside of a freak mutation is naturally born with a quirk comparable to mine or Star and Stripes. Humanity will be fine. Well, I'm sure many people will be happy to hear that. Chitose sounds genuinely relieved, especially since it would now be easier to get people into the Meta Liberation Army. So, is it entirely impossible? In a world of superhumans, nothing is impossible, especially when you consider that you're talking to the guy that can warp around and divide reality. That was not the answer I wanted to hear, if I'm being honest. You don't have anything to worry about. The only way for a quirk singularity to occur would be if Horizon freezes, then leans forward, clearly deep in thought. All the pieces came together in his mind. Something so far-fetched that he didn't even consider it, especially since as far as he knows, he was the only person that can make it possible. He completely forgets about the cameras on them as all the puzzle pieces come together. The Nomus, Horizon says in a low voice. I'm sorry, but what do you mean the Nomus? He sits up and looks at her. The Nomus are the key. We've been looking at them all wrong. The cops and heroes think that the League of Villains just wants to destroy all heroes, but that's not a realistic plan. They want control. Nomus aren't weapons or a labor force, at least not intentionally. That's why no two are the same. They're experiments, intentional and focused experiments. Because people think that the quirk singularity will make people strong enough to end the world, and the only way to make that theory into reality is to force multiple foreign quirks into one body. Chitose's eyes opened wide, horrified that not only had he figured this all out so quickly, but that someone was actually attempting this insane plan. Can they pull that off? It's not impossible, but I'll never be stable unless Horizon considers what they'd need to do, then shakes his head. No, they can't do it. The best they'll be able to do is make stronger Nomu. So they plan to make an invincible Nomu. No, Nomus are just failed trials. They plan to weaponize the quirk singularity. They plan to upgrade Shigaraki. What an unexpected outcome. All for One's deep and shrill voice mutters quietly. He was sitting in his dark room atop the large and comfortable chair, multiple life support devices plugged into him to help keep him stable. And off to the side was a screen playing the final moments of Horizon's interview between himself and Chitose. The entire interview took just over an hour, but for the future Demon Lord of Japan, it gave enough answers for a lifetime. Standing beside All for One at the moment was Kurojiri, the most essential of all their Nomu, currently waiting patiently for any command his master gives. Call Ujiko, All for One commands, and the screen hears his voice and obeys. Master, Dr. Ujiko answers, his camera shut off so only his voice was coming through. I assume you saw that interview, Doctor. Of course, and once again I must insist that we do away with those pathetic League of Villain children. You only took control of the Paranormal Liberation Army weeks ago when this interview was announced, and look at how well they did with your instructions. Perfectly executed, they got all the answers we needed out of Horizon, without alerting him of any villain involvement. All for one size, once again having to deal with his friend being sick of sinking precious Nomu resources into Shigeriki's little games. Kurojiri speaks up, shall I transport Gigantomaki to terminate the League of Villains master? All for one shakes his head, slightly annoyed that he seems to be the only person interested in keeping Shigaraki around. No Kurojiri, I still have use for Tamura Shigaraki. Do you still intend to stick to your original plan? Ujiko asks. No, we now have confirmation that the plan is unnecessary. I no longer need any successor, transferring my original quirk into storage until Tamura is ready for it is pointless. And I certainly prefer using the superior original than the cloned version I would have had. Then why do we need the brat if you don't plan to pass everything down to him? Because, my dear friend, I will live forever. But before that, I will use Tamura as an ace to wrench All Might's heart, my greatest heinous act to spite him, and Nana Shimura. Until then we shall keep Tamura in the dark about the Meta Liberation Army, so long as they don't clash we shall be fine. No, I shall inform Tamura of this new rule, Kurojiri says. Yes, now doctor, shall we discuss the exact contents of that interview? It seems Horizon is already lined up to the next symbol of peace. I'd like to do something about that if possible, after I get healed. Do you still believe he can heal you? Ujiko asks. The risk is quite immense, exposing yourself to someone so close to All Might, it could be detrimental. Has he not proven his genius time and time again, doctor? Well, he has. Although I still believe my quirk singularity theory is correct, I can admit there is much merit in his analysis. His mind is wasted as a hero, just imagine all the things he could do without those silly things like human rights and war crimes limiting him, nonsense ideals only made to hinder the progress of science. He could be truly great standing beside us. True. And he clearly has a deep understanding of quirks and medicine. Not to mention his terrifying intellect and intuition. Aoyama was able to confirm many things, but listening to those many recordings of him talking in school is nothing compared to the way he so easily figured out our goals. He's a problem master. No Ujiko, he's the one and only solution. Because I now know that for certain he can heal me. Perhaps we should sacrifice the spy and have him ask for some sort of confirmation. The moment you make contact they will surely find him, so it makes no difference. Not to mention the risk involved in revealing yourself is too great, they'll instantly be searching for you. A problem if I followed our backup plan. But now I shall retain my original quirk, I have nothing to fear. But of course, this is assuming they'd ever find me. I have purposely kept crime low in this area since Horizon entered the scene. His omnipresence is quite problematic, I can't afford to have him anywhere near me. I see, and what exactly did he say that has you so sure that he can perform this operation? Because he said he can. What? You still fail at understanding people, Ujiko. Horizon is a being of arrogance and absolute certainty in himself. When asked if creating a perfected Nomu was possible, his exact words were, they can't do it, so he must think that he can. And with his track record, it wouldn't be that far of a stretch. But rebuilding someone from the genes up, even with a century of practice, I'm still working on the process. Yes, but as brilliant as you are, my friend, you aren't Horizon. Do remember that he's a living miracle, doctor. You should try to have some faith. Sigh, alright, but only because this man is our only hope at fully healing you. Thank you, but that leaves an even bigger problem now, Dr. Ujiko says. Now we know he can heal you, how do we make an appointment? All for one falls deep into thought, considering his hundreds of contacts in and out of Japan that had enough leverage to make most people in the world do whatever he wants. But none of them could affect people like Nizo or Horizon. They were the kind of individuals that nations would have gone to war for just centuries ago. They cannot be pressured by political or financial means. And he knew physically threatening Horizon wouldn't work, it would be the same as if he was threatened, and it would end very poorly. His usual offer in cases like this would be a quirk. Giving someone a second quirk, a minor one that wouldn't overload their brain. That was enough to make most people do whatever he wants. His arrogance would see that as an insult, and we'd get into a pointless fight. We need leverage, all for one says. Aoyama reported that Horizon has no family, and from what he said during the interview I detected no lies. Classmates? Ujiko asks. He doesn't particularly care about them. What about Principal Nizu? With an army of Nomus, Gigantomakia, yourself, and Kurojiri, it's possible. But unlikely, not to mention holding a hostage doesn't work with Horizon. I believe the best plan is to wait. One of my friends in the Hero Public Safety Commission gave me some interesting information and I'm trying to make certain connections. But it will be a week or more before any answers are found. That would leave 2 weeks before he heads to the training camp to meet up with his classmates. A perfect place for an ambush. Not an ambush, doctor, just a chat. I have nothing to gain from fighting him, but everything to gain from bringing him to our side. I see, Shakedown is almost ready for such an encounter. Either way, that is, it should be ready in 10 days. Good, but I'd like to have as much information as possible before going into a potentially dangerous situation, at least now that I'm not as powerful as I once was. How about we provide a little exercise to Horizon? What do you suggest? Ujiko asks. Let's just send a few demolition squads of Nomu into Tokyo and see how he does. Such an intense situation should force him to show more of his cards. Standard Nomu. No, I think it's about time he had a rematch with the Brainless. Let's see exactly how much stronger he has become since the USJ. This should provide useful information, Ujiko says. Kurojiri, warp all the Nomu from Lab 17 into Shibuya. I'm sending them a command to destroy everything and kill everyone. Understood, Kurojiri says before expanding his warp gate and leaving the room. While these plans were being made, just above the Shueisha publishing building, standing on his hoverboard 100 meters above the city, was Horizon. Currently, he was apparently looking out at the massive Tokyo area, the skyline expanding beyond the reach of his vision, brightly lit to the point where he couldn't see any stars in the night sky. But an important conversation was taking place in his visor at the moment. And you're sure about this? Nizu asks from the other side of the call. Of course, Horizon says. Cloning takes a lot of power and requires these preservatives and chemicals in bulk. Track those shipments and you'll be one step closer to finding the Nomu production facility. Alright, I'll forward this to the police, but how did you figure out that they were cloning? How else would they have so many copies of Super Regeneration? It's a 1 in 300 million quirk, but they've had multiple Nomu with it. Seems fishy. Not to mention at the rate they're burning through genetic material, it makes sense to invest in cloning. Cloning sentient beings is against humanitarian law, but clearly they don't care about those laws. And since only around 5% of quirks can be used offensively in any useful capacity, they can't just destroy every useful quirk when a Nomu dies. They need spares. Curate as many useful quirks as possible for when they operate on Shigaraki. How terrifying. Pretty much. But I must ask, what if a person was born with multiple quirks? Would all of this be necessary? What? That's a weird question, Horizon says. I'm simply curious. Okay, well, if you were born with multiple quirks, your body would have a safeguard, so all of this wouldn't be necessary. Not at all. You just exist like that and be fine, Horizon shrugs. But it's not like that's possible. The way quirks work, there can't be one person with multiple quirks. What do you mean? The best way to describe it is like this. Quirks aren't attachments onto a person, they're part of a person. It's like adding a scope to a gun. The scope is the quirk. Then you add a laser sight. In a sense, that's another quirk. But the entire thing, the entire person is still one weapon, with appropriate attachments. That's why it all works together. So suddenly, instead of a scope and a laser sight, the quirk is just attachments or something like that. Like Todoroki. Exactly. If he was a Nomu, he'd have Endeavor's Hellflame quirk, and his mom's ice quirk. But since he was born like that, his genetic structure made it into one quirk, half hot, half cold. Compared to that, Nomu is like the gun, but instead of proper connectors, you use tape to hold it all together. That's why they aren't fully stable, because the tape is always falling apart. A person cannot be born with multiple quirks, because when you're being made from the genes up, they'll be treated as one quirk, even if you have multiple abilities. I suppose we've grown so accustomed to quirks that we identify abilities as quirks rather than the quirks themselves, Nizu says. Yeah, that's why Shoto's quirk name is so stupid. Endeavor was clearly thinking of it as his quirk and his wife's being in one body, but it's an entirely new quirk. I suppose I should add this to your quirk specialist data, along with your breakdown of the Nomu structure. Yeah, that'll. Boom. A loud explosion rattles the area, reaching all the way to Horizon from nearly 20 kilometers away. What was that? Nizu's panicked voice asks. Check the news, I'll call you back later. Horizon hangs up and begins racing into the city on his hoverboard, moving 100 kilometers per hour. Toward a massive skyscraper that was on it was down, about to flatten the streets around it that were already on fire. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Horizon mutters, the image of a city on fire reflected on his visor. Flying above everything on his hoverboard, he sees dozens of pale green or blue Nomus running rampant, attacking anyone they can find and already engaged with a few pro heroes. He could also see a few news helicopters and drones flying about. At the epicenter of the attack is a massive skyscraper, 200 m-650 feet tall, the upper 50 stories currently tilting over as it threatens to flatten the surrounding buildings, the bottom 10 floors already an inferno burning away at the supports. Room. Horizon creates a room 2 kilometers wide, as always with him in the middle, still hovering high above the city. Shambles, he swaps out Nomu by the pairs for rumble close to the epicenter of the attack. Second by second he pulls them away from scared and panicking fleeing civilians and brings them back to the middle of the battlefield. Now I need to get people out of here. He draws his sword and turns his board, facing away from the horde of Nomu that the pro heroes were currently trying and failing to take down. There, a deserted area, Horizon points the tip of his blade at a faraway building, located at a massive intersection that was already empty. Amputate, he casually swings out, slashing one of the 10-story buildings diagonally. The building is immediately slashed, and the weight is enough to make it slide down to the streets below and shatter. That's enough rubble, now I can get these people out of here. He holds his sword to the side and focuses. Find all the people close to the danger, then, shambles, 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 shambles. Dozens of times he repeats. He's absolutely sure to narrate, because his visor was recording, and he wants everyone to know exactly how capable he is. As he's almost finished evacuating the unfortunate people that got stuck on the battlefield, Horizon feels a sudden annoyance behind him. Seriously. He looks down and sees a flying pale blue Nomu with bird wings ascending toward him. Looking past it, he sees groups of up to 10 pro heroes unable to even take down one Nomu at a time. Thankfully more were arriving by the second. They can't even stall these things for me to warp the civilians out of here. Shambles. He swaps places with the Nomu in midair as it swings at him with massive talons. Suddenly appearing behind it, he turns in place and slashes its back. Incision. He smoothly cleaves through the wings and bisects the Nomu, leaving it to fall to the streets below in 2 dead pieces. Okay, back to work. He shrugs off the minor annoyance and returns his focus to warping everyone away. Less than a minute later, all the civilians are safely at the edge of the battlefield, and Horizon finally gets to turn his attention to the Nomu below. Boom! The lower section of the leaning skyscraper suddenly explodes. A gas line meets the flames. Horizon now finds himself looking up as the building begins falling directly toward him. Yeah, of course that would happen, he says in an annoyed voice, then closes his room and flies toward the exact middle of the building. Putting his sword away, he extends both hands forward as if he could catch the building with them. Room, 1 kilometer wide with him in the middle, his room forms. Tact, he makes a physical pushing motion with his hands, because he needs absolute focus on this. Suddenly he's feeling his mind strain to stop the falling momentum of the entire building. His room shrinks to 900 meters, then 800, then 600, then 300. And at just barely 250 meters, the building stops falling. Almost entirely horizontal to the floor, it floats in the air. His quirk used to command the entire structure and everything within it to simply stop. Currently, his hands were directly above him as if he were physically holding it over his head, almost touching a glass window. Looking up, he and his camera sees all the furniture and items within, floating in place as if frozen in time. Oh, Thailand badass. Chairs and desks and even pieces of paper and computers, all floating in place instead of falling to the street below to cause more chaos in the fights. Okay, that's a first. He does his best not to let his exhaustion be obvious as he speaks. How far away are you? Horizon groans at the response he gets in his visor. His backup was minutes away at best, then turns to the city below, seeing almost every fight halted. Heroes were staring up at him in horror and shock, amazed that he caught a skyscraper and is holding it above them. And around them all the Nomu are staring at him, their damaged minds taking a few moments to process the new orders, an attempt to test him, sent directly from All for One. Kill Horizon, the one with the sword and glass mask. All the Nomu either begin flying, taking massive super strength enhanced leaps, or clawing at nearby buildings to climb them and reach Horizon. A few even begin throwing objects. Crap, Horizon uses his hoverboard and flies down, ready to join the battle. Descending to the streets, he faces a Batwing-thin Nomu head-on, and points his sword forward. Injection shot. He launches 3 bullets that destroy everything from the brain to the exit point in the back of the monster. Nope, can't do much of that, he says, feeling the strain on his energy nearly shrink his room even more. At this point, it was barely encircling the building and surrounding street. They want me to drop the building, let's take them down quick. Horizon yells out to the other heroes as he reaches the street level, snapping them out of their daze and back to their senses. As the fight begins, Horizon hops off the hoverboard and puts his boots on the ground. Partly because he didn't want to give the Nomu any incentive to fly about, that way all the heroes could actually affect them. But mostly because he didn't want his hoverboard to break, since at the moment he can't risk using his more energy-intensive abilities, Shambles, Amputate, and Booster Shot. Horizon slashes through yet another Nomu before leaping backward, dodging a body slam from an obese gray Nomu. Seriously. He rushes forward and pierces its head, before cleaving down and cutting it in 2, incision. He looks around to see all the random heroes struggling with these weak Nomu and gives an annoyed growl. Damn paper heroes. He launches into a killing spree, slashing apart Nomu as fast as he could, growing more and more annoyed by the lack of support most of these pro heroes offered. Eventually, however, Horizon began getting winded. Slowing down, moving about the battlefield less. Pausing more between kills. What the hell is taking them so long? He mutters under his breath, seeing a few more Nomu charging at him only to get dogpiled by some nearby pro heroes. Damn it, Horizon rushes forward as they get knocked back. If I could just drop this building I'd be fine. He kills one Nomu, splitting it down the middle with his blade, but his sword got stuck halfway through its tough body. Its kinetic absorption quirk ate away at the energy in his slash, leaving it somewhat stuck in the corpse. Horizon takes a step back, dodging an extended spear-like tongue from another Nomu. Turning to look at it for a moment, he reaches forward and grabs his sword, then hurls it at the new attacker, impaling its brain and killing it. Pivoting on his heel, he spins and lands a strong right fist against the skull of another Nomu, staggering it slightly as its thin and lanky frame is pushed back. Normally he'd use Booster Shot to enhance his strength and do much more damage, but that takes too much energy. As it stumbles back, a large and burly pro hero tackles it away from him and drags it to the floor, immediately joined by 2 other pros to pin it down. Taking a few quick steps away, Horizon retrieves his sword and sprints over to them, executing the Nomu they'd been holding down. Then he takes a step back, hearing the constant fighting all around, seeing buildings crumbling each minute, but out of his room, out of his influence, he was stuck in this zone, with the remaining Nomu that were all coming after him. His exhaustion begins showing as he takes a few breaths, leaving the pros to stall for a moment. One of the men approaches him, a look of fear and panic on his face. Pathetic, was Horizon's only thought. Someone that's expected to be a pro hero showing weakness this easily. But this was the natural response on a bloody battlefield, filled with destruction and corpses from both sides. Do we have a plan? The man asks, and Horizon just sighs. If they take me out, that building falls, then the subway below us collapses, a lot of gas lines go boom and this city starts burning, even more. They clearly know that, so just keep using me as bait. I've already evacuated most of the people from inside buildings. Focus on the fight, Horizon says. Just stay close to me, and we'll win. The man's expression shifts from fear to one of relief, then confidence. Right. Horizon nods and walks back into the fight. After just another 2 minutes of fighting, with Horizon being one of the few people present who can handle the Nomu with physical quirks, he's already on his last leg. To the news drones above, he still appeared strong and confident, but the people present could feel it. He was slowing down, even more. They now had to stall the Nomu for much longer before he moved on to the next. Boom! A nearby building outside his room explodes into rubble as a handful of corpses, formerly pro-heroes, enter his room and splatter across the floor. And a second later, brainless, the USJ Nomu itself appears on the battlefield. I really don't have the energy to deal with this thing right now, and this room is too small to play cat and mouse. Horizon subtly gives a command to his visor which calls his hoverboard back to him. Most of the volume of this room was in midair, with only the very edge of it being at ground level since it was made at the middle of the building in the air, leaving that as the epicenter. Blind him, he orders the nearby pro-heroes, and they obey like the sheep they are, immediately throwing any attacks or devices they have at the USJ Nomu, causing it to freeze as its sense of sight was gone. In these few seconds, Horizon hops on his hoverboard and takes to the sky. All I have to do is stay in this room so it doesn't close. This building falls and the chain reaction of gas lines and the collapsed subway tunnels below us will cause a lot more damage than these useless fucks dying. As the smoke and dust clears, the USJ Nomu is still standing there, then it immediately looks up and locks on to Horizon. The Nomu immediately jumps, cratering the road at its feet and knocking all the nearby pros and Nomu away by the sheer shockwave caused by the explosive burst of energy. Seeing it coming, Horizon stands confidently on his overboard, arms folded across his chest as it rockets toward him. And almost at the very last moment, flash fire fist, Endeavor slams into the side of the Nomu like a fiery meteor. The sheer heat from his presence causes Horizon to instinctively fly away from him as he carries it off to the side, out from under the building. Horizon felt his skin begin to sear and pop, even beneath all the measures to deal with standard environmental heat and cold. Standing beside a worked-up Burnin was a mild annoyance. But being within 15 meters of a worked-up Endeavor nearly made his blood begin boiling. Endeavor takes Nomu just far enough away, then spins and throws him directly up into the air. All the while Nomu never once takes its eyes off Horizon, who was still standing on his hoverboard in the same pose, trying not to give the impression that his skin felt like it was in a microwave. As Nomu begins falling back down, all the flames around Endeavor that aren't on his feet to keep him airborne gather into this right hand, and he punches directly up at the Nomu. Jet burn. A pillar of intense orange flames fires out of his fist, completely engulfing the Nomu. Looking up, Endeavor sees Nomu still falling toward him, super regeneration fighting against the inferno. In only a few seconds it would be clawing at his face. This is that monster that attacked UA, built to kill All Might, a perfect counter to power types. Too strong for me to physically match. I can't let it get to the floor where it has leverage, but I've got the most firepower of all flame users. I am its ultimate counter. He grits his teeth and raises his temperature, even more, feeling his arm begin to burn and his skin starts drying out. A hint of fever begins creeping across him as his bodily functions begin to deteriorate as he starts overheating. They tried to kill All Might with something this weak. The entire attack becomes a bright blue flame for barely a second, completely incineration the Nomu, leaving only charred carbonized husk to fall to the street below. Endeavor turns around to see Horizon hovering a few dozen meters away, then glances down at his flaming sidekicks already dealing with the Nomu below, arriving seconds after him since they were much closer when this attack happened. Compared to them, he was twice as far away. He had to fly all the way from his agency after the police called him. Hovering over to Horizon, he looks up at the floating building, but puts the sense of wonder to the back of his mind and focuses. Will you be alright to keep this thing up while we deal with them? Yeah, I can do this all day, but still, make it quick. Endeavor immediately cuts off the flames on his feet and drops down, catching himself closer to the ground and joining the fight, which would now be over soon thanks to his involvement. Horizon sighs in relief. Finally some backup arrives. Beep. 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 Ugh. Law groans as he rolls over in bed, immediately grabbing his phone and pulling it under the covers to shut off his alarm. Forcing his eyes open, he sits up in bed and looks to his left, seeing the sun rising over the horizon. Stretching his arms out, he yawns, still feeling exhausted from the Nomu attack yesterday. Okay, gotta take it easy on the hero crap today, he mutters while getting out of bed. Almost an hour later, after a quick shower, Law is sitting in his living room with his laptop on the coffee table, eating a meal bar and scrolling through his phone. In this high-end and modern penthouse located in the middle of Minato, Tokyo, almost everything was gray, white, or black, simple with sharp angles, and completely spotless. Sitting on the white coffee table was his laptop, and connected to it was his visor, currently transferring all the footage from the last 24 hours into the laptop. Beside it was the metal box he'd gotten from May a while ago, currently open to reveal a set of visors, 5 in total, and an empty slot for the currently active one. All are folded down to be easily transported. Across from him was a massive TV built into the wall currently playing the morning news. HNN, the Hero News Network, was covering last night's attack and giving people a rundown of exactly what happened and the death toll. They were still pulling bodies out of the rubble or declaring people as lost and missing, likely taken back to the league by Kurogiri. Law takes a sip of water and finishes his meal bar as the video transfer is complete, and immediately begins cutting the video to upload it. Isolating all the footage from the beginning to the end of each incident is all the editing he does, simply finding where it began and where it ended. Any more cuts than that would cause people to potentially become suspicious of what he's hiding. And people being skeptical or not trusting him would defeat the entire purpose of him making these video uploads. Finally, Law uploads the video and just sits back, waiting for all the views and comments to flood in from his 95 million followers. After defeating Stain he'd gotten a small boost, with some people even calling him true hero so much that it began trending online, much to his annoyance. But he certainly wouldn't stop them from spreading his name and praising it. After a few minutes, as expected, his phone begins ringing. Law just puts it on speaker atop the table and lays down flat on the couch to take a small nap. Yeah, you saw the video, he asks without even looking at the caller ID. Not exactly what I expected, Nizu's voice responds through the phone. What do you mean? Well, the news drones only got close enough to see bits and pieces of the chaos, since Nomu would attack them. But on the screen, it looked as if the building got stuck somehow. The pro heroes reported that you caught it. But, as any reasonable person would, I didn't fully understand what they meant by Horizon caught the building. I didn't know you could do that. What do you mean? You know I have tact. Yes, but moving some rocks and moving 215,000 tons is an entirely different story. It's just a bigger rock, Law says casually, then yawns. Honestly, none of you people that can be ranked number 1 pro heroes are normal. Are you still tired? Woke up too damn early. Understandable after the night you had, so did you need any special circumstances to hold a skyscraper in midair? Nope. So you really can just do that whenever you want, really? Yup. Nizu sighs, can you at least see why this makes some people nervous? Villains, yeah, figured the general public would be elated to see it. Don't they worship King Meathead because of how hard he punches? It's basically the same thing. With diuresis and beta S. Normally yes, but it's very clear to them that you have a mean streak in you, and it seems aimed at other heroes more often than not. Your public approval rating plummeted after your interview, paired with this video proving the reports to be accurate. People are going to be nervous. Law gets slightly annoyed by that. Seriously? After all the people I saved last night, they're still unhappy? What did I even say in the interview that got them mad? You mentioned All Might's retirement, Nizo says bluntly. So, do they really expect him to fight forever? I at least told them 10 years, but we both know he'll be lucky to live 4 more years. A single person can understand that, but collectively as a society, people are scared to hear things like that and will react poorly. Many of them have never known a world without him and don't want to imagine that. Your projected approval rating rose up to number 11 after the sports festival from number 37 because you defeated Stain and posted that video. Plus he called you a true hero, so some people take that seriously. But now it sank from number 11 all the way down to number 53 because you mentioned All Might retiring. Not to mention a lot of pro heroes hate you because you essentially called them useless and demanded the Hero Public Safety Commission fire them. Because they are useless and should be fired. Nizu sighs, if you must know, the few pro heroes you mentioned have been constantly harassed online for the past few hours and even had people arrive at their homes last night demanding they retire. Your words have actions. And so do their bad choices. Heroes are basically celebrities and cops rolled into one. They signed up for this. Nobody wants to have their life ruined by a few words from an interview, Nizu says. If it can be ruined that easy then it wasn't much of a life anyway. Besides, there will be growing pains, assuming you people even want to prepare for a world without All Might. So the public is a bunch of pussies that can't handle the real world. No surprise there. How'd you even get these stats anyway? I thought only fully licensed pro heroes have an approval metric. I made a system to predict at what rank a pro would debut at for the commission a few decades ago. This way they notice talent early so other countries aren't the first to make offers. I guess that makes sense. So I've gotta get to number 1 on it and I'll be that much closer to my end goal. Seems simple enough. Much easier said than done. Well, of 115,000 people I'm in the top 100, so what's the top spot compared to that? Speaking of our hero-saturated society, Panto asked me to come up with a more intense numeric system to give out provisional licenses. Taking my advice on going for quality instead of quantity. It at least appears that way. Your classmates have only done 1 week of training thus far. I hope over the next 7 they can reach a point where the license exams won't be impossible. How tough is the commission gonna make them? A 1% pass rate. That would mean, for the average exam around 50 people pass. Extremely difficult, Nizu says. Yeah, but if you start taking the exams in the first year that gives you 6 tries. If you can't pass in that many chances then it's time to pack your shit and leave. And that's assuming you don't get held back in the hero course so you have even more tries. Yes, but some people also get in trouble after getting the provisional license. If you've been found violating any law it can be renounced or suspended, or in extreme cases, you'd simply be expelled and blacklisted. If it's renounced you'd have to retake the exam to get a new one which would restart the entire 3-year trial period. But usually, people get into trouble because they begin selling merchandise and marketing themselves as a pro, which is illegal without a full license. We've almost had a few cases of that in the past here at UA. It's usually treated as a minor mistake and only given a 3-month suspension. Yeah, but I work around that particular issue since I'm not marketing myself as a hero, just as myself. Since Horizon is on my ID and birth certificate, it's more like I'm just a regular celebrity that branded myself to be my own product, an easy workaround for me. And this way I don't have to wait 3 years before I get to start building my career. I mean, the new rookie heroes climbing the ranks are MT Lady and Kamui Woods. They're in their mid and late 20s. I'm more popular than them already because I don't have to get a provisional license, then wait 3 years to be a full pro hero, then start marketing myself properly, then make my own agency to get out of someone else's shadow. I just kinda skipped the big time wasting parts of the process. And used the sports festival as a large fancy advertisement, Nizu says. Isn't that what it's for? Yes, but most people can't actually capitalize on that use. It's normal for pro heroes to just get a look at potential sidekicks. Yeah, well, one more thing I'm better at than the current pros, add it to the pile of reasons they don't like me, Horizon says with a shrug. It's not all bad press for you at least, Nizu says. What do you mean? People liked what I had to say. People all around the world overall think much more highly of you. It's only Japan that felt slighted because of your views on All Might's longevity. Across the world and especially in more rural areas that are much more conservative with views and traditions, many people loved what you had to say, especially regarding the hero-villain labels put on people for things they cannot control. Many Quirk acceptance movements are seeing you as their own savior, and people have already been protesting the heroes who look like they should be villains' official listing. I suppose most pro heroes are just so busy or self-absorbed that they never really stop to think about the ugly side of society, although at large people try to ignore the discrimination and hate certain quirks can inspire in others. Can't hate people for things they can't control, it should really be common sense, but people are just too dumb for that. Very true. Hey, I can say that because I'm human, but yeah. He shares a small laugh with Nizu. They fall into a comfortable silence for a moment as the video he just uploaded begins playing on the news. He glances at his phone to see it's already at a few million views. And the news anchor begins narrating everything that happens, causing Law to mute the TV. Do you think we'll be ready for it? Nizu asks, his voice quieter and more concerned. Law sits up, looking at the phone slightly confused. Ready for what? A future without All Might, without our symbol of peace. His presence alone suppresses crime in any country he's in. I can't imagine what will happen when he announces his sudden retirement. Law falls silent for a moment, understanding exactly how important this was for Nizu. He's spent his entire life, ever since heroes rescued him from that lab, supporting and nurturing hero society. All he'd been working toward was a world at peace, and the closest he's ever come was Toshinori Yagi, All Might, and now that dream was slipping back into impossibility. Law sighs, don't worry Nizu, we'll be alright. In a few years All Might can retire knowing everything will be taken care of, so long as I am here. Flying above the buildings in Minato, Tokyo, Horizon stands on his hoverboard and listens to music within his visor, nodding along to the beat as he tilts slightly and shifts from flying above buildings to flying above roads. Reaching the edge of his room, he makes sure to get eyes onto the trailer truck he's been following before closing his current room and opening a new one. Then he drifts back over the buildings and out of the line of sight for the truck. People rarely look up, but better to be safe than sorry, especially when I can sense them anyway. An entire week following these annoying leads, time for me to cash in, he mutters to himself as he continues following the truck around. A minute later, as he's still following the truck, he gets a call from Nizu. Shouldn't you be asleep by now? Horizon asks. I was about to get some rest, but I just found this interesting article about you. Well, I stopped a runaway car yesterday, but it's been a slow week. Not you, I meant Law Matani. Huh, but I haven't even done anything. Then why is there a picture of a certain lady leaving your apartment this morning? The purse designer lady, what about her? It's a bit of a scandal, seeing as she's married to someone slightly famous. Shit, Horizon sighs. Didn't know she was married. Is this gonna be annoying? I doubt it. He's just a baseball player. He can't cause someone at your level any problems, and nobody is foolish enough to challenge the Matani estate. But this puts me in the public eye, and now people will actually know about the Matani estate. Fuck. Exactly. I assume you already had a plan for this. Yeah, most of the things I buy retain their original names and are controlled by subsidiary asset management companies, which are all owned by my anonymous Swiss vault account. It's all airtight. New Epsilon. Good, I just called to give you a bit of a warning. If you keep going like this, the quiet life of Law Matani will become very loud very quickly. I'll be more careful in the future. Glad to hear it. Nizu hangs up and Horizon just grumbles to himself. Of course it'd be my dick that gets me into trouble. I'll just have to lay low until people forget. Some hero will do something and nobody will even remember Law Matani, like take down a big drug operation in the same city. Horizon sees the truck pull into the port at the edge of Minato, Tokyo. As it drives between all the stacks of shipping containers, Horizon lands on a tall crane that didn't have any lights on it, allowing himself to stay completely hidden. He hops off the hoverboard, leaving it parked and hovering in place as he walks to the edge of the crane. Crouching down, he reaches behind his back. Contrary to the appearance of his hero costume, Horizon actually had a few items strapped to the back of his belt, concealed by his flowing jacket draped across his shoulders. Mainly were a few beads which expand when crushed into a cast, big enough to encase a limb. Too weak to act as a capture tool but good for a doctor to have. A small medical pack, with only a scalpel, morphine, needle and thread, bandages, and alcohol for cleaning wounds. And the item he pulls out, a small digital scope. As he takes it out and powers it up, the sight is displayed inside his visor, making it so he doesn't have to lift it to his face, simply using it like a camera. Zooming in, he sees the driver and passenger, two plain-looking tall men open the back of the truck, and one door to the warehouse opens. 4 more men come out and begin helping them move crates, bland and unmarked, each as big as a backpack, adding them to the rows already neatly packed into the shipping warehouse. He senses another 12 men scattered about, all carrying rifles, aside from the drivers who had concealed pistols. Time to get some probable cause, he thinks, zooming in on the crate itself. TAKT? He focuses his energy on the crate and causes it to slip out of the man's hand, falling on its side and causing the top to pop open, exposing the pale green liquid, packed in small glass vials. Gotcha. Horizon then zooms in on each of the men, inputting their faces for his facial recognition system to sort through. Yet another upgrade which was suggested by May. It's not as instant as what you'd find inside a police station, but it can eventually get the job done. Using his hero network access from his phone to gain access to the criminal database. Shambles, he warps into the back of the dim warehouse. Still feeling all the men at the front loading boxes, he carefully and quietly opens the top of one crate, getting an up-close look. Rows upon rows of neatly and securely packed vials of drugs. Trigger, Horizon mutters to himself, mostly for his camera and mic to pick up his narration. Imported from Eastern Europe and sent to Japan. The latest highly addictive quirk enhancement drug. And since this warehouse is on the dock and a truck just came from inland to add to this cache, I'm betting all of this is shipping to South America. Otherwise, they would have just gone from Eastern Europe and used the New York port. A lot of people are gonna die if villains get a supply this big. 18 men, all armed. 16 with assault rifles, and 2 with pistols. Horizon takes out his phone and does a few simple searches, using his authority via the hero network to get the information he needed. The dock opens in 2 hours and the ship beside this warehouse is scheduled to depart in 3. I need to deal with this now. The sound of metal clanging as the warehouse doors close echoes about, and the few lights inside the warehouse go out. Complete darkness, that's useful. A bright white 3-piece suit really isn't good for stealth anyway, he chuckles lightly. Horizon send a quick alert to the police, receiving confirmation that they'd be arriving after gathering some backup. Horizon sees his facial recognition system finally get one hit. The driver was the only one with a criminal record. Aggravated assault, Quirk, contortionist, his entire body is double-jointed. Well, that's something. Focusing on the man, Horizon waits a few minutes until he strays away from the others, then, shambles, Horizon swaps the man with a card and immediately grabs his throat with one hand and his arms with the other, choking out the man as he struggles beneath Horizon's greatly improved physical strength. Shambles, Horizon recalls the card to him before anyone stumbles upon it, as the man finally goes unconscious. It's Horizon? He warped someone. Horizon hears from the man's radio, but he doesn't sense that anyone even noticed this man was gone, and they were all scrambling to get to each other at the front of the warehouse. How the hell? Horizon throws the unconscious man over his shoulder and warps back to the top of the crane, then recalls the card he swapped with to get up there. He notices the remaining 17 men all taking up a strange formation, obviously trying to keep eyes on each other. How the hell did they even know I was here? He wonders, watching them all gather. Using the scope, he can see a few of them visibly shaking at the idea of being hunted by him. Street thugs paid to do the boring job of guarding a warehouse nobody was supposed to know about, and now they have to fight a god. Yeah, I'd be shaking too. You there, man? Where are you? Horizon hears through the unconscious man's radio, shrugs, and picks it up. He keeps an eye on the men while speaking. So, how did you know I was here? He sees all the men stiffen, looking at each other nervously as they realize how real this situation was. We aren't talking to you. The presumed leader yells into the radio. You just did, but hey, if you tell me I'll take it easy on you, or you could surrender now and save us all the hassle. Why don't you come down here so I can put a bullet in yo arg? The man drops to the floor as 2 hits of injection shot tear through his thighs, muscle, and bone obliterated with ease. All the other men begin frantically looking around, wanting to help their ally but forced to leave him reeling in pain as they try to cover each other. So, anyone else? Okay, I'll talk. One of the men drops their gun, completely terrified, and raises his hands to the sky in surrender. Perfect, so, start talking, Horizon says through the radio. One of the other guards doesn't like this and raises his weapon at the traitor. You fucking rat ba. Injection shot tears through his arms and legs in rapid succession. Oh god, the other men drop their weapons and raise their hands to the sky. Please don't hurt us. Start talking. How'd you know I was here? It's the watch, the first man who surrendered says. They're new, a lot of people are selling things that they say can help defend against you. Most of them are trash scams, but our watches alert everyone connected if we skip distance. Let's test it. Shambles, Horizon swaps one of the men for a gun they threw a few meters away. The watch at his feet and on all their hands start beeping immediately. Ugh, this shit is gonna be annoying, but I can adapt too, he says to himself, then opens the radio connection. Anyway, just stay like that until the cops come. If any of you move, you'll join your friends on the floor. I'm watching you. Horizon calls the police to alert them of the new situation, and not even 20 minutes later a horde of squad cars and armored trucks arrive to cart off these men to prison. Individuals who don't pose a threat to society on a large scale are reserved for Tartarus. These small-time criminals would simply go to a regular prison, or plead ignorant of what they were guarding and only get an illegal firearm possession charge. The maximum charge for that alone, 15 years. Since they didn't use their quirks that will help their case a significant amount. Now they just had to get their story straight and pretend they didn't know what they were protecting or moving. Assuming they're smart enough to do that, Horizon thinks as he sees the truck with the men driving away. Now only the lieutenant in charge of this case and the evidence squads were on the scene with him. You know, you really should have waited for backup, the leading officer says, looking up at Horizon. Sorry, I didn't want to risk them changing the situation further, but luckily I got them all to surrender peacefully. Not surprising, it's you, the officer says. Any advice for the doctors on how to deal with whatever you did to those guys? Treat it like they got shot with regular bullets that tore right through them. Do you have any info on this? Horizon says while handing the cop the watch. The man looks at it for a few seconds then recognizes it. Yeah, big-time criminal organizations have been showing up with these, but only for the top lieutenants, or I guess in this case when they're guarding 20 million in drugs. Apparently it's for warping. The man gives Horizon a confused look. What? These let them warp? No, it's to alert the connected watches that someone warped you. Best guess, it uses precise real-time GPS. If you suddenly skip over a few meters it alerts everyone. The man taps his chin a few times. One of those anti-Horizon devices we've seen selling for a fortune on the black market. There are more. What are they? Well, a Horizon repellent tear gas. Annoying, but I mean who doesn't that crap annoy? True. Big rubber pads that absorb your slashes. That's stupid. A special ring that makes it difficult for you to sense and warp people. People are actually stupid enough to buy that. We've caught about 200 people across the country with it on. The cop gives a disappointed sigh. Idiots, even if any of this crap did work, wouldn't stop me from warping toward you instead. Oh yeah, good point. But yeah, the last main one is the most expensive, welding. Welding? Horizon asks. Yeah, the League of Villains is spreading misinformation that you can't warp things that are molecularly bonded to other things, like if two things are welded together you can't just move one piece. Okay, so they have welders. The weld quirk, they've apparently got like a dozen small Nomu that people can rent to weld their products down so you can't warp it away. It's stupid but people actually believe it since the League of Villains has a pretty good reputation right now. A ways from 1B has that quirk, and whoever in Tartarus used it to weld my parents to the prison so I can't warp them out. Shigaraki has a brain after all, not that it takes much to figure something like this out, but still annoying. Yeah, that's ridiculous, Horizon says, playing off the idea as another failure. Anyway, since we're just about done here I should get back to patrol. I just didn't want these drugs in my part of Tokyo. Yeah, thanks for stopping these guys. Can I maybe get a picture with you? The cop asks nervously. My kids would love it. Sure thing, I'm always happy to help the cops any way I can. Heroes can throw punches but beyond that, we can't do much, so honestly, just between us, I think you guys are the real heroes. 6 a.m. Driving on the highway between Musodafo where UA is and Tokyo, Law is sitting comfortably in the front seat of his new Rolls-Royce SUV, bought yesterday simply out of necessity. There was hardly any traffic, at least not on his side. The morning rush was always heading into Tokyo. Fortunately, he was driving the other way, toward Musodafo. Taking a bite of his morning meal bar his head nods along to the soft music in his car, clearing his mind and trying to relax a bit after the past 3 weeks of non-stop heroics. In the trunk was a large black and yellow duffel bag. Within this was his case containing his hero costume, his box of new visors, his sword, and his hoverboard. Suddenly Law's music cuts off as his car receives a call through his phone. Answer, he commands, and the call connects. How long until you get here? Nizu asks through the phone. Maybe 10 minutes, I'm almost in Musodafo already. Are you driving? Nizu asks, sounding confused. Yeah, what about it? You have a hoverboard as fast as any commercial plane, just fly between cities. Yeah, but I just bought this car and I'd like to have some fun with it, that's all. Sometimes I forget you're still a child, and children like toys. Law rolls his eyes. If that's what you want to call my cars and jets and guns, sure. What guns? Nizu sounded concerned. Law Matani doesn't have a firearms license. Relax, I keep them at home. I have a holographic range in my yard. You keep illegal firearms in your home, you do realize how serious of an offense that is, right? How would anyone ever know? What if they hear you using them? I own everything for a kilometer around my house and there isn't any other property or even a usable beach in that mountainside. What if someone hears you anyway? Okay, and what cop is ever going to execute a warrant to raid the Matani estate? I didn't donate 200 million to their pension and relief fund just because I like cops. They fuck with me and that money stops flowing. Plus, it also lets me actually use my cars and not have to worry about speeding tickets. Matani vehicles are untouchable. That is such a gross misuse of the system, Nizu scoffs. Says the dealmaker himself. Nizu sighs, okay, that's fair. So, what car did you buy this time? That bike you were looking at? Rolls-Royce SUV, I like nice and comfortable things. You bought that for personal use? I thought you only chartered the armor ones for public appearances. Yeah well, normally I stick with the family car, it was already a tight fight when I got it. But now I'm 195 centimeters 6 feet 4 and 265 pounds 120 kg it's a bit uncomfortable. Arang. Plus those things have like no trunk space, and my sword is like a whole other person. It's like having Ajui laying down stiff in my trunk. Odd choice of measurement, but okay, I see your point, but I can't relate since I'm tiny and adorable. According to you. Yes, according to the smartest person on the planet, Nizu says, and Law rolls his eyes. That still hasn't once beat me in chess. That's a low blow, you know that's unfair. Whatever, anything else. I saw your big drug bust in the news, very impressive, although the video you posted showing how you dealt with the warehouse situation was very, what? Let's just say, some of your assassination training was showing, it didn't look very heroic. It was effective, there wasn't even a fight because of it. Yes, but part of being a hero is inspiring people. Okay, and I'm inspiring them to do clean and efficient work, but why are we even talking about this? Any updates on finding your spy? Nizu groans, I tore through our internal systems from top to bottom, the leak wasn't digital. So it's a person. A potentially unwilling or oblivious person. For all we know they could even be having their mind read whenever they leave campus. Or they're a filthy traitor and need to be put down, Law growls out. Let's not jump to conclusions, we need to be very careful of how we deal with this. I can't even have anyone aside from All Might keeping an eye on how people are acting. If anyone knows we suspect a spy that could cause chaos or they'd simply hide their tracks better. Just have me and Tsukachi polygraph everyone, it'll just take an hour to hit the whole school. Oh, you're so willing to reveal that aspect of your quirk now, you've kept that and scan hidden so well until now. I just really hate traitors. Well, I'd prefer to find the spy without them knowing. To use them as bait and take down Shigaraki, smart, but what if something happens? That's why we have you here, and we've taken extra precautions to insulate the summer training camp. The location isn't even within our systems. And aside from you and the pro heroes nobody has any technology. Unless they smuggled one, Law says, or made one, or has a quirk that can send messages. You really suspect Yayo Rozu? Even with how fond of you she clearly is. I don't suspect anyone particularly, not until we have more information, but it's almost definitely a student. I came to the same conclusion, but none of their records show anything to indicate a connection to villains. Everyone at UA is a prodigy in what they do, and the background checks showed no criminal history from any of them or their parents. That you know of, Law says, but I've got dirt on someone, not that it proves anything here. Anything I should know about. I don't discuss former contracts. The line goes silent for a few seconds, and Nizu immediately puts it together. Oh, she did contracts for the Yayo Roses. Nizu asks. I can't confirm anything, but how'd you get that idea? None of your other classmates could afford her, but the only high-profile death that benefits Momo's parents was her grandfather? Oh my god. Well, I wouldn't know anything about that. Law lies, but sometimes old people need a little nudge to give you your inheritance. From the way she speaks she has no idea, Nizu says sadly. Don't know what you're talking about, just focus on the spy problem, one mystery at a time. Of course, and what ABO? Boom? Law's car literally jumps a few inches off the ground and slams back down, along with every other car on either side of the highway. Everyone slams the brakes and grinds to a halt. What's going on? Nizu's voice was suddenly worried. Law sighs, looking out his window to see MT lady in her 20m-67 feet form, white and purple one-piece suit and mask on with one broken horn accessory remaining on her head. She was currently fighting two gigantified villains, each a head shorter than her, appearing to be twins of some sort, one red and one blue. Both are lanky giants at 17m-55 feet. As they fight at the side of the road, tearing up the trees and dirt, Kamui Woods swings into the fight and lands on the shoulder of his secret girlfriend ever since the sports festival, extending his hands out. Lacquered chain prison. Both his arms extend and grow into a large network of tough branches. Nothing to worry about, Law tells Nizu as he watches the fight. Looking forward he sees people actually getting out of their cars with their phones out to record the fight. Great, and now I can't go anywhere, fucking morons. Law looks back at the fight just in time to see the red villain drop down into a low stance, avoiding Kamui's binding attack to kick MT lady in the shin, causing her to tilt forward in pain. His presumed brother slips to the left and lands a solid left hook to the side of her head, rattling her brain, but impressively she only stumbles off to the side, clearly dazed. Kamui leaps off her shoulder and toward one of the villains, only to be snatched out of the air. The gigantified villain wraps both arms around him to suffocate him. Great forest growth. Kamui yells out, and suddenly a slew of branches begins growing and breaking through the gaps between the giant's fingers, connecting at the other side and locking his hands together. But Kamui also immobilized himself since he can't detach from his wooden creations, they are his arms after all. MT lady. Kamui screams out, snapping her out of her daze just in time to dodge a shoulder charge from the other villain. Stepping to the side she lowers her head and charges at him, before leaping up and slamming into his side with a devastating drop kick. The crack of his ribs echoes for 100 meters causing all the onlookers to wince in pain. All while the other villain was constantly slamming his restrained hands into the forest floor, failing to break apart the wooden cuffs. Looking up from Kamui wood stuck to his hands and over to his brother, he sees MT Lady slam her shoulder into his gut after a devastating charge and pick him up, then slam him into the ground. Boom! All the cars jump an inch off the road and the quakes ripple out. MT Lady and the villain are suddenly in a wrestling match, trying to restrain each other, but exactly as Horizon warned Sato, wrestling doesn't work in a street fight. The villain, restrained by Kamui Woods, breaks into a full sprint and leaps high into the air, aiming both his feet down at MT Lady's head. MT Lady! Kamui yells out, still attached to the villain. She looks up just in time to see both feet only 20 meters above her face as the other villain tries to hold her still. Curtain. A blue dome forms just in front of her face, covering her entirely and catching the full weight of the drop kick without even cracking. Horizon had appeared on the scene, swapped for a piece of rubble in her hair, now standing atop her long blonde hair. One hand out stretches toward the sky and projecting this large curtain from his palm. Seeing him, the villain immediately leaps off the shield, turning around in midair and landing, breaking into a full sprint in the opposite direction, heading toward Mastudafu, only 1 mile away, back where this chase began. Seriously? Horizon asks nobody in particular as his curtain drops, then simply summons his sword to his hands and slashes outward. Amputate. The gigantified man's legs detach from the knees downward and his face smashes into the forest floor. He groans in pain. That quickly comes to the horrific realization that his legs were missing. As one giant is panicking, Horizon hops down to MT Lady's shoulder and gets closer to the other. The man was still pinned by the woman and completely frozen in fear, now face to face with Japan's mystery class monster. So, you gonna surrender or do I need to cut you up too? The man immediately shrinks down to his regular size, sheepishly nodding the entire time. As the other giant is panicking over his severed legs, MT Lady just gives Horizon a cute pout. We had that under control, you know. You didn't have to come in at the last moment like that to take the credit. If I thought you had it handled, I wouldn't have gotten involved. Horizon hops off her shoulder and summons his hoverboard under her feet, staying at level with her face. He gives the people on the highway a polite wave as the remaining villain shrinks down and surrenders to Kamui. Thank you for the help, Horizon, Kamui says as he approaches them and hops up onto her other shoulder, both the villains quickly restrained at regular sized by his wooden limbs. Your assistance was greatly appreciated. No problem, but hey, I'm kinda late for something, so you don't mind handling the paperwork on this, right? I'll send a report later. What? Kamui asks, but this was technically a team-up. We need to have a combined Great. Thanks. See ya. Horizon warps away, swapping for one of his cards before that too disappears. He arrives back into his car without anybody noticing, too busy taking pictures of the pro heroes. He was a lot nicer last time we met him, MT Lady mutters as she shrinks back down. Now he's sticking us with most of the paperwork. We should be thankful he was here. That kick would have been very bad if it did connect. Kamui gestures to the two unconscious villains in his grasp. Now let's hand these two over to the police. How about we get some dango then head home? That sounds great. Her mood suddenly becomes happy at the mention of food, especially when she's not paying. Let go, she begins marching away. And Kamui can't help but appreciate the little victorious strut she does, taking in her assets for a moment before catching up to her. We've been heroes for years and the public is only now recognizing us, but people like Horizon show up and suddenly we're nobody again, he thinks to himself, rather sadly, realizing his ambition of being in the top 5 is unlikely to happen. Looking over to MT Lady happily walking beside him, he can't help but admire her, even with her torn-up suit, bloody and bruised face, and all the dirt and debris in her hair. Absolutely beautiful. Maybe this is enough. He mutters absent-mindedly. She immediately turns to him. Enough what? I mean, enough hero work for today, he says quickly. So, what flavor are you trying tonight? Sitting in Nizu's office, Horizon was reading through a few documents. Scrolling through Nizu's tablet a bit more, he looks up at Nizu, who was typing away at the computer before putting it down. He was currently wearing a casual outfit, a blue t-shirt, and track pants with some black running shoes. His bag for camp and sword were on the couch opposite him as they both wait for Eraserhead. His hero costume and extra visors were safely packed inside it, along with the hoverboard. Okay, what you guys came up with isn't bad. Not optimal but not bad, Horizon says. Nizu doesn't bother to stop his work. Well, those training programs are only for the first month. The outdoor area will allow them to let loose without bothering each other, as well as get some proper survival and rescue training. If we did the latter on UA, it wouldn't give the same sense of danger. They need that for proper practice. So there is a second part. Horizon asks. The first week in August the students can spend at home, then they'll have all-day classes at UA to train super moves and the technical aspects of their quirks. Not to mention all the costume upgrades we expect them to make. I see. So training in the woods for a month to gain muscle, and training at UA so they know how to punch better. Pretty simple. MHM, and what do you really think of the training programs we have them on, Mr. Quirk Specialist? Horizon rolls his eyes. Fine. They're mostly fine. Shoji should be trying to push the limits of what he can make and how many rather than just trying to use them better. That way his brain will adapt to process more input. And Jiro needs to learn to control her breathing, that way she'll better understand the uses of a fast and slow heart rate. Since her quirk amplifies her heartbeat to attack, the others can figure out the rest themselves. I'll message Eraser with these changed. Nizu sends a quick message and then resumes his paperwork. Do you plan to do any personal training? Having all the space at UA is nice, but I couldn't put a move I've been thinking about into practice here. If it goes bad, I'd rather not be so close to a populated place. An empty forest should be perfect. Niza stops working and looks up with wide eyes. Do I need to be worried? Nah. Niza resumes his work. A moment later, Horizon stands up. Eraser is here. Guess that's my ride. I'll see you in a week. A moment later, Horizon is sitting in a simple black car, on the more modest and practical side of things, with Eraser head. He was in the front seat with his bag in the trunk, the entire back seat filled with boxes of supplies Eraser had packed to take back to the camp, and Horizon soared diagonally across the back since it couldn't fit in the trunk. Sitting in the front seat while Eraser was driving, Horizon tried and failed to get comfortable with the lack of leg room in the car, being forced to just deal with it for the 1-hour drive. Honestly, I'm surprised Nizo doesn't have a set of cars for UA to use on the roads, Horizon says as they begin driving toward the deserted mountain roads, leading out of Musudafu. Reinoi. Well, the point of UA is that nobody ever has to leave the campus, Eraser says. Yet we're having a training camp in the mountains. Because it's the best way to cram a semester or two of practical hero training into a month. Some of your classmates aren't ready to go up against second or third year hero course students in the exams, so this training is for them more than anyone else. How has that been going? Surprisingly well. They're all very motivated to train, partly because of Aitsa, and partly because they don't like the way you talk to them. Act like a bitch and I'll treat you like one. It's that simple. Horizon shrugs. Eraser sighs. That is exactly what I was referring to. Whatever, they'll get over it. Niza mentioned you had outside help at the camp. Anyone good? The wild pussycats, Eraser says in an even more annoyed tone. Somehow, I should have guessed that. All went to UA, in the same class. Specialize in mountain rescue, and they're in the top 50 pro hero ranking, so they aren't useless. Yeah, and only one of them is annoying, Eraser grumbles. What do you mean? I'm guessing it's Ragdoll, right? Nope, she's actually fine. It's Pixie Bob. The sexy blonde? Really? She's always nagging me about when you're gonna show up. She's a fangirl. Oh, that could be fun. Eraser glances over at him, then focus back on the mountain road they were already on. Normally I don't have to tell people not to do this, but in this case, don't go trying to seduce a teacher. Got it? What a wild and insane assumption. How unexpected. I'm just curious about why she could possibly think so highly of me, he says in a playful tone, betraying his words entirely. Right, because you suddenly care about that. Just don't do it. It's not illegal. I'm already 16. It may not be illegal, but it's unethical, Eraser says. Well, heroes follow laws, not ethics, Horizon argues. If we cared about ethics, we wouldn't be arresting vigilantes every day. Eraser looks pissed off for a moment, then fades back to the mask of indifference. We stop them because most of them end up dead since they're untrained. By choice, since it's their choice to join the fight. Because they're following their personal ethics, and so well within the law of course. I can't believe you spun something so horrific and made it work for you. Horizon chuckles and takes out his phone. That's half of branding and maintaining a public image, which I'm pretty good at. But it does help that I've been flawless in the public eye anyway. Yeah, and for some reason the way you talk about certain things doesn't turn people away. Eraser's eyes go wide as he sees Horizon scrolling through his phone, a common sight since the teen was usually bored during classes. What? Horizon asks, seeing the reaction. Why do you have your phone? You were supposed to leave it at UA. Nizo let me keep it. It runs on the same insulated server as his personal phone. Villains can't hack it. Eraser visibly calms down at that. Really? Yup, I mean he did design it and build all the software in it. It's unhackable. Besides, aside from All Might and probably Recovery Girl, I'm one of the very few people he knows isn't a spy. Really? How is he so sure? Horizon sighs. Do you honestly think I would need any help to kill All Might? I'm probably his worst possible matchup. Quirks like that just can't beat me in a deathmatch. Eraser thinks about it for a second, then nods in agreement. That does make sense. Anyone else? Let's find out. Horizon casually reaches over and puts a hand on Eraser's shoulder. Are you in any way helping or contacting the villains? No. Guess you're clean too. What? That's it. You trust me just like that? No, I trust me to see through any lie you try and tell. I'm a pretty good judge of character like that. You really are insane, Eraser says, dismissing it as nothing serious. In truth, exactly as Nizo said, Horizon was keeping scan and polygraph as hidden as possible, and moments ago he did use them on Eraser, finding the man to be completely clean. Now he had one more person that he knew was clean, at least in the case that they weren't willingly aiding the villains. Now I just need to find the leak and put a few holes in them, get the answers I need to track down some big villains solo, then I'll hand what's left over to Nizo and his people. After a few minutes, Eraser glances over to see what Horizon was doing on his phone, noticing him scrolling through the Wild Pussycats page. What are you doing? Research, Horizon says, as if it were obvious. What kind of research? The Pixie Bob kind. What kind of pro doesn't have a solo page? Everything they do is as a team. It's creepy, as if they're attached at the hip. Some people can only be themselves in a team they trust, and working alone can be dangerous, Eraser says. Horizon sighs. There isn't anything useful here. Guess I'll have to just wing it. Eraser smiles. Then I at least have nothing to worry about. You're horrible with female pro heroes. What? No, I'm not. I'm great with women. Yet Midnight can't stand your guts for whatever reason. Mirko wants to cave your skull in because you kept calling her an idiot, and from that news clip I saw, MT Lady is at least annoyed at you for stealing the spotlight this morning. Okay, I guess that's fair. But I've just never really tried with one of them. If you say so, just try to keep it in your pants during school hours and especially on campus, and for the record, I think you've got enough girl problems. Most of your female classmates either just tolerate you, openly dislike you, or are Momo, and whatever the hell has been going on with Jiro. You've got the branding thing done properly. The best way to destroy that pristine reputation and image is to get women involved. They're just drama and distractions waiting to happen. You've got bigger things to focus on, like your pro-hero career. Oh yeah, is that what you tell yourself to cope? Hey, I'm trying to give good advice here. Advice I already know, but I spend almost all my time either training or doing pro-hero work. I like to have fun every once in a while. Eraser gives an annoyed groan. The fact that you're even thinking about this is disgusting, but I trust Pixie Bob to conduct herself like a proper hero. Don't know why you're acting surprised. Horizon shrugs. Honestly, sometimes I feel like you people forget that under this visor I'm only 16. Fancy shiny toys and beautiful women are still on my mind. A lot. Eraser actually looks over at Horizon for a moment, then sighs, and face palms. I'm so used to speaking to you and treating you like another pro-hero or teacher that I honestly forgot. I shouldn't have even been discussing things like this with you in the first place. Don't be too hard on yourself. It's not your fault I'm closer to being a pro than a student. I just hope she sees things the same way. Horizon nods, pleased with himself as he keeps scrolling. Train those two losers, work on my new move, fuck a hot blonde. This is normal summer camp stuff, right?
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.